In the Dragon Ball universe, aboard the cruise ship hosting Bulma's birthday party, Beerus spoke calmly. We agreed that if Son Goku could defeat me, I would spare Earth. But since he has lost, I must honor my promise and destroy this planet. Purple destruction energy condensed in Beerus's palm, radiating an aura capable of annihilating everything. Exhausted to the extreme, Goku lay sprawled on the deck, unable to stand while the other Z fighters watched in utter despair. Guian Lang hid tens of thousands of meters away. If Beerus truly moved to erase Earth, he would have no choice but to intervene by force and try to stop him. Years ago, after traveling from Earth into the Dragon Ball world, he had merged directly into the body of the warrior born from Son Goku and Vegeta's fusion, Gogeta, a fighter that was never meant to exist in this timeline. When two immense forces in the universe collided, his true form had emerged amid a radiance that slowly bloomed across the void. Over the years, he had completely mastered all of Gogeta's power. Even Beerus no longer inspired fear in him. Yet at the very instant he was about to launch his attack, Beerus simply closed his eyes and fell into slumber. The sphere of destruction energy shot skyward, its annihilating power surging forth with irresistible force. It veered off and streaked straight toward the distant sky, where Guian Lang was hiding and watching the battle. He felt an almost uncontrollable urge to curse aloud. How could he, a bystander in the sky, end up suffering from this stray blow like an innocent pond fish caught in a burning city's fallout? Helplessly, Guian Lang released his aura. A towering shockwave of ki roared around him as he threw a punch straight at the incoming destructive energy, forcibly knocking it off course and sending it hurtling upward into the depths of the sky. Just as he swatted the destruction energy away, a mysterious force suddenly flowed into his mind. You are invited to join the dimensional chat group. Sensing the overwhelming air of pretentious grandeur radiating from that line, Guian Lang's first thought was that this must be the standard cheat ability granted to every transmigrator like him. His second thought was that he might not even need such a thing. You have been chosen as administrator. A line marked as Tony really isn't the richest man appeared. Another newcomer, huh? Welcome, welcome. Another user, Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Third Form, commented, we're all first-timers joining this group, so how are you already so outstanding? You became an administrator right from the start. A third user, Be My Son, wrote, newcomer, come and be my son. The three names were easy enough to decipher. The first was obviously the playboy billionaire of the Marvel world, Iron Man Tony Stark. The second was most likely Konoha's fastest man, Nameki's Minato, who sealed the Nine Tails, for very few people relished giving themselves such Chinabai-style names. The last one should be Whitebeard from One Piece, who aside from drinking enjoyed nothing more than recognizing promising young men as his sons. A new prompt followed, administrator status confirmed. Please claim your red envelope promptly to prevent sudden death incidents that could cause the chat group to collapse. The barrage of prompts left Guian Lang speechless. It seemed that being an administrator came with little perks, unexpected rewards he could claim. Apparently the group feared he might get killed off leaving it without management, so it had deliberately prepared such safeguards. With a casual, indifferent mindset, he opened the administrator-exclusive red envelope, not really believing that anything from the chat group could be of much use to him. A description unfolded before his eyes. Red envelope acquired undying body. Immortal and indestructible, eternally unperishing. No matter what grievous injuries you suffer, or what kind of ability strikes you, you cannot be killed. An instant later, he felt a profound, inscrutable energy merging into his flesh. Guian Lang offered no resistance and cooperatively accepted it into his body. He could not help wondering whether this undying body could withstand the erasing power of that little fellow Xeno. What he truly longed for was Ultra Instinct, for Xeno's ability to wipe out everything always made him feel as though a thorn were lodged in his throat. With Ultra Instinct, he could block Xeno's erasure. Then he would no longer have to constantly tread carefully around him. Since he had come to this world, his goal could only be the absolute summit of power. No one ever remembers who came in second. Please enter your nickname, the prompt requested. After a moment's thought, Guian Lang honestly typed in his chosen nickname, Invincible Gogeta of the World. Congratulations, your nickname has been successfully registered. Tony really isn't the richest man, commented, our newcomer's luck is amazing. He just joined and already became administrator. Be My Son added, more than that, I'm curious about his nickname. It's quite something. What an arrogant little brat. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Third Form chimed in, it's been a long time since I've seen such a brazen name. He must be a hot-blooded youth. While the others were chatting, Guian Lang examined the group's functions. It could connect beings from different universes into a single chat, and members could upload recordings of their battles. Everyday members could sign in to receive points anywhere from 1 to 10, depending on their luck. These points could be used in the group's marketplace to exchange for items. Virtually every kind of ability or object could be redeemed there. Whether it was devil fruits from the pirate world, ninjutsu from the shinobi world, or golden cloth armors gleaming with radiant light, all were available. The Ultra Instinct he desired most was also on sale, but its price was terrifying, an astronomical 1 billion points. Another prompt appeared. Administrator of the chat group has been selected. In 12 hours, Invincible Gogeta of the world must invite 2 new members. Once the group exceeds 5 members, the mission mode will be unlocked. Completing missions grants extra points. Be My Son remarked, mission mode, huh? Looks like we'll be able to earn more points. Relying on a few points from daily sign-ins alone is nowhere near enough. Tony really isn't the richest man wrote, I got a prompt asking me to upload a photo of myself as an avatar. Unless I'm mistaken, I should be the most handsome one in this group. Whitebeard Minato, did you get the same message? Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar third form replied, got it. I'll just pick a random picture. Handsome from every angle, 360 degrees with no dead ends. Unlike the others, Namikaze Minato was truly delighted to join the chat group. In the world of Shinobi, he had long since died and had no one left to talk to. Invincible Gogeta of the world has uploaded an avatar. In the photo, Gogeta wore the Metamoran vest, his exposed musculature exuding a sense of absolute might. An undying golden aura blazed around him, his eyes filled with a gaze that seemed to look down upon all under heaven, and the curve of his lips conveyed unapproachable arrogance and disdain. The word invincible was practically written across his face. Tony really isn't the richest man, commented this newcomer, must be a big shot. That face is the very picture of invincibility. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar third form added, I get the same feeling. Regardless of his actual strength, that face alone is downright intimidating. Be My Son said, from what I see, mission mode sends us into other members' universes to carry out tasks. When the time comes, I'll have a chance to spar with him. Guian Lang had no idea what they were currently discussing. He had already closed the chat group window. Since he had 12 hours before he had to recruit newcomers, there was no need to rush. The chat group displayed a list of 6 candidates, and Guian Lang only needed to select 2 of them. The daughter of the eternally sleeping Kagoro, the god-slaying Pegasus, Saint the cafe waitress who likes rabbits, demon-haunted Tatsumi, internal war, fantasy god of the water armor, and red dragon Emperor Issei. Each name sounded bizarre, but fortunately in his previous life, Guian Lang had been an avid anime fan. Even with their odd titles, he instantly recognized who all 6 were. In order, they were Mori Ran from Detective Conan and Seiya from Saint Seiya. Then Kirishima Toka from Tokyo Ghoul, Tatsumi, the protagonist of Akame Kill, the water armor, almost certainly the black rhinoceros armor, and finally the red dragon Emperor Hyoto Issei from High School DxD. Speaking of the last candidate, both he and another man famous for juggling multiple lovers shared the same given name, Makoto. One had his head chopped off while the other enjoyed the adoration of a harem of girls. Such was the stark contrast between people with the same name. It was now close to dusk. 12 hours later, it would be early morning. After the chat group appeared, his new objective was clear: accumulate enough points to exchange for Ultra Instinct. For the moment, however, he had to deal with Son Goku and Vegeta, who were both flying toward him at full speed. 2 figures streaked across the distant sky, their speed tearing invisible shockwaves through the air and scattering the clouds. In the blink of an eye, they traversed tens of thousands of meters and appeared in front of him. You really were hiding your true strength, Vegeta said. Though Beerus did not use his full power in that strike, it's definitely not something an ordinary person could take heed in. Even though Guian Lang's power surprised him, Vegeta still believed that this man was not his match. After arriving in this world, Guian Lang deliberately orchestrated a chance encounter and successfully got acquainted with Vegeta's son Wukong and the others. From time to time, they would share meals together, yet he had always concealed the true extent of his strength. They only knew that he understood martial arts to some extent and could wield chi and the sky dance technique. Yet the destructive energy ballast had just fired was actually forced back by him, leaving Wukong and Vegeta deeply puzzled. After Weiss took away the pretend sleeping ballast, Wukong and the others, having swallowed senzu beans, hurried over intent on demanding an explanation. Son Wukong stared at Guian Lang with eyes shining brightly. Unlike Vegeta, having stepped into the divine realm, he understood far more clearly just how terrifyingly strong ballast truly was. It was obvious that Vegeta had underestimated that strike. Within that seemingly ordinary purple ki blast was contained an unimaginably dreadful power of destruction, pure annihilation. Qianlong, how did you block that destructive power just now? I fear that even I, who have stepped into the divine realm, might not be able to casually neutralize such an attack. Hearing this, Vegeta's eyes widened in utter disbelief. As someone who had watched the entire battle, he knew very well how powerful Super Saiyan God Kakarot, Son Wukong, was. He had never expected Wukong to give Guian Lang such a high evaluation. Kakarot, don't tell me even you are no match for him. Is he also a god of destruction? Guian Lang pondered for a moment, then decided to reveal a portion of his true strength. No, I'm not. It's just that I too am a scion. But my family left planet Lays a long time ago, so you never knew we existed. Vegeta snorted coldly, rejecting his claim at once. Impossible. The only surviving scions in this world are Kakarot and me. Everyone else died at Frieza's hands. Aside from me, I once encountered another scion while traveling between planets. I don't know where he is now, but I'm quite certain that after some time he will come to Earth. The scion Guian Lang spoke of was Broly. Judging from the timeline in the normal course of events, he should arrive in another 3 to 5 years. Sun Wukong gazed at Guian Lang for several seconds, then burst into carefree laughter. I don't know why you didn't come to help us, but I believe in you. That was simply Wukong's nature. After spending so many years together, he was certain Guian Lang was a good person. There had to be a reason behind his concealing his strength. Vegeta then asked, "Where is that scion?" Guian Lang pretended to lower his head and think before replying, "I've forgotten the location of his planet as well, but it won't be long before he comes. He is the legendary Super Saiyan, a natural-born weapon of war, a truly formidable opponent." As he spoke, his tone grew especially solemn, for Broly was indeed by nature a brutal, rampaging destroyer. Vegeta's expression remained as arrogantly indifferent as ever. Clearly, he did not take this so-called Broly seriously. After all, he had long since surpassed the limits of an ordinary Super Saiyan. So what if the other man was a naturally born Super Saiyan? Could the proud prince of the Scions possibly be inferior to him? That's only because you think he's strong. I surpassed the Super Saiyan level a long time ago. Sun Wukong, however, believed Guian Lang's words without question. Even after just having fought Beerus, his fists still itched as he asked eagerly, "Is that so? I really want to spar with him, this legendary Super Saiyan." After the few of them chatted idly for a while, and Guian Lang thought the matter had passed, Vegeta suddenly fixed his gaze on him, eyes locking onto him like a predator. "Fight me. Let me see what your strength is really like, whether you are truly as powerful as Kakarot says." Before Guian Lang could answer, Vegeta's figure flashed and appeared right in front of him, fists lashing out in a lightning-fast barrage. Guian Lang remained unruffled, always waiting until the instant the blows were about to land before calmly slipping out of their path. With a faint smile never leaving his face, Guian Lang let Vegeta unleash his full arsenal, yet Vegeta still could not so much as touch him. Vegeta was utterly stunned. He had thought that even if Guian Lang were hiding something, there was no way he could rival him. He had never imagined such a result. Off to the side, Sun Wukong was itching to test himself against Guian Lang as well. He and Vegeta were roughly equal in base combat power, and since Guian Lang could leisurely evade all of Vegeta's attacks, he suspected that if he fought in his normal state, the outcome would be the same. Yet the stronger the enemy, the more Sun Wukong's fighting spirit burned. That was the scion, a race born for battle. "Use your full power, Vegeta." Guian Lang beckoned confidently at Vegeta, indicating that he should unleash all his strength. For the proud Vegeta, only a true powerhouse could earn his genuine respect. Vegeta was already in a foul mood. Kakarot had once again surpassed him, attaining the Super Saiyan God state first and overtaking his power yet again. Now even Guian Lang's strength had become unfathomable. With a single roar, his energy surged as his entire body underwent a wondrous change. Golden key flames shot into the sky, blue lightning danced ceaselessly around him. Though it was the Super Saiyan 2 state, the power far exceeded that of his former Super Saiyan 2. The energy he released might not even lose to Wukong's Super Saiyan 3. It was not only Wukong who had absorbed the power of the Super Saiyan God during battle. With his own talent, Vegeta had likewise drawn into himself the might he had awakened when he flew into a rage over Bulma being struck, refining that power and making it his own. "Transform into a Super Saiyan. Otherwise you won't be my match." The battle intent in Vegeta's eyes blazed like fire. He had never imagined that the Guian Lang he had known for years was also a scion, and such a powerful one at that. "I won't transform into a Super Saiyan. Let's fight like this." Guian Lang's tone was earnest and tranquil. In truth, even in his ordinary state, he could contend with a full-power Super Saiyan Blue. This was the lowest estimate he had of himself. He had always felt different from the usual Gogeta, though he could not pinpoint how. Having yet to cross fists with a truly supreme opponent, he could only roughly gauge his strength. Whether Vegeta transformed or not made little difference to him. Either way, it was a level he could swat aside with a single palm. "If I won't hold back. Don't regret it later." Vegeta froze for a moment, surprised that Guian Lang truly would not transform. In that case, he surely wouldn't be his match. Super Saiyan 2 could amplify one's base power 100-fold. The gap between the two states was vast. Even if Guian Lang's base form surpassed his own, he now believed Guian Lang would definitely lose. Vegeta resolved to unleash his greatest strength and defeat him. His figure vanished from where he stood, and at a speed almost impossible for the naked eye to follow, he drove a fist straight toward Guian Lang's face. That punch carried an irresistible momentum so fast that it was nearly impossible to see. Even Wukong, watching from the side, couldn't help but look askance, surprised that Gogeta had become this strong, relying solely on his own power. Yet, Guian Lang struck later, but arrived first. Before Gogeta could react, a heavy blow slammed into his abdomen, forcing a bitter mouthful of fluid from him. As his surging aura dissipated, in an instant his form reverting to its normal state under the impact. In that fleeting instant of exchange, Guian Lang dipped his head to evade Gogeta's offensive and countered with a single punch. His speed was so great that even Wukong, watching intently, failed to see clearly what had happened. Impossible. How could he defeat Gogeta in his base form? Guian Lang had controlled his strength perfectly. One punch left Gogeta unable to continue fighting, yet not so injured as to lose consciousness. Gogeta's face grew extremely unsightly. To be defeated in an instant when he had been so confident was deeply humiliating, though he was not the sort who could not accept defeat. Though I truly hate to admit it, I lost. The gap between them was enormous, so vast that a single blow was enough to settle it. Seeing this, much of the fighting spirit in Wukong's eyes faded. He loved to fight, but that did not mean he enjoyed being crushed. It would be better to train for a while longer before challenging Guian Lang. Just how strong are you really? Still, Wukong could not help but voice the question that intrigued him most. The same question that Gogeta most wanted answered. I should be just a little bit stronger than you two. Guian Lang's answer was deliberately vague. The two men looked at each other and said nothing more. They simply invited him to attend Bulma's gathering. In truth, after years of interaction, Guian Lang's low-key and easygoing nature had earned him a good relationship with the Z fighters. Bulma had invited him to her birthday as well, but because Guian Lang knew how events would unfold, he had deliberately declined her invitation at that time. Now that everything had been resolved, Guian Lang naturally agreed. He sat down at the table and ate to his heart's content. After the feast, they lingered in pleasant conversation for a while. Yet at the table, Gogeta's expression remained frighteningly dark. Kakarot had once again surpassed him, and even Guian Lang's power stood above his, leaving him deeply aggrieved. Only after returning to the hotel where he was staying did Guian Lang, referred to here as Gu Qingfeng, collapse onto the bed and fall asleep, slumbering straight through until dawn the next day. It's about time I pull some people into the chat group. Designated chat group, random selection. Upon waking, Guian Lang first drew new members into the group. To him, it made no difference whether those who joined were strong or weak. After issuing the command to the chat group, he got up alone and went to wash up. A slumbering daughter of Muri Kagoro joined the group chat. A cafe server wearing a rabbit mask joined the group chat. A slumbering daughter of Muri Kagoro. Where is this place? Why has this thing appeared in my mind? A cafe server wearing a rabbit mask. Could this be a new weapon developed by the CCG? It pulled me here silently and without warning. Tony is not the richest. First, welcome both lovely ladies to the group. For details about this chat system, please refer to the group announcement. It thoroughly explains the functionality of this interdimensional chat platform. Be my son. Tony's acting strangely today. Since when did he turn into a gentleman? Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar third form. Need I even say it? 9 times out of 10 he's gone soft at the knees upon seeing a woman. And now he's putting on airs. Naruto Uzumaki's father, Minato Namikaze's Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Tony Stark had all joined the group a month prior. Minato knew Tony well enough. Tony was without doubt a classic case of quiet flirtation. Tony is not the richest, though we're on good terms. If you keep speaking like that, I reserve the right to sue you for defamation. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar third form. Go ahead, sue me. We don't even inhabit the same world. What leverage do you have? His words left Stark grinding his teeth in helpless fury. With 5 members now present, the task system has been activated. Each member may travel to alternate universes to complete missions assigned by the system and earn reward points. Tony is not the richest. Look, you arrived just in time. You can head straight to your universe now. To block another's path to romance is akin to murdering their parents. I'll absolutely punch you senseless when we meet. Tony Stark sat laughing uncontrollably inside his own tower, just as drowsiness struck. A pillow appeared. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar third form uploaded footage. 1 man versus 50 elite Jonin. Tony is not the richest has accepted the invitation. Be my son has accepted the invitation. The chat fell silent, cold and still, for a full minute. Tony is not the richest, brother Minato. You've earned that title once and for all. From this day forward you are my elder brother. If you command me east, I shall never veer west. If you bid me strike a dog, I shall not slay a chicken. Be my son. Your attitude shifted faster than lightning. You were practically sworn enemies with Minato just moments ago. Tony is not the richest. Didn't you watch the footage? Didn't you see how terrifying he is? There's no way I could possibly defeat him. Tony had never imagined Minato possessed such overwhelming power. When Minato once mentioned having killed many people, Tony assumed he meant ordinary mortals. But the video told a different story. Those were no ordinary humans. Who among common folk could cleave mountains and shatter boulders with a single blow, or wield supernatural energy? 50 adversaries, each capable of channeling that strange energy, were annihilated in an instant by Minato Namake's Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar third form, tamed at last. No more posturing. Tony is not the richest, I'm tamed. A slumbering daughter of Muri Kagoro. So this chat system truly connects beings across universes. It's nothing short of miraculous. As an ordinary human, Ran Muri remained skeptical towards such supernatural phenomena. Yet the chat system had manifested directly within her consciousness, leaving disbelief no longer an option. A cafe server wearing a rabbit mask? Is the group announcement genuine? Can I really visit your worlds? Compared to Ran, Toka Fakata possessed far greater adaptability. Her world, after all, already teemed with entities beyond mortal comprehension. Administrator Tinka Matiki Goku Cell has joined the group chat. All members, please extend your warmest welcome to this venerable master. Tinka Matiki Goku Cell, you're all conversing quite animatedly. Minato Namake's has uploaded his combat record. Wasn't this the very battle that cemented his legendary status across the shinobi world? Administrator Privilege's daily sign-in yields 50 to 100 points. Today's signing grants 100 points. Tony is not the richest. How utterly unfair. I toil relentlessly for mere handfuls of points, yet administrators receive tenfold without lifting a finger. Tinka Matiki Goku Cell, fairness is an illusion. Just as you spend wealth extravagantly, others starve. Not because they lack will, but because fate deals unequal hands. The principle remains identical. Tony is not the richest. I'm speechless. So tell me, are you truly a master? Tinka Matiki Goku Cell, has any true master ever declared himself as such? If I claim mastery, would you believe me? Tony is not the richest, I wouldn't. He bore lingering psychological scars from Minato's display, and dreaded inadvertently offending yet another transcendent being. A slumbering daughter of Muri Kagoro, rabbit-masked cafe server. May I ask your name? After all, only the two of us are women in this group. A cafe server wearing a rabbit mask. I apologize, but I cannot draw too near. I am not like ordinary humans. Proximity would endanger you. Be my son. What a fascinating young lady. Being non-human changes nothing. My ship already carries beings of other races. No need for excessive restraint. A cafe server wearing a rabbit mask. I belong to the ghoul race. We survive by consuming that substance. Tony is not the richest. Just say what you eat. Don't beat around the bush. I've got limitless funds. Whatever it is, I'll procure it. Tinka Matiki Goku Cell. She consumes human flesh. Can you acquire that? Still, blame does not lie with her. Ghouls cannot survive without it. Tinka Matiki Goku Cell offered a concise overview of the grim reality of the ghoul world. Humans and ghouls stood in perpetual opposition. Ghouls required human flesh to survive, while humanity maintained specialized organizations dedicated to hunting them down. Both sides fought solely to live. Neither was inherently wrong. The fault lay not with them, but with the world itself. A cafe server wearing a rabbit mask. You must all fear me, a monster like this, but I swear I will never raise a hand against anyone in this group. Toka Fukada, working diligently at Antiku, offered a wry, self-deprecating smile, her expression tinged with quiet sorrow. Tinka Matiki Goku Cell, that's of no concern. Aside from Ranmuri, you couldn't best a single soul in this group, and you're certainly no bloodthirsty ghoul. A slumbering daughter of Muri Kagoro, I believe you're not evil. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar third form. There's no need for overthinking. No one chooses their origin. The administrator must initiate a live broadcast within 5 hours to demonstrate authentic strength. Points awarded will reflect the magnitude of displayed power. Tony is not the richest. Never expected the chat system's first task to be this. Looks like we'll finally witness the administrator's true might. Tony seethed inwardly. The daily sign-in yielded only 5 to 10 points for regular members, while administrators received tenfold. Had he not feared Tinka Matiki Goku Cell's transcendence, he'd have unleashed torrents of scathing commentary. Guian Lang rubbed his brow. Where could he find a worthy opponent on such short notice? Peers of comparable strength had long perished. With no alternative, he resolved to descend into the underworld for his broadcast. Tinka Matiki Goku Cell, I'll seek a formidable adversary, then return to host the live broadcast for all of you. Having spoken, he logged off. The remaining members gently consoled Toka, especially Ran Muri, whose kindness and warmth radiated effortlessly. Learning of Toka's tragic fate, Ren offered heartfelt comfort for an extended time, rekindling in Toka a long-forgotten sensation, the tender embrace of genuine care. A slumbering daughter of Muri Kagoro, speaking of the administrator's avatar, it's undeniably striking. And brother Minato possesses a gentle, handsome countenance as well. A cafe server wearing a rabbit mask, indeed, he must be immensely popular among women in reality. Tony is not the richest. I was remarkably handsome in my youth, thank you very much. Who hasn't been young? Have they aged at all? By praising the other two, while omitting himself, Tony felt deeply wounded. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Third Form. Technically speaking, I'm actually 40 years old. Counting the years he'd spent dead, he was indeed older than Tony. After exiting the chat, Guian Lang flew directly to Bulma's residence, hoping to find either Vegeta or Goku still present. Either would make the perfect sparring partner. Bulma shook her head with a sigh. Vegeta got rattled this morning. When Whis came to collect food, he followed him off to train. Goku went along too. I see. Then I'll simply find someone else to assist me. As Guian Lang turned to leave, he paused, then pivoted back toward Bulma with a playful grin. Yesterday's Vegeta was exceptionally heroic. Though terrified of the god of destruction, he charged headlong into danger the moment you were struck. A truly outstanding husband he is. Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson. She knew the truth of that moment, but hearing another praise her husband's fearless devotion, his willingness to sacrifice everything for her, stirred a rare flustered blush. Noticing Bulma's reaction, he chuckled softly. Then without further teasing, took the dragon radar from her hand and shot skyward, vanishing into the heavens. With Wukong and the others absent, Guian Lang pondered for a moment and concluded that that guy was more suitable to be his opponent at this time. With his speed, it didn't take long for him to gather the Dragon Balls, and then he flew out of Earth to a planet far away from it. At this moment, a notification sound from the chat group rang out. Someone had mentioned him, and Guian Lang opened it to see that it was Mao Lilan. The daughter of the sleeping Kagoro, unrivaled Gogeta. I should be going to school soon. Has the administrator not found an opponent yet? Several hours passed, and Mao Lilan and Mist Island Dongxiang also watched the video of Mizumoto. Both were shocked. If ordinary group members are this strong, the administrator should be even more formidable. However, they never imagined that Guian Lang's administrator was randomly selected and had nothing to do with his strength. Unrivaled Gogeta, about 5 minutes. That guy is in hell. Pulling him out took a bit of time, but it will be done soon. Tony is not the richest. What the hell? Hell. Am I seeing things? Did he just say he's pulling someone out of hell? The daughter of the sleeping Kagoro, no matter how strong you are, pulling a dead person out of hell is too absurd. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar. In my world, the only one who can pull the undead from the Pure Land is the six-path sage from 1,000 years ago, of being akin to a deity. Be my son, am getting more and more interested in this battle, haha. Tony is really not the richest. I bet he's just bragging. I don't believe it. Even if I die this time, I still don't believe it. Guian Lang placed the 7 Dragon Balls together and summoned the dragon. After becoming a god, the Dragon Balls could fulfill 2 wishes at once. The first was to resurrect Cell. The second was to teleport him to the planet where he was. Dragon, come forth. Revive the deceased Cell and teleport him to this planet. As the wind and clouds stirred in the sky, a green dragon appeared in midair. After hearing Guian Lang's request, a flash of light sparkled in its eyes. Your wish is granted. He will appear shortly. Farewell. Just as the dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and flew back to various places on Earth, a green humanoid being appeared, looking around in surprise. I never expected to be resurrected. Son Goku, wait for me. After confirming he was revived, Cell laughed maniacally, not even glancing at Guian Lang, eager to battle Son Goku again. You will die here today, and don't think about anything else. Guian Lang's tone was extremely indifferent, utterly disregarding him, as if the being before him was not the one who once defeated Son Goku and Vegeta, but just an inconsequential minion. Cell's laughter abruptly ceased. He realized he was being underestimated. Administrator Unrivaled Gogeta has started a live broadcast. Be My Son has entered the live room. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar has entered the live room. The members of the chat group swarmed into the live room, eager to see what this person pulled from hell by the administrator was like. The coffee shop waitress who likes rabbits. This guy looks so strange, giving me an insect vibe, and his body is green. The daughter of the sleeping Kagoro. Is this a monster? I've never seen such a bizarre creature. Tony is not the richest. He doesn't seem that strong. Just for this thing, the administrator went to the trouble of pulling him from hell. I said the administrator is just bragging. Unrivaled Gogeta, I'm indeed not very strong. However, it's hard to find a suitable opponent in a short time, so let's make do with him for now. Hearing Guian Lang admit his opponent was weak, the others in the group also lost interest. Although I don't know why you revived me, I have no interest in knowing. Just go die. Cell raised his hand and shot a wave of light directly at Guian Lang's chest, sending dust flying into the air, obscuring his figure. The ground where Guian Lang stood was scattered with rocks as the wave of light blasted a deep, bottomless pit into the ground. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar The destructive power of this casual attack is comparable to the tailed beast ball. This seemingly unremarkable guy is unimaginably strong. The daughter of the sleeping Kagoro. How can such an existence be? I thought Mizumoto's battle was terrifying, but are people from the administrator's world all this frightening? Tony is not the richest. What the hell? This guy is ridiculously strong. Ew, I couldn't have taken that last attack at all. The coffee shop waitress who likes rabbits. It seems you're focusing on the wrong thing. I can't see the administrator. He hasn't been killed, has he? Yeah. The group watched the deep pit for a long time, but saw no sign of Guian Lang's body, leading them to wonder if he was killed in one blow. Be my son. Looking at the place where he stood, this guy's strength is pretty good. Unlike the shock of others, because of the damage caused by Cell's attack with the power of the tremor fruit, he could do the same, so Whitebeard was not too surprised. Guian Lang stood still even as the ground beneath him vanished completely. He remained suspended in midair. Are you just scratching my back? Can you take this seriously? You're just too weak. Guian Lang stood with his arms crossed, completely unfazed by the previous attack. Cell's pupils widened in disbelief as he looked at him. Could someone really withstand his attack with just their body? You, this guy. Cell moved at high speed, his speed so fast that countless afterimages surrounded him, leaving the members of the chat group unable to follow, unable to see where Cell's true form was. Spiral flash super wheel dance roar. Even I, who used to be Hokage, can't see his speed. Can the human body really withstand such high-speed movement? In the group, only Namake's Minato was barely able to see Cell's shadow. Thanks to having entered Sage mode, his eyes, enhanced by Sage techniques, were different from ordinary people, but even that was limited to seeing a blurry figure. Be my son. I'm afraid even Kizaru wouldn't be faster than him. The administrator is in danger. Whitebeard believed that even he couldn't keep up with Cell's speed, let alone block his attack. The daughter of the sleeping Kagoro. Is there any way we can help him? We can't just watch him get killed, can we? Meanwhile, Cell approached Guian Lang, assuming a strange posture. 4 symbols fist. Suddenly 3 more cells appeared in different places, attacking him from 4 directions. Guian Lang performed a spinning kick, hitting the 4 clones at an incredible angle, severing them in half. 3 of the clones exploded while only 1 oozed dark green blood, crashing to the ground, its lower body writhing incessantly. The members of the group were dumbfounded. His upper body was destroyed, yet how could his lower body still move? The daughter of the sleeping Kagoro. He can't still be alive, right? What kind of monster has the administrator chosen as his opponent? The coffee shop waitress who likes rabbits. Even a regular ghoul would be dead with such injuries. Is he really still alive? In just a few seconds, Cell, who was left with only his upper body, reformed it, gasping heavily. Fortunately, he had enhanced Piccolo's cells, otherwise he would have been truly finished, but this also cost him a lot of stamina. During this time, Guian Lang simply stood still, not pursuing the advantage. He wanted to see if Cell had made any other progress in strength during his years in hell. Cell sneered, raising his energy to the maximum. As he unleashed his aura, the planet trembled, and he positioned his hands in a flower bud shape, aiming at Guian Lang. Kamehameha. Just as he was about to unleash it, he suddenly changed direction and shot it directly at the ground, a massive blue wave of energy obliterating everything, cracking the earth of the planet inch by inch. The terrifying power blasted through the planet, causing countless underground volcanoes to erupt. The planet subsequently transformed into cosmic dust, like a brilliant firework. Haha, I now have Frieza's cells, and I can survive even in outer space. How could a mere human like you possibly compete with me? Suspended in space, Cell laughed maniacally, knowing full well from their earlier exchange that he was no match for Guian Lang, thus feigning an attack while planning to destroy the planet. Tony is not the richest. If I'm not mistaken, he just blew up that planet, right? The coffee shop waitress who likes rabbits. Yes, you're not mistaken, the planet has been blown to bits. Be my son. Even at my peak, it would have been impossible for me to cause such destruction. Our strengths are not on the same level. Spiral flash super wheel dance roar. With such destructive power, the administrator can't be dead, right? It seems I'm a bit stronger than you. Dealing with you only requires a finger. A cold voice came from behind Cell as Guian Lang, having appeared behind him in space, gathered blue light at the tip of his index finger. The power emanating from it made Cell break out in a cold sweat. The blue energy bullet shot out, containing unmatched power, striking Cell's body. Cell didn't even have time to let out a howl before his entire body was obliterated, and even the several planets behind him were destroyed into cosmic dust. Tony is not the richest. Big Guy 666. By the way, may I ask, do you need any accessories for such thick legs? The coffee shop waitress who likes rabbits. Same as above, +1. By the way, let's mock Tony for just saying the big guy was bragging. This is too fast for him to back down. The daughter of the sleeping Kagoro. Big Guy 666. That's so cool. Spiral flash super wheel dance roar. Big Guy 666. Oh, I would call that technique light escape ultra blue arrow exploding star. Tony is not the richest, the coffee shop waitress who likes rabbits. I have no choice. The cruel reality always destroys my noble character. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar, can you stop your Chinibu antics? Tony Stark must have felt speechless too. He also wanted to be strong and unyielding, noble and uncorrupted, but after thinking it through, he really hadn't lived enough. What if he accidentally offended the big guy, and the big guy came to blow up the earth? Did you not see him resurrecting the dead for the live broadcast only to kill him again? Someone who can do that can't be a good person. The cafe waitress who loves rabbits. As expected, the big shot did not lie you for him. This is indeed a very weak opponent. The one who says be my son. However, for us, such an enemy is utterly unbeatable. Even though he is hailed as the strongest man in the world, in his youth he had fought with the Pirate King Roger several times without falling behind. Whitebeard has always been very confident in his strength, but now he realizes that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. The daughter of the sleeping little Goro. How can someone as handsome as Watergate have such a peculiar personality? Tony is not the richest, you'll get used to it. He's always like this, a bit naturally silly. Congratulations to the administrator for completing the task. This live stream received a reward of 500,000 points. Administrator Invincible Gogeta has closed the live stream. Guian Lang was very satisfied with the number of reward points. The chat group introduced that the number of points earned from live streams is linked to the strength of the opponent. The stronger the enemy, the more points can be earned from the live stream. According to the strength classification of Dragon Ball Supercell, strength is rather mediocre. In the years spent in Hell, although he made some progress, he only reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. Receiving 500,000 points is already quite a lot. Tony is not the richest. 500,000 points come so easily. If I had 500,000 points, I could exchange for a nano armor made of vibranium and also redeem the new plasma cannon in the group. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 styles. Can you beat that green guy? Tony is not the richest. I can't. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 styles. Then why are you saying this? The cafe waitress who loves rabbits. The group is really interesting. Why does Watergate always pick on Tony? At that moment, the waitress from Mist Island who was acting as a server in the stable area couldn't help but laugh at the conversation in the group. Tony is always being picked on by Watergate. Not only is he unable to retort, but he can't even defeat Watergate. Tony is not the richest. My patience has its limits. Watergate, don't go too far. Normally Tony would let it go, but with little Dongxiang watching, he doesn't want to lose face in front of a woman. At worst, he could fight Watergate himself. A Watergate wouldn't kill him, and he would just take a beating, so he's willing to risk it. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 styles uploads the seal of the Nine Tails. Tony is not the richest has accepted. The cafe waitress who loves rabbits has accepted. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 styles. What do you think, Tony? Tony is not the richest. I'll just sit and watch. Please ignore my previous statement. My patience exceeds your imagination. At this moment, Tony felt like crying ooh with a hand seal. He could seal such a massive monster. If Watergate does the same to him, then he would have a lot to deal with. He's not afraid of getting beaten, but being sealed for decades is something he can't endure. In his heart, Tony silently vowed, I can endure. A real man can bend and stretch. Once I become stronger than Watergate, I'll hit him 3 times a day. Guian Lang swiftly flew back to Earth. He had nothing much to do now and was planning to exit the chat group, wondering if he could go to Bulma's house for a meal. Detection shows that the group member Be My Son is about to face a life-and-death crisis. The group task has been activated. The task requires rescuing Fire Fist Ace safely from Marineford. The task time frame is 1 day from now, and there are no personnel restrictions for the first task. Task reward 10,000 points. The difficulty of this task is rated at Nightmare Level 9. Different worlds have different difficulty classifications, with the max level being Level 10 Hell difficulty. Ding. This group adheres to the principle of mutual assistance. All group members can accept the first task, and completing the task can earn bounty points. The chat group will provide additional points based on the task completion rating. Invincible Gogeta, Portgas D. Ace has been captured. He has not been in the group for long, and does not know where everyone's timeline is. The pirates have arrived at this critical plot point. Be My Son. Yes, the Navy has captured my son, who daring to lay hands on my son. They must be prepared to face my wrath. The daughter of the sleeping little Goro. Excuse me, not long ago the big shot was explaining Dongxiang's world. Why does this group task only refer to him as Ace? How did the big shot know his full name? Invincible Gogeta. This isn't difficult. I know part of your future, so naturally I know about your family. There's no way around it. As a seasoned anime fan, this is just how it is. As long as you are a character in the anime, Guian Lang probably knows about you. The cafe waitress who loves rabbits. Excuse me, big shot, will I die at the hands of CCG in the future? Invincible Gogeta. No, you won't die, at least in the timeline before you joined the chat group. You survived until the end. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 styles. Whitebeard, something this big happened, but why didn't you tell me? Watergate's words carried a trace of dissatisfaction through their interactions in the group. Although Whitebeard's bold and cheerful personality is quite different from his, their relationship is still decent. Be my son. It's okay, my silly son will be saved by me alone. There's no need for you all to help. This enemy is very strong. The cafe waitress who loves rabbits. I can help a bit, though I'm in class school. The daughter of the sleeping little Goro. I'm just an ordinary person, but I have practiced some martial arts. Dealing with a few ordinary people is still fine. Tony is not the richest. Can I ask how this difficulty rating of 9 is conceptualized? Invincible Gogeta. This difficulty should be classified according to world combat power. Perhaps the enemy's strength in the pirate world is rated at 9, but in my world it may only be a level 2 task difficulty. Although both sides are ordinary people in this war led by Whitebeard, both armies exceed 100,000. It's not that Guian Lang wants to undermine their enthusiasm. Mist Island Dongxian can manage to protect herself if she doesn't encounter experts, but Mao Lilan going to Marineford is simply seeking death. Without the high-ranking Navy officers intervening, an ordinary soldier's long gun is something Mao Lilan can't withstand. Tony is not the richest. I have been hailed as the king of war in front of my iron armor. The number of people doesn't matter. Look at how I once defeated my enemies in one blow. Certainly not everyone in Whitebeard's world can be monsters like Watergate. As long as they are ordinary people, he isn't afraid of how many there are. His iron armor can fly. Coupled with large-scale weapons, he's least afraid of being outnumbered. Invincible Gogeta, courageous indeed. Tony is not the richest. Thank you for the compliment, big shot. Be my son. Are you going to take on 3 admirals by yourself? You can't beat Watergate, can you? Tony is not the richest. What does that have to do with whether I can beat Watergate? Not being able to beat Watergate, does that mean I can't beat others? You won't tell me that the enemies are as strong as Watergate, right? The cafe waitress who loves rabbits. The enemy is a powerhouse of Watergate's caliber. My strength is completely inadequate. Be my son. The 3 admirals are quite formidable. Each of their strengths is unlikely to be much weaker than Watergate's. Their casual strikes could eliminate hundreds or even thousands of ordinary people. The daughter of the sleeping little Goro. Then isn't this a war machine capable of turning the tide of battle all on its own? Tony is not the richest. Invincible Gogeta, big shot. I admire you so much. How can you bully me, an honest person? Comparable to a monster capable of killing hundreds with a single move, yet you call these ordinary people unremarkable. Though Tony's words were quite pitiful, Guian Lang, lying on the hotel bed, only wanted to retort, if the famous playboy of Marvel could be called an honest person, then most of the people in Marvel can only be called pawn shifters. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 styles. They are just ordinary people. Tony, how do you not understand this? Tony is not the richest. Are you implying that you're also an ordinary person? Then what am I? A superhero that can't even beat ordinary people. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 styles. If that's the case, then I am indeed an ordinary person. Do you think there's any difference between someone like me and an ordinary person in front of a big shot? Tony is not the richest. All right, you make a point. I was being one-sided. Be my son. I can only deal with one such ordinary person. I'm getting old, and the title of the world's strongest must ultimately be passed on to the younger generation. Whitebeard sat on his pirate ship looking somewhat forlorn. The reason he didn't inform Watergate also stemmed from his own concerns. Be my son. There's no need for you to accompany me to death. Invincible Gogeta has accepted the task. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 styles has accepted the task. The cafe waitress who loves rabbits has accepted the task. Tony is not the richest has accepted the task. Be my son. If the administrator comes, the Navy will be nothing to fear. Compared to a man like you, anyone else would seem greatly inferior. Wait, why can I also accept missions? Well, actually, I have been dead for a long time, currently residing in the belly of the Grim Reaper. I just got excited and accepted the mission. The video that Watergate sent earlier deliberately deleted the result of sealing the Nine Tails and his own death, so everyone had no idea that Watergate died after sealing the Nine Tails. Everyone in the group had only one question in their minds: how can a dead person undertake a mission? During the mission period, the chat group actively provides the peak physical condition to assist special members in executing missions. Fortunately, the chat group was very responsible and promptly clarified everyone's doubts. Since that's the case, it would be best if you could briefly introduce the enemy's abilities, specific numbers, and combat methods. Compared to others, Watergate has the highest combat IQ and is more thoughtful. To avoid unnecessary losses, it is necessary to understand the enemy's situation in advance. As for other sailors, they are easy to deal with, but their physical fitness must far exceed that of ordinary people. However, the 3 admirals are somewhat tricky. One of them has magma abilities, another has freezing abilities, and the third is a natural elemental user of light. After hearing what Whitebeard said, the group fell into silence. Oh, aren't these three admirals invincible? Only Whitebeard in the group possesses Haki. Even Watergate does not possess Haki. If he can't even hit the opponent, how could he possibly win? After a long discussion, no conclusion was reached, and Guian Lang remained indifferent, not participating in the discussion. There was a knock at the door. He silently exited the group chat and opened the door to find Sun Wukong standing outside. Guian Lang smiled and asked Wukong, what brings you here? Yesterday you fought with Uncle Vegeta. My father said you are also a scion, so I have a question for you. Wukong's eyes were filled with determination as he spoke. Guian Lang was puzzled. Wukong had always been friendly and had a good relationship with him. However, now he was a scholar with excellent grades and a good salary, so why would he have a question to ask me? What is it? Go ahead. Wukong seemed to be inquiring, yet his tone was quite assertive. Your father transformed into a super scion god. He shouldn't be your opponent, right? Anyway, since my strength was exposed yesterday, Guian Lang decided not to hide anymore. Well, I am a bit stronger than Wukong. Please fight with me. Oh, let me see your strength. Wukong's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and his aura suddenly became sharp, transforming into a formidable presence. Although Guian Lang was unsure why Wukong wanted to fight him, he realized that Wukong had become quite weak. Comparing him to his former self several years ago was an entirely different matter. Can he defeat my younger self in Super Saiyan 2 state? Guian Lang even thought it might be a problem. Wukong, your strength has diminished too much. You are no match for me. Even if we fought, it would be meaningless. Do not underestimate Wukong. He and I entered the hyperbolic time chamber yesterday. Wukong has already surpassed his former self, regaining his warrior's heart. Piccolo's figure appeared at the door. His words expressed great confidence in Wukong. After the special training in the time chamber, Wukong's strength underwent a tremendous transformation, making it incomparable to before. This piqued Guian Lang's interest. Upon seeing Wukong, he noticed significant changes in him. However, he did not pay much attention. Wukong had never been obsessed with fighting, and he did not have high expectations for Wukong's strength. The hyperbolic time chamber is a product of the Heavenly Temple. One day outside is equivalent to a year inside. With Wukong's potential, if he truly committed to training hard, his strength could reach unimaginable heights. Alright, let's find a place to fight properly. Piccolo responded first, taking the initiative to lead the two to a training ground. I know a wilderness that is perfect for you. I'll take you there. The group left the city and flew towards the location Piccolo mentioned. On the way, Guian Lang couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Wukong, I can understand your special training, but how did you think of sparring with me? While flying with the instant transmission technique, Wukong scratched his head awkwardly and replied, after the special training, my father and Uncle Vegeta were not around, so I thought of you and came to find you. Well, after all this, it turns out he sees me as a sparring partner. When they arrived at a deserted wilderness spanning dozens of miles, Piccolo quietly retreated hundreds of meters away. The two stood over 10 meters apart. Wukong assumed a fighting stance, and Guian Lang clenched his left fist while his right hand moved horizontally in front of his chest. Come on. As Guian Lang's voice fell, Wukong suddenly flashed forward, delivering a lightning-fast punch aimed at Guian Lang's abdomen. Guian Lang anticipated his move, extending his left hand to catch Wukong's heavy punch directly. Guian Lang then threw a straight punch, which Wukong easily blocked. Neither side retreated an inch as they began to compete in strength. The ground could hardly withstand the terrifying force of the two, shaking uncontrollably. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Wukong shouted as his strength surged again, a white aura enveloping his entire body. Wukong's strength has likely surpassed that of Super Saiyan Red Goku. This boy's potential is truly unimaginable. Piccolo, watching from the side, was so shocked that his face turned green. Even though he had accompanied Wukong during special training, seeing Wukong's power still left him in utter disbelief. If it were him, he would be instantly torn to shreds by such terrifying force, yet Guian Lang appeared entirely at ease. There was no sign of effort, and even his breathing remained steady. Seeing he could not gain an advantage in the strength contest, Wukong raised his leg and executed a sidekick, forcing Guian Lang to step back a few paces to avoid it. This is my full power. Wukong abandoned the Super Saiyan form, unleashing all his energy, creating a surge of energy that forced Guian Lang to step back a few paces. Guian Lang felt emotional. Wukong had the standard treatment of a protagonist. Look at how hard Goku had worked for so many years, and only recently had he achieved the Super Saiyan Red form. Now look at Wukong. As a youth, he was the strongest singular fighter, slacking off for years, yet one way from the old Supreme Kai ignited his potential, allowing him to become the strongest once more. After the battle with Beerus, he slacked off for several years, yet after a year of special training, his strength seemed to hint at surpassing Goku. What a terrifying energy! It seems you have indeed surpassed Goku. This is what was once praised as the warrior with the greatest potential. Wukong's speed was so fast that it was blurred. The two spun and maneuvered in the air, exchanging several rounds of combat within a short minute. Wukong's close combat, combined with the occasional aid of energy blasts, managed to suppress Guian Lang, slowly developing his own style and becoming his own fighter. Even though the improvement was not dramatic, Guian Lang was certain of Wukong's strength, which continued to rise during this battle. Piccolo shouted excitedly. In his eyes, Guian Lang was undoubtedly destined to lose. Wukong's performance was too dominant, and even he did not expect that compared to his time in the time chamber, Wukong's aura was several times stronger. That's right, Wukong, give it your all. Since there was nothing pressing, Guian Lang was not in a hurry to defeat him, mostly on the defensive, occasionally countering Wukong's attacks. Just as Piccolo below felt that the outcome was decided and Wukong was about to achieve victory, Wukong suddenly halted. Please use your full strength to defeat me. Oh, do not hold back. Wukong calmly looked at Guian Lang. Facing his attacks, he skillfully dodged, and several times had the opportunity to severely injure him, but chose to hold back at the critical moment. Wukong's aura rapidly increased, and the mysterious white energy waves scattered like the moonlight on the earth, shaking the very heavens as it bore down on Guian Lang. Piccolo stood frozen in place after hearing Wukong's words. His strength was far too inferior to Wukong's, so he could not perceive that Guian Lang was deliberately holding back. Guian Lang raised his hand and released a protective shield that covered the entire earth, preventing his explosive strength from spreading throughout the universe. To give Wukong, the once genius youth, enough respect, Guian Lang shouted loudly, and endless golden light erupted from his body. His hair continuously shifted between black and gold, and an unprecedentedly powerful aura swept across every corner of the world, causing the earth to tremble as energy gathered at one point, igniting his inner fighting spirit. As his black hair fully transformed into golden hair, Guian Lang shone like the sun, with countless rays of light bathing the earth in golden radiance. His gaze also changed, no longer the friendly and subdued eyes of the past, but instead a proud gaze that looked down upon the world. This unintentional display of dominance caused Sun Wukong, who was not far away, to tremble deeply, sensing the immense gap between the two. Gohan gazed at his formidable old friend, marveling aloud before the battle commenced. So this is your true strength. Truly astonishing. I've known you for so long, yet never imagined you were this powerful. Let us fight to our heart's content. Proceeding with caution, Gohan gathered energy in both palms. Beams of light rained down like a storm, the classic prince's combat style. Kotenro stood motionless, his hands moving at blinding speed. He deflected every beam with effortless precision, then suddenly reappeared behind Gohan, landing a sharp jab squarely on Kotenro's face, followed instantly by a devastating kick to his chest. Kotenro remained rooted in place, utterly unmoved. Gohan's assault had not inflicted the slightest harm. Piccolo, observing from the ground, had shifted from initial shock to utter stupefaction. Though weary, he could still discern whether Gohan had fought at full capacity. Had he taken such blows, heat in his body would surely have shattered, but Kotenro absorbed them barehanded, as if they were nothing more than idle breezes. Gohan retreated to create distance, attempting once more to elevate his aura. Yet after successive battles, his power had reached a minor plateau, rendering further immediate growth impossible. Golden aura flared around Kotenro like living flame. In an instant, he closed the gap and delivered two elegant strikes, a rising fist striking Gohan's abdomen, then a sweeping leg kick hurling him violently from the sky to the earth below. Plummeting through the air at breakneck speed, Gohan's tilted body crashed straight through a 100-meter mountain before finally halting. Yet the grievous impact left him too weakened to continue fighting. His eyes rolled back, nearly slipping into unconsciousness, but sheer willpower held him upright, barely preventing collapse. Piccolo rushed forward, steadying Gohan and quickly feeding him a senzu bean he'd prepared beforehand. This duel had surged and receded like ocean tides, its momentum shifting again and again. First, Gohan repeatedly surpassed his own limits, dominating the field, only to candidly admit Kotenro hadn't yet revealed his full power. Then, igniting every ounce of latent potential within himself, Gohan shattered his boundaries, surging with newfound might. Yet Kotenro responded by unveiling his Super Saiyan form. His energy and velocity now dwarfed his base state beyond comparison. With just 2 moves, he achieved absolute, overwhelming victory over Gohan. Piccolo, who had carried the senzu bean, fully expecting to administer it to Kotenro as a precaution, was utterly unprepared for this outcome. I've lost. I know you haven't shown your full strength. Not yet. But I will strive relentlessly to catch up to you. Gohan's voice was calm, devoid of defeatism, as though he hadn't been vanquished, but rather discovered a new path worth pursuing. To Gohan's words, Kotenro neither confirmed nor denied anything, only smiled warmly, his gaze lingering thoughtfully upon him. Exiting his Super Saiyan state, he withdrew Earth's protective barrier, replacing it with his own personal shield to contain his aura and prevent its uncontrolled dispersion. He offered Gohan several sincere compliments, remarking how truly exceptional it was for a youth to rise so swiftly, though he added half-jokingly that had Gohan not squandered so much time, he might well have stood a chance against even his Super Saiyan self. At the mention of lost time, Gohan briefly recalled his mother, but knowing she acted only out of love, he bore her no resentment. Gohan's latent potential proved far greater than anyone imagined, surpassing even Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo attempted repeatedly to probe Kotenro about his training methods, but each inquiry was met with evasive charm. With no recourse, Piccolo departed alongside Gohan, while Kotenro quietly resumed his daily rhythm, returning to his and watching television, dining, performing routine physical training, and patiently awaiting the next day. A day passed swiftly, and soon the appointed hour for the chat group's mission arrived. Kotenro felt a quiet anticipation for the Summit War. After all, One Piece had accompanied his childhood, and he had yet to step foot into the world of pirates. Tony Stark, let's go together, everyone. Let the Marines witness our strength. Naruto Uzumaki, I'll hold off one admiral. That's a clash between shinobi and Marines. Risa Kirishima, where's the big boss? Why hasn't he logged in yet? Hey Ran, aren't you joining? Ran Muri's absence struck Risa as deeply puzzling. Ran Muri, I think I'll sit this one out. My combat ability is too low, I wouldn't be of any help. Though Ran longed to go, what adventurer wouldn't wish to cross into another universe? She knew her presence would burden the team, perhaps even endanger them. Tony Stark, I'm honestly at a loss for how to respond to that. And Tony flushed with awkwardness. He could handle minor Marines, but against elite opponents, he'd likely fall short. Still, he reasoned that Kotenro would surely join if the master took on all three admirals alone. Tony need only keep his distance from the strongest foes. Risa Kirishima, all right then, see you next time. And Risa said little more. Like Tony, she knew her contribution would be minimal. The real weight rested on the master and Minato Namikaze, who would willingly bring a liability onto the battlefield. If the master grew impatient, or worse, refused aid when needed, Ran's fate would be sealed. Gogeta, don't worry, come along. It's our first group mission, it'll be far more lively with everyone present. And I'll protect you personally. Kotenro understood their hesitations perfectly, and having developed genuine fondness for the kind-hearted Ran, he extended the invitation without hesitation. Ran Muri, thank you so much, master. I'll find a safe spot and stay out of your way. I promise not to cause trouble. Ran Muri has accepted the mission. Ran's mood brightened instantly. She accepted without delay. At the appointed moment, brilliant white light flashed across countless universes, and the group vanished, leaving no trace behind. In the One Piece world at Marine headquarters in Marineford, a bastion of naval supremacy commanded by the fleet admiral and his three most powerful admirals, the Marines waged brutal war against the Whitebeard pirates, the strongest of the four emperors. Both sides suffered catastrophic losses. A man draped in a marine cloak and dressed in a dark red suit removed his hat and brushed dust from its brim. Humph. If the captain behaves so pitifully, it's no wonder his crew shows such cowardice. Compared to your father, the pirate King Joel D. Roger Whitebeard is merely a failure. Does he even possess the courage to face Roger in mortal combat? Ace, bare-chested, wearing a string of crimson beads across his chest, flared with fury upon hearing his revered father Whitebeard insulted. Flames erupted across his entire body. Silence. I won't allow you to slander my savior. Akainu cast him a disdainful glance, his voice dripping with contempt. Silence. Why should I? For decades after Roger's death, no one has truly ruled the seas. No sovereign has emerged. What a hollow existence. Unable to endure further, Ace transformed his right arm into searing flame, conjuring a colossal fist 10 meters wide. Fire fist. Akainu countered with a magma-forged fist of equal magnitude. The two titanic forces collided, heated, initiating a raw contest of brute strength. Ace was still only 20, a young man whose raw power paled beside Akainu's peak mastery, forged over years of relentless refinement. Gradually, Ace faltered under the strain. Whitebeard watched, torn between pride. His son had risen fearlessly in defense of his honor, and terror, for Ace's impetuous bravery might cost him his life. A triumphant smirk spread across Akainu's face. He would erase Ace. Every pirate deserved annihilation. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Na low icy voice echoed from behind Ace. A massive fire dragon barreled into Akainu's magma fist with savage force. The surprise attack caught Akainu off guard. Combined with Ace's fire fist, the impact sent him stumbling backwards several paces before regaining his footing. A man stepped forward, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, clad in a white cloak emblazoned with the fourth Hokage insignia, forehead protector gleaming. His gentle, welcoming gaze made him seem at first glance the very embodiment of kindness. Next came Tony Stark in his crimson-armored suit, Risa Kirishima unleashing her Kagun, and Ran Muri, dressed casually as though strolling through town on vacation. The four stood in two neat rows. Then Kotenro strode forward clad in battle armor, his gaze aloof and sweeping, a confident smile playing upon his lips. He radiated no overwhelming aura, no invincible presence, merely stood still, centered among them. Yet every Marine and pirate present heard the same silent certainty echo in their minds. This man is invincible. And mission completed. 5 members participated. Each receives 2000 points. Mission duration 1 second. Awarded SS rank Divine Evaluation. Administrator Gogeta receives additional reward 100 points. Member Naruto Uzumaki intervened to restrain Akainu. Awarded bonus 100 points. Ran Muri frowned in confusion. We've only just arrived. How could the mission already be complete? Risa Kirishima glanced at Kotenro, uncertain. Perhaps the master's presence triggered the system's judgment, that Ace can now safely leave the battlefield. Tony Stark thought the same. So this is what it feels like to win effortlessly, utterly exhilarating. One word: awesome. Minato Namikaze corrected him earnestly. That's 2 words, Tony. Can't you tell 1 from 2? How did you even become a billionaire? Tony felt inexplicably at odds with Minato, especially since Minato wasn't joking but speaking with absolute sincerity. Kotenro offered no explanation. The moment he entered the One Piece world, he'd moved at unfathomable speed, transporting Ace directly to his side. With him present, Ace faced no danger. His movement was so swift no one perceived it. Not even Ace himself vanished from sight without warning. Sengoku, seated high atop the execution platform, sensed events slipping beyond his control and issued urgent new orders. Execute Portgas D. Ace immediately. Under no circumstances must he leave alive. Nee's gaze swept away from the battlefield toward Ace, who, exhausted from prolonged combat and his clash with Akainu, was visibly drained. Where's Fire Fist Ace? In moments earlier, Ace had been panting, kneeling halfway on the ground. Now he was gone, leaving only the ring of Marines who'd surrounded him. Marines stared blankly at one another, baffled. How had Ace escaped? Every direction had been sealed by their own ranks. Not even Ace himself understood. His expression was pure bewilderment as he gazed around, disoriented. 1 second he'd stood 100 meters away. Without warning, he now stood among the newcomers. Who are you? Why did you save me? Kotenro remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the 3 admirals. Tony Stark clapped Ace on the shoulder, affably explaining, "We're friends of Whitebeard, invited here specifically to rescue you. Don't worry, standing here you're safer than anywhere else. Even if the sky itself collapsed, you'd remain unharmed." Ace's first impression: this man in metal armor talked nonsense. Nothing happens even if the sky falls. Did he think he could fly beyond Earth's atmosphere? Though unsure who had saved him, he knew it must have been one of these 5. Grateful to his rescuers, he simply smiled, saying nothing more. Kotenro was eager to witness a shinobi marine confrontation. "Minato, since you're idle, why not step in and spar a little?" Minato Namikaze smiled faintly. It had been quite some time since he'd fought, and facing a Logia-type devil fruit user intrigued him deeply. Just when he could kill Ace, his plan was disrupted by the sudden interference of Minato, causing Akainu's eyes to nearly burst with fire. Anyone who obstructed him was an enemy. Are you pirates as well? If so, then die. Minato's ninjutsu attack plunged the battlefield into a brief silence, with all eyes focused on a few individuals. Sengoku felt an ominous premonition. He could tell that Ancient Wolf was formidable. Even without deliberately showcasing his strength, that unique aura belonging to a powerful being was unmistakable. Akainu was unconcerned. He empowered his fists with haki and threw a punch at Minato, who was also eager to test his strength. With his hands wrapped in chakra shielding his chest, he took Akainu's attack, even though the powerful force sent Minato sliding backwards. Minato analyzed their strengths. In a direct clash of power, he was slightly at a disadvantage. However, with his numerous ninjutsu, there was still a chance to wear them down from a distance. Minato leaped high, launching a compressed ball of wind, creating a high-pressure air blast that could blow away enemies with such force that it could pierce through trees. Wind release pressure damage. Facing the attack, Akainu showed no fear, tightening his right fist and unleashing a punch mimicking a volcanic eruption. Great Fire. The 2 attacks collided. In the blink of an eye, the wind technique was shattered, and the Great Fire surged unimpeded towards Minato. Wind release vacuum waved. With a low murmur from Minato, the shattered wind ball transformed into countless sharp wind blades piercing towards Akainu like swords. Unexpectedly, there was an attack following the first. However, Akainu reacted swiftly, raising a wall of magma in front of him to block all the wind blades. The sound of clashing metal echoed as Minato swiftly threw several kunai, one striking another, causing them to curve in the air at an incredible angle. The speed increased, grazing Akainu's arm, leaving a fine cut. Akainu casually wiped away the blood, but deep down he was shaken. A weapon without haki could actually injure a Logia user like him. This was his oversight. Seeing the attack without haki, he didn't avoid it by elemental transformation in advance. Minato's lips curled upward, his eyes suddenly changing, recalling the wonders of Logia mentioned by Whitebeard. Minato had an idea. Since both haki and chakra were forms of energy, they should have similar effects. To verify his hypothesis, he infused chakra into a kunai, and sure enough, it had the same effect. Energies from different universes were indeed compatible. The sudden appearance of several individuals drew many gazes. Seeing Minato injure Akainu, even if it was just a trivial wound, left the Navy astonished, whispering among themselves. The Admiral is the highest combat power of the Navy. How could he be injured by a nobody? Didn't you see that Admiral Sakazuki didn't care about that minor injury? He'll soon reveal his true strength. Whitebeard, who was entangled with Akiji, felt relieved after seeing Ace unharmed and continued to battle Akiji, casually chatting with Minato during the fight. Minato, you truly live up to your reputation. If it weren't for the circumstances, I would have wanted you on my pirate ship. The situation had escalated beyond control. Sengoku lost his confident demeanor and shouted orders for the soldiers to attack together. All together surround them. We must not let Fire Fist, Ace leave alive. Hearing Sengoku's words, Mao Lilan instinctively moved closer to Ancient Wolf. Even the self-proclaimed formidable Wakishima Dongxiang did the same. Tony, even when Ace was rescued, clung tightly to Ancient Wolf, practically glued to him. Ace watched in confusion. The behavior of these people was truly incomprehensible. Anyone daring to enter such a battlefield shouldn't be so timid. The surrounding navy completely encircled Ancient Wolf and the others, and any pirates attempting to assist were fiercely blocked by other navy members. Straw Hat Luffy, using all his strength, could not break through the navy's encirclement, forced to watch as they hunted down Ace. Although there were no vice admirals among the attacking navy, the sheer number rushing towards them made Ace grit his teeth and prepare to fight to the death. However, before he could act, Ancient Wolf's eyes turned sharp and a wave of invisible pressure spread outwards, enveloping a 50-meter radius with a powerful aura. The tide of Navy soldiers was instantly blown away, collectively injured and unconscious. Within the 50 meters surrounding Ancient Wolf, aside from Mao Lilan and a few others, no one could stand. This scene caused both sides, still embroiled in bloody combat, to involuntarily cease their actions simultaneously, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Ancient Wolf. Even those who had long known of his strength were again shocked in their perception. Mao Lilan covered her mouth, incredulously saying, "How is this possible? He didn't even move to achieve such a level." Tony Stark removed his iron mask, his eyes betraying his fear. "Is this the power of a big shot? We are on entirely different levels." Wakishima Dongxiang couldn't help but think of the strongest investigator, Akira Yashikage, who was also hailed as the strongest man. Could he withstand even a gaze from a big shot? The distant navy, initially intending to support and attack Ace and the others, could only watch in disbelief, feeling as if they were dreaming. They dared not move closer to Ancient Wolf, their eyes filled with despair. How could we possibly defeat such an enemy? Give up, we have no chance this time. The entire battlefield had come to a stop because of Ancient Wolf. Akiji was completely tied up and Whitebeard's attacks were extremely domineering. If he did not engage, it would cause even greater destruction to the navy, forcing him to watch as Ancient Wolf swept through countless navy soldiers like autumn leaves. The morale of the navy plummeted, and no one dared to attempt to approach Ancient Wolf and the others, reducing the pressure on Kizuru somewhat. Marco's strength might rival that of an admiral, but he could only temporarily contend due to his unique abilities, making it difficult to pose a fatal threat to Kizuru. However, he was inherently a laid-back person, and now that he had an opponent, he had no intention of provoking the unfathomable Ancient Wolf. Sengoku, on the platform, his face as dark as water, gritted his teeth and issued this command: "Let them go, or let this matter slide. Do not continue the battle." The three admirals were tied up, and based on the previous move, Sengoku concluded that Ancient Wolf was stronger than Minato. The sudden addition of two admiral-level powers left their own high-level combat forces in a precarious position. He needed to command the entire battlefield and could not act personally. Another top-tier combat power, his old friend and strongest ally Garp. Faced with his own grandson, being able to refrain from offering help was merely the triumph of righteousness over familial affection. Expecting him to take action in battle was a hope that the warlord dared not entertain, and it was practically impossible. To kill the child he had raised since childhood, and to wish to eliminate two at once. Anyone else would have long since betrayed the navy. Not long ago, he received news that one of the four emperors, the red-haired pirates, was also on their way to assist Whitebeard. This time the battle was one he had lost. The most crucial fact he discovered was terrifying. He wasn't sure whether his speculation was correct or not, but he dared not gamble. If he were wrong, the Navy would suffer an unbearable blow. The Navy ceased hostilities against the Whitebeard pirates, not wanting to reach a point of no return, as both sides tacitly glanced at their respective leaders. Only Akainu disregarded the combat orders, unconcerned with Admiral Sengoku's commands, his body transforming as he approached Guian Lang. Sengoku was furious as a leader when his subordinates disobeyed orders. It basically indicated he was a failed admiral. "This is an order," Akainu returned. Akainu turned a deaf ear, continuing toward Guian Lang and spewing forth what he believed to be righteous proclamations. "Pirates should all be executed. How can we allow evil to escape?" A glint flashed in Watergate's eyes as he prepared to use Flying Thunder God to confront Akainu, but Guian Lang waved his hand, signaling him not to intervene. Guian Lang looked at the approaching Akainu, neither adopting a combat stance nor making any other movements, even failing to spare him a glance. Standing nonchalantly, the mid-level Navy officers felt that this man was full of flaws, believing that they could take him down with a single blow. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that the seemingly unguarded Guian Lang possessed a natural defense and offense, leaving no openings at all. Akainu stopped 10 meters in front of Guian Lang. He knew the man before him was strong, but his inner obsession with justice would not allow them to leave unscathed. Surrounded by armament hockey, he unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful punch, the searing magma, making the air scorching hot. Admiral Akainu has made his move. The 3 admirals are the strongest and will absolutely be able to stop this man. Of course, Admiral Akainu was called a monster by the Navy in his youth. The hopes of the Navy were pinned on Akainu as they all focused on him. If he let Whitebeard go without a fight, the Navy would lose all face. Muri Ran and Danko were also frightened. Guian Lang was indeed strong, but this red-haired fellow seemed no weaker. They were sure they couldn't defeat a big shot, and even the residual force from their clash might be too much for them to withstand. Regardless of what others thought, Guian Lang didn't care and was too lazy to ponder. With a casual wave of his right hand, like swatting a fly, he executed a simple yet extraordinary motion that was anything but ordinary in his hands. At this moment, Akainu was still several meters away, yet he was sent flying, crashing through the thick Navy wall with tremendous force. After sending Akainu flying, Guian Lang still didn't spare him a glance, instead looking toward the distance where the Straw Hat Boy Luffy stood. "Are you the Straw Hat Boy, the future Pirate King Luffy?" Luffy was taken aback, surprised that this man knew him, and a naive smile spread across his face. "You're a good person. Oh, I like you a lot. Thank you for saving Ace. I'm Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." Despite realizing Guian Lang's immense strength, Luffy's eyes were still filled with confidence when he spoke of becoming the Pirate King, having absolute faith in himself. Guian Lang shrugged and teased. "I hope that when we meet next time, you will be a capable man who can stand on your own rather than a little boy who cannot protect his loved ones." Luffy hadn't expected to be lectured, but upon reflection, he realized that what Guian Lang said wasn't wrong. He truly felt small in the face of an admiral, so weak that he couldn't protect the most important people in his life. Guian Lang waved to Whitebeard, who commanded his men to retreat and avoid further conflict with the Navy. "Let's go." The pirates and the Navy exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before each of them began to run outside. Guian Lang also slowly left, with a few people turning back to the Navy with a slight smile, openly exposing his back to them, completely unafraid of a sneak attack. "You really can't defeat me. Don't attempt to strike at me again, or I will kill you." Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds as he struggled to suppress his anger, unwilling to provoke further conflict. Not even able to withstand a single move from Akainu, the same result would be true for anyone else, as he carefully observed the Navy being blasted away by Guian Lang. Sengoku felt that something was off, yet this level could be easily achieved with Conqueror's Haki. However, the Navy's strengths varied, and yet all had been severely injured and fainted, with not a single person dead. This indicated that this man had reached a level of power control that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Sengoku had never seen such an existence. Hellhound. Akainu, unwilling to give up, had infiltrated underground, at some point launching a surprise attack on Guian Lang from below, a distance so close that no one could evade his ultimate move. Akainu was very confident in this strike. The sound of flesh breaking was heard as a gaping wound appeared in his chest. Guian Lang did not look back. A golden energy orb appeared, piercing through Akainu's chest, then erupted violently, reducing him to ashes. Akainu was dead, killed by Guian Lang with just one move. No one had seen how the energy orb had appeared or how it had struck Akainu. By the time everyone realized it, Akainu had already turned to dust, dead beyond recovery. Akainu's death caused Sengoku's tightly clenched fists to weaken, as he knew that today's plot had ended in complete failure due to this man's intervention. Words cannot persuade a fool seeking death. Guian Lang shook his head as the Whitebeard pirates swaggered away, and the others used the chat group to flash across dimensions back to their own world. As for whether the Navy and the world government would be shaken by this, Guian Lang was utterly unconcerned. With Akainu's death and the Whitebeard pirates retreating safely, news of the Navy's heavy casualties quickly spread across the seas. Whether pirates or underground forces all marveled at the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, able to leave the Navy's headquarters unscathed. In the hearts of the common people, Guian Lang was also given the nickname of the Devil. After Whitebeard returned to his territory, he opened the chat group. "Be my son. I want to thank everyone for their help, otherwise it would have been very difficult to rescue my foolish son so smoothly. We didn't contribute much, it was primarily the big shot who turned the tide and intimidated the Navy." Indeed, it's rare to see Sengoku with such a terrified expression. The power of the big shot left him in despair. "I just want to say winning by lying down is really awesome. I got 2,000 points without doing anything." Tony was quite satisfied with the shared task points. After all, they hadn't done anything, and there would definitely be no extra reward points for them. The sleeping girl Koigawa said, "I don't know what to exchange for with these 2,000 points. I thought it was just for fun, but I didn't expect to win by lying down with the big shot." The coffee shop waitress who likes rabbits said, "I found a medicine in the chat group that can improve my constitution. Oh, after taking it I don't need to eat human flesh anymore and can eat like a normal person. This amount of points is enough for me to exchange for it." If anyone in the group was the most excited, it was Danko, who as a ghoul could only eat people, which had been her greatest suffering, but now everything was resolved. The sleeping girl Koigawa said, "Invincible Gogeta, big shot, can you help me find Shinichi? He has been avoiding me for a long time, and I haven't seen him in ages." At this moment, Guian Lang was in the air, drenched in heavy rain. With his perception, he noticed that the speed of the raindrops was slowing down. Gradually, he closed his eyes, his body moving aimlessly in the rain. The piercing cold wind blew his black hair wildly. In his high-speed movement, not a single drop of rain fell on him. Just as the raindrops were about to land on him, tiny air currents appeared around his body, precisely deflecting the rain. It's not just the magnitude of energy that determines victory or defeat. The control over that energy is equally crucial. With the same amount of energy, it's about who can expend the least. Hearing someone in the group mention him, Guian Lang finally exited his training. "Invincible Gogeta, regarding this matter you might want to ask your little brother Idagawa Konan. He knows all the truth." Guian Lang didn't know how to explain it specifically. Konan had been serialized for too many years, so let them figure it out themselves. In any case, with the points gained, Ran's strength would significantly increase, so she wouldn't have to fear the threats of the Black Organization anymore. Ran's boyfriend Shinichi Kudo accidentally stumbled upon a transaction of an underground organization and was forced to ingest poison. Little did he know that not only did he not die, but his body rejuvenated, returning to his childhood, and he adopted the alias Idagawa Konan, living at Ran's house. Fearing that his girlfriend would discover the truth, and being persecuted by the underground organization, he had been hiding all the truths. The daughter of the sleeping little Wolong said, "So it turns out Konan is him. Why has he been hiding this from me? Thank you for informing me, it confirmed my suspicions." Their inexplicable dialogue left the others in the group puzzled, completely unaware of what they were discussing. However, sensing the awkward atmosphere, they refrained from asking further questions. The invincible Gogeta stated, "Use points to enhance your strength. Only the strong can protect those important to them." This was a kind reminder from Guian Lang. Mao Lilan responded and went offline, likely seeking Konan to discuss life. Afterward, Guian Lang resumed his routine of eating, sleeping, and training, occasionally chatting with others in the group. Time passed swiftly, and a month slipped by quietly. During this period, there were no tasks, and Earth faced no formidable foes, until one peaceful morning the tranquility was shattered. 6 hours later, the chat group randomly pulled in new members. Guian Lang felt a jolt of energy. It seemed the time for recruiting newcomers was not fixed, as it took so long to prompt new additions. Tony the not-so-wealthy exclaimed, "Finally new members are joining. I've been bored to death. The chat group hasn't released any tasks." Spiral Flash Super Will Dance shouted, "Are you really that idle? I've been dead and sealed away and going crazy from boredom." This was a heartfelt remark from Bluffing Schumann, who had worked hard to earn points only to find them useless. He had been waiting for the seal to be lifted to meet his son, not because he couldn't stand the loneliness. However, after joining the chat group and completing a task, he saw hope only to find that a month had passed. He wanted to earn more points to utilize the resurrection items in the chat group shop. The daughter of the sleeping little Wolong said, "I wonder if any girls will join. Currently it's just me and Dongxiang, both of us girls among all these boys. Maybe some interesting newcomers will come in and I'll ask them if they want to be my son then," said "Be my son. Aren't you the one who was allowed to choose the members to join last time? This time the chat group is random. Didn't they provide a list?" asked Spiral Flash Super Will Dance. "No, I guess it was just because there weren't 5 members at that time. From now on it should be random recruitment in the chat group," replied the invincible Gogeta. Speaking of which, I haven't had a chance to properly thank you, Big Shot. Ace has always wanted to express his gratitude for your life-saving grace. No need for formality. You have a traitor named Blackbeard on your ship. Have you caught him yet? Asked the invincible Gogeta. Guian Lang was quite curious about this filial son. Since Whitebeard didn't die in the war at the top, how would Blackbeard handle things? He escaped and organized his own pirate crew in the New World, but he is deliberately avoiding me, so I haven't had the chance to catch him yet, said Be My Son. I see you guys carry on. I have something to attend to. Guian Lang stretched and gazed at the distant sky where a massive spaceship was rapidly approaching Earth. Without needing to look closely, it was clear that the only one arriving at this time could only be the resurrected Frieza, but the timeline seemed to have advanced too much. With the timeline of Dragon Ball Super arriving, there was no need to continuously avoid Beerus. Goku and Vegeta had successfully gained Whis' favor through their last encounter. With Whis training the two of them, even if he appeared now, it wouldn't affect the normal development. Let him see how formidable Golden Frieza is. He wondered if he could defeat Gohan, who awakened the warrior's heart. Based on their previous encounter, he speculated that Gohan's strength had likely surpassed Super Saiyan God, nearing Super Saiyan Blue's power. However, he had never witnessed the true strength of a regular Super Saiyan Blue, so his judgment could be slightly off. He leaped from the 10th floor window, bursting forth towards the landing site of the spaceship. By the time he arrived, all the Z warriors had gathered. Krillin greeted warmly. Hey Tianlong, you've come to help too. Guian Lang smiled and nodded at a few people while countless aliens descended from the spaceship. Frieza remained seated in his small flying vehicle, looking down at them with disdain. Seeing Frieza, Piccolo's face turned green with fear. He hadn't expected Frieza's power to have increased so much. Realizing this, Piccolo looked up at Gohan, relieved that he had regained his former strength. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to deal with Frieza this time. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha also appeared tense as the Frieza before them exuded a deadly sense of oppression. Go ahead, destroy the Earth for me. With a wave of his hand, Frieza commanded his minions to charge at them. Without any unnecessary words, the moment their hands met, it was a deadly move. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Master Roshi dodged left and right within the encirclement, trying to avoid concentrated attacks. Piccolo transformed into a beast, ruthlessly harvesting lives, killing anyone he encountered in a single strike. The most striking among the crowd was still Gohan, who dashed left and right, defeating multiple enemies each second, often taking down foes before they even realized what happened. This was because Gohan didn't want to slaughter, he had been holding back. Otherwise, he alone could wipe out these minions in an instant. When Bulma arrived, she completely disregarded Frieza. In her understanding, a Super Saiyan could defeat Frieza. Now Gohan had long surpassed that level. Dealing with a mere Frieza was not a challenge. I didn't expect you to come too. Just sit back and watch the show with me. Gohan can defeat Frieza by himself. These opponents aren't enough for him to practice his skills on. Guian Lang replied with a smile. Is it really like that? Bulma nodded, firmly recounting how Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza. Guian Lang looked up at the battling sides, but the figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta emerged in his mind. He wondered how their training was going. Would there be any changes due to the butterfly effect brought by his crossing? However, he had deliberately avoided key moments, so logically it shouldn't affect them. Bulma Frieza is very powerful, so powerful that I cannot describe him. I can only say that none of us are his match. Just as the two were chatting, the minions had already been cleared out. At this moment, Gohan's combat power had risen countless times compared to his strength at this stage in the original plot, and he was clearing out the weaklings with incredible speed. Bulma believed Krillin's words completely and hurriedly called out to Whis in the sky, urging Goku and Vegeta to return, or else Earth might not be able to hold on. Piccolo did not stop her. He couldn't discern who was stronger between Gohan and Frieza, but he felt that Gohan should be slightly stronger. You're that little brat's son, Goku's son. He'll start with you then. Frieza recognized Gohan's strength as being several levels higher than the others and dashed towards him without hesitation. The two figures vanished from everyone's sight. Only the sounds of their fists colliding could be heard as they engaged in close combat for several seconds. Both were shocked at how quickly the other's strength had improved. Distancing themselves, they decided to unleash their true power. I originally planned to use this against Son Goku. Since you seek death, let's use you to test the waters. Frieza began to stretch his limbs, roaring as he prepared for his final form. Dark yellow flames erupted around him, and the scorching energy waves shattered the mountain beneath them. Golden Frieza made his official appearance while Gohan gathered his energy, his aura skyrocketing, and an endless white aura engulfed the surroundings. The momentum from both of them caused the Z warriors to retreat continuously. Krillin and the others could hardly believe how powerful Gohan had become. The two readied themselves. As they struck, they unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, with Gohan concentrating energy in both hands. Kamehameha. Frieza showed no fear and retaliated with his deadly energy, both sides continuously increased their power, hoping to eliminate the other in one go. However, with their powers being evenly matched, neither could gain the upper hand. The two waves of energy canceled each other out. The two engaged in close combat again, each taking turns in offense and defense, creating a 50-50 situation. Gohan, momentarily careless, was struck by Frieza, who took advantage of his tail, sending Gohan crashing to the ground. Frieza understood he couldn't take down Gohan quickly, so he dove towards Bulma. Just as his hands were mere centimeters away from her neck, he suddenly felt his body being drained, coughed up a mouthful of bitter water, and staggered back, clutching his abdomen. Guian Lang stepped out from beside Bulma, standing in front of her, his eyes coldly fixed on Frieza. Only then did Frieza notice that this man, upon seeing Guian Lang take action, had made Gohan retract his aura. Frieza, filled with rage, had come to Earth for revenge, only to face continuous obstacles while staring at the calm Guian Lang. Anger clouded his mind, and a barrage of energy blasts was unleashed. Guian Lang effortlessly waved his hands, blocking the energy blasts as they came, and as he gazed at Guian Lang, whose eyes brimmed with killing intent, Frieza felt a long-lost fear creeping in. The heavy consumption of his golden form left him feeling utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. He pressed his palm against the ground, intent on making a desperate stand, but before he could gather his energy ball, Guian Lang seized his hands first. With an uppercut, he sent Frieza soaring into the air, following up with an energy blast. A world-shattering roar echoed, followed by Frieza's mournful scream as silence returned. Frieza's figure vanished, leaving Bulma on the ground in shock, while Krillin and the others gazed at Guian Lang in disbelief. Just moments ago, Frieza had been evenly matched with Gohan, and now he was dead. Ultimately, it was Krillin, with his more extroverted personality, who asked the question on everyone's mind. Qianlong, how could your power be so strong? You see, over the years we've known each other, the highest combat power Guian Lang has displayed was merely a few hundred points. How is it that he seems like a completely different person now? Guian Lang remained calm and responded lightly, I simply concealed a bit of my strength. There's nothing to make a fuss about. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief, awkwardly chuckling twice. A bit? You just annihilated Frieza, who was on par with Gohan. What you mean is that you concealed 1 billion points of strength. That's a difference of several universes, isn't it? Bulma felt as if she were dreaming, as the usually cheerful and friendly Guian Lang turned out to be so powerful. Suddenly the space beside them rippled, and Goku and Vegeta returned from training on the God of Destruction's planet, surveying the severely damaged ground. Goku's eyes flashed with confusion as he curiously asked, Frieza's energy has disappeared. Did Gohan defeat him, or did Tian Lang intervene? Gohan stepped forward, touching his nose, feeling a bit shy as he explained it was Tian Lang who took action. Gohan and Frieza didn't determine a victor. Vegeta snorted coldly, his fighting spirit igniting. Gohan, how did your power increase so rapidly? Even from the God of Destruction's location, I could sense your explosive energy. Not only was Goku, who used instant transmission, aware of this, but Vegeta also clearly sensed Gohan's energy, which felt like two completely different people compared to before. Even in his current state, he wasn't entirely sure he could confidently defeat Gohan. After my last encounter with Lord Beerus, I realized I needed to possess a certain level of strength to better protect my family, so I specifically had Uncle Piccolo train me intensively. Gohan pointed at Piccolo, his eyes filled with admiration. As a member of the Z Warriors think tank, Piccolo's strength might not be sufficient, but his intelligence was quite sharp, especially when it came to training his own son Gohan. Goku was delighted that his son wanted to train again, always believing that as long as Gohan was serious about his training, he would be the strongest scion. Goku and Vegeta shifted their gaze from Gohan to where Guian Lang stood, their intentions clear. In contrast to Gohan, Vegeta, who had been defeated by Guian Lang last time, felt his pride significantly wounded and was determined to redeem himself with his newly upgraded state. However, Goku sprang into action, first leaping into the air to face Guian Lang from a distance. Let's go. Goku let out a fierce roar, blue light radiating from him as his energy surged at an incredible speed incomparable to a month ago. His black hair gradually transformed into blue, giving birth to the Super Saiyan God state of Super Saiyan. Krillin and the others had never witnessed this form before, sensing energy fluctuations that even surpassed Gohan's from earlier, prompting them to ask Goku, Goku, this seems different from your Super Saiyan God form. Is this state stronger than Super Saiyan Red? Goku looked at Guian Lang with a beaming smile, ready to explain his new form. This is the Super Saiyan of the Super Saiyan God state, much stronger than Super Saiyan God. Vegeta achieved this all on his own. Goku was filled with confidence, yet even upon seeing the super blue form, Guian Lang maintained a calm and confident smile, his eyes betraying no surprise. You have progressed faster than I anticipated. You truly deserve to be called Sun Wukong. Vegeta, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort. Originally intending to take action himself, he was unexpectedly outpaced by Kakarot. Humph. Goku was ruthless, but spoke little, disappearing from his spot. When he reappeared before everyone, his speed had reached an unimaginable level. The two continuously shifted positions in the air, Goku's aura overwhelming his attacks, growing increasingly fierce and exhilarating. Unfortunately, this was hardly enough for Guian Lang. Goku's rapid and fierce assault seemed meaningless, as if Guian Lang had predicted his every move. Each time he was able to narrowly dodge Goku's attacks. However, Goku switched seamlessly between close-quarters combat and ranged energy blasts, leaving Guian Lang no opportunity to counter. Piccolo observed the two fighting, uncertain as he asked, "Is Goku suppressing Tian Lang? Under Goku's attack, he should be fully overwhelmed, right?" Even he was not sure it appeared that way on the surface, but his strength was too far behind both of them, making it impossible to tell if they were exerting their full power. Tianjin Han watched the two clash, and even with his third eye open, he couldn't see their forms clearly. Gohan sighed helplessly, explaining, "Tian Lang hasn't shown his true strength. He isn't taking it seriously. My father isn't his opponent." As someone who had fought Guian Lang, Gohan had a lot of authority on his strength. His father's power was slightly stronger than his, but it certainly did not surpass it by much. Vegeta, fully aware of the strength of the Super Blue form, narrowed his eyes upon hearing Gohan's words, silently watching the battle. Krillin and the others couldn't believe it. The usually weak Guian Lang had suddenly transformed into someone capable of defeating Goku. Everything had happened too suddenly. Even though Guian Lang had just killed Frieza, it was hard for everyone to accept this reality. Having been annihilated, it seemed unlikely that his father would fare any better. The assault came like a tide, wave after wave from Goku, until he suddenly halted his attack. "Are you going to fight back? This is quite dull. Oh, let me see just how strong you really are." Guian Lang's smile faded, yet there was no change in his aura. In an instant, he surpassed the speed of light, appearing before Goku. He executed a kick in midair, and Goku instinctively retreated to evade the strike, a reflex honed through countless battles. The strike missed, but the fierce wind from the kick tore open a massive bottomless crack several hundred meters long in the ground. What happened? My body moved on its own. Goku stared at his own body in disbelief. The moment Guian Lang attacked, he hadn't reacted, yet his body had instinctively dodged. Guian Lang wore a half smile. Initially, he thought it might be a manifestation of the Ultra Instinct, but upon reflection, that was impossible. At this moment, Goku had just transformed into Super Blue. It was impossible for him to have reached the Ultra Instinct state, resembling more of a combat instinct. So fast, I can't even see how he initiated the attack. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful enemy. Ever since he could transform into Super Saiyan God, this was the first man who made him feel powerless. It's over. Guian Lang's figure flickered once more, his arm poised like a knife, stopping just before Goku's forehead. He could pierce through his brain with just a few more centimeters. Truly impressive. Although I guessed I wasn't your match, I didn't expect the gap to be so vast. Goku's personality was also very magnanimous. Losing was losing, and he wouldn't search for other excuses. He enjoyed battling strong opponents, which also allowed him to find his goal for advancement. You've entered this divine realm for too short a time and haven't developed your power to its peak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you so easily. Goku had just entered the Super Blue realm, while his normal state was Super Blue at full power. The gap between them was substantial, but as Goku grew, he would undoubtedly become one of his strongest rivals. "Everyone, we've driven the enemies away. How about we gather at my place for a meal? There are many dishes today that we don't usually have." Whis and Beerus appeared beside the group at some point, and upon hearing about the delicious food, Beerus' eyes squinted into slits. Everyone greeted Beerus in unison, who nodded solemnly, trying to maintain his image as a god of destruction, but the thought of the delicious food made it impossible for him to keep his mouth shut. Guian Lang's gaze also turned towards them, coincidentally meeting Whis' eyes. Whis smiled mysteriously, his smile containing complex meanings. During the meal, Beerus occasionally glanced at Gohan, genuinely acknowledging Gohan's talent, realizing he could achieve such strength on his own. Clearly, the last time they met, Gohan's strength was so weak it was hard to bear. Yet within a month, he had made such significant progress. Beerus had never seen such talent in all his years. Gohan could only briefly explain about the hyperbolic time chamber, and after listening, Beerus finally understood what was happening. Beerus said nothing about Guian Lang, who had defeated Sun Wukong. Vegeta and the others had trained intensively for a long time, their power skyrocketing, and their spirits were quite good as they devoured food meant for dozens of people. Even though it wasn't the first time seeing Guian Lang, he still found it hard to comprehend. Are Saiyans really bottomless pits? Eating so much won't make them burst. As a Saiyan himself, he could only eat as much as 6 or 7 people, and compared to Vegeta and the others, he felt he was eating quite a bit less. Once everything was settled, and they returned to the hotel where he was staying. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. At first he had considered just buying a hotel since he would be staying long-term. But after thinking it over he decided against it. It was nice to have someone come by now and then to remind him to pay for his room. At least it wouldn't make him feel disconnected from the outside world. He wondered who had been added to the group and decided to check in on the newcomers. Miss Hinata from the Hyuga family has joined the chat. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, has joined the chat. Aphrodite has been randomly selected as an administrator. 3 notification boxes appeared at the top of the group chat, and it seemed familiar characters had joined. Miss Hinata from the Hyuga family needs no introduction, the lovesick girl from Naruto, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, and the wife of the strongest blonde character in the ninja world. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, should be a character from Valkyrie of the End who proposed to eradicate humanity. Meanwhile, several people in the group were arguing without backing down. Aphrodite, I'm just an administrator. How dare mere humans claim to be on the same level as me? A cafe waitress who loves rabbits. Newcomers shouldn't be so arrogant. Administrators are just randomly chosen, and it has nothing to do with your strength. The daughter of the sleeping little Goro, the big guy, is very nice and takes care of everyone in the group. From now on we are all group friends, so stop arguing among yourselves. Mori Ran, who was inherently kind, was unable to listen any longer after Guian Lang revealed the truth about her boyfriend Shinichi, especially since the newcomer was so aggressive right upon entering the group. Aphrodite, compared to that man-eating monster, I despise people like you humans even more. A weak and pitiful species like you shouldn't even exist in this world. Tony, not the billionaire, why shouldn't humans live? Just because we are weak doesn't mean we have no right to exist in this world. I originally quite liked your appearance, but I didn't expect you to be so venomous. Aphrodite, even the chat group is fawning over me, a goddess. I was randomly selected as an administrator right after joining. How dare a bunch of rubbish treat me with disrespect? Welcome the invincible administrator Gogeta to the group chat. Please give a warm welcome to all group members. Tony, not the billionaire, long live the big boss, long live, long live. A cafe waitress who loves rabbits, long live the big boss, long live, long live. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance, long live the big boss, long live, long live. Be my son, welcome the big boss to the group. The daughter of the sleeping little Goro, welcome the big boss to the group. The overwhelming scent of sycophancy hit Guian Lang, making him suspect he had entered the wrong group. Others were one thing, but Wolfing Watergate was a bit of a Chinibu, but at least he was the 4th Hokage. How could he act like them? Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance. Tony is definitely a sycophant. Ooh, I disdain him. The daughter of the sleeping little Goro, same as above 1. Be my son, same as above 1. A cafe waitress who loves rabbits, same as above 1. Tony Stark couldn't understand why Wolfing Watergate had to target him. What made it even harder to accept was why everyone in the group seemed so unified in targeting him. Tony, not the billionaire. Do you all have no shame? I'm not the only one saying this. Why are you all fixated on me? In Watergate, did I offend you in some way? Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance. When will I go to your world for missions? I can chat with you about life while I'm there. Be my son. Maybe Tony still doesn't have a clear understanding of our strength. A cafe waitress who loves rabbits. I've mixed with you all to the point where I don't have to eat human flesh anymore. I sincerely admire the big boss. It's different from just fawning over you. The daughter of the sleeping little Goro, Mr. Tony, I share the same thoughts as Dongxian. Tony Stark felt a tightness in his chest. He didn't want to argue with 2 women, but he couldn't defeat the men either. He, the iron-willed Tony Stark, the world's richest Iron Man, would be fine if Watergate and Whitebeard used some temptation on him, but why was it all coercion? He definitely couldn't beat either of them, and he didn't think it would just be a simple chat about life. It would be strange if they came to his world and didn't beat him up. His iron armor had strong defenses sufficient to withstand ordinary gunfire. However, he couldn't block the attacks of Watergate and the others. His laser cannons could easily pierce through iron, and there were few foes in Marvel. Yet he couldn't hit Watergate, nor could he break through Whitebeard's hockey. No matter how he thought about it, Tony Stark didn't feel he had any chance of winning. He didn't fear Mori Ran and Dongxiang, but he couldn't afford to argue with 2 women. Tony, not the billionaire. I was just kidding. Everyone don't take it seriously. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance. Hinata family. Is that the Hinata family of Konoha? Miss Hinata, I am the eldest daughter of the Hinata family in Konoha, Hinata Hyuga. Are you Lord Wolfing Watergate, the 4th Hokage? Hinata Hyuga was initially quite surprised by the chat group that appeared in her mind, but after Tony's introduction and reading the group announcement, she understood the purpose of the chat group. Wolfing Watergate's avatar was of him wearing Hokage robes, and as soon as he spoke, Hinata recognized him immediately. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance. How is my son Naruto? I remember your age should be about the same as my son's. Watergate was very excited. Having been in a state of death for so long, he had no idea how his son was doing, and now a member from his own world had joined the chat group. Miss Hinata, I haven't heard of a Wolfing Naruto, but I know Uzumaki Naruto. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance. Do you know my Naruto? How is he doing? Does he ever think of me and Kushina? Miss Hinata, is Naruto the son of the 4th Hokage? Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance. What? Don't you know he's my son? Watergate was quite puzzled. Logically, even if he was dead, he was still a genuine Hokage in life. There was no reason for his son to be so obscure. Aphrodite, you all dare to ignore a goddess. You better hope the next mission doesn't come too soon, or when I arrive in your world, I will certainly erase you ants. Aphrodite was very angry. How could these mortals ignore her, a goddess? They were far too arrogant. And that so-called administrator, how dare a mere human claim to be invincible? It's truly a case of ignorance breeding fearlessness. Aphrodite has been muted by the administrator for one day. The invincible Gogeta, your son has been hidden away by the village. The whole world knows he is a Jinchuriki, yet the world is unaware that he is your son, which is why everyone in Konoha despises him. This is why, oh, how could my son receive such unfair treatment? I sacrificed my life for Konoha, yet Naruto has ended up like this. Naruto-kun is doing much better now than in his childhood, but his master, one of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, has died, and he's been sent to a place for special training. Jiraiya Sensei has died. Who killed him? Although his words were calm with no signs of anger, everyone in the group could sense the boundless fury suppressed within Minato. To him, Jiraiya held profound significance. He was more than a teacher, akin to a father figure for Minato, which is why he allowed Jiraiya to name his son. The invincible Gogeta, Jiraiya, strictly speaking, is an exceptional ninja, a dragon returning to the sea. The sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. Guian Wolf sacrificed his own life to seal the Nine Tails to save the village and his wife. How Jiraiya dedicated his life to Konoha, tirelessly searching for the child of prophecy, repeatedly saving Konoha from crises, is a story worth recounting. I see. Minato's mood darkened further. The anger within him erupted like a volcano. His son was treated this way by the village, and Jiraiya, who was both teacher and father, had met a tragic end, yet he felt powerless upon learning everything. God Pain leads the Akatsuki members to attack Konoha at noon tomorrow, and Konoha faces a dire crisis. The life and death of Naruto Uzumaki are uncertain, initiating a group mission with the cooperation of group members to enable Minato or Naruto to defeat Pain. A bounty of 15,000 points. The task difficulty is rated at level 7. The number of group members is limited to 3. Tony, not a billionaire. The level 7 difficulty isn't too high, but just how strong is this Pain? Can someone elaborate? Tony Stark isn't afraid. Although he often bickers with Minato, he still recognizes Minato and will not refuse to help if he can. I don't know, but he should be about as strong as the 3 major generals, perhaps on par with me. Minato has never met Nagato and is uncertain of his strength, so he can only make a rough guess. Sleeping Kagoro's daughter, Minatoni, I am sorry, but I want go. I truly can't be of any help. If you seek revenge, it'll just hold you back. Even after obtaining 2,000 points, Ranmuri has indeed exchanged some for a potion to enhance her physique, but her strength is still inferior to Tony Stark's, let alone comparable to Minato's. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Howling Third Style accepts the mission. The invincible Gogeta accepts the mission. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, accepts the mission. It's okay, I will personally avenge my teacher and seek justice for Naruto from the village. Hinata from the Hyuga family. Will Naruto really be in danger? But Lady Tsunade is still in the village. The enemy shouldn't dare to directly attack the village, right? Hinata, who has just joined the chat group, is half skeptical about the authenticity of the mission, and no matter how strong the enemy is, attacking Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages, seems too hard to believe. Sleeping Kagoro's daughter, why do I sense a hint of ambiguity? Miss Hinata, do you like Minato's son? Ranmuri, also a youthful girl, clearly has an exceptionally keen sixth sense, noticing the oddity in Hinata's words. Hinata from the Hyuga family, I like Naruto. Hinata does not deny it, as she has never hidden her affection for Naruto, but she just gets too excited when she sees him. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Howling Third Style, you like my Naruto. So that means you're his girlfriend. Minato, upon hearing Naruto's situation, had hardly considered that Naruto might even have a girlfriend. How could someone who was despised by everyone in the village find someone willing to be with him? Hinata from the Hyuga family, not really. Naruto already has someone he likes. Tony, not a billionaire. Wow, look at you, Minato's son, so impressive. A girl from a prestigious family won't even look at him. It's truly said that youth is unaware of the allure of wealthy women, mistaking youthful exuberance as a mistake. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Howling Third Style, I don't know, I died many years ago. Minato instantly felt frustrated. Any discerning person could tell that Hinata, with her gentle and generous nature and beautiful appearance, would surely be liked by his son. The invincible Gogeta, Hinata from the Hyuga family, do you want to know your future? Hinata from the Hyuga family, can the group leader see my future? I truly want to know what my future self will be like. Hinata is one of the few girls that Guian Wolf appreciates. She is dedicated, affectionate, gentle, and kind, almost possessing all the virtues of a good girl. In the future, you will become the strongest woman in the ninja world, living the life you desire. Do my son, the strongest in the ninja world. Isn't that stronger than Minato? Tony, not a billionaire. It seems she will have a wonderful future. Hinata from the Hyuga family. The life I want will I be together with Naruto. Hinata completely disregards the title of strongest, instead focusing on the second sentence. What she desires in life is to be with Naruto. The invincible Gogeta. Yes, you will be with Naruto, although after marrying and becoming Hokage, Naruto often stays out late. Your married life is quite harmonious. My son will become Hokage in the future, as well as the strongest ninja in the ninja world. As a father who wouldn't want their child to succeed, hearing Guian Wolf's words, Minato's mood visibly improved. Sleeping Kagoro's daughter. Congratulations, Minatonia. Your son will be an extraordinary person in the future. Do my son, the fastest man, dating the hottest girl, having the strongest son, and becoming the most outstanding Hokage. Minato is praised as the fastest in the ninja world. With his flying thunder god technique, he is revered far and wide. Even Whitebeard admires his speed. Tony, not a billionaire, becoming the youngest Hokage and receiving the fastest takeout. That's just like you, Minato, always quick to act. The invincible Gogeta. Of course, the golden-haired powerhouse is revered throughout the world. Besides the so-called uncrowned King Sasuke, no one in the ninja world can withstand 3 of his moves. Later on, Naruto truly becomes invincible with Sasuke, who lost an arm, being relatively weaker than Naruto. Tony Stark is truly not the world's richest man. Here you are again. Last time you said the same thing about the 3 generals. Master, please use us as examples. In your eyes, everyone is merely ordinary. How does this goddess of love compare in strength to Minato? Honestly, I've never even paid attention to such trivial matters. They're far too weak. Whether she could defeat Minato remains uncertain, but she certainly stands no chance against peak Naruto Uzumaki. At his zenith, Naruto possessed the power to obliterate celestial bodies. Admittedly, only asteroids, but obliteration nonetheless. Crushing this so-called goddess of love would pose no challenge whatsoever. Aphrodite, goddess of love, sat motionless upon her seat, fingers nervously twisting strands of pale gold hair, her delicate hands clenched tight in fury. How dare these mortals silence a deity of her stature? A rabble of low-born vermin. This mission demands their utter annihilation. Not a single one shall survive. Master, please refrain from intervening this time. I shall avenge my teacher with my own hands. Very well, then the battle rests entirely in your hands. Guian Lang could hardly refuse. After all, the mission's objective was clear. Either Minato Namikaze must defeat Pain, or Naruto must. The atmosphere within the chat group remained harmonious. Several members eagerly requested a live broadcast of tomorrow's battle, urging Guian Lang to stream it while others cheered him on. Guian Lang agreed without hesitation. He had nothing pressing to attend to, and earning points would allow him to redeem the supreme state of freedom technique, all while alleviating his boredom. That night passed uneventfully. At noon the next day, precisely on schedule, Guian Lang activated the group's teleportation function and stepped into the world of Naruto. Konoha village, spanning dozens of miles, had been reduced to ruins. Everywhere lay devastation. Once bustling streets now gaped with a colossal crater at the village's heart. Konoha shinobi lay dead or gravely wounded across the shattered landscape. Let the world feel pain. Let it know true agony. I am the divine arbiter of order. But you, I will never forgive you. Naruto Uzumaki, clad in crimson robes, activated Sage Mode and clashed fiercely with the 5 paths of pain, his extraordinary taijutsu granting him a narrow, hard-won edge. Frog Elder Fukasaku battled 3 summoners alone, his short blade flashing relentlessly. Yet outnumbered and outmatched, he slowly succumbed to exhaustion. Rasengan, a tall, lean figure, suddenly materialized at the battlefield's center palm, cradling an irregularly swirling chakra sphere that struck the summoned beast with devastating force. Hopeless villagers of Konoha stared in stunned disbelief as Minato Namikaze appeared before them. Shattered morale surged anew with sudden electrifying hope. It's the 4th Hokage, the Hokage himself. Heavens above, the deceased Hokage has returned to save us. We're saved. The 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash, is renowned as the swiftest shinobi across all the ninja realms. With him present, victory is assured. Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya's student. I never imagined you still lived. Then allow me to grant you your final farewell. With a sweeping gesture, Devapath Pain summoned Kakazu and Haiden from the forest. Meanwhile, Conan soared high into the sky, hovering above Minato with cold, detached scrutiny. This man was formidable, so formidable that even Pain dared not underestimate him. Setting aside the Nine-Tails rampage, Minato had never known defeat. Even the Fourth Raikage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki fighting side by side failed to gain the slightest advantage over him. Now with Sage Mode, Naruto also entering the fray, victory grew exponentially more difficult. Fortunately, Kakuzu and Haiden had been deployed in advance as reinforcements. A flash of white light shimmered beside Hinata. Hyuga, an Aphrodite goddess of love, appeared clad in simple attire. Hinata had never expected the goddess to manifest so close to her. Sister Aphrodite, greetings. How dare a wretched mortal presume to address me as sister? Aphrodite's eyes flared wide. At point-blank range, she delivered a brutal kick to Hinata's abdomen. Caught utterly off guard, and defenseless Hinata was hurled over 10 meters away. Since you stand nearest to me, you shall be the first to fall. Once you are erased, I shall hunt down the rest. She dismissed the mission entirely. Insulting a god's dignity was unforgivable. If she failed to exterminate this rabble, she would become the laughingstock of Olympus itself. She strode toward Hinata, lifting her foot to crush the girl's skull, when suddenly a man emerged before Hinata, lying prone on the ground, his gaze cold and indifferent upon the goddess. So, you're the administrator worshipped by those lowly beings in the group. If you wish to die first, I shall oblige you. Get out. At that single word, overwhelming pressure erupted from Guian Lang. The air pressure plummeted violently. Even Hinata, just rising to her feet behind him, felt a gale force aura buffet her, nearly toppling her again. Aphrodite, struck Haiden, was blasted backward, crashing hard into a distant tree. A metallic tang flooded her mouth, blood spilled from her lips as her entire body felt as though it were shattering apart. Guian Lang regarded the battered goddess with icy detachment. Were she not still useful, he would have ended her life without hesitation. To defy a sovereign cultivator was to invite annihilation. Even beloved fictional characters earned no leniency from him, let alone a deity he held in utter contempt. Wiping blood from her lips, Aphrodite stared at Guian Lang in disbelief. Even Zeus, king of the gods, and her own father could never have cast her aside so effortlessly. Staggering upright, veins pulsed crimson in her eyes. She prepared to fight him to the death. Guian Lang's deep, fathomless eyes gleamed with frost-laced malice, radiating an intangible aura of slaughter. Aphrodite felt as though she gazed into hell itself, know something infinitely more terrifying than hell. She had never encountered such a horrifying presence. Her sole instinct screamed flee. To remain meant certain death. She was utterly outmatched. Yet her limbs refused to obey, frozen rigid, unable even to twitch a finger. Remain silent and observe. When the mission concludes, return to your world. Otherwise, do not expect mercy. No pity softened Guian Lang's gaze, not even as Aphrodite's breathtaking beauty, her voluptuous form so striking it could eclipse her face, stood before him. He felt nothing for her. This warning would be her last. Any further scheming would result in immediate erasure. As Guian Lang finished speaking, Aphrodite felt her body regain control, and her expression shifted, instantly shedding its earlier disdain. She studied him with eerie fascination. In her view, humanity deserved extinction solely for its weakness, its utter lack of intrigue. She craved power, admired strength even in mortals. And Guian Lang, undeniably the most formidable being she had ever encountered. Curiosity burned fiercely within her. Silently, she vowed, he will kneel before me. On the battlefield, Kakuzu and Haiden blocked Naruto's path. Haiden licked his scythe, grinning wickedly. Ah, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Slaying you will surely delight, Lord Jashin. Kakuzu meanwhile calculated coldly a corpse bearing Jiraiya's sage techniques would fetch an exorbitant price on the black market. Carrying Master Jiraiya's name, I will not lose. Minato Namikaze declared victory, not for the village's safety, but having learned of his son's suffering over the years. Starving, ill-clad, mocked by children, and scorned by adults, Minato's gentle heart had hardened, transformed by sorrow into steely resolve. Step aside, don't hinder me. Naruto in Sage Mode wasted no time, summoning 3 shadow clones intent on swift annihilation. Whatever mystery surrounded the 4th Hokage mattered not. Jiraiya's vengeance belonged to him alone. For the first time, Naruto embraced the certainty of killing. His strikes were lethal, decisive. No hesitation, no wasted motion. Kakuzu, wary and precise, unleashed 2 Earth Grudge Fear constructs from his shoulders, simultaneously launching fire and wind release techniques. Fire release, head-hurting flame. Wind release, pressure damage. Yet he wasn't done. 8 thick, razor-sharp black threads erupted from his body, coiling with predatory menace. Haiden's assault was brutally simplistic, swinging his blood sickle with reckless abandon, embracing a suicidal, allure-nothing rhythm. His offense offered no defense. Yet their coordinated assault, long-range barrage from Kakuzu, followed instantly by Haiden's close-quarters onslaught, disrupted Naruto's counterattack timing despite his sage perception granting flawless evasion. For now the 3 were locked in stalemate. neither side gaining decisive advantage. Naruto moved with fluid grace, evading and countering with effortless precision. Kakuzu unleashed 5 elemental techniques in rapid succession, wide-area assaults raining ceaselessly. Only Hiden appeared ragged, raving like a madman attacking without defense. Naruto landed blow after blow, yet Hiden rose each time unharmed, dusting himself off, as if invincible. Are those two individuals also members of the Akatsuki? They truly represent a formidable force with strength rivaling that of Naruto. In order to protect the villagers, Tsunade, exhausted from chakra depletion, lay weakly on the ground watching the battle unfold. In the meantime, Shizen asked the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds: how could the death of Minato Namikaze be so widely known, yet he suddenly appears alive? Tsunade struggled to lift her heavy eyelids and nodded in affirmation, confirming, "Is that really the 4th Hokage Minato? How could he have come back to life? Yes, it truly is that brat Minato. It seems that Konoha village is destined to survive." After saying this, Tsunade succumbed to sleep. In this war, she had summoned slugs all by herself to protect the entire village and had exhausted all her strength to remain conscious. Seeing Minato, she finally felt the burden lift from her shoulders. She held enough trust in him. No one understood Minato better than her apart from Jiraiya. He was gentle, powerful, and reliable. With him in the village, it would surely be safe. Naruto, aware of the limited time for Sage Mode, didn't want to waste time with the two and seized an opportunity to leap past them. Having regrouped with Minato, Kakuzu and Hiden immediately pursued them. This way is blocked. Suddenly, Jiren appeared in front of them, scrutinizing Hiden carefully. He had been curious about what Hiden truly was and what the evil god meant. Given that both of them should have died long ago in this timeline, he could finally observe them closely. After assessing Jiren's appearance, he confirmed that he was not a high-ranking criminal from the black market. While he exuded an unusual aura, Kakuzu did not want to waste time since he couldn't profit from it. Simultaneously activating 5 elemental ninjutsu, different attributes struck from various angles, causing a cloud of dust to erupt around Jiren, the terrifying force creating a deep pit in the ground. Sakura, hiding at the edge, looked in confusion at Jiren. Was there such a figure in Konoha? She had never seen anyone like him before. The other members of Team 7 were injured or exhausted. Even if they wanted to support Jiren, they were powerless, only able to watch as the reinforcements were struck, hidden by Kakuzu's attack. "Seriously, if you're looking for death, I'll grant you that wish." Jiren's voice echoed from the dust, as several light waves surpassed the speed of light, instantly striking Kakuzu in the chest and piercing his body. Kakuzu's face was filled with disbelief as he gazed at the multiple wounds appearing on his chest. His hands fell limply lifeless on the ground. Hiden, who had partnered with Kakuzu for a long time, thought that Kakuzu was merely playing dead. He halted his advance and kicked Kakuzu's body. "Hey, didn't you always say you had many lives? How can you be done in by such an attack?" Konoha village had suffered heavy casualties under Pain's Shinra Tensei. Most villagers had perished, and those who survived were few and lacked combat ability. At this moment, everyone was focused on Naruto's battle, unaware that the 4th Hokage had returned. They believed the victory was assured. 2 more Akatsuki members emerged, blocking Naruto's advance. The situation changed rapidly, leaving everyone uncertain of their fate. Even more astonishing was that one of the 2 who faced Naruto in Sage Mode, who had not been at a disadvantage, suddenly fell. There was no grand display of power nor earth-shattering ninjutsu. It was merely a flash of light. Those of weaker skill couldn't even see Jiren's attack. Only those of Jonin rank or above could barely perceive the light waves emitted by Jiren. Hiden turned Kakuzu's body over, and after several tests confirmed that he was indeed dead. He licked the blood from the ground, his grin twisted and terrifying. "This is getting me more and more excited. You are a worthy sacrificial offering, and I shall certainly dedicate you to the evil god." Springing into the air with his feet planted on the ground, Hiden unleashed a powerful scythe attack. Jiren did not flinch and extended his fingers to precisely pinch the blade of the scythe. Despite Hiden using all his strength, the scythe remained unmoved in Jiren's hands. Crack! With a sharp sound, one blade of the Blood Moon scythe snapped, allowing Hiden to retreat. As Hiden retreated in a flurry, he caught a glimpse of Kakuzu, who was now full of life, speeding away from Konoha. "Kakuzu, why are you running? You have faced the 1st Hokage, yet you flee from this nameless small fry." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu ran even faster. He had indeed fought against the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju, but he only used that to scare Hiden because he found him too annoying. Throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away, could that even be considered a fight? Just moments ago, Jiren's attack had nearly cost him his life. Even though he had many lives, he couldn't withstand such a death. His prolonged survival was not due to exceptional strength, but rather his caution. When encountering an opponent he was unsure about, he would escape rather than fight desperately. As Haiden's words left his mouth, the members of Team 7 exchanged astonished glances at the fleeing Kakuzu, a single thought simultaneously arising in their minds. This guy is definitely bragging. If he truly fought the first Hokage and survived, how could he possibly have such little strength? Watching Kakuzu flee, without looking back, Haiden roared loudly, "Don't run. I can't deal with him myself." Kakuzu wished to say nothing and merely accelerated, eager to escape Jiren's attack range. The reason he pretended to be dead was to allow Haiden to entangle Jiren, buying himself time to escape. Jiren smirked. Kakuzu was quite resilient. He had forgotten how many lives Kakuzu actually had, so he casually killed him several times. Breaking all of Kakuzu's hearts, he was surprised to find that this guy still had one life left. It was truly unexpected. Jiren pinched the blade with his fingertips, swung down, and split Haiden in half. He then proceeded to slice Haiden into pieces and unleashed a wave that reduced Haiden's body to dust. I wonder if you can come back from this. I'm quite curious about that. Haiden's last thought before death was that despite Jiren's body standing in place, who was it that killed him? Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to know, passing away with resentment and bitterness. No one in the arena noticed the oddity except for the Hyuga clan head, who, using his Byakugan, realized that Jiren standing on the ground was merely an afterimage left by his ultra-high-speed movement. The one who killed Haiden was his true self. He now realized that if he were to face Jiren, he too would likely meet the same fate. Seeing something does not mean one's body can keep up. The ordinary villagers of Konoha were in an uproar. As long as one wasn't foolish, it was clear that this man was here to help them. He was the ally brought by the fourth Hokage. Just moments ago, Kakuzu and his partner had been imposing. Now one was dead, and the other fled, leaving only Pain and a few others. What are you doing? Go kill that fleeing guy. Don't just stand there in a daze. Hurry and kill him. You've already slain his comrades. He will surely retaliate against Konoha. And he clearly possessed the power to eliminate the enemy and protect us, yet he deliberately let him escape. The villagers of Konoha watched as Kakuzu fled farther and farther away, while Guian Lang stood motionless, gazing steadily at Naruto. Unable to contain themselves, they shouted urgent warnings aloud. Guian Lang paid them no heed, silently observing the fraternal battle unfolding before him. And weren't you here to aid us? Why did you allow the enemy to flee? Having endured the village's near total annihilation, the people of Konoha teetered on the brink of psychological collapse. Yet the sudden appearance of the fourth Hokage rekindled a fragile, fervent hope within them. The violent emotional whiplash, from utter despair to soaring hope, left them trembling with raw intensity. And shall I then slay you myself? Perhaps wearied by their clamor, Guian Lang swept his gaze across the crowd. A lethal intent welled in his eyes. If they persisted in such reckless folly, he would not hesitate to end them. He had never held Konoha's villagers in any regard. As a child, they had scorned and ostracized Naruto relentlessly. Now facing existential peril, they waited with bated breath for Naruto to sacrifice his very life to save them. The raucous crowd fell instantly silent. A few bold souls dared to protest, but were swiftly restrained by those beside them. At the heart of the battlefield, Pain and Minato clashed fiercely. With the omniscient vision of his Hell Realm and Azura Realm avatars, Pain's close-quarters combat should have been virtually unassailable. Once again, it was 6 against 1. Yet the moment combat began, Minato unleashed dozens of kunai and immediately activated his Flying Thunder God technique without pause. His form flickered like instantaneous teleportation. Though Pain's eyes perceived in all directions, 360 degrees without blind spot, Minato's sheer velocity overwhelmed him, especially as this was his first encounter with such a fighting style. Off guard for just an instant, the Hell Realm avatar was struck full force by Minato's Rasengan. The devastating rotational force drove it deep into the earth, rendering it utterly destroyed. Before arriving, Guian Lang had warned Minato among Pain's paths existed one capable of reviving fallen allies, and victory demanded eliminating that path first. Minato quickly confirmed the Hell Realm's resurrection ability in battle and hunted relentlessly for an opening. Meanwhile, Naruto arrived beside his father. Enmity flared white-hot at the sight of his nemesis. Gripping a Rasengan, he charged straight toward the Deva path. Whoa! Was this place hit by a nuclear warhead? What on earth happened here? Tony Stark was once again stunned. Were all members of this group truly so extraordinary? In every world, they observed battles routinely shattered landscapes across kilometers. Looks like quite the fierce engagement. So this boy is Minato's son. And that sphere he wields, isn't that Minato's Rasengan? He's even younger than I am. How could his combat prowess be so overwhelming? Watching Naruto move with uncanny prescience and peerless agility, Dong Xiang inwardly compared herself to him, and concluded with quiet certainty that she would likely fall short. Naruto and Minato fought in tandem, driving the remaining 4 paths of pain into desperate retreat, leaving them powerless to counterattack. The most formidable Deva path remained at the rear, still recovering from cooldown, unable to deploy any technique, leaving the other paths doubly strained against the duo. Spectators in the live stream erupted in cheers. 666. War-tested brothers, battle-forged fathers and sons. Though they'd never fought side by side before, and thus lacked true synchrony, Naruto's unpredictable, unorthodox assaults left Pain utterly disoriented. Chaos overcame mastery. Naruto refused to follow any pattern. Minutes stretched further. Without the Hell Realm, the others crumbled one by one. E2 were decapitated by Minato's Rasengan. The remaining 2 were obliterated, shattered into fragments by Naruto's giant Rasengan and wind-release Rasen Shuriken. Why does Minato's son use the Rasengan only twice, and always aim for the body, never the head? Tony studied Naruto's techniques. Aside from the Rasengan, everything else diverged sharply from Minato's style. Minato relied on absolute speed. Naruto, by contrast, embodied raw, unrefined power. Well, because for Minato it's one of his ultimate techniques, but for Naruto it's merely a basic attack. In their world, chakra functions much like a game's mana pool. Minato doesn't spam the Rasengan, so why does his son constantly mold one in his hands? Won't he run out of energy before unleashing his ultimate move? Excellent question. Others measure chakra in grams, but Naruto measures it in tons. We call it Katanra. Guess whether he'll ever run dry. Guian Lang watched keenly, curious how Pain would resolve this dire predicament, confronting both father and son simultaneously. After hearing Guian Lang's explanation, Muri Ramaru's daughter glanced from Minato's palm-sized Rasengan to Naruto's colossal multi-meter-wide variant and nodded slowly. Perhaps this was simply the advantage of a player wielding God mode. Even as his avatars were destroyed, the Deva path retained its haughty composure, and once more denied Jiraiya's will of fire, igniting Naruto's fury anew. He gathered chakra for another ultimate technique, determined to end the Deva path in one decisive blow. Let's settle this. Wind release Rasen Shuriken. At last the Deva path's cooldown ended. It surged forward, while Minato activated his second stage Flying Thunder God, his figure flashing rapidly between the 2 adversaries. Shinra Tensei. In with a thunderous cry, Pain unleashed immense repulsive force, blasting both Minato and Naruto backward. Naruto was hurled aside. The Rasen Shuriken he clutched slammed into the mountain peak, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The entire summit, dozens of meters high, shattered into roaring debris. Minato spun midair, landed gracefully, and the 3 combatants instinctively widened the distance between them. Naruto seethed with incandescent rage at the devastation of his homeland, shouting his accusation at the Deva path. Look upon Konoha's ruin. This is your idea of peace, of mercy. And the Deva path stared back expressionless, his eyes devoid of pity, devoid of compassion for any living soul. The 5 great shinobi villages have waged endless wars, far more lives lost under your banners than beneath mine. And feel pain. Experience pain. Accept pain. Understand pain. Only those who know suffering can comprehend true peace. And don't mock us. You, whose hands shattered my teacher, slaughtered my comrades, and razed my village. What right do you have to speak such words? Naruto clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. In his mind flashed Jiraiya's gentle smile and Kakashi's lazy half-lidded gaze. His fury, long suppressed, now surged beyond containment. A malevolent crimson chakra rose from his body like a rising tide, his pupils elongated, shifting toward the feral slits of a fox, on the precipice of losing himself entirely to vengeance. Then, a warm hand settled gently upon his shoulder. Minato's serene, tender smile appeared before him. Though they had never met, Naruto felt an inexplicable, profound kinship, as if his soul recognized its own reflection. Naruto breathed. Do not let vengeance cloud your heart. The savage, malevolent aura surging around Naruto gradually receded, and he gazed at Namake's Minato with bewildered eyes. Fourth Hokage, how do you know my name? Because I am your father, and you are my son. Minato smiled warmly at Naruto, marveling inwardly that his son had grown so tall, his strength rivaling his own in youth. Kushina would surely feel immense pride were she to witness this moment. Naruto froze stunned. He was the son of the 4th Hokage, the child of a hero. Yet disbelief swiftly followed. How could he possibly be Minato's son? How could a hero's child endure such treatment? He had always been shunned by the village, reviled for bearing the 9 tails within him. Impossible. The 9 tails resides inside me, and no one has ever told me the 4th Hokage is my father. At the mention of the 9 tails, Minato's expression flickered with mild embarrassment as he prepared to explain. I sealed the 9 tails into you myself. I believed my son could master its power, not suppress it, but wield it, to become the strongest shinobi ready to confront the great calamity foretold by our mentor Jiraiya. Naruto could never have imagined that the very origin of his childhood persecution lay with the father he had never met. Die together, you both shall perish. Chibaku Tensei. Pain compressed chakra into an intensely dense black sphere which levitated into the air and began drawing in everything nearby with overwhelming gravitational force. Even Minato and Naruto could not resist the suction. It wrenched them violently skyward, while surrounding boulders converged, sealing them both within the orb. Minato could have escaped, but seeing his son pulled in, he chose to forego the flying thunder god technique entirely. Are they truly sealed now? Should you intervene? Watch closely. Minato's strength extends far beyond this. Guian Lang replied, coolly, eyes fixed on the sky. Minato would not fall so easily. From within the Chibaku Tensei sphere, golden light erupted outward. Then one tail tore through, then two, then three, until 9 colossal tails shattered the orb completely. A titanic dark gold 9-tailed fox emerged, its form towering over dozens of meters, while Minato stood calmly upon its brow. One of the fox's massive claws gently shielded Naruto. The villagers of Konoha watched in profound shock. Had the beast that once raised their village truly been tamed by the 4th Hokage, now willingly aiding him? Even Pain was stunned. Wasn't the 9 tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki? How could Minato himself harbor the 9 tails? Neither Minato's resurrection nor this second 9 tails fit any part of Pain's plan. Moreover, due to years of relentless chakra depletion, Nagato's physical condition had deteriorated to its nadir. After unleashing this technique, his abilities entered another prolonged cooldown. His ultimate trump card had failed, and with it all hope of defeating Minato and Naruto vanished. In the live streaming chamber, everyone sat dumbfounded. How had a human battle suddenly given rise to a 9-tailed fox? Compared to this fox, even the Kagun seems utterly feeble. Yet Minato-san is human. How can he transform into an animal? Tony Stark sat in his office, straining to recall every passage on shinobi he'd ever read in ancient texts. No wonder they say women have long hair, but short sight. Shinobi techniques are precisely like this. Illusions abound, and humans may even assume the forms of small animals. If that fox is an illusion, then did you break that meteor? I truly question how Tony attained his fortune, with intellect like that. Exactly. And you dare lecture me? Shameless. Uncle Tony, perhaps you should speak less. The rest of us enjoy teasing you. Muri Rant's words came straight from the heart. She genuinely felt sorry for Tony. Tony felt the world darken. So he'd misspoken. Was that really so grave? At least they were all men. Even Whitebeard refused to back him, and worse, sided with the women. Retreat. Pain bolted into the dense forest, vanishing from their sight beneath its shadowy canopy. Without hesitation, Minato, now fully transformed into 9 tails mode, launched a massive tailed beast ball. Though Pain evaded the blast itself, the cataclysmic shockwave from its impact with the ground hurled him backward, skidding violently across the earth for dozens of meters before halting. Just as Minato and Naruto moved to capture him, a tall, elegant woman appeared before them, long indigo-purple hair adorned with a paper flower clad in the Akatsuki cloak. You will go no further against Pain. It was Conan, emerging from concealment at last, standing resolutely before the battered Deva path. Paper prison technique. Conan formed hand seals. Hundreds of meters of earth collapsed and reformed into countless explosive tags. Then, she detonated them. This ambush had been prepared in advance, fearing for Pain's safety against Konoha, the foremost of the 5 great shinobi countries. Conan had laid these traps meticulously. Minato and Naruto, standing mere steps away, sensed nothing. Even Naruto, still in sage mode with perception far surpassing ordinary shinobi, remained utterly unaware. An overwhelming aura of death washed over Minato, draining the color from his face. He knew he could escape, perhaps suffering only minor injury. But Naruto stood at a distance. Without the flying thunder god, without the 9 tails protection, he would certainly perish under such an assault. Yet, just as the explosive tags roared to life, a radiant azure light flooded the earth, materializing directly before Naruto, absorbing the full brunt of the blast. The luminous barrier perfectly enveloped the entire detonation radius, then began contracting relentlessly, compressing the unceasing chain of explosions into a single square meter. Within that shrinking sphere, millions of explosive tags detonated continuously for over 10 minutes, ripples warping the very fabric of space, testifying to the technique's terrifying might. Cold sweat broke out across Naruto's brow. Without that barrier, he would have died instantly. No defense existed against the simultaneous detonation of millions of explosive tags. What? Conan recoiled in utter shock. Who, or what, had done this? No one should have been capable of countering her technique. Regardless of Conan's inner turmoil, Minato Namikaze acted without hesitation, dispelling his 9 tails chakra mode and pressing a dagger against her throat. Conan ignored Minato entirely, her gaze locked unflinchingly on Guian Lang. Who exactly are you? How could you possibly have detected my ambush in advance? Even the Sharingan shouldn't be capable of such a feat. A dormant slumberer's daughter, indeed. I'm equally curious. Did the senior expert detect it beforehand? From the livestream, he was several miles away from Minato and his team. A cafe server who loves rabbits, I second that. The senior expert must have sensed it early. The distance alone would make timely intervention impossible, let alone rescuing Minato's son. The heiress of the Hyuga clan. I didn't even realize the senior expert had vanished until I saw him appear beside Naruto. If anyone in the group felt the most anxious, it was undoubtedly Hinata. Upon seeing the explosive tags, she believed Naruto was doomed. In the blink of an eye, Guian Lang, who had stood beside her moments before, materialized beside Naruto, compressing the detonating tags within a protective barrier. Tony Stark not actually the richest. I've got a bold hypothesis. Be my son. You'd better keep quiet, Tony, or you'll draw fire again. Guian Lang smiled faintly, then posed. Seriously? A question long pondered by countless fans. Did you purchase those explosive tags with money earned by Goku? For reasons unknown, Conan suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to curse aloud. What circuitry governed this man's mind that he'd ask such an absurd question? Watching Conan remain silent, Guian Lang shrugged. Ignoring him was fine. But next time he'd seek out Kakazu and inquire how it felt to learn his hard-earned wages had been spent by Conan. Within such a vast organization, Kakazu alone held a degree in finance. Everyone else merely indulged in their own artistic pursuits. Gogeta, supreme overlord of the cosmos. I didn't detect the ambush either. I wasn't even scanning for it. Whether hidden or not made no difference to me. I simply appeared an instant before detonation and erected a barrier. It was nothing extraordinary, no need for astonishment. Tony Stark not actually the richest, legendary. Absolutely incredible. And by the way, I thought exactly that just now, only you wouldn't let me speak. Tony had indeed reached the same conclusion, but hadn't voiced it in time. Now at last he'd guessed correctly. Surely they couldn't fault him now. A cafe server who loves rabbits, legendary. 666. Tony's just riding the wave after the fact. Be my son, 1. I thought precisely the same. At this, Tony Stark lost his balance and tumbled from his executive chair. This was intolerable. Even if his uncle could bear it, his aunt certainly could not. Tony Stark not actually the richest. Every time I try to speak, you silence me. And when I guess right, you deny it. Is there any law left in this group? A dormant slumberer's daughter. Uncle Tony, you shouldn't have insulted Dong Xiang, the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Yes, I also think it's inappropriate to insult a woman. For the first time, the women in the group united as one. Tony conceded defeat. He knew better than to provoke them further. After all, Hinata was destined to become Minato's daughter-in-law. The senior expert himself had declared her future husband would surpass Minato in strength, and Tony, with his slender frame, knew full well he couldn't withstand their collective wrath. Naruto seized the opportunity to seize the Deva path of pain, tracing his chakra to reveal Nagato's hidden location. Mission accomplished. Group owner Gogeta, supreme overlord of the cosmos, awarded 5000 points. Group member Rasengan Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3rd Form, awarded 5000 points. Aphrodite, goddess of love, awarded 5000 points. Tony Stark not actually the richest. Another day of effortless victory. Just a moment too late, and the chance slipped away. A cafe server who loves rabbits, NV1. A dormant slumberer's daughter, NV1. The heiress of the Hyuga clan. So long as Naruto is unharmed, that is the finest outcome. Be my son. Little Hinata truly adores that blonde brat, doesn't she? The chat group has reached its 1-month activation milestone. Upgrade requirements met. Upgrading now. Upgrade complete. Upon mission completion, members may now remain active within that world for 3 hours. Interstellar travel function activated. Members may spend 1000 points to visit another member's parallel world for up to 3 hours. No consecutive visits to the same world within 3 days. Minato Namikaze paused, a flash of insight igniting in his mind. An audacious idea taking shape. Rasengan Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3rd Form. If so, could I spend 1000 points to travel to Hinata's world? That would mean returning to Konoha for 3 hours every 3 days. Tony Stark not actually the richest. Are you trying to exploit a glitch in the chat system? Traveling from a deceased person's world back into your own. That hardly qualifies as interdimensional travel. A dormant slumberer's daughter, but Hinata is from Minato's world, and she's also a group member. Logically speaking, there's no reason why it shouldn't be permissible. Discussions flared fiercely within the group. Yet, just as Minato stabilized the situation, unexpected visitors arrived. Danzo Shimura, his head and right arm swathed in bandages, emerged from behind with a contingent of root agents, declaring solemnly, "Hand those two over to me. To dare assault Konoha, I, Danzo Shimura, will never forgive them." The villagers of Konoha breathed easy once more. Hiruzen Sarutobi's successor, the fourth Hokage, had saved the village yet again, and Danzasama himself had appeared. They were safe. It's Danzasama, the village's shadow guardian. Naruto handed that man over to Danzasama immediately. Naruto's expression hardened with unwavering resolve as he refused Danzo's demand. No. Danzo erupted in fury. For years he had stood second only to the Hokage, unquestioned supreme among all others save Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. No one had ever dared defy him, much less Naruto Uzumaki, the nine-tailed fox vessel he regarded solely as a weapon of war, a mere pawn upon the board. How dare you, a demon fox, disobey my command? Danzo, show some restraint. I'm still alive. Insult my son as a demon fox again, and I'll kill you on the spot. The ever-gracious Minato's face turned glacial. Gone was his customary deference. His eyes now burned with the cold, lethal intent reserved only for mortal enemies. He and Kushina had sacrificed their lives to protect this very village, only to find it treating their son with such cruelty. And now standing before him, Danzo dared utter those words to Naruto. Minato could scarcely fathom what horrors Naruto had endured during the years he was absent. How, despite such a wretched childhood, he remained optimistic, determined to protect the village he loved. Naruto's maturity pierced Minato's heart with sorrowful tenderness. Instinctively, Danzo took half a step back. His root agents instantly interposed themselves, assuming defensive stances. Danzo found himself trapped. Retreating would shatter his lifelong reputation, yet confronting Minato directly was perilous. With no other leverage, he resorted to threatening the village itself. Minato, regardless of how you return from death, you are no longer Hokage. Lay hands on me and you become a traitor of Konoha, hunted without end. Are you certain you wish to bear that burden? Chasing me? Do you really think that with your pathetic skills you stand a chance against me? With teacher Jiraiya dead, the third Hokage gone, and Lady Tsunade in a coma, even if I kill you, do you think the village would choose you over me? Watergate quickly sealed off Xiao Nan's chakra, using the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, rendering her unable to move. Seeing this father he had never met before standing before him ready to fight Danzo with all his might, Naruto's eyes couldn't help but fill with tears. No one had ever stood up for him like this. No matter how optimistic or strong he was still just a child who wanted to stand behind his parents and be protected by his family. Lord Hokage, please stop. No matter what, Danzo is also a member of the village. He fights to protect the village, so please do not lose your temper. Shikamaru, who had recovered some energy, hurried over and gently advised Watergate. However, his expression was quite strange as Danzo had not yet emerged from the house. After the battle, he came to show off his heroism, and Shikamaru really didn't know how to address him. Numerous ninjas from Konoha arrived one after another, unsure of whom to help, standing far away without approaching. Be my son, go ahead, Watergate. In this situation, can you really hold back? Sleeping Kagoro's daughter. Even though I don't quite agree with killing Watergate, you really should teach him a lesson. Even the kind-hearted Ranmuri couldn't bear Danzo's actions. Tony is not the richest. Get him, Watergate. We all support you. Don't worry about not being able to defeat them. The boss is here, right? The support from everyone in the group warmed Watergate's heart. He was not afraid of Danzo, even if only the few roots in front of him were present. Even if all the roots were present, they could not contend with his yellow flash. During the Third Ninja World War, he had single-handedly fought against 50 elite ninjas from other countries, still annihilating them with absolute superiority. Just thinking that this was the village protected by Jiraiya's sacrifice and Danzo's harsh words didn't warrant death, he was also blinded by anger. Seeing the change in Watergate's expression, Danzo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Watergate would try to kill him without hesitation. The formidable yellow flash that shook the ninja world, and an old man like himself, oh, as long as Konoha wasn't foolish, they would know who to choose. How many times can you use Izanagi? A calm voice from Jiren reached their ears as he single-handedly grabbed Danzo by the throat. No one expected Jiren to take such action, and no one knew how he had bypassed the roots to instantly restrain Danzo. Use it once first. Jiren exerted force with his arm, snapping Danzo's neck, then tossing him to the ground like garbage. Fortunately, Danzo had used Izanagi beforehand. In just a few seconds, something surreal happened. Danzo reappeared in place, completely unharmed, thus saving his life. The Sharingan can record the state of the caster at the moment it is activated, and within the effective duration of the technique, which varies for each person, any damage inflicted on the caster, even death, can physically revert to the state recorded by the Sharingan, with the cost of permanently losing the sight in the eye that used Izanagi. The villagers of Konoha who arrived late were enraged at the scene before them. You guys, are you really in cahoots with those who attacked the village? Lord Danzo is the protector of Konoha. How can you lay a hand on him? Watergate remained silent. He didn't lay a hand on Danzo, that was the most he could do. No matter what the boss did, he wouldn't interfere. Go ahead and use it again. Danzo hadn't understood what was happening when a fist approached, rapidly enlarging in his vision. Danzo died. This time Jiren's punch directly exploded his head, blood splattering all over the ground. The villagers of Konoha also fell silent, furiously watching Jiren. The arriving ninjas surrounded Jiren but did not immediately attack, simply because Watergate was watching them with a mocking gaze. Seconds later Danzo revived again, roaring for his subordinates to attack. In such a short time he had already consumed 2 Sharingan. Kill him for me. If he can attack me, he will eventually attack Konoha. What are you waiting for? The Roots, as his loyal soldiers, rushed to attack Jiren upon hearing Danzo's order, unleashing an array of ninjutsu, including the elusive insect techniques and poisons. They knew Jiren was a powerful opponent. Several elite ninjas attacked with lethal moves, showing no intention of holding back. Tony is not the richest, impressive. Daring to attack the boss is like an old man eating arsenic. He must be asking for death. Sleeping Kagoro's daughter, I think the same. Do you think the boss will show mercy considering Watergate's face? The coffee shop waitress who loves rabbits, I don't think so. Hyuga's eldest daughter, the boss won't really kill them, right? They are all Konoha's defense forces. Jiren's eyes narrowed, energy bursting forth from his body. Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the entire area as thunder and lightning erupted. Several elite root ninjas were blasted away, their bodies fractured in multiple places, crashing to the ground, their fates unknown. The Konoha ninjas nearby breathed a sigh of relief that they had not intervened. Why? I don't think I've offended you. Why are you forcing me to death? Danzo despaired. Just the sheer force of presence could defeat elite ninjas and even alter the weather. He had only heard of such beings, one of whom was the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. He could never possibly be a match for the man before him unless he used that jutsu. Just as Danzo was about to use it, he felt a sharp pain in his eye. His right Sharingan was actually gouged out. Naruto is someone I watched grow up. You should have died long ago. Another lightning-fast punch sent Danzo's head flying, once again his body collapsing helplessly to the ground. I'm leaving now, Watergate. Boss, thank you this time. Without you, Naruto might have died. Watergate sincerely thanked Jiren, his face returning to its usual gentle smile. Jiren waved his hand, signaling not to worry, and decided to impart some advice to Watergate. Pain was originally Jiraiya's student, but due to Danzo's conspiracy, he was left with nothing and sought revenge on Konoha. Why didn't Naruto, who went to Myaboka Mountain to train Senjutsu, receive timely news? The village has been destroyed like this. What reason did Danzo have to come out again? Saying this was enough. Watergate would surely realize something was off, and the rest could be left for him to investigate. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Casting a meaningful glance at the goddess Aphrodite nearby, and with a flash he disappeared, returning to the Dragon Ball universe. The coffee shop waitress who loves rabbits. Well done. This old man doesn't seem like a good person. He has a deep scheme. Sleeping Kagoro's daughter. However, it seems that the people of Watergate's village really admire him. This guy is quite popular in the village. Invincible Ultra Instinct Goku, the hero's son, was abandoned in darkness, left to survive alone, while false justice is hailed as light by foolish men. Danzo deliberately severed the communication Toad linking Konoha with Myobokusen, then waited for Konoha and Pain to exhaust each other in battle, so he could emerge and claim the spoils, amassing prestige. Ideally, Tsunade would perish in this war, paving his path toward the Hokage title. The moment Guian Lang departed, Danzo reappeared and scathed at the same spot, his eyes burning with seething resentment. Lord Danzo, you're still alive. Other Konoha shinobi stood frozen in disbelief. How many Sharingan did Danzo possess to resurrect so repeatedly? Before Danzo could utter a word, a sapphire energy blast erupted from beneath the earth, shattering his right arm, then his entire body. He perished once more before even a cry could escape his lips. In previous encounters, Guian Lang had spoken aloud before striking, giving Danzo time to activate his Anaji. This time no warning came. Thus fell the self-proclaimed shadow who claimed to protect Konoha, forever vanishing from the shinobi world stage. Thank you, Senior. Minato murmured softly. He knew Guian Lang had deliberately left this contingency, sparing him moral anguish. Back in the Dragon Ball universe, Guian Lang exchanged a few casual messages in the group chat before retiring to sleep. Upon waking the next morning, he found over 99 unread messages. Glancing through them briefly, using spare time between missions, Minato mobilized Konoha's personnel to uncover every incriminating secret Danzo had buried. With Tsunade collapsed from exhaustion and Danzo dead, Minato and Naruto emerged as Konoha's new pillars. He had raided small villages to abduct infants for grotesque human experiments, systematically slandered the Uchiha clan, and even dispatched assassins against the third Hokage. Learning the full truth, Minato rued not having slain that monster himself. Public sentiment across Konoha swung decisively in favor of Minato and his son. Naruto located Nagato, and wielding his unparalleled power of words persuaded him. Nagato then sacrificed his life to perform the Rinne Tensei, resurrecting all those who had fallen in Konoha. He entrusted the peace he longed for to Naruto's hands. When villagers questioned how Minato had returned from death, he offered only vague evasive replies. Tsunade offered to relinquish the Hokage title and reinstate Minato, but he declined gracefully, explaining he could return to the village for only 3 hours every 3 days. Aphrodite, goddess of love. As a mortal Namikaze, Minato possesses commendable strength, but remains infinitely distant from divine parity. Though chastened by Guian Lang, Aphrodite retained her haughty demeanor toward others. A cafe server who loves rabbits. Our group values no hierarchy. Entry grants equal fellowship. If you deem yourself superior, you're free to leave the chat. Tokyo's temper brooked no indulgence. Though she might not prevail in battle, she feared Aphrodite not at all. Aphrodite, goddess of love. I suspected as much. When even someone as feeble as Hyuga Hinata gains entry, your collective weakness becomes self-evident. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro Muri. What do you mean? Did you lay a hand on Hinata? Ran Muri grew angry. Gentle, dutiful Hinata, beloved by all, stood in stark contrast to Aphrodite's contemptuous arrogance. Aphrodite let out a cold snort. Were it not for Guian Lang's intervention, Hinata would already be dead, her nature recoiling at the very notion of mortals standing as equals before gods. Yet Guian Lang's parting gaze had been unmistakable, an ironclad warning. If she raised a hand against any group member, he would show her no mercy. Aphrodite, goddess of love. Mortals are base creatures. How dare they presume equivalence with divinity? Kronos, devouring elf, has joined the group. Worldbreaker has joined the group. Tony Stark, welcome newcomers. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. Why have so many newcomers joined lately? Has the group chat itself undergone an upgrade? Aphrodite, goddess of love. More frail mortals. Must divinity remain unrepresented? Shh. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro Muri. Why must you insult everyone you meet? In your eyes, do only gods merit conversation? Worldbreaker, I see. Now I grasp its function. It bears intriguing parallels to my own nature. Kronos, devouring elf. Where am I? Administrator Invincible Ultra Instinct Goku has joined the group. Please welcome warmly. Tony Stark, Aphrodite, goddess of love. See that? That's how a true master enters. By comparison, what are you? Invincible Ultra Instinct Goku. New members may consult the group announcement. It explains the chat's purpose. Of the two newcomers, Kronos, devouring elf, appeared familiar, yet her origin remained unclear. The second was unmistakably Manjiro Kadoya, the legendary Kamen Rider decade, known as the Worldbreaker, capable of transforming into any Kamen Rider. Aphrodite, goddess of love. I am both an administrator of this group and a deity. As lowly mortals, you must render me due reverence upon entry. Tony Stark, by what authority do you claim administrator status? The master's daily sign-in bonus is 10-fold ours. Yours is how many times ours? Aphrodite, goddess of love. My appointment requires no sign-in privilege. I am an administrator by divine right. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. Compare the master's grand entrance with yours. Has the chat ever shown you special favor? Upon learning she had struck Hinata, Minato nearly sought her out for combat. How else could one find such an exemplary daughter-in-law? His attitude toward her hardened accordingly. Aphrodite, goddess of love. My designation as administrator is itself divine favor. You are mere members. A cafe server who loves rabbits. You hold no privileges whatsoever, yet you dare call yourself administrator. The disparity between administrators is greater than that between humans and swine. Tony Stark. I've never heard of an administrator banning another administrator. Hyuga Eris. Would you introduce yourself, newcomer? We don't yet know your name. Hinata understood why the group despised Aphrodite, not only for her arrogance, but also for having injured her. She gently steered the conversation elsewhere. Kronos, devouring elf. I am Tokisaki Karisu. I humbly ask for your guidance and kindness. Her profile image shifted to a portrait of herself, long black hair braided into twin cascades over her shoulders, bangs veiling her left eye to her right eye. A vivid wynard, gazed forth, framed by lips soft as cherry blossoms, exuding a diabolical allure potent enough to ensnare any man with a single glance. Upon hearing her name, Guian Lang confirmed her identity. It was her, the supporting character from the Date Alive series, capable of devouring others' time. In order to gain more time to return to the past, she aimed to defeat the origin spirit and save her deceased friend. The group administrator, the love goddess Aphrodite, incited dissatisfaction among all group members, and the administrator was about to kick her out of the group chat. Aphrodite's face twisted in fury. How could the love goddess be kicked out? Most crucially, she discovered countless treasures in the exchange shop within the group, and with enough points leveraging the power of the chat group, surpassing her father to become the next ruler of the gods would not be a difficult task. She could not accept being kicked out like this. It was a tremendous humiliation for her. The sudden change left others dumbfounded. Could a big shot really kick someone out? Tony, who was not the richest, exclaimed, "Wow, big shot, can the administrator really do that?" The cafe waitress, who liked rabbits, replied, "Good kick. I've disliked her for a long time, as she always acts so superior." The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance shouted, "I was planning to let her experience my Flying Thunder God technique, such a pity." Guian Lang did not answer their questions. He had always had the right to kick someone out, albeit only 3 chances. Just now the group had sent him a private task that everyone else was unaware of. In the world of the love goddess Aphrodite, a battle between humans and gods would commence in 3 months, and the administrator could choose to assist either the human faction or the deities, earning extra points upon victory. Guian Lang also disliked this woman without any reason. If it weren't for the plan to use her presence to visit the Valkyrie's world, he would have long since eliminated her. There was no need to keep this woman who argued with others in the group every day. When the time came, whether it was Sun Wukong, Vegeta, or Gohan, sending any of them would lead to a chaotic massacre. There were far too many invincible beings in other anime, whether it was Saitama or Ultraman, any of them could easily overpower the Valkyrie's gods. He was curious to see the expressions of the defeated deities 3 months later. Since he had crossed into the anime world and gained such immense power, he was determined to make up for the regrets of his past life in the anime. Looking down on the weak humans, believing only the gods were noble, he would show the gods who the real weak ones were. The invincible Gogeta said, "Keeping such a woman in the group serves no purpose, it's better to kick her out." The Destroyer of Worlds replied, "It seems you are the ruler of this group." The Time Devourer Elf chimed in, "Oh, a chat group that connects all worlds. Oh, as the master of this group, his time must be formidable, right?" The Sleeping Little Goro's daughter warned, "Do not attempt to take action against the big shot. Oh, do not even think about it. You will definitely not be his match." The cafe waitress, who liked rabbits, said, "So far I haven't found anyone who can withstand 3 strikes from the big shot." Tony, who was not the richest, added, "Even that woman who claims to be the love goddess hasn't withstood a single strike from the big shot. No, not even a glance." Hyuka felt they were talking nonsense. How could anyone be that strong? Either the people in the group were too weak or they were deceiving themselves. If even the gods could not take a strike from this man, how strong must this administrator be? Guian Lang did not participate in the discussion as Vados was standing outside, and he did not know what she was here for. Guian Lang opened the door, allowing Vados to enter. They sat opposite each other, silently observing one another, neither initiating the conversation. Ultimately, Vados was the first to state her purpose. "Are you interested in becoming the next god of destruction after Lord Beerus passes?" Guian Lang did not expect Vados to come for this. Seeing her expression, she was not joking. "Beerus should still live for many more years. As an Earthling, I probably do not live longer than him." Vados smiled mysteriously with a confident tone. "But there are the Dragon Balls, and you can wish for eternal life. Don't you Scions love to fight? You should be no exception, right?" Vados knew this. He had never revealed his Scion identity, and when he sparred with Gohan, he had set up a protective barrier, so there was no reason for Vados to discover it. "Did you find me out? Truly worthy of being the strongest angel. However, I am not interested in the position of God of Destruction. Let's talk about it later." Vados did not show any signs of disappointment. After all, there were still many years before Beerus would retire from the position of God of Destruction, and she was not in a hurry. "All right then, I look forward to our next meeting." Vados did not persuade further, lightly tapping her staff to use her abilities, and left Earth. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. The chat group had not released any new tasks, and the calm days were shattered by an impending battle. To compete for the ownership of Earth, the 6th and 7th Universe Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence. Sun Wukong took the initiative to approach Guian Lang, hoping he could represent the 7th Universe in the battle. The chat group released a task, with Administrator Guian Lang earning 100,000 points for winning the upcoming Universe Martial Arts Tournament. Guian Lang readily agreed. It had been a long time since he received a task. If he kept accumulating points like this, who knew when he would gather enough to exchange for the ultimate skill? Finally, a task appeared, and he would not let it slip away easily. Vegeta, who came along, maintained his usual aloof demeanor, curling his lips. "If I don't need him at all, I can defeat everyone on my own." After confirming Guian Lang's participation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta left. The members of the chat group, upon seeing the release of the new task, were excited, yet somewhat disappointed. They were thrilled to see Guian Lang take action. However, this task had nothing to do with them, meaning they could not earn points to exchange for various abilities and strengthen their power. Tony, who was not the richest, said, "We can see the big shot in action again." The Sleeping Little Goro's daughter added, "I wonder who the enemy is this time. It really is unfortunate to have to battle with the big shot." The Time Devourer Elf remarked, My ears are almost calloused from hearing you all talk about how powerful he is. Finally, I can witness it this time. I want to do tasks to earn points. I still need to revive my wife, and this amount of points is far from enough. Minato was the most frustrated. His points were steadily rising, bringing him ever closer to reviving Kushina, yet precisely at this moment the chat group ceased issuing missions. The World Destroyer, a man who fell to God. I too wish to witness such power. The combatants selected were Guian Lang, Gohan, Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo. Guian Lang's appearance imposed considerable pressure upon Goku and Gohan. Their strength far surpassed that of their counterparts in this timeline. With Gohan transcending his own limits, the sixth universe stood virtually no chance of victory. Only Hit remained marginally formidable. The next day, aboard Whis' transport, the grand delegation of the seventh universe arrived at a desolate planet, nameless star, encircled by colossal Dragon Balls, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Kampa and the sixth universe's delegation had already gathered there, and the moment they met Beerus and Kampa immediately resumed their quarrel. Fortunately, Whis and Vados swiftly intervened, halting the dispute before it could escalate into a full-blown battle between destroyers. Ultra-invincible Gogeta. The situation here is unusual. You may watch via livestream. Those possessing points must not attend in person. In truth, no one had intended to attend anyway. The livestream offered nearly identical clarity, and with points scarce, Guian Lang's warning was merely a precautionary measure. Guian Lang feared their presence might arouse suspicion in Whis and Vados, their angelic siblings, near omniscient beings within this universe. As the seventh universe arrived, the sixth universe's competitors silently observed their opponents for this confrontation. Proud and confident Vegeta, Goku brimming with battle fervor, Gohan composed and unruffled, and Piccolo cloaked in emerald. Each drew keen attention from the opposing side. The first match begins. A towering bear over 3 meters tall strode onto the arena from the sixth universe, while the seventh universe had yet to decide their representative. Guian Lang simply stepped calmly into the spectator stance. Goku, gazing at the lumbering bear, itched to fight. His hands trembled with anticipation. Spectators across both universes held their breath, eyes riveted upon the combatants ascending the stage. The first match concludes. Before the host could even introduce the fighters, the sixth universe's bear was hurled off the platform by an invisible shockwave. Guian Lang lowered his raised right hand and pointed toward Frost of the sixth universe, signaling him to enter the ring. Those lacking sufficient cultivation could not perceive what had transpired in that fleeting instant. The moment the host declared the match open, Guian Lang unleashed a right fist strike. Waves of invisible chi surged forth relentlessly. Though the bear possessed extraordinary defense, he crumbled before the overwhelming force of that devastating wind. So-called invulnerability is relative. When power reaches its zenith, all defenses shatter like brittle glass. Among those present, only a handful might have glimpsed the truth, but the chat group members saw absolutely nothing. Tony is not the richest. What the hell just happened? I blinked, and he was already off the stage. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar third form. It ended before it began. I dubbed this technique the Invisible Lightwave Hyper-Accelerated Impact Vector. Sleeping Detective Kagoro's daughter. I watched intently the entire time, but I only saw the administrator raise his hand, and then the opponent flew off. Adopt me as your son. It must be a form of compressed ki blast, undetectable to ordinary eyes. Whitebeard, the undisputed strongest man in the One Piece world, having witnessed countless devil fruits, suspected the nature of Guian Lang's ability. Time-devouring spirit. Oh my. If true, he truly is an astonishingly formidable man. Karisu found the spectacle utterly unbelievable. No one would deliberately select an entire planet just for a sparring match. It was simply too extravagant. Anyone witnessing it for the first time would struggle to accept it as real. Karisu even suspected she'd fallen under an illusion and continued watching with cautious skepticism. Frost's expression darkened. He too had seen nothing of Guian Lang's movement, but recalling his own concealed weapons, he offered Guian Lang a courteous, if strained, smile. Frost leapt down from the floating spectator stand and landed squarely upon the arena floor. The second duel begins. Greetings, friend from the seventh universe. I am Frost of the sixth universe. Frost had barely begun his introduction when his body rocketed backward, slammed deep into the ground by immense force. Guian Lang gestured again, this time toward the sixth universe's steel robot. Kampa, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, "Hey, at least let him finish speaking. Have you no manners at all?" Kampa's furious outburst stood in stark contrast to Beerus's calm composure. Beerus, observing Guian Lang's performance, felt no surprise. After all, a man capable of withstanding his own destruction energy was bound to possess such power. I refuse to speak with him. Guian Lang replied coldly. He feared no Kampa. His strength was unique, and even a typical destroyer might not prevail against him. Kappa fell speechless. If someone refused dialogue, it was hardly a breach of etiquette, certainly not grounds for reproach. Yet should he lose the tournament, he would forfeit Earth, and his sole recourse for fine cuisine would be begging meals from Beerus, a humiliation he could never endure. Vados whispered soothing words into Kampa's ear, comforting the flustered destroyer. Lord Kampa, you've witnessed this contestant's defensive resilience firsthand. Ordinary fighters stand no chance against him. And we still have hit. There is no need for haste. Kampa's scowl softened into a broad grin. Laughing heartily, he ordered the third contestant forward to teach Guian Lang a lesson. Before stepping onto the stage, the Sixth Universe's robot consumed an energy drink, igniting its systems. Steam billowed, and both speed and strength surged dramatically. Its sheer mass tilted the arena itself. Raising one massive arm, it prepared to crush Guian Lang. The third match begins. The third match concludes. Tony doesn't cheat, that's it. All that fanfare, and he was knocked out in a single blow. Sleeping Detective Kagoro's daughter. I assumed this opponent at the very least could hold his own against the master, even if only for a few exchanges. Rabbit-loving cafe server. What intrigues me more is whether the master intends to keep dispatching opponents with a single strike. The most ferocious spirit. His speed is astonishing. Even as a spirit, I cannot track his movements. Could he truly be this powerful? Karisu realized she had indeed encountered a true master. The last vestiges of doubt about Guian Lang's strength dissolving instantly with each breathtaking display of his speed. Gu Qingfeng's body moved, and the unparalleled strength and speed far surpassed the comprehension of Kwangsan. Guian Lang nodded at Jabe, signaling him to take the stage. Taking a deep breath, Jabe felt a wave of tension seeing Guian Lang's overwhelming presence. He jumped down from the spectator stand of the Sixth Universe and onto the arena. The fourth match begins. The fourth match ends. The host's tone became weak, struggling to maintain his role in hosting the martial arts competition between two universes. He had come with high expectations only to find himself merely a cold, unfeeling counting machine. He even wanted Guian Lang to step down. With no one else from the Seventh Universe taking the stage, he single-handedly had to break through the Sixth Universe. The man in the blue combat suit over there is the prince of our universe's science, quite suitable to be your teacher. After Guian Lang made his entrance, he spoke to his opponent for the first time, and he genuinely appreciated Jabe for his kindness, bravery, and compassion. Accepting him as a disciple would indeed be a good choice for Vegeta. A little guidance wouldn't hurt. Finally, the ace of the Sixth Universe hit, who had never faced defeat, appeared, his purple body clad in a long coat, slowly walking in with his hands in his pockets. Tony, not a playboy. This guy looks incredibly strong. The others seem to regard him as a leader. He must be the strongest existence in this universe. From him I sense a killing intent. How many people has he killed to exude such a strong aura of slaughter without even trying? The cafe waitress who likes rabbits. What I care about more is whether he truly has the confidence to defeat the boss, considering he's still keeping his hands in his pockets. The destroyer of worlds. It seems that the others have great confidence in this guy, so he probably isn't an easy opponent. Regardless of how the group discussed, Hit was frantically contemplating how to break through. The first 4 matches of Guian Lang had not provided him with any useful information. After observing Guian Lang, if he had to describe Gu Qingfeng, it would be fast, very fast, incredibly fast. His strength was formidable, but whether his time skip could defeat Guian Lang, Hit had no certainty. The 5th match begins. The 5th match ends. The moment Hit stepped onto the arena, the referee announced the start of the match, and Hit proactively initiated his time skip, attempting to predict Guian Lang's attack. However, at the moment he activated the time skip, a fist enveloped in golden energy appeared, shattering the space that Hit had created with his time skip. With one punch, he was sent flying off the arena. Guian Lang's speed once again exceeded Hit's expectations. In the face of absolute power, any flashy techniques were rendered ineffective. His time skip only worked against those weaker than himself, but when facing an opponent with similar energy, the effect of time skip would be significantly reduced. Against an opponent whose energy surpassed his own, it would have no effect at all. Guian Lang's energy clearly far exceeded his. Xiangpa was astonished as he stood up from his seat. The ace of the Sixth Universe had been defeated just like that. The invincible administrator Gogeta completed the task and received a reward of 1,000 points. The task duration was 4.1 seconds with an SSS rating, earning an additional 30 million points. Guian Lang let out a long breath. The rewarded points were quite satisfactory, bringing him one step closer to mastering the ultimate skill. The other 4 were all defeated in an instant. Considering the time spent taking them down and flying off the arena, it was 1 second. Due to his time skip ability, Hit compressed the time to 0.1 seconds. Ironically, the strongest among them was the fastest to be defeated. His normal state was comparable to full power Super Blue. Without having met Son Goku, hit was still at his initial level, making it quite normal for him to be taken down instantly. Tony, not a playboy. 30 million, a full 30 million. If I had 30 million, I could exchange for so many great things. For the first time, Tony Stark found the figure of 30 million astonishing. Converted to RMB, it wouldn't even be enough for a single component of his armor. But 30 million points are entirely a different concept from RMB. Excluding the freak that is Guian Lang, it would be enough to make him the strongest presence in the group. The sleeping daughter of Little Five. Even if you went, could you defeat those few people? Tony, not a playboy. How would I know? I don't even know how they lost or their strengths. The cafe waitress who likes rabbits. I don't think you can win. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 type. Why not just ask the boss? Invincible Gogeta boss. Are those enemies really strong? Invincible Gogeta. Not particularly strong. I didn't examine their strengths closely, but they definitely can't beat me. Blowing up a planet isn't a big deal. Tony, not a playboy. Not strong. Blowing up a planet, breaking it down makes sense, but saying it all together feels so awkward to me. The most vicious spirit. That man used the power of time, yet was still defeated in an instant. Is the administrator really that powerful? Kwang-san was increasingly perplexed. She vaguely sensed that Hit had manipulated time, but she had no idea what exactly transpired between the two. Goku and Vegeta had long anticipated this, and neither of them was a match for him, and it seemed difficult for anyone in the 6th universe to defeat Guian Lang. However, seeing everyone being taken down in an instant still surprised them, especially since Hit's strength was profound and unfathomable, even they couldn't see through him. They thought they could at least contend with Guian Lang, only to find themselves facing the same fate of being defeated in an instant. Haha, you lost, Xiangpa. According to our agreement, your Super Dragon Balls must be handed over to me. Beerus was quite excited, openly mocking Xiangpa. Being able to overshadow his brother was the most gratifying thing for him. Even though they were evenly matched, every time they fought, Beerus had been hiding his true strength. If he were to get serious, he could defeat Xiangpa with one hand. However, their fights were merely loud arguments, and they still cared for each other. Beerus regarded this as mere mischief from his younger brother and never truly got angry. Xiangpa smirked as he intended to cheat. Beerus wasn't going to let him off so easily, and seeing them about to clash again over a disagreement was inevitable. I'm leaving. Guian Lang greeted Goku and the others, informing Whis that he was heading back, and Whis gestured for him to go ahead. The invincible administrator Gogeta closed the live stream. Following the normal plot, the Grand Priest and Zeno should be arriving soon, but Guian Lang didn't want to encounter them this early. To avoid any unforeseen incidents, it was better to let Goku meet Zeno. With the points secured, he immediately retreated, flying toward Earth with a burst of energy. The Ultra Instinct can allow for combat in space. With his current strength, flying back to Earth from a distance in space was no problem. After returning to Earth, Guian Lang leaned alone against the window of his hotel room, gazing upward into the sky. No one knew what thoughts stirred within his mind. Before long, Earth's warriors began returning one by one. Whis delivered them all back, then departed silently, without lingering. Only Goku and Vegeta were nowhere to be seen, likely taken away by Whis and Beerus for intensive training. The chat group issued a new mission. The World Destroyer's transformation ability had been stripped. Participants must defeat the anomalous Dino within 1 hour. Reward 30000 points. Difficulty level 9, Nightmare tier. Limited to 3 group members. Invincible Kakarot Fusion accepted the mission. Time Devouring Sprite accepted the mission. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3 accepted the mission. Tony Stark Wong, Xiaoming, your transformation ability was taken. Why didn't you tell us? The World Destroyer, what kind of question is that? I've long preserved half my power elsewhere. Even if stripped, I can still handle it. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3 excellent. Just in time. I was running low on points. The World Destroyer, your logic is sound, yet oddly unsettling. At that moment, Kamen Rider Dino stood speechless before an endless legion of monsters. His card saber slashed repeatedly. Countless illusory blade flashes swept across the battlefield, cleaving several beasts apart in bursts of light. Damn it, so many enemies, impossible to win. But if the administrator intervenes, perhaps victory remains within reach. He wore dazzling armor, predominantly magenta with deep green compound eyes and a barcode-like pattern adorning his helmet. This was Dino's base form, the embodiment of all Hyzara Rider's powers, known as the World Destroyer, a being destined to unravel reality itself. Now the once unstoppable Dino faced his greatest adversary, not in battle but in fate. Within the Heisei finale timeline, Kamen Rider Zeo Swartz the Timejacker had ambushed him, seizing half his transformation capacity, and thus acquired the power to become Anomalous Dino. Wielding Dino's authority, Swartz summoned hordes of villainous monsters from countless timelines. As Manjiro Minuma surveyed the battlefield, enemy ranks stretched beyond the horizon. He'd nearly decided to retreat, to regroup and eliminate Swartz later, until the chat group's mission appeared. In that instant, resolve rekindled within him. Manjiro, why aren't you fleeing? With so many foes, victory is impossible. A young, unawakened demon lord, still lacking his seal demon arts, fended off swarming monsters while shouting urgently. Flee. Never. Humanity of this world still awaits salvation. I will not retreat a single step, even if death claims me here. His impassioned declaration surged through his own veins, igniting fervor, as though he truly were the world's chosen savior. Had the chat group not intervened, he surely would have fled. Now, however, the outcome hung in precarious balance. Anomalous Dino stood at the plaza's center, observing the riders' desperate struggle with disdainful mockery. You hold no chance of victory. Even as Dino Manjiro, you cannot defeat me. A colossal black dragon roared across the heavens, hurling fireballs that reduced buildings to rubble. Hordes of underlings scattered chaotically through the ruins. Dozens of antagonists drawn from other Kamen Rider series now converged upon this world. Against such overwhelming odds, could 4 riders possibly prevail? Suddenly, Swartz sensed spatial ripples nearby. He lunged, striking the distortion with a fist bearing tens of tons of force. A lone figure materialized, cold, aloof, utterly unmoved. He did not deign to block the blow. Its impact meant nothing. Die. The newcomer was Guian Lang. His soul's sanctioner manifested, striking Swartz point blank. Ignoring Swartz's formidable armor, the prismatic energy sphere pierced his body unimpeded, then detonated violently within. What is this? Impossible. Swartz roared. With Dino's power fused to his innate temporal mastery, no being in this universe should have been capable of defeating him. Who then was this man? He would never learn the answer. Purifying energy obliterated his abilities utterly and erased his very existence. Such was the might of the Soul Sanctioner, the signature technique of the invincible Ubkakarot fusion, overwhelmingly dominant against malevolent forces. Administrator Invincible Ubkakarot Fusion completed the mission, earning 1000 points. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3 earned 1000 points. Time Devouring Sprite earned 1000 points. Mission completed in 1 second. SS Rank Divine Evaluation. Administrator Invincible Ubkakarot Fusion awarded bonus 10 million points. Just arrived in this world, Minato Namikaze and Karisu Maki stood stunned amid the tide of monstrous invaders, when a chime echoed in their minds. Tony Stark, I'm envious, absolutely deranged with jealousy. Missed such an effortless win. Yui Kobayashi Minatoni, weren't you planning to revive your wife? This opportunity suits you perfectly. Mio Akiyama, but only 1000 points. That's far too little. I recall the cheapest resurrection item in the group requires at least 200 points. Rise Kamishiro had reviewed the resurrection catalog. Required points varied drastically depending on the target's strength and time since death. Her family had perished long ago. Reviving them demanded a staggering sum, suffocating even to contemplate. Minato's wife Kushina Uzumaki, though deceased for many years, retained the faintest sliver of soul and consciousness, sealed within their son Naruto. She was not truly gone. Thus the cost would be comparatively modest. Hinata Hyuga, reviving Naruto's mother. Regrettably, my strength is too feeble to contribute meaningfully. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3 earning 1000 points. This effortlessly isn't half bad. Minato paid it little mind. Guian Lang needed those points, and such rewards operated on first-come, first-served principle. System alert: mission flaw detected. Enemies summoned by anomalous Dino remain active. Supplementary mission issued: eradicate all hostile entities. Reward: 2 million points. Points awarded proportionally based on number and strength of enemies eliminated. Guian Lang held no particular interest in mere millions. Such a sum was negligible toward mastering the Zenkai Ultimate Art, his ultimate aspiration. Guian Lang hovered motionless in the void, refusing to engage villains or monsters. Minato understood this was deliberately left for him. Dozens of kunai flashed outward in swift, precise arcs. The red eyeshadow manifested, instantly activating Sage Mode. There was no need for any weapons as he directly condensed the Rasengan, flickering around as he struck, claiming the lives of his enemies with each attack. Tony the billionaire remarked, "By the way, I remember you mentioned that you're not very good at Sage Mode, right?" "Yes, my speed in gathering chakra is too slow, and I have never been very proficient with Sage Mode." The coffee shop waitress who loved rabbits responded, "Is that not considered proficient? What more do you want?" Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, added, "Fourth Hokage, you can activate it in an instant. How can that not be considered proficient?" Hinata could no longer hold her tongue. Activating it instantly could hardly be called unskilled. Even an average ninja would need to form hand seals to cast a Drank Jutsu. This is a ninjutsu, activating it instantly while claiming to be unskilled. One can only imagine the thoughts of other ninjas hearing this statement. On Earth, Kamen Rider Zio gazed in disbelief at the fallen anomaly, wondering if he was hallucinating. There were no grand attacks, no fierce close combat. Just a nonchalant strike that left both himself and the combined efforts of Zio and his allies in disarray. He had died silently. His ability to stop time had allowed the anomaly's user to briefly freeze time. How could he have died so easily? Yet he felt the loss within him returning, and he had no choice but to accept this fact. Initially, he believed that the ancient celestial wolf was powerful. During the Universal Martial Arts Tournament, the ancient celestial wolf had crushed his opponents throughout, but he could not discern just how strong it truly was. However, by his estimates, it was merely a bit stronger than himself. Now it seemed he had underestimated this man. Their strengths were not in the same dimension. The trio of Zio was also stunned until they were attacked by a nearby monster, and the pain jolted them back to reality. Mitsurugi, are these your friends? Are they also riders? Zio transformed into his emperor form, continuously summoning riders to combat the enemies. Reviver Gates also took out his Gale form, sweeping away the minions with ferocious winds, while Tsukuyami was equally determined and activated Rider Kick. However, there were simply too many enemies. The city was overrun by monsters, and even without the anomaly, they stood little chance against them. At that moment, a man clad in Hokage robes appeared, holding a spherical object that emanated a terrifying energy wave. In an instant, he teleported across several positions, smashing the heads of several monsters. It was Namikaze Minato who, in order to resurrect his wife, had abandoned his usual calm and collected battle style, willing to use Sage Mode and continuously employ the Flying Thunder God technique, seeking to deliver decisive blows. Kurumi, having arrived in this world, watched the fierce battle unfold and suddenly felt she perhaps should not have come. She sensed that aside from the seemingly weak monsters, the strength of the others was formidable. Not wanting to miss the opportunity to earn points, she summoned her spirit outfit and joined the battle, but in the fighting, she prioritized defense over offense, ensuring her own safety. The black dragon in the sky noticed the slaughtering Minato, diving down and unleashing several fireballs toward him. Such a massive creature was worth many points. As Minato contemplated how to approach and deliver a fatal blow, the black dragon charged down, aligning with Minato's thoughts. The black dragon vanished and reappeared several meters to the left, dodging several fireballs. The black dragon's claws lunged at Minato with tremendous force, driving them into the ground and creating a deep crater. It seems he didn't evade that attack. This guy can't be dead, can he? Gates, locked in a fierce struggle with the G4 armor, inadvertently glanced at Minato's fight. Although Minato's power surprised him, without being able to transform into Kamen Rider, relying solely on physical strength would be insufficient to withstand that strike. Mitsurugi, with his dimensional barrier and constant use of spatial powers to traverse, sensed something was amiss. Under normal circumstances at such close range, even with super acceleration, he might not evade an attack. However, if it involved a spatial shift similar to his own, that was another matter. Indeed, atop the black dragon, a golden-haired man stood, his hair billowing, without wind, as two Razengans struck the same spot on the black dragon's head. The black dragon roared, and Minato immediately shifted his position again, but this time his Rasengan missed its mark. Minato recognized the black dragon's strength and deliberately unleashed two Razengans, but to his surprise they still failed to inflict damage. As soon as Minato landed, countless minions surrounded him, swarming him. Kurumi blinked, aiming her long gun at Minato's location, preparing to assist him. But at Minato's position, an enormous dark golden fox claw swatted away the minions, and Minato's pupils transformed into the vertical demonic eyes of a fox as he entered Ninetales mode, capable of fully wielding the power of the Ninetales. Abandoning the perceptive Sage mode, he switched to the more powerful and destructive Ninetales mode. His speed and power surged dramatically, transforming him into a bolt of lightning as he maneuvered through the battlefield, enhanced by both the Flying Thunder God technique and his own incredible speed. Like a dragon emerging from the sea or a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he faced off against Kamen Rider Ryuga's summoned beast, the Black Dragon, causing a reversal in the situation. He vanished from everyone's sight, delivering a kick atop the head of an approaching minion, using the rebound to leap into the air. The Black Dragon once again exhaled fireballs, but Minato in the air disappeared again, as he had previously left a mark of the Flying Thunder God atop the Black Dragon's head. Flying Thunder God Second Stage Ninetales Brutal Rasengan. The double ice heavy Ninetales Chakra Rasengan, exceeding 1 meter in diameter, struck the Black Dragon's head, forcefully driving it to the ground. Even the Black Dragon's defenses could not withstand such overwhelming force. The battle concluded with a fatal strike lasting over half an hour, leaving Zio and his companions utterly exhausted. Minato felt somewhat drained as well. In pursuit of more points, he fought with a virtually unstoppable style. Regardless of whether the opponent was strong or weak, he initiated with Rasengan, switching to Ninetales Rasengan. If he couldn't make an impact, the chakra of the Ninetales was not overly depleting. However, Minato's stamina was nearly at its limit. The number of monsters he had slain alone surpassed the combined efforts of Zio and his allies. As for Kurumi, she had been conserving her energy, seamlessly darting through the throngs of monsters. The masked Rider Zero, along with several final enemies from other Rider worlds, merely stood at a distance observing without any intention of intervening. There were over hundreds of monsters here, and countless minions swarmed the area, making it unnecessary for them to take action. They should thank the otherworldly Emperor Rider for summoning them. Glancing at the exhausted few, Zero exchanged a look with his companions. With a wave of his hand, Zero unleashed energies of the four elements, wind, water, earth, and fire, causing countless spikes to rise from the ground and attack the group. Unexplained flames appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire city in a hurricane, while underground springs flowed beneath the surface. The different elemental energy attacks left the group in disarray as they dodged relentlessly, with Kurumi being surrounded by several flames due to a moment of carelessness. Feeling the temperature of the flames rising to unimaginable heights, Kurumi sensed death closing in on her. The kind and gentle Minato wanted to assist, but the number of monsters attacking him was overwhelming, especially with Zero now joining the fray. With no time to spare, he decided to transform into the complete form of Kurama, hoping to save Kurumi. Humph! A cold snort echoed as the raging winds dissipated into nothingness. The trembling earth regained its calm, and the supernatural flames vanished from the sky. Guian Lang's expression was as cold as ice, his gaze exuding an air of superiority as he turned slightly to look at Zero and his companions. Zero and his companions also looked up at Guian Lang, the man who had slain the otherworldly Emperor Rider with a single strike. He was their true opponent. Enough retreat. Having likely gathered enough points this time, Guian Lang commanded the others to withdraw as it was time to clear the area. A golden aura enveloped him, currents of electricity crackling around him as he appeared before Zero and his companions, swiftly delivering a decisive blow that shattered the game deity. Gazing at the remaining four, he gathered energy with one hand, launching a blue energy blast at incredible speed, leaving them with no means to evade. They all unleashed their ultimate moves in preparation for a fierce confrontation. However, facing Guian Lang's unreserved strike, the four were annihilated in a sea of energy. Casting a glance at the minions below, Guian Lang released his aura, obliterating countless monsters in the entire city merely with his presence. Minato and the others felt the terrifying pressure radiate in all directions. Even though Guian Lang deliberately avoided them, the immense shockwave made it nearly impossible for them to stand. For the first time, fear flickered in Kurumi's eyes. Even when faced with the danger of death earlier, she had not felt such terror. With countless clones at her disposal, even if her main body perished, her other clones could accept her consciousness and reform her into her original self. This was also the reason she was unafraid of death, yet facing this powerful man made her heart tremble with dread. I once walked the mortal realm in hiding only to remain proud among the living, unmatched by anyone. Guian Lang seemed to be speaking for all to hear, or perhaps to himself, as he murmured softly. Administrator Gogeta completed the task, earning 1.7 million points. Group member Time Eating Fairy gained 3,000 points. Group member Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar gained 2,700 points. The small demon king of the Chao Huang Shirwang looked at Guian Lang in the sky, comparing him to the old demon king from his memory. If he were to battle this man, even the Time King of Demons would likely not be a match. With no more words, Guian Lang, having completed all this, vanished into thin air. Returning to the Dragon Ball universe, Minato and Kurumi, having survived, conversed briefly before Minato hurriedly departed. Having gathered enough points of 2,000, he was eager to resurrect his wife and had no intention of lingering. Ultimately, spending 2,500 points to exchange for resurrection, he successfully restored Kushina to her physical form. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Kushina gently touched her face. Uncertain about what had transpired, how could she, who had long since perished, return to Konoha? The villagers also saw the renowned Hokage's wife, causing quite a stir in the village. Fortunately, Tsunade quickly suppressed the rumors, preventing the news of Kushina's resurrection from spreading. Only a handful of people were aware. Otherwise, the resurrection of the long-dead fourth Hokage and Kushina would surely cause a significant uproar in the ninja world. Minato then spent 2,000 points to return to Konoha, providing a vague explanation to Kushina. Due to the restrictions of the chat group, the existence of the group could not be disclosed to outsiders, so Minato had to come up with a clumsy excuse. Fortunately, the telepathic connection between them meant Kushina did not press for further details. She simply hugged him gently, assuring Minato that she would take good care of Naruto. Back in the Dragon Ball universe, Guian Lang once again stared blankly at the sky. This was his favorite action, as it brought a sliver of comfort to his empty heart. Sun Wukong floated over from afar, landing beside Guian Lang. "Qianlong, you returned too early. Oh, I didn't get to meet the king of all. I made a new friend." Guian Lang smiled, faintly saying little. He certainly couldn't tell Sun Wukong that he had intentionally avoided the king of all. "Do you want to join us in training at Lord Beerus' place? With Whis' guidance, you'll become even stronger." Sun Wukong extended another invitation, wanting Guian Lang to accompany him, since he and Vegeta were quite bored. "I think he'll pass you. I have little interest in fighting. Just eating and sleeping is what I desire." Guian Lang firmly refused, stating that training was out of the question. He could only take on tasks to accumulate points, exchanging them later for the Zai Gong to barely maintain his life. Pursuing intensive training would leave him no time for tasks. He didn't want to go, nor did Wukong press him. 10 days swiftly passed with no new members joining the group or new tasks posted. The members could only chat casually about recent changes in their worlds. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation emanated from Bulma's home. Guian Lang sensed a familiar aura and hurried towards Bulma's residence. In her home, Bulma leisurely sipped her afternoon tea when suddenly a familiar machine fell from the sky in a flash of white light. "Time machine, how could Trunks arrive here now?" Bulma exclaimed in delight, having not seen her son for a long time, and stood up from her recliner to walk towards the time machine. However, after waiting for a long time, Trunks did not open the time machine. Bulma felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Trunks might be in trouble. Hastily, she brought over a ladder and climbed onto the time machine, as she was taken aback upon seeing inside. The figure was indeed Trunks, motionless in his seat, garments torn and caked with dust, his body bearing multiple grievous wounds. He lay in profound unconsciousness, fingers clenched tightly around his sword, his face contorted in agony, clear evidence of prolonged torment. "Piccolo, brings several sins of beans to my house immediately. Trunks is critically injured." Bulma had no idea what had transpired. Both Son Goku and Vegeta were absent from Earth, leaving her no choice but to call Piccolo and ask him to deliver the beans. Piccolo, deep in meditation, was startled by Bulma's call, and even more so upon learning that Trunks had once again traveled to the present, gravely wounded and unconscious. Without hesitation, he flew to Karen Tower, retrieved several sins of beans, and rushed to Bulma's residence. Guian Lang arrived moments before Piccolo and gently lifted Trunks from the time machine. Gazing at Trunks' battered form, Guian Lang fell into quiet contemplation. This should not have happened so soon. At the very least, 2 or 3 more years ought to have passed before Trunks crossed into this timeline, the one marked by Black Goku and Zamasu. Could his own arrival have triggered a butterfly effect? Had Goku and Vegeta's 3-year training been drastically shortened? If so, then the premature unfolding of other major events would be entirely plausible. Guian Lang could only surmise as much. What happened to Trunks? Why did he arrive here severely wounded? Piccolo arrived shortly after, still unaware of the cause. He hadn't had time to inquire fully during the call. "I don't know. He was already unconscious when he arrived." Tears welled in Bulma's eyes. In his future, Trunks stood utterly alone, shouldering the entire burden of saving humanity. His return in such a state suggested he'd encountered an enemy beyond his power to overcome. With Goku and Vegeta absent, the fate of Earth rested solely on this boy's shoulders. Piccolo withdrew a senzu bean and carefully placed it in Trunks' mouth. After considerable effort, the boy finally swallowed it. Bulma had already contacted Whis, but the distance was too great for Goku to sense Earth's location. They would have to wait for Piccolo to unleash his energy, so Goku could pinpoint Earth's coordinates. Guian Lang glanced at the bulging pouch of senzu beans in Piccolo's hand, and finally understood why they became so scarce later, decades of painstaking cultivation all depleted in a single trip. With scions devouring them like this, even ordinary soybeans wouldn't last, not to mention the inherently limited supply of senzu beans. What happened to Trunks? Didn't he defeat Cell and the androids? Who could possibly wound him so terribly? Goku and Vegeta, having just returned, were stunned by Trunks' condition. His body was a tapestry of lacerations, burns, and fractures, scarcely a patch of unmarred flesh remaining. "Ah, I'm back." Trunks stirred awake, his vision blurring into Bulma's tear-streaked, bloodshot eyes. He froze, then pulled her into a desperate, trembling embrace. "Mother, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Even Trunks, the paragon of stoic resolve, broke down, tears streaming freely as sobs racked his frame. Bulma, momentarily bewildered by his raw emotion, simply stroked his back in silent comfort, knowing instinctively that this child had endured unimaginable suffering. "What unfolded in your future, Trunks?" Vegeta knew his son better than anyone. This wasn't the reaction of one merely overpowered. It was the tremor of deeper, darker truths. A chill crept up his spine. Trunks lifted his head, and there standing side by side were Goku and Vegeta. Instinct flared, he seized his sword, muscles coiling for attack. Then memory surged back. He lowered the blade, though his gaze lingered on Goku, clouded with sorrow, betrayal, and unresolved fury. "Why do you look at me like that, Trunks?" Goku, the veteran warrior, had sensed it instantly, a fleeting but unmistakable wave of murderous intent, sharp as shattered glass. A furnace of hatred burned within Trunks' veins. Only the sight of his father beside Goku halted his strike, and only then did he truly register, "This is not my timeline." A new enemy emerged in the future, and he is, you, Uncle Goku. Goku blinked, dumbfounded. How could it be me? Would I ever harm Trunks? What, me? I? Trunks nodded solemnly, voice thick with anguish and seething resentment. He possesses your body, and he is a scion. His power escalated beyond comprehension. I stood no chance against him. Vegeta cast a cold, appraising glance at Kakarot, arms crossed tightly over his chest. Power surges. Since when did you forget you're a scion too? How dare you fall so pitifully? Our first clash was evenly matched. By the second, he fought like a transformed being, power magnified tenfold. In our third encounter, he struck me down in 3 blows. His sole purpose, the annihilation of all humanity. Trunks' pupils contracted, haunted by visions of unspeakable horror, his expression twisting with loathing, dread, and burning hatred. Kakarot, what are you doing? How could another version of you become such a monster? Vegeta roared at Kakarot, fury blazing, for his son's broken body demanded vengeance. I have no idea either. And weren't you just like that when you first arrived on Earth? How dare you lecture me? Goku, quick to counter, invoked Vegeta's own past, sharp, unflinching, and utterly undeniable. Vegeta fell silent. His own history offered no rebuttal. Bulma sharply silenced their bickering, averting what might well have erupted into combat. Guian Lang stepped forward then, calm, precise, and recounted the origin of Black Goku. That is merely Goku's body. The soul within belongs to Zamasu, the apprentice Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Using the Super Dragon Balls, he usurped Goku's form and allied with his alternate self to eradicate all humankind. Trunks, unfamiliar with Zamasu's identity, listened in dazed disbelief, as if reality itself had fractured. He had met a Supreme Kai. In his timeline, the Majin Buu incident occurred, yet he'd intervened, decisively preventing Buu's resurrection altogether. As the sole disciplined scion, efficient, ruthless, and unerring, he'd ended the threat without spectacle or delay. To him, the Supreme Kai embodied justice, benevolence, and overwhelming strength. How could such a being seek humanity's extinction? I've met the Supreme Kai. He is kind, noble, and bears no name like Zamasu. Vegeta scoffed, his disdain for his son's defeat palpable. There are 12 universes. We inhabit only the 7th. He speaks of a Supreme Kai from another realm. The god of destruction of the 10th universe felt that humanity was too violent and had always harbored dissatisfaction towards them. By chance, he encountered Wukong and was astonished by his power, awakening the darkness within him, which became the source of the entire incident. Guian Lang's words thoroughly unraveled the doubts in the hearts of several people. However, Wukong himself did not recall meeting the god of destruction of the 10th universe, so he wondered how Guian Lang knew. Have I met him? How do you know? Guian Lang did not elaborate further, merely smiling at the group. You really are good at hiding things. If you don't want to say, then fine. Oh, it doesn't matter anyway. Wukong laughed heartily, for he believed Guian Lang was not a bad person and was unconcerned about how he knew. There's no other way. Let me handle him for you. Although Vegeta was dissatisfied with his son's performance, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Upon hearing this, Wukong revealed a playful smile and looked at Vegeta. Oh, you seem quite confident, Vegeta. If I can defeat the real you, why would I fear a fake version? Vegeta spoke with great confidence about his own strength, and in fact, he had always been quite self-assured. Trunks hurriedly tried to dissuade the two. He had fought against Black Wukong and knew that his opponent's speed of improvement was astonishing and his strength was terrifying. Uncle Wukong, father, that Black Wukong is really powerful and is not in the same league as the previous androids or Cell. Although Trunks did not explicitly state it, both of them could sense his lack of confidence and fear that they might not be able to defeat Black Wukong. The stronger, the more interesting, isn't it? Wukong smiled nonchalantly. He enjoyed battling strong opponents, while weak enemies made him lose interest. Watching Wukong and Vegeta, Trunks couldn't help but think of his own universe. If they were still alive, such a tragedy would not have occurred. If Uncle Wukong and Dad were still alive, Mom wouldn't have. As he spoke, Trunks could not bring himself to finish the sentence, overwhelmed by grief and anger. His hair rose without wind and exploded into a Super Saiyan transformation, his fists clenched tightly, tears streaming down his face once more. Vegeta had a bad premonition. Oh, could it be that Bulma in that world? Trunks, what happened to Bulma? She hasn't been injured by the enemy, has she? Seeing Trunks silent and nearly crying while covering his face, Vegeta's ominous feelings intensified. Trunks lowered his head, unable to meet Vegeta's eyes, his tone filled with sorrow. Mom was killed by that guy. To save me and return to the present, she was brutally murdered by him. Upon hearing that Bulma was murdered, Vegeta's eyes momentarily lost focus, only to be consumed by a tidal wave of fury. You watched Bulma get killed, and just like a stray dog abandoned her to escape back here. As he said this, Vegeta's tone suddenly became void of emotion, empty, as he stared at Trunks. Without waiting for Trunks to respond, Vegeta landed a heavy punch to his abdomen. Trunks, still crying, immediately spat out a mouthful of bile. His body crashed through the stone pillars of the pavilion, flying back dozens of meters before he managed to stabilize himself. Vegeta, he's had a hard time. In the future, without Wukong and you, he is all alone. It's normal for a mother to die protecting her child, isn't it? Bulma hurriedly helped Trunks up and complained to Vegeta. Vegeta quietly glanced at Trunks, choosing not to strike him again, visibly suppressing his anger, his voice low and terrifying. Once the time machine is usable, I will go to the future myself. This waste won't need to return. He turned to leave without giving Trunks a single glance. He was deeply disappointed in his son. Even knowing he died at the hands of the androids, Vegeta did not feel too much anger. As a scion, being killed in battle was quite normal. While he was dissatisfied with his future self's defeat, he could accept it. But Bulma was different. Oh, as his woman and Trunks' mother, how could he abandon Bulma? Vegeta is really angry, but there's nothing that can be done. By the way, Trunks, what level have you reached in your training? Wukong did not stop Vegeta. He needed some time alone. Vegeta's punch had been merciless and Trunks could barely stand, taking a while to catch his breath. I don't know, but Uncle Wukong, you can take a look. Trunks gathered his energy, electric sparks appearing around him, and his entire demeanor became more arrogant. Wukong nodded in admiration, truly appreciating Trunks' strength. Super Saiyan 2. I didn't expect you to reach this level on your own. You really surprised me. Yet even transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Trunks still felt that Uncle Wukong was unfathomable. Uncle Wukong can transform into this form too, right? How strong have you become? Wukong chuckled, waving at Trunks to come at him with all his might. Trunks drew the sword from his back and struck at Wukong with all his strength. Wukong raised one hand, effortlessly catching Trunks' full-force strike, then countered with a punch to Trunks' neck. It ultimately stopped just against his neck, not delivering the blow. Trunks looked up, seeing Wukong's hair had turned red, and he even felt Wukong's energy was undetectable. Clearly they were mere inches apart, but if Trunks closed his eyes and relied solely on energy, he would not sense Wukong standing before him. What seemed like an ordinary strike, Trunks felt he could not evade at all. No matter what actions he took, he could not block this hit. Uncle Wukong is stronger than Black Wukong. Trunks compared the two in his mind, believing that with Uncle Wukong around, they could surely defeat Black Wukong. Wukong was also curious about Black Wukong's strength and wanted to know Trunks' opinion. So compared to him, who do you think is stronger? Although Trunks felt Wukong was stronger, Black Wukong's rapid growth made him hesitant to conclude that Wukong was definitively stronger. Based on his level when he last fought me, Uncle Wukong's strength is superior, but whether he has become stronger is uncertain. Imagining the furious Vegeta facing this enemy of his own body, Wukong felt it was strange. Oh, I see. Then he's doomed, and enraged Vegeta will surely kill him directly. Wukong's words left Trunks stunned, wondering if his father could also transform into this form. Deep within Trunks' subconscious, Vegeta's strength had always been perceived as inferior to Son Goku's. Guian Lang, who had been observing silently from the periphery, paid no attention to the clash between the two warriors. His gaze remained fixed on the sky. If Trunks had already arrived, Black Goku would surely appear soon. The moment he manifested here, Guian Lang would strike him down without hesitation, thereby eliminating all future complications. Yet caution was warranted. The Dragon Ball universe he inhabited was subtly askew. Not only did its timeline deviate unnaturally, but certain characters adhered to the anime's power scaling, while others followed the manga's far more rigorous hierarchy. By the manga's standard, both Goku and Vegeta in their Ultra Blue forms would utterly dominate. The two Zamasu's, Black Goku's, might would scarcely surpass that of Super Saiyan 3. In the anime, however, Black Goku fought Ultra Blue Goku evenly, and after fusion even matched the legendary Vegeta. Yet no matter how formidable he became, if he dared step foot here, Guian Lang would end him. Dark clouds coalesced overhead, a rift tore open midair, a yawning void of absolute darkness, through which a lone figure emerged. Long have I heard of your name, Son Goku. Before them stood Goku's body, now possessed by Zamasu, clad in black martial robes radiating an aura of malevolent, suffocating darkness. Guian Lang vanished from the ground in an instant. No hesitation, no preamble, launching a full-power Kamehameha wave determined to obliterate Black Goku in a single blow. Was there truly any foe more fitting than Zamasu himself? Guian Lang instantly dispersed the gathered Kamehameha energy. This was a golden opportunity to amass immense points. If he killed Black Goku, now only Zamasu would remain to yield meager rewards. Black Goku sensed Guian Lang's sudden shift. Just moments earlier, the man's explosive burst of speed had left even him momentarily unprepared. Clearly the attack had been aimed at him, yet inexplicably the man halted mid-strike. Still, Black Goku regarded Guian Lang with utter disdain. His sole adversary was Son Goku, the mortal who had transcended divinity. Uncle Goku, this is Black Goku, the one who murdered Mother. Goku's pupils contracted sharply. Hearing of his dearest friend Bulma's death, he abandoned all pretense of restraint or probing combat. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby forest. Hundreds of square meters of ancient trees were violently uprooted and hurled sideways by a shockwave of raw, untamed energy. "You fool!" Vegeta struck like lightning, materializing before Black Goku and driving a crushing fist toward his face. Black Goku merely sneered, eyes brimming with contempt. "You're nothing but an appetizer." With his left hand, he caught Vegeta's punch effortlessly. Vegeta surged again. This time the force punched through Black Goku's palm and slammed squarely into his jaw. The sheer impact sent Black Goku hurtling backward thousands of meters. Vegeta roared, a divine aura blazing around his entire form. An overwhelming, indomitable presence washed over the battlefield. On the ground, Trunks could scarcely believe his father's newfound magnitude, beyond imagination. Just as Vegeta prepared to deliver the killing blow, a colossal suction tore open from the spatial rift, yanking Black Goku's body inward in an instant before sealing shut, vanishing entirely. "I shall await you in the future, Son Goku." Only his echoing, mocking laughter lingered in the air. Vegeta stood resolute, lips tightly pressed, eyes locked upon the spot where his enemy had dissolved. If you wish to avoid defeat, train in the hyperbolic time chamber first. This foe is far stronger than you imagine. Guian Lang offered the warning with quiet sincerity. Vegeta glanced sideways at him, his gaze still steeped in proud reserve. The time machine would require 2 more days to fully recharge before returning to the future. Goku resolved to use Whis' power during this interval, to journey to Universe 10 and locate Zamasu of this world. Vegeta initially intended to accompany him, but recalling Guian Lang's counsel, he instead entered the hyperbolic time chamber alone. His quarry was future Zamasu, not this version innocent of any crime. Bulma urged Trunks to rest for several days, sure that Goku would surely resolve the threat. Yet Trunks watched his father soar skyward, a silhouette burning with righteous fury. Remembering his mother's brutal death, sacrificed to save him, he sank deep into self-reproach. All this stemmed from his own weakness. Had he possessed strength equal to Uncle Goku or father, would he ever have been so humiliated, forced to flee broken and bleeding back to this era to beg for their aid? He was simply too weak. But the enraged Vegeta dismissed his plea to train together without a second glance, leaving him far behind. And Uncle Goku had other matters to attend. To grow stronger, Trunks needed a true mentor. Guian Lang observed Trunks, brow furrowed, eyes burning with frustrated resolve, and decided after brief consideration to offer guidance. "Vegeta will complete his training tomorrow. You may ask Gohan to take you into the hyperbolic time chamber. Perhaps he is the most suitable master for you." Trunks froze. In his mind flashed Gohan's furious transformation into Super Saiyan 2 during the Cell games. In his own timeline, Gohan had been both elder brother and teacher, his unwavering moral compass and guiding light. Watching Guian Lang depart, Trunks pondered quietly. He had never encountered this Guqin Feng during his prior visit in the android era. Yet his manner of speech suggested deep familiarity with his father and the others. Had they met only after Trunks' departure? Shaking his head, he set the question aside. For now, finding Gohan was paramount. Bulma ached to keep her son close, but she had no grounds to forbid him and could only watch helplessly as he soared into the distance. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Trunks flew directly to Goku's home, where Gohan sat beside Videl, gently cradling her swollen belly. Their daughter's birth drew near. "Trunks, what brings you here?" Gohan beamed with genuine delight and warmly ushered him inside. Facing Gohan, scholarly, serene, profoundly gentle, Trunks hesitated. Was this truly the same Gohan he remembered? Yet having come this far, he steeled himself and revealed his purpose, recounting with raw anguish the desolate future he had fled. Gohan looked into Trunks' pleading eyes, and then at Videl, his jaw tightening, torn between duty and devotion. Videl reassured him softly, "I'm perfectly fine. It's just your first time being a father that's making you over-anxious. A single day away won't change anything." Piccolo stepped calmly through the doorway. As Gohan wavered, Piccolo offered his answer. "Gohan, I'll hold down the fort here. You go teach him without worry." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan finally made up his mind to guide Trunks in his training. Trunks did not sense any powerful aura from Gohan. At this moment, Gohan felt weaker than his younger self during the Cell Saga. Gohan, did you achieve your dream of becoming an excellent scholar? Yes, after defeating Cell, I spent a few years becoming a scholar. Gohan adjusted his glasses and patted Trunks on the shoulder, leading him to follow. Before starting the special training, he wanted to assess Trunks' current strength. The two flew to the plaza of the sacred world of the Kai, where Gohan changed out of his clothes and donned his martial arts uniform again. Come at me with all your might, Trunks. Having changed back into his fighting attire, Gohan's demeanor became fierce, and his presence underwent a dramatic transformation, making Trunks feel that he might not stand a chance against him, causing him to sigh inwardly. As expected of Gohan, even after so many years of neglect, Trunks still couldn't surpass him in strength. Without holding back, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and teleported right in front of Gohan, launching an attack. Gohan waved his hand to block, and Trunks seized the opportunity to throw a punch. Gohan raised his arm to defend, but little did he know it was a feint. Trunks instantly accelerated, appearing behind Gohan, delivering a kick to his back. However, Gohan did not turn around. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head, extending his right hand to deflect Trunks' attack. He threw Trunks into the air, and Trunks shot upwards at high speed, with Gohan following closely behind. Trunks desperately tried to halt his backward flight, keeping his eyes on Gohan's movements, unaware of when Gohan had arrived beneath him. The energy wave in Gohan's hand pressed tightly against Trunks' abdomen, and with a gentle push it could end his life. Incredible, truly incredible, Gohan. Trunks was astonished by Gohan's immense power. He had thought the gap between them wouldn't be too great, but now it seemed that their difference was even wider than the distance between heaven and earth. There's nothing extraordinary about it. You can definitely become stronger. I have high hopes for you, Trunks. Gohan patted his shoulder, not rushing into training, as there was plenty of time in the time chamber. The first thing to do was to soothe Trunks' emotions. Gohan had high expectations for him. Trunks was different from the others. Perhaps due to being alone in the future, Trunks fought decisively, without holding back. Once his strength surpassed an opponent's, he would always end the fight swiftly. This set him apart from Vegeta and the others, and it was also what Gohan admired most about Trunks. Once again being guided by his former brother Gohan, Trunks should have felt ecstatic. However, the tragic death of Bulma in the future weighed heavily on his heart, preventing him from feeling any joy. Fortunately, Gohan's kind and sunny personality allowed them to chat for a long time, gradually brightening Trunks' mood. Until Vegeta finished his training and stepped out of the time chamber. After a year of training, Vegeta felt much calmer. Upon seeing his disappointing son, he had nothing much to say. He simply cast a deep glance at Gohan, to which Gohan nodded and smiled back, understanding that Uncle Vegeta meant for him to train Trunks well and not hold back. Meanwhile, Goku, utilizing Whis abilities, successfully arrived in Universe 10, encountering Zamasu, who had not yet fully turned evil. As in the original story, just when he was about to strike against the Supreme Kai, Beerus intervened in time to prevent destruction. After returning home, Gu Qingfeng opened the chat group. In a couple of days I'm going to have a fight, and I'll live stream it for you all to see. Doing my son, is the admin going to fight? That's quite exciting. I haven't seen the admin go all out yet. Tony is not really the rich one. Last time you destroyed a small asteroid, this time it seems you will at least blow up something the size of Earth. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. Finally, we can see the true strength of the boss. I wonder if there will be new techniques. Seeing the words of Wave Wind Watergate, Guian Lang quickly stepped up to stop him. With his Chinibu personality, he still didn't know what bizarre name he was about to come up with. Unbeatable Gohan. As for names, let's skip that. I am quite low-key. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. Oh, alright. Coffee shop waitress who likes rabbits. Mainly because Watergate's name is too. Well, you can't blame the boss for that. Dongxiang found herself with a headache just thinking about Watergate, with all sorts of bizarre and hard-to-read names in mind. Tony is not really the rich one. I said your name is too morally bankrupt. How about it? The boss doesn't want you to name it, does he? Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. Tony, can you beat me? Tony is not really the rich one. I can't beat you. What do you mean? You want to fight me? Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. Guess. Guian Lang was speechless. How did Tony always manage to walk into the line of fire? What was he thinking? Time swiftly passed to the day after tomorrow. Gu Qingfeng arrived early at Bulma's house waiting for Trunks, while Vegeta and Goku were also waiting. It was only at noon that Trunks returned from the sacred world of the Kai, his previous despondency gone, though it was unclear how much his strength had improved. However, his gaze was filled with determination, and every move he made radiated strong confidence, a testament to his acknowledgement of his own strength, coupled with the courage to face challenges head-on. It seems Gohan trained him quite well. Unlike Vegeta's outward coldness masking inner warmth, Goku regarded Trunks' transformation with genuine admiration. Still far from enough. Bulma enveloped Trunks in a tight wordless embrace, her love and worry speaking louder than any words. Without delay, the four of them squeezed into the time machine. Vegeta bristled at Goku's presence. What business do you have in the past? I alone can wipe them out. In a flash of blinding white light, the time machine vanished. Bulma gazed skyward, whispering a silent prayer. Her heart ached fiercely for her son. You must succeed, Trunks. Zamasu, his emerald skin gleaming beneath the robes of a supreme Kai, hovered high above the earth, gazing down upon the terrified humans about to be erased. Humans, violent, fragile, and utterly insignificant. Allowing them to persist is the gravest blasphemy against divinity. Beside him, Black Goku stood clad in black martial attire, his laughter dripping with malevolence, his eyes brimming with contempt and mockery toward humanity. One shouldn't speak so absolutely. It is precisely their folly and frailty that magnify the gods' supremacy and perfection. We've toyed with this world long enough. Let it end here. A violet energy sphere coalesced in Zamasu's palm and shot downward toward the panicked crowd below. You won't get away with that. A streak of golden light hurtled from the horizon, arriving just before impact, and swatted the sphere skyward with a single palm strike. The ensuing shockwave tore through the heavens, unleashing gale-force winds and radiating violent energy in all directions. Oh, Trunks, where's Son Goku? Did you come back alone just to die? Seeing his attack deflected, Black Goku laughed, not in anger but with cruel amusement, mocking Trunks relentlessly. You're my opponent, you bastard. With identical form and ferocity, Vegeta landed another devastating blow, this time shattering Black Goku's jaw and driving him deep into the ruins of a shattered skyscraper. Goku and Vegeta flanked Trunks, each locking eyes with their chosen adversary. Though Black Goku clearly surpassed Zamasu in raw power, and though Goku yearned to test himself against him, he deferred to Vegeta, mindful that Bulma of this timeline had already been slain. He remained unaware, however, that after seizing his body, Black Goku had mercilessly slaughtered Shishi and Goten. An appetizer, and yet you dare stand so arrogantly. Black Goku emerged from the rubble, still regarding Vegeta with disdain. How could a lowborn scion ever hope to match a god? Vegeta uttered no word. Only fury burned in his gaze. Blood boiling, he unleashed his aura in an explosive surge, instantly ascending to Super Saiyan Blue. Around Black Goku, pink light flared violently, his hair shifting to a radiant rose hue as immense energy roiled outward. Like twin meteors, they rocketed toward one another, a crimson bolt and an azure lance colliding with cataclysmic force. After a brief trembling standoff, Black Goku was overpowered. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta prevailed. Is it just me, or do these two look uncannily like the Elder? I think so too, but the Elder's bearing is sharper, more aloof. Truly worthy of the Elder's realm, the destructive force of even a casual strike rivals that of a tailed beast ball. Exactly. Their speed and power are dizzying. Even cinema would balk at staging such combat. Can everyone actually see the battle? I can't see them at all. Neither can I. Only afterimages clashing, though I can perceive the shockwaves rippling through the air. Same here. Agreed. I only catch fleeting silhouettes too. The pink-haired one appears to be losing. Will the fight conclude so swiftly? Amazing. Hinata can actually see it. Impossible. Even Minato can't follow it. How could Hinata? Best to stay honest, little Hinata. Hinata possesses the Byakugan. Her ocular prowess far surpasses ordinary limits. Seeing this is not beyond her capacity. No, it's simply that the battlefield is now saturated with azure light. The pink aura is nearly extinguished. Hinata's observation stunned the onlookers. They strained their vision toward Vegeta and Black Goku, where the azure radiance surged ever brighter, its vitality rising rather than waning. Meanwhile, the pink luminescence flickered like a solitary skiff adrift upon a churning sea of sapphire energy. To any discerning eye, Vegeta held absolute dominance. In close-quarters combat, Goku utterly dominated Zamasu, whose immortality, granted by the Super Dragon Balls, offered no shield against overwhelming force. Though Zamasu had scraped the edge of life and death, pushing his strength to Super Saiyan 3 levels, he crumbled before Goku's Ultra Instinct-enhanced might, unable to withstand even half a strike. Likewise, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta wielded overwhelming power, reducing Black Goku to a battered, desperate figure, forcing him to concede grudgingly the legendary combat prowess of the Saiyan race. Just one day ago, Vegeta had not yet reached this apex, yet in mere hours his power had undergone a seismic transformation. Vegeta pressed the assault relentlessly. When Zamasu attempted to intervene, Goku intercepted him midair, refusing to let him interfere in their duel. Black Goku raged, impotent, furious, his divine pride searing as a mortal humiliated him. His eyes blazed with incandescent wrath. Clasping his hands, he summoned the scythe of judgment and slashed twice. twin arcs of lethal ki cleaving toward Vegeta. Vegeta tilted his head, evading effortlessly. One blade arc sliced downward, instead aimed squarely at Gowasu, who watched it approach with calm detachment. Raising a single hand, he seized the energy blade mid-flight and crushed it to nothingness. So your attacks amount to this? Vegeta sneered. Black Goku said nothing, only stared silently past Vegeta's shoulder, lips curling into a wide, chilling grin. What a Vegeta whirled, only to witness Black Goku's strike rending the very heavens, tearing open a rift in space-time. This is the power of a god. A punch struck squarely at the face of Black Goku, who was laughing maniacally, sending him plummeting from the sky, crashing into the ground. This was not the end. The furious Vegeta unleashed the prince's combat technique, and beams of light fell like raindrops pouring down upon Black Goku's body. Dust and debris erupted from the ground as countless fragments flew apart. Vegeta did not give Black Goku a moment to breathe. His energy surged once more as he dove down. With all his might, Vegeta delivered a punch that struck Black Goku in the abdomen, radiating brilliance that illuminated the earth. This one punch trembled the heavens and earth. Under this terrifying power, Black Goku's body sank deeper, driven hundreds of meters underground. Forced to use instant transmission, Black Goku reappeared in midair, emanating a pink aura from the space, cleaved by the sword energy, ultimately coalescing into multiple Black Gokus. No matter how Vegeta attacked, he could not be completely destroyed. The dispersed energy entities would instantly revert to their original form, even splitting into more. Do you know what your wife said before she died? She begged me to spare Trunks. Oh, what a pathetic woman. Black Goku, lost in arrogance, taunted again, believing himself to be invincible. The ancient celestial wolf shook his head. He threw out history. Villains perished from their own verbosity, and this statement would become the fuse that ignited Vegeta's fury. As expected, upon hearing this, Vegeta truly became enraged. The extreme anger ignited the Science battle blood, and a tremendous energy erupted forth. Black Goku was quite thrilled. Vegeta's increase in strength meant that he too could become stronger. Vegeta emitted energy far surpassing that of an ordinary Super Saiyan Blue, disregarding the surrounding Black Goku's energy clones. In the next moment, he charged directly at Black Goku, hatred fueling all of Vegeta's potential, turning the battle into a complete one-sided affair. Even though the surrounding energy clones launched a relentless assault against Vegeta, their numbers were meaningless in the face of full-power Super Saiyan Blue. Black Goku was completely powerless to retaliate. His body transformed into light as he chased after the Black Goku that had been knocked away. Get lost. Even as a clone of Black Goku attempted a sneak attack, Vegeta didn't even look back as he delivered a punch that obliterated the Black Goku clone. A series of combos flowed seamlessly. Zamasu watched anxiously. If Black Goku were to die, even with his immortality, he would never stand a chance against Goku and Vegeta. Taking the energy waves from Goku, Hiden Zamasu pierced his body while using instant transmission. Trunks and Mai, who were observing the battle, were still astonished by Vegeta's power when Zamasu suddenly appeared behind Mai. Goku attempted to come to the rescue, but he was a moment too late. He had not anticipated Zamasu's shamelessness, posing as a deity while committing such despicable acts. Reaching out his hand to grasp Mei's neck, the weakest among them, Zamasu figured he could threaten several others by capturing her. The imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. A large hand appeared out of nowhere, landing a punch squarely on his face, causing Zamasu's head to explode like tofu. The one who struck was the ancient celestial wolf. His full-powered punch was terrifying, and without a head, Zamasu's body fell straight down. Trunks was very grateful for the ancient celestial wolf's assistance, as the consequences could have been dire. Thank you, Mr. Gu. The ancient celestial wolf nodded slightly. It was just a small effort. You're welcome. Zamasu stood up again, keeping his distance from the ancient celestial wolf. He could sense the gap between them, yet his expression remained smug. I am immortal. No matter how strong you are, you cannot erase me, mere humans. Before he could finish his sentence, Trunks charged forward and punched him in the stomach. You killed my mother and have repeatedly attacked Mayu. I will never let you off the hook. Trunks roared, no longer suppressing the overwhelming rage in his heart, as countless electric sparks enveloped his body. His hair turned golden, and the power within Trunks began to surge endlessly as if there were no limits. Trunks' hair color changed slightly again, turning into pure gold, and his hair grew significantly longer. The aura that radiated from him shook the heavens and the earth, and although it was deep in the night, a miniature sun appeared in the sky, shining upon the world. The third level of Super Saiyan emerged, delivering a visual shock stronger than even Super Saiyan God. The latter was already a transformation of a god capable of restraining its energy. The resulting commotion was relatively smaller. Super Saiyan 3 was a pure Saiyan transformation incomparable to the former. Trunks surged forward, unleashing a torrential storm of attacks against Zamasu, who felt an increased burden. How could Trunks' growth be so immense in just 2 days? Was this really the same person? It was completely different from their previous encounter. In just a few dozen exchanges, Zamasu sustained multiple injuries, his body battered and bloody. Goku descended to the ground, joining the ancient celestial wolf, watching Trunks showcase his incredible strength without intervening. This was his battle of vengeance. It was best for him to handle it himself. He was quite surprised by Vegeta's explosive power, not expecting his close friend to reach such a level of realm he had yet to attain. Vegeta has seemingly achieved full power Super Saiyan Blue. How impressive. The ancient celestial wolf also did not anticipate Vegeta's rapid advancement and remarked, "This is only natural." Upon returning from training with Whis and learning of his wife's brutal murder, his spirit was greatly stimulated, unlocking his potential in a different way. His strength should exceed yours now. Actually, this has some of its reasons. Before he followed Whis, he had learned of the ancient celestial wolf's strength surpassing both himself and Goku. This also resulted in Vegeta working even harder during his training on Beerus planet compared to the original storyline. Black Goku was frantically rubbed into the ground by Vegeta, while Zamasu could not withstand Trunks' full-on assault. Both realized they had miscalculated. The potential of the Scions was too great, and their strength escalated beyond their expectations. Damn it, it seems we have underestimated humans. Let's use that move. Black Goku, having been battered by Vegeta, felt his energy becoming chaotic, so he could only resort to the evil energy clones and launched a full-scale attack on Vegeta. Taking this opportunity, he used instant transmission to reach Zamasu's position, removing the Patera earrings and wearing them on the opposite ear. The two were involuntarily drawn towards each other, light enveloping the world, merging into one, and in the dazzling glow, God Zamasu emerged. God Zamasu took a deep breath, energy flowing like an endless river, appearing with a halo of archangels behind him. With infinite power and an immortal body, he was undoubtedly the strongest foe Goku and his companions had ever faced. Tony, not the richest man, remarked, "Is it that shouting can make one stronger? It seems every time they yell their power increases." Unrivaled Vegeta, "Not really, it's just that Scions like it this way, or it adds to the momentum during a fight." "Have we fused?" "That's quite a flashy move. How about we call it the Duo Fusion Super Flash Warrior?" "Here we go again, such a strange name. Why not simply call it Fusion Warrior?" "This guy Watergate is really interesting. He looks so handsome, but has a bit of a natural fool personality. I'm curious to see how strong this enemy becomes after the fusion." Ancient Heavenly Wolf is also curious about this. Each person's power increases differently when using the earrings to fuse. It's not common to have such a significant boost like Vegeto's. Vegeto and Son Goku are both rivals and close friends. Only with the added dual buff can they achieve such overwhelming results. As for the so-called multiplication theory, in his view, it's just a metaphor indicating that Vegeta is very powerful. Multiplication isn't very realistic. If that's the case, Super Saiyan 2 Vegeto's power would be 100 billion times that of Super Saiyan 2 Goku, making him capable of overwhelming Beerus. How strong is God Zamasu? Ancient Heavenly Wolf isn't in a hurry to strike. He can let Goku and the others take a shot first. God Zamasu gathers a purple destructive energy bomb in his hand, launching it at the few people on the ground. Evil Flash, Kamehameha, Gallic Gun. Goku and his companions unleash their strongest combined attack, an explosion of yellow and blue energy surging forth to meet the destructive energy bomb Hedon. The two attacks, potent enough to destroy the earth, collide fiercely. God Zamasu exerts force with one hand, continually pressing down on the destructive energy bomb. Up! Vegeta and Trunks simultaneously shout, pushing their powers to the limit and increasing their energy output. Tenfold Kaioken. Seeing they are at a disadvantage, Goku uses the technique he just mastered, executing the tenfold Kaioken in Super Saiyan Blue form. Goku charges up his energy, surging wildly. A layer of red flame envelopes the blue flames, and his energy continues to rise. With 3 times, 7 times, and 10 times Kaioken, his explosive energy causes the ground to crack underfoot, an overwhelming aura rushing forth. With the combined strength of the three, they ultimately shattered the destructive energy bomb. The intense energy fluctuations erupted everywhere, and the remaining energy waves struck God Zamasu. As the smoke cleared, Zamasu was unharmed. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances and launched their attacks simultaneously. The divine ring behind God Zamasu suddenly fired countless death beams, shaking the entire ground as it crumbled. The refugees hiding underground were in dire straits, trembling in fear. Even under siege, Zamasu remained unfazed. Vegeta seized the opportunity, grabbing God Zamasu's right hand, while Son Goku timed his kick towards Zamasu. However, Zamasu reacted swiftly, grabbing Goku's leg with both hands. Evil energy emanated from his palms, causing Goku and Vegeta to scream in pain. The two squeezed out the last remnants of their energy, forcibly resisting the encroachment of the evil aura. Goku executed a beautiful spinning kick, striking Zamasu in the head. Vegeta followed up with a heavy punch, slamming Zamasu down to the ground. After taking this hit, Zamasu's divine ring shattered, and he could no longer maintain his previous haughty demeanor, roaring in rage. Rainbow energy surged upwards, his arm twisting and deforming, demanding energy from the sky. Pink thunderclouds appeared and countless lightning bolts gathered around his body, making his right hand incredibly thick. At this moment, Goku and the others had exhausted all their strength and could not revert to the already draining Super Saiyan Blue form. Vegeta broke through to full power Super Saiyan Blue first, but it was only a slight breakthrough, and his power was unstable, leading to full body spasms and weakness. Trunks' energy had not diminished much, but the gap between Super Saiyan 3 and God Zamasu was evident. The people in the chat group, seeing Goku and the others in a desperate situation, began to hope that the administrator would take action again. Tony, not the richest man, can I ask if that attack from Zamasu can really destroy the Earth? It shouldn't. Even if it's strong to destroy the Earth, one would need a full-powered attack, right? How could a single-handed strike achieve that? I guess it would be somewhat overwhelming. Destroying an asteroid and destroying the Earth are two different concepts. Many asteroids are only 1% or even 1,000th the size of Earth. Unrivaled Vegeta, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? World Destroyer, let's hear a lie first. Unrivaled Vegeta, it can't destroy it. How could anyone really destroy the Earth? Tony, not the richest man. I'm feeling a bit scared to hear the truth, but I still want to listen. Unrivaled Vegeta, even if there are 10 Earths lined up in a straight line, that one strike could pierce through them all. But the destructive power doesn't seem that strong. It feels less visually shocking than Whitebeard's attack. Haha, I see they have concentrated energy at a single point. With the same amount of energy, the destructive power is stronger, but the range of destruction is much smaller. Such a powerful enemy, can the boss really win? If not, we should hurry and escape. Unlike others, Dongxiang thinks that such a strong enemy may not even be a match for the boss. World Destroyer. Yeah, if we can't win, let's escape and find another opportunity to destroy him later. Upon hearing Ancient Heavenly Wolf's words, the group's consensus was clear: let him escape and not confront such a being. Heathen. Unrivaled Vegeta. But he is still not my opponent, so there is no need to worry. No one doubted whether Ancient Heavenly Wolf was lying. Everyone deeply trusted Gu Qingfeng. His massive right arm came crashing down on the few people below the force, creating a whirlwind capable of tearing everything apart, striking them like an air cannon. Even knowing he was no match for this attack, Trunks charged forward without hesitation, spreading his arms to create a protective shield around Vegeta, Goku, and Little Mai behind him. Human not running away, still daring to face the Divine's attack. He'd in such a foolish and insignificant existence. God Zamasu looked down on Trunks' actions, but just then the protective shield expanded again, encompassing the humans in the shelter. I won't let you succeed. I am Trunks, son of Prince Vegeta, and I will save the future. Trunks maximized his energy, preparing to turn the tide single-handedly. Guian Lang merely watched in silence, offering no assistance. This was Trunks' inner demon, a perilous near-death trial he needed to overcome the shadows of his past. The fist's shockwave collided with the energy barrier, its terrifying force warping and distorting the shield until it clearly neared collapse under such monstrous pressure. Yet Trunks refused to yield, even at the final moment, transcending his limits to achieve full-power Super Saiyan 3 energy. At the very instant the barrier was about to shatter, it flared with blinding radiance, neutralizing the fist's concussive blast. This enraged the fused Zamasu beyond measure. A mere Trunks had dared withstand his assault. In fury, he unleashed countless energy projectiles, intent on obliterating Earth in one fell stroke. But halfway through their flight, the projectiles detonated midair in thunderous explosions, and from the thickening mist emerged a lone figure gazing upon the demonic Zamasu with cold, unblinking indifference. To the members of the chat group, Guian Lang now seemed like a celestial deity descended from heaven, his presence alone evoking involuntary awe and humility. World Destroyer, I pass through the mist, and others shrink before me, not out of fear, but sheer inadequacy. A being both enigmatic and overwhelming. Kamen Rider Deno, who had shattered countless worlds, gazed at the man on screen and sighed softly in quiet reverence. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Roar Third Form, our opponent is formidable, perhaps even a true rival for the administrator. Alas, we shall never witness this battle firsthand. Minato felt profound regret. Live transmission could never match the visceral intensity of standing there. Only proximity revealed the true magnitude of their power. Sleeping Detective's daughter, I dare not go near. It's far too dangerous. Even the faintest aftershock would surely kill me. Ran Muri thought otherwise. She preferred watching from afar. Were she truly to stand on that battlefield, her courage would surely falter. Time-devouring spirit, the clash begins. Let us observe closely. Just how mighty is the administrator? Guian Lang hovered midair, his expression shifting subtly as he studied Zamasu. He realized, perhaps, he had underestimated himself. His base form might well surpass full-power Super Saiyan Blue. Without prior benchmarks, he'd never known his own strength. But seeing Vegeta's performance just now, even full-power Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta still felt profoundly weak to him. Vegeta's power paled beside his own baseline, and even Zamasu, whose fused might eclipsed Vegeta's, still failed to stir any real sense of threat. You wretch, you show no reverence for a god. Zamasu's face, already grotesquely twisted, contorted further in blind rage, repulsive beyond words. Boom. A figure slammed violently into the earth, carving a deep crater. The airborne Zamasu vanished instantly. My apologies, you're simply too hideous. I couldn't help myself. Guian Lang smiled wryly, yet to Zamasu lying broken on the ground, that smile looked infuriatingly smug. Trunks stared stunned. Guian Lang's strike had been impossibly swift. Even he hadn't perceived its motion. Zamasu's thick right arm slammed the ground, unleashing a pillar of searing light. In an instant, he teleported upward, blazing with radiant fury, and hurled a devastating punch straight at Guian Lang. Guian Lang, long weary of Zamasu's self-proclaimed divinity, met the blow heat, unleashing his full strength. Their fists collided with cataclysmic force, fracturing the earth and toppling shattered skyscrapers. A titanic struggle of raw power erupted, neither yielding. Yet as Guian Lang's smile deepened, Zamasu felt his own strength gradually ebbing, his fingers trembling as if their bones were about to splinter, while Guian Lang stood serene, grinning. No longer daring to underestimate his foe, Zamasu erupted with pink energy from his mouth, a repelling blast that forced Guian Lang back, then conjured a luminous blade in his left hand and lunged again. Guian Lang's power clearly surpassed both Goku and Vegeta by a wide margin. Gradually seizing dominance, he deflected Zamasu's charging fist with effortless precision, redirecting momentum before delivering a flawless spinning sidekick. The sequence flowed seamlessly. As he focused his energy, a torrent of azure light rained down, enveloping the entire landscape like an inescapable net. Zamasu was reduced to a mangled, unrecognizable ruin. Forced to erect a barrier, Zamasu slashed wildly with furious light blades. Yet Guian Lang remained calm, smiling faintly, as though victory were already sealed. Their figures flickered across the sky, probing for openings. Zamasu soared into the clouds, erupting with overwhelming aura, and forged a sphere of malevolent, world-ending energy. Zamasu laughed maniacally. This orb represented his ultimate attack, an unstoppable force no being could possibly survive. Dodge, and Earth perishes. Stand firm, and you die? So tell me, what is your choice? Trunks's eyes burned crimson. He sensed the attack's apocalyptic scale and surged forward, desperate to aid Guian Lang, even if it meant his own death, to prevent the annihilation of his future. Goku and Vegeta, both stronger than Trunks, staggered upright from the rubble, straining to reach Guian Lang. Such devastation demanded more than one warrior's sacrifice. Who said I intended to protect Earth? But since you insist, I'll humor you. That attack isn't even worthy of my evasion. Guian Lang halted their advance with a raised hand, then gestured lazily toward Zamasu, beckoning him to strike. Zamasu, whose power dwarfed even full-power Super Saiyan Blue, still elicited no real sense of danger, merely mild curiosity. The energy projectile screamed downward, slamming into Guian Lang. He braced it with both hands, its crushing weight driving his legs deep into the earth. Die, mortal! Zamasu roared from above, pouring every ounce of his being into the assault, determined to erase Guian Lang and this planet alike. The projectile slowly sank into the ground. Guian Lang vanished beneath it. A wave of annihilating energy swallowed him whole. The impact carved a crater hundreds of meters wide, and as the blast subsided, its depth plunged into unfathomable darkness. Trunks could no longer sense his aura. All was lost. Even attempting to intercept the blast now would trigger premature detonation. Tony Stark is not the richest. Did the senior expert just fall? I can't see him anymore. Sleeping detective's daughter, surely not. He said his opponent wasn't even a match for him. Rabbit-loving cafe attendant still. The opponent's attack buried him underground. It's the first time we've ever seen the senior expert look so battered. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Technique. Keep watching closely. If you lack confidence, even a big shot wouldn't dare to take on this attack. That is true. After all, he wouldn't die so easily under this attack. Having witnessed it, Min Shirshir also has great confidence in Guian Lang after he exterminated over 1,000 monsters solely with his aura. However, several women in the group evidently held different views and couldn't help but worry about Guian Lang. At this moment, a shocking reversal occurred. The energy sphere that was sinking suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light, unleashing an incomparably powerful aura. The energy sphere began to rise uncontrollably towards the sky, and no matter how hard Zama's fought, he could no longer control it. Guian Lang emerged from the ground step by step, lifting the energy sphere with one hand, looking at Zama's with disdain. The power of the divine is truly insignificant, it's disappointing. Guian Lang's hair color and pupils changed to a golden hue, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Golden lightning flickered around him, and his aura became proud and domineering, his gaze treating the divine as mere ants. Just the scattered aura frightened Zama's back several steps. Impossible. How can you withstand this move? I should have killed you already. Even Super Blue is no match for me. A mere Super Saiyan, though momentarily surprising, is nothing to me. But I couldn't sense Guian Lang's aura earlier. Why is he still alive? Guian Lang leaned back, throwing a punch, treating the energy sphere like a basketball, hurling it fiercely at the airborne Zamas. Transforming into a Super Saiyan isn't everything. Your speed hasn't increased much at all. This is simply divine. This guy is incredibly powerful, operating on a different dimension from us. The earth, shrouded in dark energy, suddenly saw its outer shadows vanish, purified by the energy sphere, allowing sunlight to shine through once more. Zamas also noticed the anomaly in the sky, baffled as to how Gu Qingfeng accomplished this. Using my energy, you broke through my dark aura. How did you manage that? In fact, when Guian Lang launched the energy sphere, he had already purified it with his own energy, making it akin to a spirit bomb. A flash of golden light occurred as Guian Lang appeared before Zama's, pressing his hand against Zama's head and rubbing it against the building. With a kick, he plunged into the ruins. Zamas burst forth from the rubble, engaging in close combat, with punches landing heavily. However, due to the immense gap in strength, Zamas couldn't land a single blow on Guian Lang. Can you get any stronger? If this is all you've got, then you have no value in living. Gu Qingfeng calm and composed dodged while inquiring seriously, knowing that the stronger Zamas was, the more points he could earn. Otherwise, even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, if the enemy's strength is too weak, he won't be able to unleash his full power, and the chat group's points wouldn't amount to much. The more Guian Lang acted this way, the angrier Zamas became. Unable to contain his rage of being mocked by a human, he looked down upon, almost losing his sanity. His attacks became erratic, and Guian Lang lost interest, mercilessly beating down Zamas, the once proud divine, being retreating step by step. No one in the group expected Guian Lang to hide such power. I thought the big shot was going to lose. That scared me. I thought it would take a tough battle, but I didn't expect the big shot's true strength to be so terrifying. It's a complete one-sided beatdown. Isn't this just a change of hairstyle? How did his strength increase so much? What was once evenly matched has turned into a crush. However, after transforming into a golden-haired form, the aura he emits feels so cold and aloof. In his usual demeanor, Guian Lang, though the strongest in the group, appeared rather kind, lacking the exclusivity exhibited by other powerful beings. But now, even without expression, the pride in his brow could not be concealed. Indeed, he seems more imposing than before, but isn't the enemy supposed to be immortal, eh? As long as the power is strong enough, being immortal doesn't mean being indestructible. There's always a way to eliminate them. Looking at the frenzied Zamas, Guian Lang felt a sense of boredom. It seemed his strength had reached its limit, and he had lost interest in continuing to play. It's over. A seven-colored orb of light appeared in his hand, dotted with rainbow colors, and with lightning speed, he pressed it into Zamas' body. I am immortal, no. Before Zamas could finish speaking, his body began to crack inch by inch, starting from his limbs, and then his torso, erasing all traces of his existence. Whether it was his evil aura or Zamas' immortality, everything lost its effect, completely purified by this pure energy from within to without. The Soul Enforcer possesses the characteristic of purifying evil, making it the perfect match against Zamas, whose mind was consumed by darkness. Seeing Zamas, who had yet to regain his form, Vegeta found it hard to believe that he had died. Zamas is really dead. What kind of move was that just now? Goku also staggered to his feet, gazing solemnly at the spot where Zamas had stood. Guian Lang is indeed strong, but just being a Super Saiyan possesses such battle power. Trunks was at a loss for words, wondering how there could be someone on Earth stronger than his father and Uncle Goku. He couldn't recall any such figure. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Zamas didn't even manage to withstand a single blow. The disparity between him and Guian Lang was like heaven and earth. Tony thought, is that it? Did the battle end so quickly? Tony felt it necessary to curry favor with Guian Lang in the future. If Guian Lang were willing to protect him, no matter how ridiculous the villain, even Thanos would be no match. This big shot is just too strong. Seriously, Guian Lang is terrifying. Become my son. Whitebeard could not even perceive the exchange. Only the air, trembling violently, as both fighters moved too swiftly for the human eye to track. A colossal ink-green storm cloud suddenly blotted out the sky, Zamasu's malevolent presence, undeterred and relentless, spread from Earth outward across the cosmos like a tide of darkness. Do you truly believe this is over? I shall eradicate every last human. How dare these wretched mortals defy a god? Countless gargantuan faces of Zamasu materialized across the heavens, jaws agape, as they gathered sinister energy, then unleashed indiscriminate ki blasts upon the planet below. Guian Lang did not even glance, merely flicked his hand, and every blast detonated midair. He murmured softly, "O feeble god, behold true power." His gaze sharpened with resolve, golden aura erupted around him, dispelling the shadows once more. The sheer magnitude of his energy sent shockwaves rippling through the entire universe. As Guian Lang's aura surged ever higher, Earth convulsed. Sandstorms raged, mountains trembled, and primordial force potent enough to redden skies and split heavens roared forth from his being. With both hands he condensed two soul judicators, then slammed them together, merging them into a single pure technique, and hurled it straight at Zamasu's consciousness in the sky. Though Zamasu loomed immense, the attack struck without resistance. No cry escaped his lips before he was erased anew. The reversal came too swiftly. They were still reeling from Zamasu's tenacious will, astonished he had survived such devastation, only to return stronger, thirsting for vengeance. And yet in the blink of an eye he fell again. Truly the legend fulfilled. You won't leave until you've desecrated my corpse. A cafe server who loves rabbits, such grand fanfare. Yet all that thunder yielded only a drizzle. His resurrection to annihilation spanned precisely 3 seconds. Dong Xiang had been startled. Though Gu Qingfeng and Zamasu's battle unleashed stellar-level destruction, its visual impact had remained curiously muted. She could not gauge the true magnitude of their energy, but post-resurrection Zamasu had enshrouded Earth itself, his dark influence creeping steadily into nearby star systems, devouring them inch by inch. Dong Xiang had never beheld a creature so vast. Size alone does not dictate strength, but a monster larger than Earth. She could conceive no means to defeat it. Even nuclear weapons would prove futile. Yet again he perished beneath the same masterstroke, failing even to utter his second line. World Devastator, perhaps his death pose lacked sufficient flair. Shall we try another? Tony is not the richest. Who cares about flair and death? You're utterly absurd. Does your family know how ridiculous you are? World Devastator, Tony, can you read my name? Tony is not the richest, of course. I see it plainly. So what? You wear armor, I am Iron Man. I fear no rival. Kamen Rider Dino had introduced himself in the group merely as one capable of transforming into armored form. A modest, unremarkable Kamen Rider offering no further elaboration. Tony instinctively assumed Mascherito's strength matched his own. After all, he was the world's wealthiest man and a scientific prodigy. There was no reason his technology should lag behind another's. Spiral Flash Hyper Wheel Dance Roar 3. Let me clarify. When Mascherito transforms, his Kamen Rider form possesses myriad abilities, supersonic speed punches, and kicks delivering 10 tons of force. Regardless, Minato had fought alongside Mascherito and thus possessed some understanding of Dino's power. He stepped forward to explain. Tony Stark, humming cheerfully in his executive chair, nearly tumbled to the floor. No armor in existence could move at sonic velocity. Just who are you? As Tony spoke those words, an unfamiliar melody echoed within his mind. Though he could not identify the tune, he sensed unmistakably this was an execution theme. Merely a passing Kamen Rider. Remember that well. Mascherito drew his card sword, polished it absently, then snapped back to awareness, realizing he'd grown too immersed. He'd only meant to startle Tony, yet nearly transformed on impulse. Become my son. Children, cease your antics. Stop frightening Tony constantly. Whitebeard intervened, ending the farce. His greater concern lay in how many points the administrator had just earned. As this was a solo mission, the reward points remained invisible to all but Guian Lang. No one else in the group could view them. Hinata clan's eldest daughter. I suspect the tally exceeds 10 million. Last time he received exactly that. Daughter of the sleeping Kagoro. I concur. It seems the foe surpassed even those faced at the martial arts tournament. Time-devouring spirit. Oh my oh my. I think so too. Spiral Flash Hyperwheel Dance Roar 3. Tony does not flirt. Ask the senior expert yourself when he logs on. Tony is not the richest. Why must I ask? Why don't you? You never summon me for good news. Only trouble calls my name first. Tony was utterly speechless. Why inquire about another's private points? Even if the senior expert were exceptionally patient, such a question was profoundly inappropriate. Spiral Flash Hyperwheel Dance Roar 3. Ah, you've suddenly regained your wits. I'd begun to think you craved death itself. In the future Dragon Ball universe, Trunks stared upward, eyes wide, frozen in disbelief. until Guian Lang gently tapped his shoulder, jolting him back to reality. My deepest gratitude. I cannot fathom Earth's survival without your presence. Trunks bowed low before Guian Lang, his expression grave, his voice reverent and sincere. Guian Lang accepted the bow unflinchingly, then turned toward Goku and Vegeta, who stood trembling in the distance, and teased, "Shall I help you rise? You appear utterly spent." "Nah, don't bother." Goku chuckled carefree and unbothered. Vegeta merely scoffed, bracing himself with both hands on his knees, refusing to yield even an inch. Without senzu beans, Trunks ultimately assisted both warriors onto the time machine, carrying the four of them back to the present era. En route home, Guian Lang pondered the mission's oddity. 6 million points were understandable. Zamasu's strength, though formidable, paled beside that of Beerus or Gogeta. Even granting his immortality, bestowed by the Super Dragon Balls, the chat group valued raw power above special traits. Still, such divine resilience warranted preparation for Ultra Super Saiyan God transformation. Yet mere Ultra Super Saiyan state sufficed to obliterate him, and with every battle Guian Lang felt his own body grow ever more potent, ever more transcendent. Bulma, seeing the trio battered and broken, assumed total defeat, and rushed to assist Vegeta down from the time machine. Vegeta was quite displeased. Even after training to full power in Super Blue, he still lagged significantly behind Goku. Upon hearing that the enemy had been dealt with, Bulma's anxious heart finally relaxed, and she turned to look at Goku in surprise. Vegeta always referred to Goku as Kakarot. Since no such title was used here, it meant the enemy was defeated by the Celestial Wolf. Last time it was Frieza that he took down, and how much power does this guy truly hide? Seeing Bulma's curious gaze, Goku felt uneasy and quickly made an excuse to leave. Back at his residence, Goku meditated for the afternoon, recalling the battle with Zamasu with images of their confrontation flashing through his mind. According to his estimates, the fused Zamasu was slightly stronger than full-power Super Blue, but the combined might of Goku and Vegeta could break through his attacks, indicating that the gap wasn't too significant. When he fought him in his normal state, he felt no pressure at all. If it weren't for the need to convert the energy blast into positive energy, he wouldn't even need to become a Super Saiyan. How strong am I really? Why does it feel like I'm stronger than the Super Broly version of Vegeto? I remember that Vegeto's normal state was only Super Blue at full power, yet I am even more powerful than him. What period is my body from when Goku and Vegeta fused? Just then a notification from the chat group vibrated in his mind. To beat up the ex-girlfriend for the current girlfriend, he joined the chat group. Tony Stark. These two new group members have quite the gap. Oh, aren't the names supposed to reflect their personalities and experiences? What's up with the group leader's name? The sleeping little Goro's daughter. Maybe the dream of the new member is to become the group leader. And the first member isn't some jerk, right? Tony Stark. The problem is just thinking about it. Want help? A big shot is like an insurmountable mountain, and with his power, who can really be the leader? The World Destroyer. Can it really be played this way? Just put the gender in the name. The coffee shop waitress who loves rabbits. The first new member's name is so annoying. Even the cold-hearted Dongxiang, upon seeing the new member's name, felt a sense of annoyance. After all, she is a woman too. No matter how you look at it, generally breaking up means breaking up. Beating up the ex for the current girlfriend is too much. Hinata family's young lady. Perhaps his ex-girlfriend was too much. Otherwise, a man shouldn't resort to violence against his ex. The World Destroyer. Are we going off topic? Weren't we just discussing how the new member became the leader as soon as they joined? Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3 styles. You can't guess a woman's thoughts. Even if you try, you won't succeed. At that moment, in an unknown parallel universe on a blue planet, a sweet and lovely girl was dumbfounded looking at the members in the group. Not to mention Tony Stark, a regular in the chat group. Characters like Whitebeard and Minato with high popularity are understandable, but even Decisive and Ranmori she could accept. Before she crossed over, she occasionally saw the novel What the Heck Is That Vegeto icon. She has seen Dragon Ball, and there shouldn't be such a bug as joining a chat group regardless of which period Vegeto is from. He is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the strongest in the two-dimensional world. She even recognized Dongxiang's world, giving her a feeling of being a traveler. Lin Ran decided to use the group leader privilege to remove the gender from her name before speaking. Chat group leader. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Ran. Oh, I hope we can get along well in the future. The sleeping little Goro's daughter. Hello big sister. My name is Ranmori, nice to meet you. Tony Stark. Hello group leader. Tony Stark. Feel free to message me if you have any questions. Chat group leader. Sleeping little Goro's daughter. Do you have a little boy named Conan at home? Tony Stark. Has your iron armor been completed yet? Sleeping little Goro's daughter. You know about Conan. Are you from our world? This surprised her. Illogically, apart from the big shots, no one should know about her. Chat group leader. Not at all. We aren't even in the same universe, nor could we possibly be in the same world. Tony Stark, isn't this another big shot? I was just joking earlier, please don't take it to heart. Chat group leader, no worries, I didn't take it to heart. I'm not a big shot, I can just see a little bit of the future. Lin Ran decided to take the initiative using the plot she had seen to give everyone in the group a hint, while also testing Miss Vegeto. Administrator Invincible Vegeto has entered the chat group. Please give a warm welcome to all group members. Invincible Vegeto, another new member has joined. Chat group leader, are you like Zhang Yida, who loves his soldiers humble and cautious like Guan Yu? Seeing this name and the fact that he entered the group as the leader, Goku was sure that this new leader like him was also a traveler, so he decided to ask. Lin Ran was a bit confused, or was it really this direct? In novels, when travelers meet, don't they usually engage in a battle of wits for a while before revealing their true identities? Chat group leader, timid as a mouse, Zhao Zilong polite, and courteous Ma Mingqi, aren't you going to hide your identity? Goku looked at himself reflected in the mirror, shook his head helplessly, and asked Lin Ran back. Invincible Vegeto, you seem to know who I am, do you think I have the need to hide? Lin Ran was left speechless. He was such a big shot capable of blowing up planets at a whim. What need did he have to conceal his strength? She suddenly recalled a novel she had read in her previous life where the host was already at level 1000, while the strongest cultivator outside was only at level 10. Please just go down the mountain. This clearly shows that he is a cash player with cheat codes and a max level account coming to play in the beginner village. Oh, what more could he need to hide? She originally thought she was lucky to have crossed into this safe world without any danger, and her own martial arts skills were decent. But now seeing Goku, she suddenly felt that there is a difference between people. She had crossed into a life of comfort and security while he was already on the verge of conquering the universe. That man with an expression that screamed invincibility would wreak havoc in any universe he entered. Fortunately, she didn't have much ambition. She had become the leader of the chat group. Although she envied Goku's luck, she felt no jealousy. Tony Stark, anyway, I can see that even the leader respects the big shots. Hinata family's young lady. It seems like the big shot and the new group leader know each other. Could they be from the same world as me and the fourth Hokage? Although the others in the group couldn't understand what they were talking about, they could tell that the two seemed to be old friends or had some other connection. Invincible Vegeto. Let's say we know each other. To beat up the ex-girlfriend for the current girlfriend, please introduce yourself. Guian Lang had never heard this name before. He racked his brain, but could not recall who this person was. In his previous life, he had read numerous novels featuring chat groups, yet none of the popular characters bore this name. My name is Daigo, member of the Victory Squad Earth Defense Force. Daigo was utterly bewildered. Though he had learned the chat group's purpose from its announcement, he could not fathom the origin of this bizarre name. He was still a virgin, hadn't even had a girlfriend, let alone an ex-girlfriend. Was this name meant as mockery? Invincible Ultra Vegeto Daigo, in-group owner Daigo, in both transmigrators were stunned. Not even under duress could they have imagined that this individual was the very light their childhood selves had longed for. Upon reflection, however, it made sense. Daigo had indeed beaten his former lover Camilla for the sake of his current girlfriend Rina, not only beating her, but slaying her outright. Invincible Ultra Vegeto, have you just joined the Victory Squad and encountered the pyramid? Guian Lang was deeply curious. Which era was Daigo currently in? Surely not the late stage. What pyramid? I've no idea. I've only just joined the Victory Squad today, and I'm out on a patrol mission deep into the mountains. Group owner, no matter. Soon enough you'll encounter the pyramid. When you see what lies within, do not be afraid. Sleeping Conan's daughter, the pyramid. Is it that pyramid? But why? Tony is truly not the richest. I too thought of a pyramid. But what's frightening about such a thing? Merely a repository for mummies after all. In Tony's and Muri Rant's world, a certain nation possessed pyramids, yet neither had ever heard tales of anything uncanny about them. Why then did the seniors speak of it with such gravity? What lies inside? And how do you know about our world? Daigo had initially dismissed their words as nonsense. Yet mid-flight, a colossal pyramid truly materialized before him. Though the chat group connected myriad realms, its members were not native to Daigo's world. So how could they possibly know he would encounter a pyramid? Lin Ran glanced down at his slender arms and legs perplexed. Didn't most group owners rise to power by exploiting foreknowledge, manipulating others in the group with spoilers and deception? Why then had he become owner, arriving late, sharing the group with another transmigrator whose identity was astonishingly formidable? This chat group was unique. It offered no exclusive red envelopes. For instance, if Guian Lang sent himself a 1-0 combat power envelope, he would permanently forfeit that entire amount of strength. Thus, abilities could only be acquired through completing quests. Fortunately, Lin Ran faced no immediate peril, so acquiring overwhelming strength need not be rushed. Time remained abundant. Group owner, I can glimpse fragments of your futures. That is precisely why I was chosen as owner. An owner uploads Daigo's world framework. To dispel skepticism, Lin Ran compiled Daigo's world background and military structure into a group file posted in the announcements. In What Lies Inside the Pyramid? Nothing extraordinary. Merely 3 titans, each dozens of meters tall, possessing power sufficient to dominate Earth. Did I misread something? Each of your 3 sentences is intelligible alone, yet together they strike me as oddly dissonant. Others in the group felt similarly unsettled. Were titans dozens of meters tall, capable of ruling Earth, truly unremarkable. Yet they could not refute it. To Gu Tianlong, such beings were indeed trivial. 2 monsters have emerged, one airborne, one terrestrial, shattering the pyramid's outer barrier. You're piloting a fighter jet? Why not fire your weapons at them? How could my patrol aircraft's armament possibly affect monsters dozens of meters tall? Glancing at his plane's most powerful weapons, 2 heavy-caliber laser cannons, and then at the monster whose single foot dwarfed his entire aircraft, Daigo instantly veered away, refusing direct confrontation. Launch a live stream. We'll watch. If needed, we'll come assist you. Size alone poses no obstacle. My armor carries numerous missiles. Even a colossal target would fall beneath their blast. At last, Tony had found his moment to shine. Size meant nothing. He lacked for little, least of all large-scale ordnance like missiles. Group owner, indeed, you are remarkable. Still, I doubt you'd prevail against these monsters. And Tony is truly not the richest. I am Iron Man. Given preparation, a mere beast poses no challenge. Tony clearly held unwavering confidence in his might. Even if the monsters loomed immense, they remained flesh and blood. 10 well-placed missiles would reduce even the largest to ash. Invincible Ultra Vegeto. Tony, do you possess nuclear warheads? No. I'd be arrested immediately if I did. Such weapons are strictly forbidden for private development. Senior, surely you don't mean to suggest nuclear force is required to kill them. A chilling premonition seized Tony. Were Daigo's world's monsters fundamentally unlike those he imagined? In Group owner, your missiles may coat them in dust, but killing them? Highly unlikely. Group member Daigo initiates live stream. In The monsters are advancing toward the 3 Titan statues atop the pyramid. Damn it, I'll give it everything I've got. Daigo summoned his courage and directed his aircraft into attack. But against the likes of Melba and Golza, his assault was less than a tickle, eliciting not even a glance. They continued onward undeterred toward the stone titans. As distance narrowed, Daigo's relentless barrage finally provoked a shriek from Melba. She whirled and lunged straight at him. Dagu piloted the aircraft, effortlessly dodging Mayurba attacks, constantly maneuvering in the air to evade her onslaught. The daughter of the sleeping little Wugong remarked, "Just now the aircraft's laser cannon created a massive crater on the ground. Such power only sparked a few embers when it struck the monster. I doubt Uncle Tony's missiles will be of much use either." Tony was at a loss for words. Being impervious to blades and bullets was already outrageous. How could there be monsters that could withstand laser cannons? He never imagined the creatures in Gus' world were so abnormal. Tony, who wasn't the richest, commented, "I must say Gus' piloting skills are quite impressive. It seems there won't be any risk of crashing in the short term. I'm a very steady pilot. Crashing is utterly impossible. I will never crash in my lifetime, and I am known for flying fast. Is crashing really that quick?" Seeing Dagu set his own death flag, Guian Lang shook his head with a bitter smile. According to a statistic from an unknown netizen, more than half of the crashes in the Diga storyline were related to Dagu. Dagu was nicknamed the Prince of Crashes. Suddenly, Dagu in the live broadcast displayed a joyful expression as Golzan, who was still destroying the statue, was struck by 2 energy blasts. The Victory Flying Swallow zoomed in from a distance with none other than Shinjo at the controls. Shinjo has also arrived. He is our ace pilot. With him here, he can certainly hold back the other monster and protect the statue that hasn't been damaged yet. The chat group leader said, "Are you saying it, or should I?" Gu Tianlang understood Lin Ran was asking him, as the combination of Dagu and Shinjo was too famous and everyone who had seen it knew. Wujita, who was unrivaled, replied, "You go ahead, I really don't want to discourage him." The chat group leader continued, "Let me tell you something. If you encounter a monster alone, the likelihood of crashing is 98%. But if you are with Shinjo, the probability of crashing is 100%. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel." Although Dagu is very cool, Lin Ran did not want to tell him this harsh reality. However, he would find out sooner or later. That can't be true. Shinjo has never crashed even once. It shouldn't be like this. Upon hearing this, Dagu felt a jolt and nearly got hit by Mayurba attack. Mayurba laser grazed the aircraft's body, narrowly avoiding disaster. Wujita, who was unrivaled, stated, "Dagu equals a decent pilot, Shinjo equals a decent pilot, but together you form the crash duo." Dagu was somewhat skeptical of this statement, but Gu Tianlang and Lin Ran clearly knew their world, so what they said was likely true. For the sake of his own safety, perhaps he should deliberately avoid teaming up with Shinjo in the future. Hinata's eldest daughter asked. Dagu, isn't there a time when you don't crash? Do you mean to say that every time you encounter a monster you crash? The chat group leader admitted, I actually forgot about that. I wasn't paying much attention to such things back then. Gogeta, who was unrivaled, replied, there have been 1 or 2 times when there was no crash, and instead it was a safe landing. The cafe attendant who loved rabbits asked, what do you mean by 1 or 2 times? The curiosity of everyone in the group was piqued, and they eagerly awaited Guian Lang's response. Guian Lang thought for a moment. It seemed that Dagust's 2 non-crash instances had a common point. This question had puzzled him for a long time. He could only attribute it to coincidence. Gogeta, who was unrivaled, suggested, perhaps it was because he teamed up with Lena. Teaming up with his future wife, he would naturally fly exceptionally steady. Is this the power of love? The unfaithful Tony commented, why does Dagu give me the impression of prioritizing romance over friendships? The daughter of the sleeping little Wugong said, in the document the group leader posted it introduced Dagu as a bread delivery truck driver. How did he end up joining such a high-level national defense team? He just went through the back door. That's how he joined the victory team. Tony Stark originally thought Dagu had joined the victory team through hard work and diligence after passing numerous selections. He genuinely admired Dagu, but never expected him to join in such a way and then brazenly admit it. Tony, who wasn't the richest, remarked, I thought I was shameless enough, but you are even more shameless. How can you make going through the back door sound so justified? When I first went there I couldn't find the main entrance, so I accidentally entered through the back door. What's shameless about that? The Destroyer of Worlds commented, what an interesting guy. The chat group leader added, this is real backdooring. I suspect Dagu said this on purpose to create misunderstandings. The cafe attendant who loved rabbits exclaimed, agree one. Hinata's eldest daughter echoed, agree one. Come be my son, someone said. While others could say this, Guian Lang was surprised that the white-bearded old man would join in. Indeed, the essence of humanity is to repeat what others say. At that moment, the live broadcast showed the distant victory flying swallow being struck by Golzen's energy bomb gloriously crashing. It's over. Golzen is heading towards the last statue. Is there any way to save the situation, Big Shot? For some reason, Dagu looked at that statue and felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy, a deep desire to protect it surged from within. Gogeta, who was unrivaled, commented, this is nothing difficult, but just let Golzen slap you, and you'll be fine. The unrich Tony replied, letting such a monster slap you will get you killed, right? Guian Lang, who usually kept silent, suddenly made a stunning remark that left everyone momentarily speechless. Wasn't this essentially sending Dagu to his death? The cafe attendant who loved rabbits stated, sounds like it really isn't that difficult. Hinata's eldest daughter added, indeed it's not difficult, but it might cost you your life. This request was indeed quite simple. Anyone could do it. Who wouldn't want to risk their life? The unfaithful Tony said, Big Shot, please don't joke around. The situation is urgent. Gogeta, who was unrivaled, replied, I'm not joking with you. When you are in danger, it can trigger the ancient factors within you, transforming you into a fusion of light and giants. All right, I'll give it a shot. With no better options available, Dagu resolved to fight for his life. If he did nothing, that giant statue would soon be destroyed. He resolutely piloted the aircraft towards Golzen, only to be swatted away by Golzen's hand. At the moment the aircraft was crashing, Dagu transformed into countless glimmers of light, merging into the giant statue. Tony is really not the richest. After merging with the statue, can Dagu defeat these 2 monsters in a Onion-Tuo fight? Let us see what kind of power the hero hailed as the world's champion, the legendary invincible giant of light, truly possesses. Minyash, known as the world's destroyer, is a being that obliterates everything, while Dagu is a hero revered by the entire world. He is very curious about Dagu's strength. Whitebeard feels the same way. An enemy towering several times taller than an adult giant is already challenging for him, let alone having such formidable physicality. How can Dagu defeat such an existence? Golzen was about to destroy the last statue with a kick when the petrified Dagu suddenly raised his arms and threw Golzen to the ground. His massive body instantly transformed into red, purple, and white hues, neither appearing overly bulky nor weak, clearly indicating a perfect balance of strength and speed. Seeing Golzen in trouble, Merba swooped down from the sky, her claws targeting Dagu's chest. Dagu leaped and delivered a kick, striking Merba down before she could react. Just as Dagu landed back on the ground, Golzen charged at him. With no time to evade, he could only brace himself with both hands against the impact. The chat group leader Dagu is about to face a setback. In this form, he is no match for Golzen in terms of strength, and a direct confrontation is not in his favor. In Lin Ran's impression, only Dagu's happy form, the powerful form, can crush opponents. The composite form lacks outstanding strength. The coffee shop waitress who loves rabbits, this giant is quite pleasing to the eye, but he doesn't seem adept in terms of strength. Everyone in the group shares this sentiment. Although he is about the same height as his opponent, his physique clearly shows he is not in the same league. Invincible Gogeta, not necessarily, just watch closely. In the live stream, an astonishing scene unfolded. Facing the overwhelming Golzen's charge, Digga, who appeared incapable of strength due to his physique, easily grasped Golzen's head with both hands. Golzen felt as if he had crashed into a massive mountain, unable to advance another step. Then he experienced a crushing blow, the immense force sending him flying sideways. Digga maintained his left hook posture. With just one punch, he made several people in the chat group understand the gap between Golzen and his strength. The chat group leader: how is this possible? By all accounts, it shouldn't be like this. Though Golzen hasn't been enhanced yet, and is just a low-level monster, Digga's strength shouldn't be so outrageous either. The strength of the composite Digga is only 50,000 tons in grip strength and 70,000 tons in wrist strength. To have such an overwhelming advantage, his grip strength would need to be at least 70,000 tons. This scene completely exceeded Lin Ran's imagination. Having seen Digga's settings, she felt that Daegu would be at a disadvantage in a heated clash. Tony is really not the richest, only 50,000 tons of grip strength. The way you say only feels so casual. One big shot can make a big impact, and now here comes another. Don't you know this is hurtful? Tony Stark felt exhausted. Subconsciously, he thought Lin Ran must be very impressive to downplay 50,000 tons so lightly. He couldn't even imagine what 50,000 tons really meant. The daughter of the sleeping Kagoro, do we need a strong woman in our group? Group leader: keep it up, strive to surpass the big shots one day. The coffee shop waitress who loves rabbits: I agree. One. Hyuga family's eldest daughter: though it might not sound good, I also hope the group leader keeps it up. Currently the group is mostly men, and among the few women, only Kurumi has decent strength. These three are no match for the others. They also hope to have a woman who can hold her own, and not to say she can beat the big shots, but at least be on par in strength. Lin Ran sat in a small room, momentarily bewildered, feeling as if she had inadvertently acted like a big shot. The chat group leader: do you all have some misunderstanding about the big shot strength? Well, it might be fine to act tough with other people, but pretending to be strong against Guian Lang is another matter. Lin Ran even felt that even if she exchanged everything in the chat group, she might not win against Guian Lang. Even if she had the free and easy true intent technique for herself, she might not be able to defeat Guian Lang. The enhancement also varies from person to person. Sun Wukong's regular battle power exceeds 1 billion, with amplifications of thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Of course that's impressive, but her own meager battle power, even with the free and easy true intent technique, might not even surpass Sun Wukong's regular battle power, let alone challenge Guian Lang. Invincible Gogeta: I'm just an ordinary scion. That guy Zamasu from last time the big shot said he could explode a star. I guess the big shot could easily punch through more than 10 Earths. Shuemin recalled that during Guian Lang's battle with Zamasu, he evaluated Zamasu's energy blast as capable of exploding 10 Earths, yet Guian Lang easily blocked it. Conservatively estimating that level of destructive power is still considerable. The chat group leader: ordinary Gogeta, ordinary citizen Guian Lang. Lin Ran truly did not want to say anything more. Seeing Shuemin mention Zamasu, it is almost certain that this is the Gogeta from the Dragon Ball Super period. If she remembers correctly, when the Super Saiyan God unleashed their full power without restraint, the impact of 3 attacks could destroy a universe. However, since Guian Lang did not proactively mention it, Lin Ran would not expose his strength. He wants to keep a low profile, and Lin Ran naturally would not seek trouble. If casually attacking could explode stars, could that be considered low-key? In the live stream, Merba saw Golzen in trouble and shot a laser with orange flames from her eyes, hitting Digga's back and creating a burst of sparks. Digga humanely patted his back with his right hand, treating Merba's attack as inconsequential, while effortlessly lifting Golzen, who had just suffered a heavy blow and was still dazed. Golzen, weighing 68,000 tons, had no power to resist in Digga's hands and was tossed around like a punching bag. The friends in the chat group were all astonished. They initially thought it would be a fierce battle, but no one expected it to be a one-sided thrashing. The chat group leader: this is too outrageous. Invincible Gogeta, what on earth is happening here? Is this really the Digga I know? This power is so terrifying. The composite form is already so strong. If he transforms into the powerful form, he might take Golzen out with just one punch. Invincible Gogeta: this may not be the Digga you know, or rather he is, but his strength is not what you think. It is the enhanced version. This is quite complicated to explain, and even if he says it, Lin Ran might not be able to understand. The power setting of Digga is quite confusing, with 3 different writers providing 3 different interpretations. By the time he arrived in this world, one editor had made Digga's power simply terrifying. The strong type directly rivals the supreme type Gaia with a grip strength of over 10,000 tons. This strength can be said to be at the peak of normality. DGOS setting has been continuously strengthened, and it seems that the Diga transforming in this group chat is the one with the strongest ability data. Group chat owner. Look at this performance. Diga is just rampaging. The monsters he encounters behind him are no match for him. Unrivaled Gogeta. That's not certain. Keep watching. Anyway, Guian Lang doesn't think it will go this smoothly. It's normal for some enemies that shouldn't appear to show up in the group chat. Just shortly after Guian Lang finished speaking, countless black mists gathered around Diga as he fought the monsters, enveloping their surroundings in an instant. Tony, not the richest. What does this mean? Why did it suddenly go black? This overwhelming black mist gives me an ominous feeling. Hinata's eldest daughter. This must be covering an area of 10 miles, right? Is another giant monster about to appear? Be my son. Such a strange ability, very similar to the darkness fruit. I wonder how the newcomer is doing right now. The group chat's live stream cannot penetrate the barrier of the black mist, and no one knows what Diga is experiencing inside the mist. The black mist persisted for half a minute, and as a beam of light flashed within, the timer flashed, and a dazzling light burst forth from within the black mist, dispelling it over a large area. Once the black mist dissipated, Diga stood with his arms crossed, radiating brilliance from the colorful timer on his chest. Merba and Gorzin stood opposite Diga, showing slight changes. The savage, bloodthirsty expression in their enormous pupils was replaced by an unfathomable darkness. Diga staggered as if he was about to fall to the ground. The two monsters lunged at him again, but this time the result was exactly the opposite of before. Diga unexpectedly failed to react in time, and was knocked away with Gorzin riding on him and frantically beating him. During the struggle, Diga attempted several times to shake off Gorzin, but Merba kept shooting beams at him from the side, while a pair of huge claws relentlessly targeted Diga's head, plunging him into a dire situation. The reversal was simply too fast, as if a different person had taken over. Tony, not the richest. How did it suddenly go so poorly? It was just a wave of black mist. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 style. After the black mist dispersed, judging by the movements, this giant has changed significantly. Initially he gave me a warrior's vibe, but now he looks like a petty thug, just mindlessly attacking. For the sake of my current girlfriend, beating up my ex. Hey guys, can we stop with the nonsense? Hurry up and save me. I'm almost getting killed by these two. Group chat owner. Although I don't know what happened, you can transform into a strong type. Changing forms should definitely allow you to win. The composite type is immune to Meierba attacks, so shouldn't the strong type just lift them up and beat them? For the sake of my current girlfriend, beating up my ex. Strong type. What is that? I can't transform. You guys hurry up and come here. The timer on Diga's chest changed from sky blue to red, flashing continuously. Group member Diga posts a task to defeat the sky monster Merba and the underground monster Gorzin with a reward of 3 points. Task difficulty level 6. Limited to 3 participants. Unrivaled Gogeta accepts the task. Group chat owner accepts the task. Hinata's eldest daughter accepts the task. Tony, not the richest. Little Hinata has learned to follow the big shots to score points. I was a moment too slow, but hurts. When the task was announced, Tony Stark carefully watched it, but in just a few seconds the task was already taken. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 style. Where did my daughter-in-law learn to misbehave? Even though we're quite familiar, you need to give me an explanation for saying that. Are you looking down on my family for not being able to make marbles? Sleeping little Goris daughter. Uncle Tony, you should stop talking. Besides, this task is only 3 points and Hinata can only manage to get 1 point at best. Muri-ran was speechless. Right now in Minato's eyes, Hinata is completely a precious gem, excelling in both the hall and kitchen, and his love for his son is unwavering. It is estimated that if Naruto said he didn't want Hinata, Minato would still make him experience fatherly love. Tony, not the richest. Haha, watch the live stream, watch the live stream. With such a big guy, guess how many minutes the big shot will take to deal with him. The coffee shop waitress who loves rabbits. They'll randomly guess within 3 minutes, or maybe about a minute. The time-devouring elf. 10 seconds, or maybe 20 seconds would be about right. Hyuka thought it wouldn't take a minute. She had never seen Guian Lang serious before, as he always fought with a playful attitude. Tony, not the richest. Impossible, absolutely impossible. At this moment, Diga, who was being ravaged by several monsters, saw a figure flash by. Compared to the dozens of meter-tall monsters, a man small in stature was surrounded by blinding light, charging unhesitatingly towards Gorzin. What seemed like an act of throwing an egg against a stone actually pierced through the two monsters, leaving a gaping hole in their chests. The man did not look back as he shot out 2 blue energy orbs, hitting the bodies of the 2 monsters. The insignificant energy orbs, upon hitting Gorzin and Merba, erupted with terrifying energy, destructively tearing apart their bodies. Diga was unclear about what had happened. Gorzin and Merba bodies exploded with a loud bang, dead beyond recovery. Lin Ran, now dressed in casual sportswear, stood amidst the forest ground, gazing at Guian Lang, standing in the air, completely ignoring the explosions happening behind him. This is what a real man is like. He never looks back at explosions. Group Manager Unrivaled Gogeta completed the task, earning 1 reward point. Group Member Hinata's eldest daughter received 1 point, and Group Owner received 1 point. Task duration 1 second. Task rating SSS level. Additional reward of 200,000 points to the Administrator Unrivaled Gogeta. Group chat members totaling over 10 people activated the mutual aid function. Due to Group Manager Unrivaled Gogeta receiving the Super God rating, an additional reward of 10,000 points was given to Group Member Hinata's eldest daughter and 10,000 points to the Group Owner. Tony is not the richest person. I am truly envious. With 10,000 points, I could upgrade several parts of my battle armor or exchange for a miniature energy conversion device. In the depths of Tony Stark's heart, a sense of frustration emerged. After all, 10,000 points is not a trivial matter. It's not like 10,000 cabbages, nor merely $10,000. The cafe waitress who loves rabbits. I am so envious. Hinata is so lucky. On her first mission, she encountered a chat group that changed the reward system. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance. Isn't it obvious whose daughter-in-law she is? As the saying goes, girls who smile a lot don't have bad luck. The destroyer of worlds. Well, Hinata is just lucky. What does that have to do with you? Hyuga family's eldest daughter. I actually intended to come and check it out, but I didn't expect to run into a reward reform. Standing next to Lin Ran, Hinata felt a bit dazed, as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Do not look at the price of the Zizai Ji Gong at 1 billion, thinking that 10,000 points are not useful. In reality, this 10,000 points can be a significant help to her current strength. Whether it is exchanging for a slightly weaker devil fruit to gain an additional ability, or the fruits in the chat group mall, which are not affected by seawater. Or enhancing chakra would be sufficient, but this also varies from person to person. For Naruto, a chakra enhancement of 10,000 points would definitely not be enough, yet amplifying her own chakra would not be a problem at all. Lin Ran walked over and directly hugged her, nearly causing Hinata to gasp for air. Congratulations, little Hinata. Hinata's little face turned slightly red as she looked at the group leader she was meeting for the first time. This close contact made her feel a bit shy. Diga and Daegu also slowly walked over from a distance. Guian Lang sensed that Shinshin was not far away and specially set up a large protective shield with his aura so as not to accidentally disturb a few people. Gu Qingfeng looked around, emanating an aura that disrupted the space where a few people were located. He still did not want others to discover his presence. The pyramid ruins are located deep in the mountains with no surveillance equipment and no living person nearby. After disrupting the space, satellites could not observe this place. Lin Ran flicked her shoulder-length hair, her big eyes blinking curiously as she looked at Daegu and Guian Lang. Why did it start off so strong only to be beaten badly by 2 monsters later? Daegu scratched the back of his head, his tone full of helplessness. It wasn't me who started fighting, that giant was fighting on its own. However, after the black mist enveloped us, a dark and evil aura suddenly appeared, and then a light emerged within Diga. The 2 auras collided, and only after that did I start fighting. Daegu said a lot, but Lin Ran barely understood. However, one thing she got was that after Daegu took control of Diga, he had been getting beaten up the entire time. After all, she's just a girl. Even if she likes Diga, she hasn't deeply understood him. Guian Lang understood the situation immediately after listening to Daegu. That should be Diga's residual consciousness fighting, which is why there was overwhelming strength. The black mist is most likely Gitanjir discovering Diga wanting to kill him just as he revived. Lin Ran understood that it was indeed the final boss Gitanjir causing all this trouble. Diga used the timer flash to repel Gitanjir's dark power and then exhausted his strength, handing his body over to Daegu right. Daegu, who transformed into a giant for the first time, still lacked the determination to save the world later on and complained about Diga's irresponsibility. Just now the group leader mentioned a powerful form. Can this giant transform into other forms? Diga should have at least passed that on to me before leaving. If this is too irresponsible. If Diga heard this, he would probably be furious. He also wanted to teach, but the problem is that his true self had already left, and this is just a residual consciousness. After repelling Gitanjir, there was no strength left to transform. Moreover, the composite Diga could easily defeat these 2 monsters. Even if they were slightly enhanced by the dark aura, they were simply not his match. Unless the summoned being is a weakling who cannot fight at all, someone with even a little fighting experience would not lose. But in reality, Daegu really had never fought. He had just joined the victory team and had not received any combat training. Hinata, on the other hand, was pondering about the legendary sage of the 6 paths, questioning whether his true power could compare to that of the greats. The greats are indeed powerful. Such a large monster was instantly killed. It's nothing, just a small matter. Guian Lang waved his hand, not taking the matter to heart. However, being praised by others is ultimately a happy thing, and a smile still appeared on his lips. Daegu also bowed to Guian Lang. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Great One, he might have died at the hands of Golzon. Just as Guian Lang was about to leave, Daegu suddenly lowered his head, looking at the divine light rod in his hand, filled with doubt about his future. Will I really become the hero who saves the world? But I am not prepared at all. Hinata, Lin Ran, and the others in the chat group were stunned, not expecting Daegu to ask such a question. In the long-standing war-torn ninja world, and the constantly battling Marvel, there is an immense desire for power. If it were Hinata, Tony, and the others who gained the power to transform into Diga, they would not easily fall into confusion, because everyone in the group had basically emerged from bloody battles. Only Mao Lilan and Daegu in the group had never experienced the brutality of war. They were originally ordinary people, and suddenly gaining invincible power made it difficult for their hearts to adapt quickly. Guian Lang smiled at Daegu and asked a counter-question. Setting aside Diga's power, from your perspective, do you want to save the world and help humanity? Daegu looked up at Guian Lang, hesitated for a moment, and still firmly nodded. As a human being, he certainly wanted to protect everyone. However, with so many battles ahead, can I really do it? Can I really defeat those enemies who pull the world into darkness? Everything a person experiences is merely a guiding process, not a definition of your life. If you truly lack confidence in achieving all this, then you can completely give up your identity as Diga and return to being yourself. However, there are some things that, regardless of whether you have confidence or not, you must try your best to attempt. At the very least, you've made an effort and won't leave yourself with regrets. Guian Lang's words were like a sudden enlightenment, and a steadfast belief flickered in Dagu's eyes. He originally wanted to protect the humans of Earth. How could he easily give up because of fear of the opponent's strength and lack of trust in his own abilities? Perhaps my strength cannot be compared to that of the Great Ones, but I will learn from you and fight to protect humanity. Guian Lang was somewhat puzzled. How did the conversation suddenly shift to himself? I never said I wanted to protect humanity. I just want to be myself. If anyone wants to be a hero, they can do so. Daegu could not believe his words. But didn't you come to save me? If it weren't to save me, why would you come? I came solely for the points, and a small part of it is because I admire you. This was Guian Lang's inner thought. He had no interest in saving the world. Even with invincible power, he had no lofty ideals. It was enough to protect the important people in his life and leave the world saving to others. He was easygoing in the group because they were familiar characters. If it were Tuanzong or Akainu, he would be content just to not take them down, let alone actively help them. Daegu did not quite understand Guian Lang's words. He still believed that the strong should fight for the weak, but everyone has different thoughts, so he refrained from saying more. Let's go, it won't be good if we get discovered. I have some things to attend to. Seeing Dagu's expression, Guian Lang chose not to elaborate further. Some things are better left unsaid. With Dagu's warm-hearted personality, he would not truly give up on becoming Dijia. It was just that he would feel lost for a while after gaining power. Daegu was the standard protagonist of a tokusatsu series characterized by a self-sacrificial attitude for humanity. Remember, light and dark lie within your thoughts. Before leaving, Guian Lang added the dark Dijia is not solely something that can be created by Chimera. With Daegu possessing an ultra-ancient gene, theoretically, he could transform into dark Dijia. Pausing to look at Lin Ran, he added, I must say you are quite beautiful. In a flash of white light, Guian Lang returned to the Dragon Ball universe, realizing it was mealtime. As a proper scion, he believed that nothing was more important than food. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to head to Bulma's house to mooch a meal. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to eat. The key was that the food from the world's richest family was simply delicious. Guian Lang never expected that his one remark would stir up a commotion in the chat group. Tony, who is not a billionaire, wow, according to your logic, doesn't this mean that the villain boss from Dagu's world has awakened early? Every enemy Dagu faces could potentially be strengthened by darkness. Chat group leader, I suppose so. Although Gitangier shouldn't resurrect this early since they have already targeted Melba Goal, it's likely they will strengthen other monsters to kill Dagu. Lin Ran was also uncertain about this matter. After all, Gitangier did not appear in this timeline in the original plot. However, when one thing happens, another often follows. Dagu's future days are likely to be quite difficult. Tony, who is not a billionaire, doesn't that mean without any newbie monsters to help Dagu level up, he starts right off in hard mode? Let's observe a moment of silence for Dagu. Just after encountering Shinshin, Dagu almost stumbled and fell to the ground. In games, there is a newbie protection period. Why was he so unfortunate? The cafe waitress who likes rabbits, I'm comforting Dagu, is fine, but can you not laugh so happily? Wipe your drool. You have left drool on your smile. Dongxiang did not have to think much to know how happy Tony was at this moment. Tony, who is not a billionaire, how do you know I'm smiling? Tony instinctively touched his lips and realized he had been caught. For the sake of his current girlfriend beating up his ex-girlfriend, Tony Yu. Initially, she thought Tony was a nice person, but discovering he had secretly taken pleasure in others' misfortune made Dagu feel an impulse to punch him a couple of times. Tony, who is not a billionaire, I didn't want this. The key is that your luck is simply too bad. With enemies like this, isn't Dagu destined to be beaten daily? Chat group leader. The chat group flows like water, but Tony Stark remains steadfast. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 style, what does that mean? Chat group leader. It's nothing, I was just expressing my feelings. Watching Tony's series of actions, Lin Rand confirmed one thing: this was definitely not the Iron Man from Marvel, at least not in terms of personality. She had also seen the chat group. As long as there are books featuring the multiverse chat group, Tony would surely be among them, always displaying that goofy and reckless personality. Tony, who is not a billionaire, by the way, does the Great One have feelings for the group leader? This is the first time I've seen him compliment someone on their beauty. Chat group leader. No way, I think he was just saying it casually. I don't believe he would like me. Others may not know, but Lin Rand observed carefully. After all, few are acclaimed as the pinnacle of ACG strength, and seeing Gogeta in person was quite exciting. When Guian Lang praised her beauty, his eyes reflected pure admiration devoid of any other intentions. Tony, who is not a billionaire, by the way, does the group leader have a boyfriend? Chat group leader. Yes. Tony, who is not a billionaire, let me ask you a question then. 3 women bought 3 bananas. One licked it, another bit it, and the last one sucked it. Which of these 3 women is married? Chat group leader. The one who sucked it. Lin Rand had been single from birth to adulthood. Even after graduating from college, she hadn't found a boyfriend before crossing into this world, though she had read several books with colorful themes. Tony, who is not a billionaire. Incorrect, it's the one wearing a couple's ring. However, I like your thinking. World Destroyer. Tony bro, awesome 666. Men sure could see that Tony genuinely enjoyed taking risks. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 style. Tony bro, awesome 666. Tony, who is not a billionaire, what's wrong with me? Why did it suddenly? Group member Tony, who is not a billionaire, has been muted by the group leader for a day. The cafe waitress who likes rabbits. Tony, you really like to take risks. Are you happy now? Sleeping Little Five's daughter. How can you ask a girl such a question? For the sake of his current girlfriend beating up his ex-girlfriend, if you're not risking it, you're on the road to risk-taking. If there's no opportunity for risk, you have to create one. Tony really wanted to refute them, but being muted left him powerless, so he could only watch as a few people in the group teased him. Be my son, I didn't expect this kid Dagu to have such a powerful bloodline within him. Now I understand his name. Lin Rand shared a group file that not only featured the grand worldview of the ancient world, but also introduced Camila, the girlfriend of the original Diga from 30 million years ago. Miss Hinata remarked, looking at it this way, it seems like it really has nothing to do with Diga. After all, Camila can't even be considered his ex-girlfriend. At most, she was the ex-girlfriend of his ancestor. The group understood the origin of Diga's name. Having the genes of Diga, he ultimately killed Camila, who was once Diga's girlfriend, for his fiancée Lena and the world. Now Diga himself had no time to consider his future girlfriend, having transitioned from an ordinary person to an Ultraman, a gap that was too vast. In order to beat his ex-girlfriend for his current girlfriend, he asked, the invincible Gogeta, what is your dream? With the power to rule the entire universe, what else do you wish to do? The gluttonous Guian Lang, enjoying his meal at the table, heard someone mention him in the group and checked in to find Diga's question. A simple phrase struck at his core, making him ponder what he truly wanted to do. Before his reincarnation, he was an orphan, having nothing worth cherishing in his hometown. After spending a long time in the Dragon Ball world, he always worried that the Omni King might one day erase Universe 7 if he was displeased. This is why he thought about exchanging for the Ultimate Instinct technique, hoping to gain the ability to avoid being erased, as he seemed to have no dreams. Or perhaps to change the anime endings he found regretful, making them a bit more perfect, at the very least avoiding tragic conclusions. If he had to say something, it would be to find a woman he liked to share a life together. However, after many years in the Dragon Ball world, he had yet to encounter anyone who matched his ideal, and the women in the group weren't his type. The invincible Gogeta stated, strictly speaking, I want to find an opponent, one of equal strength. The slumbering daughter of Little Five responded, indeed, one cannot use normal reasoning to think about the boss. While we are still trying to become stronger, the boss is already worried about finding an opponent. Such invincibility also breeds loneliness. Guian Lang did not wish to discuss the topic further, leaving the chat group to continue his meal. What he meant was to find someone of comparable strength. Beings like the Grand Priest or angels were simply too strong, and he certainly did not consider himself their opponent. After comfortably finishing his meal under Vegeta's disdainful gaze, Guian Lang wisely departed, knowing that one should not overstay their welcome. Thus 5 peaceful days passed. On the 6th day at noon, the chat group issued a new task. Group task activated: save the future warrior who is about to be killed by androids. Help him increase his strength and defeat the androids personally. This task has no restrictions. The shorter the time, the greater the warrior's power increases. and the more points the administrator can earn. Guian Lang was slightly taken aback. Trunks had already reached the Zamasu arc, so how could there still be androids? Could it be another parallel universe? However, it was merely a moment of confusion. With his current strength, he didn't need to worry about any androids. Teleportation, he activated the chat group's teleportation ability and vanished from his location. In a desolate area of the future, a blonde man was facing off against two youths, one male and one female. The youths had strikingly handsome appearances, and as they looked at the blonde man, their eyes bore a mix of mockery, disdain, and contempt. Today is your day of death. After killing you, no one on Earth will be able to stop us. Why waste words on him? Just kill him, and Earth will belong to us. The remaining lowly humans can be easily slaughtered without anyone to hinder us. The tall blonde girl with blue eyes and a cold demeanor stated, "Even if I die, there will be someone to inherit my consciousness and defeat you senseless demons who kill innocents." The blonde man, grinding his teeth at the two, let out a furious roar as his golden aura surged, launching the first attack. Rushing in front of the two, he unleashed a wave of energy. The boy and girl did not seem to move, and a protective shield appeared around them, blocking the man's attack. "You are not allowed to attack," the girl commanded, instructing the boy to refrain from intervening while she dealt with the man alone. With a bent right leg, she kicked out, but the blonde man raised his arm to block it. Without any intention of holding back, he aimed a punch at the girl's cheek. The two figures twisted and turned in the air, entering into a close combat, where neither was willing to back down. Their speeds evenly matched as they began a clash of strength. Neither was willing to retreat an inch. The blonde man roared in anger, his inner fury transforming into strength, overpowering the girl. He delivered a kick straight to the girl's chest, sending her flying. Quickly moving to follow, he landed a powerful punch directly to her face, and with a swift energy wave, he sent her crashing to the ground in a seamless three-hit combo. The boy, watching from above, had no intention of joining the fight, silently floating in the air as he observed the two combatants. The blonde man ignored him, landing beside the deep crater created by the girl's fall. He knew such attacks alone could not kill her. "Not bad at all. You managed to make me look so disheveled. How do you plan to suffer and die?" The girl emerged step by step from the ground, tearing her tattered sleeves, her eyes filled with hatred as she flashed towards the blonde man. The two resumed their fierce battle. The blonde man's attacks were sharp, each strike enveloped in golden aura infused with an intense killing intent, each blow carrying tremendous power as he steadily pressed the girl. However, as time passed, the blonde man's energy began to decline. Unlike the androids who had infinite stamina, he could not fight tirelessly. Being a scion, his strength would gradually decrease with intense battles, making it impossible to maintain his peak state. The scales of victory began to tip in favor of the girl. After a few more minutes, the blonde man found himself on the defensive, the initiative in the battle now controlled by the girl, leaving him only able to defend without counterattacking. The girl hurled a punch towards the man's abdomen. He attempted to dodge, but it seemed that due to his exhaustion, his body couldn't react in time, and he took the hit squarely. The intense pain in his abdomen made him bend over involuntarily, and the girl seized the opportunity, launching an energy blast that sent him flying far away. She jumped up, chasing after him, and stomped his face into the ground, with one foot quickly following up with another stomp on his right arm. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the man's right arm bones were crushed underfoot. The girl concentrated energy at her fingertips, shooting an energy blast into the man's left leg, creating a bloody hole. The excruciating pain made the man break out in cold sweat, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. The young woman kept her right foot firmly planted on the man's arm, relentlessly pressing down upon him. The mere thought of having been wounded by a scion ignited an uncontrollable fury within her. Even though she was an android, and thus suffered no lasting harm from such injuries, this only deepened her loathing for him. "I won't let you die so easily." As if venting her rage, she stomped hard on his face, then leapt high into the air and delivered a devastating knee strike, shattering his other arm. She aimed an energy sphere at the blonde man, intending to blast a bloody hole through his abdomen. Utterly defenseless, he had lost all capacity to resist. Her vigilance waned. At that very instant, while she prepared to unleash her attack, the blonde man, limbs seemingly shattered, let out a mocking laugh. His wounds healed instantly. With a swift kip-up, he sent her flying with both feet. His aura surged violently as he soared after her, midair, hands forming a blossoming petal shape. Kamehameha! A brilliant blue energy beam struck her Hedon. She could not fathom it. He had feigned utter helplessness, his limbs broken beneath her heel, yet now stood unscathed. His seamless rapid-fire assault caught her completely off guard. She had no time to raise her barrier. The full-force Kamehameha slammed into her chest, igniting thick plumes of smoke in the sky. The blonde man exhaled in quiet relief. Though his strength surpassed theirs individually, the margin was narrow. Fighting two at once was untenable. Eliminating one first would sever their coordination, guaranteeing his victory. Before battle, he had concealed his last 2 sins of beans, one even held between his teeth. He had willingly courted mortal peril biding his time until she grew careless and exposed an opening. And indeed, every risk had proven worthwhile. The youth alone posed no threat to him. As the smoke gradually dispersed, a shimmering barrier bloomed around the youth, shielding the young woman within. Yet both were battered, their garments torn, bearing grievous wounds. The blond man stared in disbelief. He had deliberately widened the distance precisely to prevent the youth's intervention. Yet he had miscalculated by a heartbeat, and the youth had snatched her from death's grasp. Impossible. At this range, you couldn't possibly have reached her in time. Bitter frustration choked his voice. After enduring such hardship to forge that singular opportunity, it had crumbled at the final threshold. Terror flooded the young woman's eyes. The chilling specter of imminent death still clung to her flesh. Never had she imagined being driven to the brink by a mere scion. Had the youth not arrived just in time, she would almost certainly have perished. Then came a torrent of incandescent wrath. She gestured sharply for the youth to join her. Immediately they would end this man. Yet the youth hesitated. He had rushed to her aid upon seeing her peril, but the distance was vast, and he'd never believed he could reach her in time. Then inexplicably a surge of raw energy flooded his body, catapulting his speed beyond reason, just enough to snatch her from oblivion. With his stratagem undone, the blond man abandoned all restraint. He would fight to the death, not for victory, but to claim at least one life in exchange. Even if he failed to defeat them both, slaying one would be a legacy for those who followed. From the hidden rift of dimensional space, Guian Lang watched the blond man and sighed inwardly. Had you slain her, leaving only the youth, I wouldn't have needed to intervene at all. You'd have won outright. Then my mission would have failed. So I secretly aided the youth, ensuring he saved her. It's hardly honorable, but for the sake of my reward points, I'm afraid I must ask you to bear this slight injustice. Once my mission is complete, I'll let you return and settle this duel properly. And without my boost, even if you bested the android, your power would still fall short against the looming threat of the Bu era. The three clashed anew. Though outnumbered, the blond man held his ground. His close-quarters combat ferocious, even overwhelming them momentarily. But his foes were androids, endlessly replenishing their energy, never faltering from exhaustion. They bombarded him ceaselessly with energy blasts, depleting his reserves. They kept their distance, denying him any chance to close in. As time wore on, his aura dimmed, while theirs blazed unceasingly, barraging him without mercy. Cornered and desperate, he expended immense stamina, dodging energy spheres at blinding speed. Yet absorbing them directly would drain his vital energy too severely, a vicious, inescapable cycle tightening around him. His gaze drifted unbidden toward the distant horizon, where his last surviving kin awaited. In that silent glance, resolve hardened, he would detonate himself. He braced against an incoming energy blast, only for the young woman to appear before him. Using her momentum, he deflected her aside, just as the youth materialized at his flank, driving twin fists downward. He raised his right arm to meet the blow he'd in. Instantly, the young woman reappeared at his side, her punch intercepted by a single palm. Her rapid-fire kicks forced him backward step by step. 2 against 1 was relentless, especially over prolonged combat. His stamina dwindled further, his strikes slowed, his reflexes dulled. At last, during their coordinated assault, the young woman seized her opening, kicking him down, then blasting him with a focused energy wave straight into the mountainside. Together they charged a massive energy wave, prepared to obliterate him in one decisive strike. The blond man roared, amplifying his power. His Kamehameha erupted forth, meeting theirs heat, raw force defying logic, reversing their blast entirely. Barely shielding himself from their barrage, he lunged toward the youth. His body now a tapestry of wounds, his strength spent, his breath ragged, his end unmistakably near. He absorbed the impact, locked his arms around the youth, and unleashed a terrifying surge of energy from within, preparing to detonate to erase them both in a single cataclysmic explosion. Father, if you still live, surely you could save Earth. Forgive me. I failed to protect Mother and Earth. The young woman recoiled in shock. The blond man's descent into madness was unthinkable. She fled instantly. His energy spiraled out of control, though any contact now would trigger immediate self-annihilation. The youth panicked. This proximity rendered his barrier useless. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. The man's aura swelled, distorting the air, seconds from detonation. It seems your plan has failed. But despair is unwarranted. You alone remain who can still protect Earth should you perish. A warm hand settled gently upon the blond man's back. The chaotic energy dissipated like mist at dawn. The youth wrenched himself free, gasping. The blond man stared at Guian Lang, who had appeared from nowhere, his eyes clouded with confusion. The man's features bore an uncanny resemblance to his father's, yet upon closer inspection, he was undeniably not his father. Your father? No, you're not father. Guian Lang rubbed his nose awkwardly. Unintended misidentification, it seemed. With a flick of his wrist, he launched 2 pulses of energy, sealing both youth and young woman within shimmering containment fields. The youth and young woman tensed, wary of the sudden intruder, yet neither anticipated his speed. Before their eyes could track the motion, they were already imprisoned. What is this? Break. Trapped within the energy barrier, the 2 individuals channeled the energy within their bodies, attempting to break through from the inside. Unfortunately, the disparity in their power was too great, and no matter how they struggled, it was all in vain. Gu Qingfeng turned to calmly explain to the blonde man, "I am from another dimension, sent here to rescue you. This energy barrier can hold them for a long time, and I have a way to quickly enhance your strength." The blonde man was skeptical of his words. Although Guian Lang had helped him, it seemed he had no intention of killing the artificial beings. Guian Lang noticed his distrust and smiled, explaining again, "After all, I'm not from your dimension, so I can't interfere directly. Once we get to our place, you will naturally believe me. I apologize, but I am the only one left in this world, so I must be cautious." Looking into Guian Lang's sincere eyes, the blonde man realized he might have misunderstood him. Regardless, if he didn't act, he would undoubtedly perish. Guian Lang grasped his shoulder and activated the chat group teleportation function, transporting them from the future dimension to the Dragon Ball Super Universe. Staring at the familiar, yet much more luxurious Bulma's home, the blonde man was taken aback. Goku and Vegeta, who were enjoying a feast, were also momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Guian Lang and the blonde man. "Gohan. No, this isn't the Gohan I know." Goku examined the blonde man, shaking his head to confirm that he was not the Gohan he knew. Gohan had long abandoned the Super Saiyan transformation, and their auras were entirely different. This Gohan gave Goku an impression of profound sorrow. Vegeta guessed what was happening, but couldn't quite understand what Guian Lang was planning. "He can't be from another timeline, can he? Qianlong, why did you bring him here?" Guian Lang did not hide his intentions and clearly stated his purpose. "He is Gohan from the timeline of the Great Saiyaman. I want you to train him a bit so he can go on to save his own timeline." The blonde man was indeed Gohan from the future, the last warrior standing against the evil androids. Seeing his deceased father again filled Gohan's heart with excitement. "Is this my father from another timeline? I didn't expect you to have defeated the illness." Goku took the initiative to explain the situation regarding future Trunks, how he survived, and the existence of the Great Saiyaman. Gohan felt gratified. Indeed, leaving Trunks behind instead of succumbing together was the right choice, and he had successfully saved the future. Goku offered to teach Gohan, and Vegeta had no objections. He inherently disliked training with others, let alone guiding someone else. Goku was curious why Guian Lang, having saved Gohan, had come here specifically to have him guide Gohan's training. Guian Lang stated that while he was good at fighting, he was not particularly skilled at teaching. Goku took future Gohan and flew towards the Supreme Kai's temple, intending to use the hyperbolic time chamber to help Gohan achieve a significant power increase. Vegeta was not as easily fooled as Goku. And since Guian Lang had no time machine, how could he have traveled to the future? After numerous attempts to probe, Guian Lang's responses were watertight, never mentioning how he reached the future. He skillfully distracted Vegeta, who ultimately had to abandon the thought. However, Guian Lang was not entirely satisfied with Goku's arrangement. He felt Gohan should have even greater potential. Yet he feared that special training might not fully tap into his potential. A lewd figure flashed through his mind, sensing that Guy's aura. Guian Lang utilized instant transmission to leave Bulma's home. Vegeta snorted coldly and entered the newly built gravity training chamber. With money, one could truly do as one pleased. Marrying a wealthy woman felt incredibly liberating. While Goku was still working hard to support his family, Vegeta had long since lived a life free from worries, with plenty of food and well-equipped training facilities. In the distant realm of the Kais, the old Kai was secretly reading some questionable books when he suddenly sensed a spatial disturbance behind him. Startled, he quickly put the books away and pretended to cough seriously. "Hello, old Kai. I have something I need your help with." Guian Lang, familiar with the old Kai, sat down opposite him. When it came to unlocking potential, who could be more suitable than the old Kai? The old Kai, disturbed during his pleasant time, was displeased with Guian Lang's arrival, but didn't want to show it. "Oh, it's you, Guian Lang. What do you need help with?" Guian Lang got straight to the point. "There's someone on my side who needs your help to unlock his potential." The old Kai shook his head, refusing his request without a second thought. This matter was quite troublesome and exhausting. "No way, unlocking potential is a tiring job. I won't help you with that. You should find someone else." Guian Lang wore a confident smile. He had come prepared. "I can offer some compensation. There's no need to refuse so soon." The old Kai glanced at Guian Lang, thinking, "You have no wife or girlfriend. What benefits could you possibly offer me?" "Impossible. As the great Kai, how could I do whatever you ask? That's no different from asking Beerus to till the fields for you. You are insulting my divine status." "Fine, then I'll take my leave." Guian Lang didn't waste words turning to leave. He accidentally dropped the storage capsule which fell to the ground and opened, spilling dozens of exquisite art books across the grass. The old Kai's eyes widened as he clearly saw the perfect covers of various books. The enticing content made his heart race. He never expected Guian Lang would carry such treasures. Seeing Guian Lang crouch down to pick up the books, the old Kai hurriedly spoke up to stop him, putting on a friendly smile. This matter of unlocking potential can be negotiated. You know I am quite willing to help. Although it will consume a lot of energy since we are so familiar, discussing compensation would be too formal. Let's help each other out. Is that so? That would be wonderful. I originally intended to give these to you, but since you say it this way I can't impose. We'll just take them back. The old Kai picked up one book, looked at the pictures inside, and blood gushed from his nose. It's fine, bringing them back and forth is quite troublesome. Just leave them here, I'll keep an eye on them simply to enjoy them. Guian Lang no longer teased him, handing over the books without looking at them himself, informing the old Kai that Gohan would emerge from training tomorrow, and then he left the Kai's realm. Back in the Dragon Ball Universe's hotel, Guian Lang quietly awaited the arrival of tomorrow. Before the old Kai unlocked Gohan's potential, he needed Gohan to meet someone. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a day had passed. Gohan, Chi-Chi, and the others learned of the existence of future Gohan and hurried to Bulma's house. After waiting for a short while, two figures rapidly flew in from the distance, and Goku along with future Gohan descended from the sky. Chi-Chi rushed forward and embraced future Gohan. Although he was not her son from her own universe, he was still her flesh and blood. She had heard from Den that in the future Gohan fought alone, bearing all the burdens on this child's shoulders. Gohan, are you alright? Let me take a look at you. The long-awaited embrace made Gohan's eyes turn red. In the future, his father died of heart disease, Uncle Piccolo was erased, and the Dragon Balls of Earth no longer existed. Uncle Vegeta insisted on fighting alone and was killed by two androids working together. Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi were successively killed, and even his mother could not escape the clutches of the androids. Seeing his mother again stirred deep emotions within him, and tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. After some small talk, future Gohan noticed Gohan and Videl nodding slightly at him. Did I become a scholar in this world? Is that your wife? Gohan smiled kindly, gazing at this man who was both himself and yet not himself, feeling a sense of admiration arise within. Yes, I fulfilled my wish of becoming a scholar, but recently I have resumed training to reclaim my identity as a martial artist. That's good. I can definitely defeat those two now, and my father's training has borne fruit. Goten looked at this unfamiliar brother, puzzled. But didn't my brother defeat Bu at this age and easily take down Android 18? Why can this Gohan not defeat him? Goten, still young, thought Gohan's strength difference should not be significant, unable to comprehend why he couldn't beat Android 18. Vegeta scoffed, disdainful of explaining such a childish question, while Piccolo spoke up to clarify. Gohan indeed possesses great potential, but he is not skilled in training and does not know how to cultivate effectively to maximize his strength. Piccolo's words hit the mark. This was the greatest difference between Gohan and the trio of Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta. They knew how to train most effectively. For instance, during the Z era, Goku and Gohan were always in a Super Saiyan state, while training in the hyperbolic time chamber. The results of a year of intense training could surpass that of 3 or even 5 years for others. Gohan would likely never think of training in such a manner himself. They would find the most effective path through their own exploration. Gohan was more like a beautiful gem that needed careful polishing. Goten nodded, somewhat understanding Piccolo's explanation, albeit still confused. Alright, now that we've caught up, it's time to get down to business. Gutenland pulled the old Kaioshin to future Gohan's side. After meeting the present Gohan and Chi-Chi, future Gohan could finally let go of his inner burdens, allowing the old Kaioshin to unlock his potential better. Are we going back now? I am ready. Future Gohan misunderstood his meaning, thinking they were going to return to the future. No, this is the Kaioshin. He can unlock the potential within you, allowing you to break through your limits. After a thorough explanation from Gutenland, future Gohan sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting for the old Kaioshin to perform his magic. Taking money to relieve disasters, the old Kaioshin was also a discerning person, directly approaching future Gohan and performing a series of strange movements. However, less than 10 minutes later, the old Kaioshin couldn't help but curse. Damn, his power is so strong, and you want me to unlock his potential. Are you trying to kill me? His ability to unlock potential had limits due to his own strength. For instance, if facing a fully powered Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, his magic would have no effect. The stronger the individual, the more energy he would expend. Upon hearing the old Kaioshin's words, Goku laughed heartily twice. This Gohan had given him a significant surprise. His temperament was exceptionally resilient. Even though he guessed Gohan's potential was astonishing, the strength he displayed after a year of training still shocked him. The old Kaioshin felt a sense of collapse inside. Compared to the time he unlocked Gohan's potential before the difficulty had increased at least tenfold, and he was already sweating profusely. After enduring for 24 hours, he finally completed the spell for Gohan collapsing to the ground, unable to stand. Even so, the old Kaioshin still did not forget to mutter complaints to Guian Lang. Add more strokes, definitely need to add more strokes. I almost lost my old life. Guian Lang couldn't help but recall an ancient saying, a man remains a boy until death. The ancients surely do not die. The old Kaioshin had lived for at least 1 billion years, yet at such an old age he remained so dedicated, only liking those around 18. He was indeed a tough character. So how about a spar? The 2 androids in your world are too weak. They cannot help you understand your current strength. Guian Lang looked at future Gohan, who was clenching his fists tightly, and proactively made the suggestion. He also wanted to see where future Gohan's strength stood. All right. Future Gohan slowly ascended into the air, shouting loudly, as his energy rapidly surged, surrounded by blue lightning, entering Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta flew up to confront him, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 as well. The 2 exchanged blows, and to everyone's surprise, Gohan was at a disadvantage but could barely hold his ground. It should be known that even among Super Saiyan 2s, the disparity in strength was significant. If Zera Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta faced the current Vegeta, he would likely be defeated in just a few hits. The stronger the base form, the stronger the transformation that follows. Gohan's improvement over the year was not to be underestimated. Seeing that this was not a sustainable approach, Gohan clenched his fists and roared instantly, pushing his energy to the limit, a powerful aura spreading outwards, even reaching Beerus, who was far away in the God of Destruction realm. His hair gradually extended to his waist, and the lightning around him intensified, resembling a small sun illuminating the earth. Vegeta's expression changed. He had not anticipated that a year of intensive training combined with the old Kaioshin unlocking his potential would elevate Gohan's strength to Super Saiyan 3. The situation reversed instantly. Vegeta, who had previously held the advantage, found himself on the defensive as Gohan began to take control and counterattack. Vegeta's gaze turned serious as a red energy aura surrounded him, pushing Gohan back. The red-haired reedied Super Saiyan God transformation emerged, and Gohan couldn't even sense Vegeta's energy, puzzled by the situation. Vegeta's expression grew serious as the red aura repelled Gohan. His red hair and red eyes manifested in Super Saiyan God mode, leaving Gohan unable to sense Vegeta's energy, completely unaware of the situation. However, this wasn't Gohan's first encounter with Super Saiyan God. Goku had demonstrated this power during his special training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan took a deep breath, exited his Super Saiyan 3 state, and closed his eyes, focusing his spirit. A pure white aura enveloped his body, and even before transforming, his energy surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3. The white light expanded, engulfing the earth. Gohan in the future could hardly believe the immense energy the old Supreme Kai had awakened within him, far surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3. Piccolo, watching the battle, turned pale with fear, astonished that Gohan from the future possessed such formidable power. The 2 fighters clashed again, with Vegeta's attacks becoming increasingly fierce, each punch faster than the last. Gohan struggled to keep up, clearly unable to last much longer. Nonetheless, this still left everyone in awe. The Gohan from the Z era never exhibited such strength in his mysterious transformations. This was also due to Gohan's inherent power having reached Super Saiyan 3, which allowed him to tap into strength far greater than that of his earlier self. Vegeta recognized that this was Gohan's full strength, and thus held nothing back. The blue light blazed forth as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, distinct from the God form. The power of Super Saiyan Blue was palpable. Gohan could sense the unimaginable might of Vegeta's transformation as he concentrated all his energy into his right hand, unleashing his strongest attack. In full power, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was immensely powerful. He threw a punch in retaliation, and the collision sent shockwaves that caused the ground to tremble, leaving ordinary onlookers like Shishi and Bulma struggling to stand. As the blue and white lights clashed, Gohan fell from the air, while Vegeta returned to his normal state, landing back on the ground. Uncle Vegeta is still incredibly strong. If only you hadn't rushed to confront the androids alone back then, but instead trained for a while, they would have posed no threat to you. Gohan held deep respect for Vegeta. After Goku's death in the future timeline, Vegeta had bravely challenged the 2 androids alone in anger, severely injuring them before his demise. It was indeed Vegeta's intervention that allowed the androids to recover for several years, otherwise Gohan wouldn't have lived to adulthood and would have been easily killed by them. As for why Vegeta would rather self-destruct than let the androids win the future Gohan was unclear. However, seeing the now happy family man Vegeta, he could somewhat understand what might have driven that evil scion to act in such an unusual way. After chatting for a while longer, Gohan grew increasingly anxious about the future and was eager to return, knowing that Bulma and Trunks were still there. If the androids broke through the barrier, their fate would be dire. He wasn't particularly familiar with the strength of the ancient wolf, who offered no explanation but activated the space transmission device, sending Gohan back to the future. In the future timeline, androids 17 and 18 were still inside the barrier. After 2 days, they had tried every method but found no way out, soon abandoning any escape plans. With a wave of his hand, the ancient wolf removed the barrier. The moment it vanished, android 17 charged at him, furious at having been made to look so foolish. He would not let the ancient wolf off easily. The ancient wolf smiled lightly, standing still as he watched the enraged android 17. The latter's fury only intensified. It was a blatant sign of disrespect not to even bother with defense. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his chest. Looking down, he saw Gohan's hand shaped like a blade piercing through him. The energy wave passed through him, and with a loud explosion, android 17 was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The unexpected turn of events left android 18 in shock. How could it be that in just 2 days Gohan's power had surged to such heights? Even considering android 17's carelessness, the fact that Gohan could defeat him in one blow spoke volumes about the disparity in their strengths. Without even a glance back, 18 turned to flee, having no intention of engaging. The androids in this timeline were vastly different from those in the original world. Those had merely aimed to kill Goku and bore no ill will toward others. In contrast, the androids of the future timeline took pleasure in torturing humanity, killing without restraint to satisfy their twisted desires. Even with her own brother killed, 18 regarded it as trivial and had no intention of avenging him. Unfortunately for her, Gohan had already undergone a transformation, shooting like a meteor across the sky, overtaking 18. He kicked her in half without regard for her pleas and ended her life with a beam of light from his fingertip. You did well, goodbye, Gohan. When Gohan turned his head again, the ancient wolf who had just been behind him had vanished. Gohan had wanted to ask who had sent him to rescue. Initially, he believed it to be his father's request, but during training, Goku had informed him that he had never spoken to the ancient wolf. This became Gohan's biggest mystery, but ultimately the crisis was resolved. Now he felt confident in protecting the Earth. The invincible Administrator Gogeta completed his mission, with the target's power increasing over 100-fold in just 2 days, receiving an SSS rating. The reward points amounted to 10 million. Lying on his bed, the ancient wolf was in a good mood as he watched the 10 million points credited to his account. Seeing the task completion notification in the chat group, the members erupted with excitement. The volume of information this time was staggering. Tony was not the richest. Big guy, please tell me, how did you boost someone's strength 100-fold in just 2 days? Strictly speaking, it was over a year. I have something that allows a year to pass inside while only a day passes outside. So you're cheating. Big guy, can I also go in to train my physical abilities? The group owner: it must be the hyperbolic time chamber. It's indeed suitable for training, but it varies for each person. Spending a year in there also consumes a year of your normal lifespan. Are you sure you want to go? Big guy, can I go in? I'm still young, I can afford a year. Daegu felt that his physical skills were indeed lacking, unable to unleash the power of Diga. The stronger his human form, the stronger the Ultraman would be as well. To deal with the upcoming monsters, he needed to quickly grow stronger. No, are you implying something? What do you mean by mentioning you're young? Invincible Ultra Vegeto, you likely won't even be able to enter. It's an extremely hostile environment, utterly unsuitable for your cultivation. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3, harsh conditions hardly affect us. After all, most members in this group are already quite formidable. Chat group owner: inside temperatures range from 50 degrees Celsius at their peak to minus 40 degrees Celsius at their lowest. Atmospheric density is only 1/4 that of Earth's, and gravity is roughly 10 times stronger. You truly cannot enter. Tony Stark is not the richest. Is this even a place meant for humans? Thin air, 10-fold gravity. How could any creature possibly survive there for a full year? Tony pondered for a long while, but drew a blank. No being he could conceive of would stand a chance entering such a realm. It defied humanity itself. Become my son. For Administrator's native worlds, entry may indeed be feasible. But how powerful is the target of this mission? What fraction of an Administrator's strength does he possess? Slumbering Kobayashi's daughter: same question, same curiosity. Esteemed senior, now that his power has surged so dramatically, could you elaborate precisely on his strength? Based on Gu Qingfeng's estimation, Gohan's current strength approximates that of Goku upon first attaining Super Saiyan God, a form whose full power per cannon can obliterate an entire universe with 3 unleashed techniques. Invincible Ultra Vegeto, roughly accurate. He could shatter a universe. His power is indeed impressive. Slumbering Kobayashi's daughter, shattering a universe. Then he must be nearly on par with you, senior. Invincible Ultra Vegeto, more or less. I don't surpass him by much. Tony Stark is not the richest. I can't shake the feeling you're teasing me. Why do beings from your universe always appear capable of stellar or universal annihilation? It's simply terrifying. Invincible Ultra Vegeto, wait for me. I'll arrive in your universe in 5 minutes. To prove my claim, I'll crush the sun barehanded. Tony Stark is not the richest. Senior, can you create a sun too? Invincible Ultra Vegeto, no, I never claimed that. Who said I could forge stars? I merely said I'd crush it, not rebuild one afterward. Invincible Ultra Vegeto claimed the red envelope. Tony Stark is not the richest, suddenly remembered. I have an extra suit of armor. Its energy core can sustain operation briefly. Whoever secures it in the next draw may keep it. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. Let me be blunt, Tony. You've crossed a line. If you intend to gift something, just gift it outright. But restricting the red envelope to only the senior. What's left for the rest of us to compete for? World Breaker, low EQ version. Here's armor. Don't fight me in my world. High EQ version, extra armor, randomized red envelope. First to claim it owns it. Rabbit-loving cafe server. That explanation was spot on. Truly worthy of you, brother Xiao Ming. Invincible Ultra Vegeto. I appreciate the armor. Displaying it as a sculpture in my residence would suit it well. Only then did Tony Stark relax. Though the senior's boast about crushing the sun was likely just seizing this chance to foster goodwill was ideal. Through Lin Rant's revelations, he had also learned of future events when Thanos arrived. The Scions would make their presence known, and imagining that detestable purple-skinned face bewildered before the senior brought Tony genuine delight. Chat group owner, senior, they say you expelled the love god. Lin Ran herself was eager to witness the legendary figures across eras depicted in the God of Final Battle, and she deeply resented the god's aloof, condescending arrogance. Invincible Ultra Vegeto, correct. In just over 2 months, we'll undertake a mission in their world. You're all welcome to join. Still, elevate your own strength first. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. The group owner has confirmed. We are permitted to enter that world. Minato harbored deep resentment toward the love god. Her assault on Hinata had bared the fangs of even this gentle soul. Invincible Ultra Vegeto, indeed, anyone is welcome. Yet your present strength remains insufficient. Further cultivation is advised. Hyuga clan's eldest daughter, will the group owner herself join the battle? Chat group owner, perhaps. Should I encounter someone particularly loathsome, I may intervene. Lin Ran, though intrigued by the prospect, acknowledged her unique privileges as group owner. Even if her raw strength ranked among the group's weakest, her command over the chat system rendered her unafraid, even against deities. Days settled into quietude. A month slipped by effortlessly. Guian Lang trained relentlessly, except for occasional meals at Bulma's residence. No new missions had been issued by the group. Minato and others posted several solo assignments, but their rewards were meager and their difficulty negligible. Guian Lang willingly ceded them. Such trivial points held no value for him. Better to let others strengthen themselves. The administrator has remained in the chat group for 1 full month, activating the group combat assessment system. This system detects designated individuals' combat prowess. Ordinary members may use it once every 3 days. The group owner and administrators may employ it once daily. Rabbit-loving cafe server. I assessed myself. I'm at early stage tier 2. The group's description states this exceeds peak human capability. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. I'm mid-stage tier 3. The group judges I could single-handedly alter the course of large-scale warfare. World Breaker 1. I stand at the same tier. Time Devouring Sprite. I am likewise tier 3, but only attained early stage through unique abilities augmenting my base strength. Tony Stark is not the richest. I'm mid-stage tier 2, slightly stronger than Dong Xiang it seems. Chat group owner. That's perfectly normal. You exist within an early timeline. Your future self will achieve tremendous growth. Become my son. Unexpected. I've plateaued at tier 3. I'd hoped to reach tier 4. Hyuga clan's eldest daughter. I'll defer my assessment. For now, I'll test Naruto's strength when we meet. Hinata possessed clear self-awareness regarding her abilities. Tier 2 perhaps. And knew she fell far short of Minato's might. Chat group owner senior. What tier is your strength? Lin Ran was most curious about Guian Lang. Invincible Ultra Vegeto himself. Was he tier 7? Tier 8. Invincible Ultra Vegeto. I haven't undergone assessment yet. And yours? What tier do you occupy? In truth, Guian Lang held little expectation for Lin Ran's strength, likely weaker than Dong Xiang. He sensed no profound energy resonance emanating from her. Tony Stark is not the richest. I'd wager tier 7. Or perhaps tier 8. World Breaker impossible. I suspect tier 9, if such a tier exists at all. Slumbering Kobayashi's daughter. Actually, I'm far more intrigued by the group owner's strength. Since my world holds no suitable subjects for assessment, why not scan her instead? Chat group owner. That works. I'll gladly forego this opportunity myself. Lin Ran felt no anxiety about being exposed. Though she was only marginally stronger than an ordinary person, the system's power detection had strict limitations. Only the administrator Guian Lang could scan her true strength. Ordinary members possessed no such capability. Sleeping son of Xiao Wulong's daughter. Notification detection unavailable. Regular members cannot scan the group owner. Tony definitely not the richest man. Then why don't you scan the senior expert? Let's see just how formidable he truly is. Sleeping son of Xiao Wulong's daughter. I'd rather hold on to my chance. Detection opportunities accumulate, and given the senior expert's overwhelming strength, scanning him would yield little new insight. Tony definitely not the richest man. Xiaolon, our world's share currency parity. I'll send you 100,000 US dollars. As a favor, please scan the senior expert's power. Tony could no longer wait 3 days. His curiosity burned with unbearable intensity. He longed above all else to know the senior expert's true strength now. A sudden windfall left Xiaolon dazed. $100,000 converted into yen amounted to an astonishing sum. Yet accepting such a vast sum merely to perform a simple power scan left her deeply uneasy. Sleeping son of Xiao Wulong's daughter. Never mind. The money isn't necessary. I'll run the scan for you. Rabbit-loving cafe server, did it complete? Xiaolon. Not only Tony, but every member in the group grew increasingly curious. A full minute had passed, yet Xiaolon still hadn't reported the result. Sleeping son of Xiao Wulong's daughter, the scan is complete. The subject's baseline power registers at Tier 9, capable of annihilating multiple universes with mere gestures. Further metrics are inaccessible due to insurmountable disparity in strength. Tony definitely not the richest man. Whoa, Tier 9 is real. That's utterly staggering. Could there even be a Tier 10? World's Destroyer, Senior Expert, Magnificent on Sparring. 666. Hyuga Clan's eldest daughter, Senior Expert. 666. Rabbit-loving cafe server, Senior Expert. 666. Chat group owner, truly worthy of the title Gogeta. You are the chosen one of heaven itself. At that moment Lin Ran was certain this could only be Dragon Ball Super's Gogeta. No other being could possess such incomprehensible might. Guian Lang himself remained unfazed. Tier 9 felt entirely natural. With daily detection opportunities available, he decided to test his own limits. Administrator Invincible Gogeta has designated himself for self-scan. Initiated. Chat group performing scan. Please wait. Scan complete. Administrator Invincible Gogeta, baseline state, registers at peak of Tier 9 initial stage. Upon reading the result, Guian Lang's normally impassive face flickered with rare expression. So this was the nature of his current vessel. No wonder something had always felt subtly amiss. A faint knowing smile slowly curved his lips. World's Destroyer, Tier 9. I wonder if I'll ever ascend to such heights in this lifetime. Even reaching Tier 4 would leave me profoundly content. Tony definitely not the richest man. Senior Expert, please visit often. I have many stunning young women here. Whether you prefer elegance or grace, your preferences will be perfectly accommodated. If wealth failed to sway him, perhaps beauty would. At such transcendent power, material riches held no allure. Yet since time immemorial, even heroes faltered before the gates of romance. The past could not be undone, but the future remained unwritten. By clinging steadfastly to the Senior Expert's golden path, he would surely shatter Ultron with his fists and crush Thanos beneath his boots. Rabbit-loving cafe server, do you truly believe the Senior Expert shares your preoccupations, constantly lost in thoughts of women? Invincible Gogeta, I'd rather pass. Matters of the heart unfold naturally. Guian Lang held such mundane charms in utter contempt. Should he ever seek companionship, it would be for none but the one who stirred his deepest affection. Special Quest Mode activated. First-time deployment of power detection function has revealed critically low usage among members. Correct answers to trivia questions will grant additional detection chances. Notice all questions derive from members' respective worlds. Questioning begins in 3 minutes. Prepare accordingly. Tony definitely not the richest man. This seems rather unfair. We know little of each other's worlds while only the Senior Expert and group owner possess full knowledge. Hyuga Clan's eldest daughter, don't quibble over bonus rewards, Uncle Tony. Please be my son. I'm more curious. What sort of questions will the chat group pose? Question 1. In the One Piece world, 4 individuals are widely acknowledged by fans, through a certain linguistic nuance, as the closest phonetic match to the term Yonko. Who are they? Tony definitely not the richest man. I know this one. Kaido, Big Mom Shanks, and Whitebeard. Lin Ran had previously offered the group concise overviews of their respective worlds, including a summary of the One Piece setting where the Yonko were explicitly introduced. Incorrect answer. This attempt is forfeited. World's Destroyer, that can't be right. The 4 sovereign pirates who rule the Grand Line are precisely those 4. Please be my son. The supernovas of the worst generation. Kid Trafalgar, Law Monkey D. Luffy and Roronoa Zoro. Whitebeard himself hesitated, uncertain whom to choose. Yet reasoning that the question must refer to future Yonko, he tested the names of his own quartet. Incorrect answer. This attempt is forfeited. Hyuga clan's eldest daughter. Even Grandpa Whitebeard couldn't answer. Only the senior expert and our group owner remain. Lin Ran stared blankly at the question. Something felt distinctly off, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what. Chat group owner. I'm stumped too. Why don't you answer it? Guian Lang hadn't anticipated the chat group's mischievous twist. Such wordplay rarely surfaced among mainstream fans. Invincible Gogeta. The answer is the four yellows: Sanji, Brook, Kinemon, and Momonoi. Correct answer. One additional detection opportunity granted. Tony definitely not the richest man for yellows. I see. The chat group is indulging in pun-based humor. Chat group owner. So it's about phonetic resemblance. Indeed, in our world, those four are colloquially dubbed the four yellows. Question 2 in Naruto: which figure is sardonically nicknamed Potato Naruto? Chat group owner. Danzo Shimura. Benefits are shared. Blame is borne alone. Correct answer. One additional detection opportunity granted. Sleeping son of Xiao Wulong's daughter. Though I know nothing of this man, he sounds tragically burdened. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar third form. Had the senior expert not eliminated him, who knows how many lives he'd have ruined. Question 3 in the world of sleeping son of Xiao Wulong's daughter, who is revered as the god of death. Tony definitely not the richest man. Didn't we establish Xiaolan's world operates on ordinary human rules? How could anyone bear the title god of death? The daughter of the sleeping Xiao Wulong said, I don't know either, I haven't heard anyone mention that name. The group leader replied, Konan Idagawa, wherever he goes death follows, earning him the title of the Reaper elementary student. The fourth question: who is the person most recognized as deserving to be killed in the world of One Piece? Unbeatable Gogeta said, the Pirate King can be disregarded, but Momonosuke must die. Unbeatable Gogeta continued, he is just a child, but this child likes to take advantage of his small size, often bothering women, and even bathes with many beautiful women. The most critical thing is that he always wears a lewd and smug expression when he is taking advantage of others. Tony, who is not a billionaire, exclaimed, it's over him mad too. Just hearing the big guy say this makes me want to fight him. The Destroyer of Worlds commented, in a sense he can be considered a public enemy of men. The group leader stated, Naruto Uzumaki, who calls Sasuke every day. The group leader insisted, that's impossible. It should only be Naruto, no one else would call him that often. Unbeatable Gogeta pointed out, he calls Sasuke not Uchiha. Ancient Wolf's words awakened everyone, as it seemed Naruto really hadn't called Sasuke by his full name very often. Unbeatable Gogeta declared, the answer is the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance roared, that's not right. It's rumored that the second Hokage despised the Uchiha clan the most. How could he call their name the most? Watergate remembered the second Hokage and his consistent hatred for the Uchiha. How could he ever mention the name of his enemy? Unbeatable Gogeta explained, let me give you an example. If Tobirama trips over a log while walking, he would say damn Uchiha. If he choked on water, he would also say damn Uchiha. Tony, who is not a billionaire, replied, isn't that similar to saying that the guilty will always find a reason to accuse someone? Everything bad is blamed on the Uchiha. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance added, that really fits the image of Lord Tobirama as described by the third Hokage. The quiz ends here. A new task will begin in a day. Defeat the extraterrestrial beings on Earth from the Marvel Universe with a reward of 30,000 points. The group has a limit of 3 members with a task difficulty of level 3. The Destroyer of Worlds accepted the task. Unbeatable Gogeta accepted the task. The coffee shop waiter who likes rabbits accepted the task. Tony, who is not a billionaire, exclaimed, wait, have villains been born? I missed another opportunity to win easily. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance lamented, I was a step too slow, what a pity. The Destroyer of Worlds remarked, extraterrestrial beings. I am quite looking forward to the confrontation, I wonder what kind of existence they will be. Unbeatable Gogeta stated, there are many extraterrestrial species in the Marvel Universe, all kinds of existences exist. After saying that, Ancient Wolf exited the group chat as it was meal time, and if he didn't go to Bulma's house he would miss dinner. Arriving at Bulma's house, only Vegeta and Goku were there, standing alone at the door, with Goku looking dejected. Ancient Wolf asked, why aren't you eating? What are you standing at the door for? Vegeta's expression instantly darkened, and he shouted at Ancient Wolf, can't you guys eat by yourselves? Are you so poor that you have to come to my house every day for meals? Those chefs are exhausted and Bulma isn't home, I don't know where to find a cook. Vegeta was getting angrier. It used to be occasional visits, but lately it had become excessive. These two had been coming every day for meals, unaware of their huge appetite. Even if he had many chefs at home, he couldn't keep making meals for dozens of people every day. Goku chuckled, and acted as if he hadn't heard Vegeta's complaints. He asked, "So when can we eat? Why don't you call Bulma to find a chef to come over?" Vegeta retorted, "Doesn't Shishi cook for you? Why do you have to come to my house to eat?" Vegeta was speechless, pointing at Ancient Wolf. Just as he was about to speak, Ancient Wolf interrupted him. "Don't blame me, I don't have a wife, and I can't cook for myself." Ancient Wolf's answer left Vegeta at a loss for words. "Why don't we go out to eat? Let's find a restaurant. I'm starving." Goku suggested a new idea, and Vegeta, seeing him, nodded in agreement, as he was also hungry. Bulma's parents were old, and given the Scion's appetite, they certainly couldn't cook for them. "Fine, I have no objections. Vegeta is treating us. There are only 4 of us, so we don't need to order too much. Oh, let's just eat a little," he said, placing the menu back on the table and looking at the 3 others inquiringly. Vegeta and Son Goku remained silent. Piccolo, being naturally aloof, had no objections either. "Just copy what's on the menu for us. Let's order this much for now." The waiter thought he wouldn't be able to order many dishes, and as he took out a small notepad to note down the order, he was left dumbfounded by Guian Lang's words. "Sir, there are many large animals on the menu, including octopuses the size of meters and dinosaur meat weighing dozens of pounds. Are you sure you want to prepare all of them?" The waiter felt he might have misheard. They were already the largest restaurant in the city, and if they prepared everything on the menu, not even 14 people could finish it, let alone 4. "No worries, just prepare it all. Money is no object." Guian Lang boasted boldly. Oh, as the #1 son-in-law in Dragon Ball, how could he lack money? He lived like a lord. The progenitor of soft rice, the Scion Tiger Vegeta. The waiter hurried to the kitchen, and in no time the beautifully presented dishes began to arrive at their table one after another. The 4 began to devour the food voraciously. Piccolo's eating manners were slightly better, while Guian Lang and the others ate as if they had never seen food before, clearing the plates shortly after they were served. After all, this wasn't Bulma's home. Those people were already accustomed to the Scion's appetites. The people here had never seen such a sight, and were taken aback by their eating habits. How can a human stomach really hold so much? Aren't they afraid of bursting? A middle-aged man in his 40s remarked, observing the astonished expressions of the newcomers. "What's the big deal? This is already the 2nd table's worth of food they've eaten. How much are they planning to eat? Are they aiming for a 3rd table? I don't know, won't they get bored eating for so long? I've been watching them for over half an hour already." A few young people looked speechlessly at the middle-aged man. He was quite a peculiar character. "Bored? You can watch them for this long." Hearing the discussions, Piccolo's face turned green with embarrassment. Being pointed at like this was quite uncomfortable. While happily stuffing his face, Goku casually gulped down the sushi beside him, and before Vegeta could stop him, it was already too late. Furious Vegeta grabbed a handful of food and stuffed it into his mouth, causing Goku's expression to shift in anger. "Vegeta, why did you eat my char siu? I was saving that for last." Vegeta slammed the table and glared fiercely at Kakarot. "My sushi was saved for later too, you jerk." Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, his aura suppressing Vegeta. "Aren't we friends, Vegeta?" Vegeta, not to be outdone, responded in Super Saiyan 2, pushing back against Goku's aura. This and that are 2 different matters. Goku, surrounded by a red aura, immediately transformed into Super Saiyan God, refusing to back down. Eventually, both transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, their terrifying auras shaking the ground for miles around. Inside the building, blue light radiated, resembling 2 blue moons appearing in the night, capturing the attention of the crowd nearby. The onlookers pulled out their phones, intending to capture this astonishing scene, having never seen anyone whose hair could change color on its own. However, regardless of whether it was a phone or camera, all devices fell into a temporary malfunction and could not be used normally. Guian Lang glanced at Piccolo, who was truly the strongest strategist in Dragon Ball. Although his power was gradually falling behind the 2 who were going all out, his intelligence was still quite reassuring. Originally, he intended to intervene, but Piccolo had already disrupted the device's functioning with his chi. Piccolo looked at Guian Lang speechlessly. He couldn't persuade the 2 who were on a rampage. "It seems today won't end well. It's likely that the 2 will settle their scores. Boss, another order of sushi and char siu, please." Guian Lang didn't respond. As the boss prepared another order, the 2 fighters instantly retracted their auras, each snorting coldly. The boss wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, instructing the kitchen to hurry and prepare. With such a little matter, the 2 lords almost wrecked his restaurant. After their meal, the 4 parted ways. Goku and Vegeta were still bothered by their earlier unpleasantness and likely sought a place to fight. Guian Lang found a secluded valley, lay down on a clean patch of land, and slowly closed his eyes, lost in thought. He recalled the life he had lived, born an orphan, growing up on scraps from various families, and after entering society as an adult, he struggled for years without achieving much. With no education or skills, he ultimately found himself in a precarious position, believing himself to be a gentleman who would not succumb to wealth, yet reality had humbled him. Even upon arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he feared disrupting the original plot development, attracting the attention of the God of Destruction or the Omni King, which could lead to a fatal outcome. Now he could shatter stars with a snap of his fingers and extinguish deities with a wave of his hand. Finally, he could be himself without worrying about any existence. At that moment, a subtle change occurred in Guian Lang's heart. Upon detecting his true power, a transformation took place within him. He slept soundly until noon the next day, awakening groggily just as the mission was about to commence, feeling refreshed and invigorated, as if the heavy stone pressing on his heart had vanished. Tony is not the richest. Hey, are you coming or not? These monsters appeared, and it's a bit tough. I'm no match for them. Black Widow is being pushed back continuously. Tony was quite anxious. As soon as these monsters appeared, they began rampaging, leaving the streets in ruins. People were fleeing everywhere, terrified of being targeted by the creatures. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 style. Why don't you call someone to deal with them? Aren't you their match? Tony is not the richest. Where am I supposed to find someone? They're not even around. Captain America and Hawkeye went to other regions, and I don't even know the Hulk or Thor. Through Lin Rand's spoilers, Tony learned about Bruce Banner's Hulk and Thor, but the timeline was not yet right. One hadn't arrived on Earth, and the other hadn't been exposed to gamma radiation, so he couldn't find any help. The chat group leader, what do these monsters look like? Describe them to me so I can see if I recognize them. Lin Rand was curious. It seemed there were no villains at this time. What were these suddenly appearing extraterrestrial beings? Tony is not the richest. One is a black liquid life form, and the other is a red liquid life form. Both were originally human. There's also an invincible Sandman. Lin Rand recalled 3 figures as soon as he heard Tony's words. The red-black liquid must be the symbiotic entities Venom and Carnage. These are symbiotic life forms from a special planet. They cannot leave the planet themselves and must attach to living beings such as humans or animals to escape. As long as there is physical contact, they can possess a host, and those possessed by them can gain powers far beyond that of normal humans, including, but not limited to, super strength, speed, rapid regeneration, and more. Similarly, they also replicate the personality or abilities of their host. They do not inherently distinguish between good and evil. However, through a series of unfortunate events, a symbiote named Venom attached itself to a human and copied that person's evil psyche. These symbiotic entities reproduce asexually, which has led to Venom and its progeny all being embodiments of evil. Carnage is its offspring, and typically such symbiotic entities become stronger with each generation, making Carnage's abilities superior to Venom's. The Sandman was originally a leader of an underground gang who, after being affected by nuclear radiation in the desert, his physique transformed to become sand-like, similar to Crocodile from One Piece, granting him control over the power of sand. Unless completely destroyed, no fatal injury can eliminate him. Group leader. This must be Spider-Man's enemy. How did it end up with you? These 3 are quite troublesome. World Destroyer. I understand now. I'm heading over. Don't worry, I'll help you deal with them. After reviewing Lin Rand's file, Minato understood the special abilities of the 3. The most crucial point was to avoid physical contact with the symbiotes. However, since he transformed into Kamen Rider, they could not touch him. Coffee shop waitress who likes rabbits. I don't think I can go. It would be troublesome if I got possessed. Group leader. Exactly. The stronger the host, the stronger they become after possession. Tony Stark the billionaire said, "Come on, the big shot is here. We are finally safe." Dong Xiang pressed the teleportation device and arrived in the Marvel Universe. Guian Lang woke up, saw the chat content in the group, and pressed the teleportation button to rush over. He did not expect it to be Venom, a rare species. On the street of poverty, 2 towering humanoid creatures over 2.5 meters tall were stretching their arms, grabbing at fleeing humans. Their arms transformed into blades or heavy hammers, mercilessly smashing down despite people's desperate cries. A woman radiating mature female charm, Black Widow Natasha, was agilely battling a Sandman, occasionally tossing grenades that left the Sandman's body riddled with holes, though it quickly returned to its original form. In red armor, Tony Stark flew down and arrived beside Guian Lang, speaking urgently. "Big shot, you need to take action and eliminate them now." With a flash of white light, 2 figures appeared, the newcomers being Minato and Dong Xiang. Without hesitation, Minato transformed into his base form and charged towards Carnage. "Leave that black and red brute to me." Dong Xiang also manifested her wings and ran to assist Black Widow Natasha. "He'll handle the Sandman." Guian Lang watched the skirmish with boredom. Even if they were all rated SSS, the differing worlds and difficulties would result in vastly different scores. What's the rush? Let them play for a bit. With a total difficulty of 4, even if the task is completed in a second, it won't yield much in terms of points. Black Widow observed the suddenly appearing girl, unsure if she was friend or foe, and stepped back from her attack range. Dong Xiang couldn't be bothered to pay her any attention. From one side of her back grew wings-like structures, shooting out countless feathers, each powerful enough to pierce through walls. Seeing Tony Stark standing next to a man she had never seen before, Black Widow did not rush into battle, but quickened her pace to approach. Tony, what are you waiting for? You haven't made a move and this area is almost destroyed by them. Tony waved his hand, signaling her to calm down, pointing to Minato, who was holding his own against two opponents, and Dong Xiang, who was suppressing the Sandman. It's fine, they are my friends. With them here you can rest easy. Guian Lang sized up the woman before him. Indeed, she was one of the most beautiful in the Marvel world, exuding charm with every move like a perfectly ripe peach, incomparable to those inexperienced girls. Upon seeing her up close, Black Widow was also taken aback. She previously did not understand why some people could paralyze others with mere presence, but now she began to understand. This man before her seemed exceptional, and she felt he must possess tremendous power. Who is this? Tony glanced at Guian Lang, seeing no sign of displeasure on his face, then explained to Black Widow. Allow me to introduce, this is the big shot whose power is beyond your imagination. There is nothing he cannot do, only what you cannot conceive. Black Widow looked at Tony with a strange expression. The more she looked, the more he resembled a pyramid scheme promoter. If he were truly that powerful, she would have certainly heard of him before. That guy cannot be killed, and that girl's level of attack cannot possibly defeat him. Dong Xiang was faster than the Sandman, but her attacks were quite simplistic and lacked destructive power. The Sandman appeared battered, but the sand that made up its body continued to fall off without any real damage. It's fine, the big shot will handle it. We can't deal with these two ourselves, we just need to wait for him to take action. Seeing Tony's confident assurance, Black Widow had no choice but to trust him for the moment. Against three immortal monsters, she truly had no better solution. Guian Lang pointed, and an energy orb shot towards Dong Xiang, merging with her body. While dodging the Sandman's attacks, Dong Xiang felt her body becoming significantly lighter. Tony looked on in confusion, unsure of what Guian Lang was doing. Big shot, what was that? A protective shield. It prevents Dong Xiang from being hit by the Sandman. If she gets heavily injured, that would be bad. After completing everything, Guian Lang looked at Minato, uncertain of who would win in the battle between Kamen Rider and the symbiotes. As the Kamen Rider approached slowly, Venom and Carnage extended their arms, launching for tendrils at him. Minato held the card box. A flash of pink light surged as he sliced through the incoming tendrils at their roots. If I'm going to fight you, this card is the better choice. Minato pulled out the 555 card, inserted it into his transformation device, unleashing a surge of light and shadow as he transformed into Kamen Rider 555 in acceleration mode. He pressed the acceleration button with his left hand, disappearing from the sight of the others. Venom and Carnage searched everywhere, but could not locate their opponent. Suddenly, a hole was blasted through Carnage's abdomen, followed by Venom losing part of its right hand, yet Minashi's figure remained absent from the scene. Is this the legendary 7 seconds of showing off and 3 seconds of defeating monsters? Guian Lang shook his head with a bitter smile, as at that moment the Emperor Rider was moving at super high speed, attacking the enemy, while effortlessly showing off. Tony continuously searched with the system of his battle suit, but could only sense the presence of the Emperor Rider without being able to track his location. Boss, I can't see Emperor Rider. Just how fast is he moving right now? Black Widow was already dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape as she stared at the position of Venom. The two symbiotic bodies were being relentlessly attacked, clearly under attack from someone, yet the Emperor Rider was nowhere to be seen. Guian Lang clicked his tongue and casually said, about 0.0058 seconds for 100 meters, roughly 1,000 times the speed of a human. Not bad, it's time to determine the winner. This statement left Black Widow's mind spinning. Ooh, what does 0.0058 seconds for 100 meters even mean? After all, the few who were famous for their speed in Marvel had not yet appeared, and 555 speed broke the limits of her current understanding. 12 conical drill shadows shot at the two symbiotic bodies, and the Emperor Rider in 555 armor kicked through their bodies and landed. The two symbiotic bodies were actually kicked out of their hosts' bodies, and the two adult males fell helplessly to the ground. The black and red liquid-like creatures crawled towards the crowd that had not yet escaped. Oh no, they are going to attach themselves to other humans. Quickly stop them. Black Widow instinctively looked at Tony beside her, only to fearfully discover that Guian Lang, who had just been standing next to her, had vanished into thin air. Tony pointed ahead, urging her to look. When Black Widow turned her head, she found Guian Lang surprisingly at the center of the scene, blocking Venom and the path of slaughter. Guian Lang extended his finger near Venom, and under his deliberate relaxation, Venom directly drilled into his body. Tony completely failed to understand Guian Lang's actions, not knowing what he intended to do. Tony, do you want to take the slaughter back for research? If you want to take him away, find a container to put him in. He's quite injured from the fight with the Emperor Rider. The kick from the 555 knight can lock onto a target, and can be understood as true damage. Even symbiotic bodies cannot be completely immune to it. Tony quickly responded, pulling out a special container he carried with him and placing the limp slaughter inside. Yes. Tony had never seen such a creature before. If researched properly, it could greatly enhance his own combat power. If that guy enters his body, will he also be controlled? Black Widow drew her pistol, wary of Guian Lang. She had seen the abilities of symbiotic bodies. Once they enter a human body, they can occupy the person's subjective consciousness. Although Tony seemed to admire this man's strength, Black Widow still couldn't feel at ease. Guian Lang ignored her actions, and as venom drilled into his finger, he trapped it within his thumb. The energy within him was immensely powerful. It was quite simple to seal a symbiotic body. I'm taking this thing back to play with. You don't need to worry about it. In the distance, a blue light flashed. After battling for a while, Dong Xiang still couldn't do anything about the Sandman. Every time a part of his body was destroyed, the Sandman could immediately regenerate. Enraged by continuous attacks, the Sandman absorbed a sand truck from the side of the street, growing to a gigantic size of 7 or 8 meters and significantly increasing his power. Dong Xiang accidentally got hit by a punch from the Sandman. Seeing a fist larger than her body, she gritted her teeth and raised her arms ready to take it heat in. Preparing herself for injury, she was surprised that as soon as they made contact, a surge of blue light shot out, protecting her body. The Sandman's fist not only failed to injure her, but he was also knocked back by the recoil, allowing Dong Xiang to retreat from the range of the Sandman's attack. Boss, I can't handle him. This guy regenerates too quickly. I can't do anything about it. Dong Xiang could only give up. Her speed was above that of the Sandman, but he simply couldn't be killed. As long as there was sand, he could be reborn. Hearing Dong Xiang admit her defeat, Black Widow had no better plan. Aside from using water to restrict him and melt his body, there's hardly any way to directly kill him. Even sending fighter jets to launch small missiles wouldn't completely eliminate him. Gu Qingfeng agreed, throwing an energy bomb, without even looking, which shot towards the unprepared Sandman like lightning. Upon hitting the Sandman, it transformed into a protective shield with blue light, trapping the Sandman inside. The immense energy within the shield surged wildly. Once everything returned to calm, the Sandman was nowhere to be seen within the shield. Black Widow's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at everything before her. She was still pondering how to deal with the Sandman. The best method would require sending most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s forces to clear all nearby sand materials to prevent him from reviving, then using large amounts of water to strike the Sandman to have a chance of killing him. Yet in the blink of an eye, the Sandman who had given her such a headache was instantaneously killed. How on earth did this man do it? Tony was also stunned. He knew the boss was impressive, but he never expected that this near-immortal enemy could be dealt with so decisively. How did you do that, boss? Gu Qingfeng looked at his right thumb with great interest and casually replied, "It's not difficult at all. Just seal him completely in a space and clear everything within that space. I shattered him into molecules and then destroyed them." He spoke so easily while Tony listened with his mouth agape. Perhaps only the boss would think this was not difficult. If anyone else tried to do this, reducing a person to a molecular state would be nearly impossible, let alone destroying the molecules as well. All right, I'm leaving. I want to research this thing. Guian Lang waved his hand and prepared to leave. Black Widow called out to him if she could recruit such a powerful figure into S.H.I.E.L.D. No one would ever be able to shake its position. Wait, are you interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? I can recommend you. Guian Lang rejected without a second thought. He did not want to be constrained and had no interest in S.H.I.E.L.D. Forget it, I'm used to my freedom. Black Widow was still not giving up. This man was too mysterious, piquing her curiosity. Then may I have your contact information? Guian Lang no longer paid attention to her and vanished in a flash of white light. Dong Xiang and Minya Sure also left, and Black Widow was very interested in the three of them. However, Tony remained tight-lipped about their origins, sticking to his claim of not knowing their true identities no matter how Black Widow probed. With the constraints of the chat group, Tony couldn't reveal anything about it. Moreover, he didn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. enough to expose his trump card. Upon the completion of the task, the invincible administrator Gogeta received 10,000 points, while the cafe waitress who likes rabbits and the world destroyer each earned 10,000 points. After 5 minutes, and strength evaluation earned additional reward points, with each person receiving 1,000 points. The group leader commented, "This is unavoidable. The difficulty level is too low and the points are too few to raise his interest. Otherwise, the big boss would definitely crush his opponent without wasting so much time." The cafe waitress who likes rabbits said, "I encountered a woman there. She seems quite curious about the big boss and wants to engage in a deeper conversation with him." The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance shouted, "After just 5 minutes, there's already a little fan. The World Destroyer replied, strictly speaking, she's not really a fan. This woman looks to be in her 30s. Tony, who is not really a wealthy man, said Black Widow might have been married. Such women hold the most allure. The group leader responded, Black Widow. This woman has quite a charm. I recall a certain renowned figure once openly stated he would even drink her foot bath water. The time-devouring spirit exclaimed, is that true? That's quite an exaggeration. Back in the Dragon Ball universe, the ancient werewolf busy with venom glanced at the group chat content and couldn't help but interject he definitely has some peculiar preferences. The time-devouring spirit remarked, is there really someone with such a preference? People from Tony's world are indeed very strange. The cafe waitress who likes rabbits said, Tony, don't think I haven't noticed you've been staring at that woman, not even sparing a married one. Having spent only a few minutes in Tony's world, Dong Xiang had already noticed several times that Tony was gazing at Black Widow. Tony, who is not really a wealthy man, said, what do you know? Married women have flavor. Chow Chow might die, but the villain Chow will never perish. Tony is actually infatuated with someone else's wife. How are you any different from that villain Chow? What are you talking about? Who is that villain Chow? Black Widow has long been divorced, okay? Tony was quite speechless. He merely looked at her. Was it a crime to just look? He hadn't done anything. As for what the group was discussing, the ancient werewolf didn't have the mood to check. He was currently considering how to sustain this venom. He made a trip to the supermarket and bought a bunch of chocolates. These contained phenylethylamine, which could somewhat nourish venom, but the best food was still human heads or organs. With his right thumb gathering energy, he pushed venom out from his finger, creating an energy shield to contain him. After several attempts, venom still consumed the chocolate. He could also eat seafood like lobsters or small animals. With the food issue resolved, everything else would be manageable. The energy shield was a vacuum, allowing venom to survive for extended periods in such conditions, which is why he could search for a host throughout the universe. The next period returned to tranquility whenever a few people in the group encountered danger or triggered special circumstances that met the task release requirements. They would seek help from others in the group. The ancient werewolf generally didn't involve himself in their affairs. The tasks he released offered fewer additional reward points than those published by the chat group, and lower-level tasks couldn't yield many points. The stable life lasted for several weeks until one night, when it was broken, the chat group released a task again. The GT Space Evil Dragon has emerged. GT warriors have been defeated. Please select 2 warriors from this space-time and head to the GT universe to defeat the Evil Dragon within 5 minutes. Task difficulty level 8, hard difficulty. There is no time restriction for the task. This time the battle against the opponent will be live-streamed. The stronger the opponent, the more points will be earned. This live broadcast will replace the previous recording of the battle against the god Zamasu, showcasing the authority of the chat group administrator. Tony, who is not really a wealthy man, stated, I can't help but say a few words here. Isn't it usually to showcase the power of the group leader? Why does our chat group have such a novel style? The group leader replied, because even I cannot compare to the big boss. Compared to him, my strength is insignificant. Although Lin Ran had privileges, even utilizing all her privileges in the chat group, her strength was not on the same level as the ancient werewolf. Be my son, I remember there was an exclusive red envelope for administrators. The administrator seemed to say it was a form of immortality. Whitebeard remembered the ancient werewolf mentioning that the red envelope was a physique that granted immortality, given to the first administrator of the group. Lin Ran felt like crying upon hearing this, as she had known about this long ago, as it was originally prepared for her. That golden finger was meant for her. But the ancient werewolf joined the group before her, and the red envelope was inexplicably given to him. Even with such strength, he still received a buff. Lin Ran was unaware that there was someone who could defeat Gogeta from Dragon Ball Super. Couldn't they show some consideration for her, a mere newbie? Tony, who is not really a wealthy man, remarked, exactly. I almost laughed to death. It's the first time I've seen an exclusive red envelope, not given to the group leader, but to the administrator first. Tony expressed his schadenfreude, knowing it wasn't his turn anyway. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance shouted, awesome Tony 666, you truly deserve it. The eldest daughter of the Hinata family remarked, Uncle Tony, maybe you should talk less in the future. The time-devouring spirit added, Tony always manages to say such unexpected things. Watching the group's comments, Tony Stark found himself at a loss. He merely made a sarcastic comment about the group leader. The group leader wondered, has he always been this brave? Doesn't he know I'm the group leader? Lin Ran increasingly understood why Tony often drew criticism. He always seemed to collide with others' guns in various strange ways. With little time left, the ancient werewolf unleashed his aura, arriving at Bulma's house only to learn that Vegeta had gone to the God of Destruction's planet. He had to hurry to Shishi's house, bringing along Goku, who was plowing, and Gohan, who was still studying. Gohan readily agreed, as he had nothing else to do. When he found Goku, he was sleeping with his eyes closed, his feet on the plowing machine, plowing in a completely chaotic manner. A perfectly good piece of land was left in disarray by Goku's haphazard plowing. Upon sensing the two's auras, Goku opened his eyes. Let's go, I'll take you to a place. No way, if I don't finish plowing, Shishi will definitely kill me. Goku shook his head vigorously as Shishi had issued a stern order to complete the farm work. If he secretly ran off to train, Shishi would refuse to feed him. The ancient werewolf didn't expect Goku to reject him without even asking where they were going. Are they all like this? Are scions all so afraid of their wives? Wukong glanced at him and retorted. Vegeta once said that scions are born with an instinctive attraction to strong-willed women. Yet you too are a scion. To his surprise, Wukong, who usually remained awkward and reserved about matters of the heart, had spoken so candidly. Guian Lang found himself utterly unable to counter. He was indeed a scion. We're heading into battle. The opponent is extraordinarily powerful. You might very well stand no chance against him, yet you show no desire even to witness his strength. With that, he grabbed Gohan's arm as if preparing to leave. Wukong immediately protested. He lived for clashes with formidable foes. But if I sneak off, Chi-Chi will absolutely tear me apart. What a headache. Gohan stepped forward without hesitation, volunteering to explain everything to their mother upon their return, and assuring Wukong there would be no outburst. At those words, Wukong instantly appeared beside them, clearly having intended to go all along, merely waiting for Gohan to take on the delicate task of appeasing Chi-Chi. Guian Lang placed his hands upon their shoulders and pressed the teleportation button in the chat group. In an instant, the three vanished from sight. The transmission began. No further commentary or metadata appeared. What first struck the group members was a metropolis reduced to ruins, skyscrapers riddled with craters and teetering on collapse, streets choked with panicked civilians, abandoned vehicles strewn across gridlocked avenues. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3. This foe appears truly exceptional, likely another stellar tier adversary. Chat group administrator: in my world, 7 Dragon Balls can summon the Eternal Dragon when gathered, granting any wish. But in this timeline, repeated usage has saturated them with negative energy, corrupting them into evil dragons. Each Dragon Ball now manifests as a distinct hostile entity. Chat group administrator: virtually any wish, reviving the dead, attaining immortality, even restoring a long-vanished planet. Tony Stark grew increasingly agitated. He longed to join the conversation, but remained muted. With no other recourse, he sent Lin Ran a flurry of earnest private messages. Lin Ran bore no grudge. Tony meant no harm. He simply possessed an ingrained penchant for perilous antics. The time-devouring sprite asked, could one wish to become the strongest being in existence? Chat group administrator: no, that lies beyond the eternal dragon's domain. Even the deity who forged him was not the ultimate sovereign of creation. Lin Ran patiently clarified the Dragon Ball's nature and limitations for the group, eliciting repeated exclamations of awe. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3. Even so, their power remains staggering. Yet their corruption into evil dragons poses a grave complication. Upon arriving in GT, Wukong and Gohan scanned their surroundings. Wukong's greatest bewilderment: how Guian Lang had traversed time without a time machine. Is this a parallel timeline? Without a time machine, how did you cross Beerus? This is your world several years hence. But in this universe you never encountered Beerus, so your evolution took a different path. Guian Lang sensed Earth's ambient energy. They stood at the city's periphery. Aside from several overwhelming presences emanating from the urban core, another potent aura pulsed near the coast 50 li away. Guiding the two, Guian Lang surged toward the shore. There a serene young woman stood motionless, her skin a soft emerald hue, her long violet hair rippling in the sea breeze, a vision of quiet elegance. Tony, watching via the chat group, had assumed evil dragons were grotesque monstrosities, never imagining one could manifest such breathtaking beauty. This evil dragon is rather stunning. Such a pity to destroy her. A cafe server who loves rabbits. Do not mistake appearance for reality. I've scanned her. Her power registers mid-6th tier, capable of obliterating entire star systems. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3. Truly astonishing. How can a mere girl wield such apocalyptic might? Chat group administrator: power disparities remain modest early on, but widen exponentially with each tier. A 3rd-tier novice may only outmatch a 2nd tier by tenfold, yet a 9th tier could dwarf an 8th tier by hundreds. World Destroyer: how then will the master handle this seemingly delicate maiden? This evil dragon's origin was singularly absurd. Each evil dragon coalesced from the negative energy generated by a wish, and hers stemmed from a man's wish for women's undergarments. Noticing the trio approach, the young woman raised a hand in friendly greeting, her expression warm and gentle. Guian Lang wasted no time. In a blur of motion, he closed the distance and struck with lethal intent a single devastating blow to her chest, reducing her to dust in an instant. Until her final breath, she could not comprehend why Guian Lang had attacked without warning. Her disguise had been flawless, so where had such overwhelming power emerged from? The slain maiden dissolved into a spherical dragon ball marked with 6 black stars. Guian Lang pocketed it and led Wukong and Gohan skyward toward the ruined city. Though many had anticipated Guian Lang's ruthlessness, none expected him to dispatch so charming a figure without uttering a word. Tony Stark, not the richest man, the master operates on an entirely different plane. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3, his method. A cold, decisive chill, sending foes straight to oblivion. Chat Group Administrator, all evil dragons are irredeemably malevolent, even this one. Its current form is mere camouflage, its true visage is hideous. Lin Ran had not imagined Guian Lang would act with such unflinching severity. Not even most seasoned warriors could strike down so lovely a guise without hesitation. Could it be the master held no interest in women? Moments later, the three descended into the city, a trio of radiant figures, azure, golden, and ivory, facing their adversaries in silent confrontation. Opposite them stood Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta with Gohan and others arrayed behind. All instantly sensed the sudden emergence of 3 colossal auras across Earth, and stared stunned as the newcomers drew near. GT Goku squinted at his counterpart, soaring toward him, scratching his head. "You're me." As the trio landed beside the GT fighters, Wukong wore his usual easygoing expression, his gaze already fixed upon the 3 evil dragons ahead. "I am your counterpart from a parallel timeline, here to aid you. Those 3 are your enemies." GT Goku's expression hardened. One-star dragon's power was immense. Even he dared not claim victory. Indeed, they are formidable, far from trivial to overcome. GT Vegeta's upper body bristled with crimson fur, a scarlet tail twitched restlessly behind him. "Then let us begin." Goku did not rush to take action, observing the bodies of GT Goku and Vegeta. Although neither of them had yet unleashed their power, Goku could still faintly sense the formidable strength of Super Saiyan 4. "So this is your path to evolution, awakening the power within Saiyans," GT Vegeta said, his eyes filled with battle intent. Only Kakarot was his true rival. "It seems you haven't mastered Super Saiyan 4 yet. Let me see what this alternate universe's Kakarot is capable of." Goku chuckled lightly and waved at the golden-hued 4-star dragon. Perhaps due to the 4-star dragon's association with his childhood, Goku subconsciously wished to engage in battle with it. The 4-star dragon unleashed its energy and charged at Goku. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched an attack, starting with his signature Kamehameha. The 4-star dragon blocked with a single palm, and the two entered a high-speed combat mode. Goku seized the opportunity to land a punch on the 4-star dragon's chest, igniting its body in fierce flames, reaching a terrifying temperature of 6,000 degrees. Goku inflicted 100 damage to his opponent, while sustaining 1,000 in return. Realizing the disparity between them, he reluctantly enveloped himself in a red glow and transformed into Ultra Instinct to confront the foe. Flames shot into the sky, yet the GT fighters were oblivious to Goku's aura. Without encountering Beerus, they found it difficult to comprehend the power of this form. GT Vegeta was astonished by Goku's power, but at this level he still wouldn't be able to match the evil dragon. So this is what Kakarot looks like in other universes. This transformation is unlike any Saiyan's, yet it seems he is still no match for the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon's speed surpassed Goku's. He couldn't even make contact with the enemy, let alone defeat him. Seeing this, he immediately transformed into the strongest Super Saiyan Blue. A blue light shot up into the clouds. Unlike the energy of Ultra Instinct, Goku in this form could be sensed by others, and his energy surged rapidly. Not yet finished 10 times Kaioken. Goku's blue energy aura was once again enveloped by a layer of red. The combined red and blue aura shocked everyone in GT. "This power is nearly on par with mine. I didn't expect that although he isn't very strong in his base form, he can achieve such a significant boost when transformed." GT Goku stood in the street observing Goku. In his Super Saiyan Blue state, excitement etched on his face. He had noticed something unusual during the battle with the 4-star dragon in Goku's base form. The version of himself from another universe, likely a few years younger than him, had a base strength significantly weaker than his own. Ancient Wolf stood by watching GT Goku and GT Vegeta, surprised that the power of Super Saiyan 4 could actually rival Super Saiyan Blue. In his view, the increase in power from Super Saiyan 4 could not reach the level of Super Saiyan Blue. The reason GT Goku at full power could match Super Saiyan Blue's full power was likely because GT Goku's base form was too strong. If both Gokus had the same base combat power, then Super Saiyan 4 would definitely fall short against Super Saiyan Blue. However, GT Goku was still in his base form. Under Ancient Wolf's perception, his power had already reached the level of Zera Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form. With the same amplification effect, the stronger the base form, the greater the increase, resulting in a situation where Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue were evenly matched. GT Goku leaped forward, aiming at the one-star dragon with a white body covered in sharp spikes. "Vegeta, leave this guy to me." GT Vegeta snorted coldly and charged towards the three-star dragon with a blue body. He wanted to eliminate the opponent as quickly as possible, who just the sight of this despicable and treacherous guy made him furious. All three unleashed their ultimate powers. GT Goku and GT Vegeta's red energy surged wildly. The wild strength unique to Science was displayed to its fullest. Each strike was incredibly fierce. Super Saiyan Blue Goku and the four-star dragon exchanged powerful blows, their auras colliding continuously. In the dazzling light, the two engaged in fierce combat, with Goku unleashing the Prince's battle style. The four-star dragon's speed was extraordinary, easily evading all attacks. A punch sent Goku flying, followed by a close-range energy wave strike hitting him. In terms of speed, Goku was suppressed, but in terms of power, Super Saiyan Blue Goku was stronger. This intense battle left not only the observing GT fighters unable to intervene, but also shocked the onlookers in the group. Tony was not a billionaire for nothing. So strong, the Goku with blue hair. I detected his battle power to be at the peak of early 9th stage, capable of easily destroying multiple universes. Tony Stark was genuinely shocked. He hadn't felt much during the last live broadcast when Ancient Wolf faced off against God Zamasu, as the gap in power was too great for him to imagine how strong the opponent truly was. However, with the battle power detector in the group, he could now clearly understand just how terrifying these guys' strength was. He was only at the 2nd stage, while the beings from the higher universe were all at the 9th stage, a 7-level difference. Hinata's eldest daughter said GT Goku's Super Saiyan 4 power also detected at the peak of early 9th stage. On my end, GT Vegeta's power is detected at the early 9th stage. This might be due to him not reaching full power in Super Saiyan 4, hence his strength is somewhat weaker. If they are all at the 9th stage, isn't that the same as the higher-ups? Even the higher-ups' battle power only registered at the 9th stage. Daegu remembered that he had previously tested Ancient Wolf, but perhaps due to his administrative role, he didn't have a detailed battle power level. However, he vaguely recalled it being at the 9th stage. There should still be a difference. I remember that the administrator's power skyrockets once he turns into a blonde, but I wonder which stage his strength reaches in that form. Hey, aren't you going to make a move? If the enemies are defeated by them, you won't be able to earn any points. This mission was originally to have Ancient Wolf defeat the opponent. If Goku and the others solved it without him ever making a move, then the mission would be considered a failure. What are you so anxious about? Didn't anyone check what level that white evil dragon is? Others couldn't see it, but Ancient Wolf noticed that the strength of the one-star dragon exceeded that of GT Goku's full-powered Super Saiyan 4, making it impossible for it to be defeated. The battle power of the one-star dragon is detected at mid-9th stage, 5 times that of the early peak 9th stage, capable of easily defeating those at the early peak 9th stage. Upon hearing Ancient Wolf's words, Lin Ran also checked the one-star dragon, and the result surprised her. It was indeed 5 times stronger. The strength is no longer as simple as 1 + 1. Even if 5 peak early stage 9th level fighters teamed up, they would have no chance of defeating him. One can consider Super Saiyan 2 as double the combat power of Super Saiyan 1. However, at full power, Super Saiyan 1's attack on Shero had little effect on Super Saiyan 2's young Gohan. As time passed on the battlefield, the 3-star dragon gradually found himself outmatched by the increasingly courageous GT Vegeta. His icy freezing rays could not even hit GT Vegeta, who landed a heavy blow on the 3-star dragon, preparing to use the final flash to eliminate him. The 3-star dragon crashed to the ground, his figure flickering and jumping swiftly, rushing towards the GT spectators, attempting to use GT Goku's granddaughter, Xiao Fong, as a shield. He had no sense of shame. As long as he could achieve victory, that was the most important thing, regardless of the means. The strength of GT's group was vastly insufficient compared to the 3-star dragon, unable to stop his movements, watching as the 3-star dragon's hands were about to grasp Xiao Fang's neck. In the midst of battling the 1-star dragon, Goku was momentarily distracted. Xiao Fang. At that moment, a hand emerged from the side, slapping the 3-star dragon away. It was Ancient Wolf. Compared to your brother, you are truly despicable. Ancient Wolf looked down on the 3-star dragon's actions, disappearing once more, catching up with the flying 3-star dragon and delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the air. Final flash. With the charge complete, GT Vegeta roared as a purple energy wave shot forth, striking the 3-star dragon, who was still recovering from Ancient Wolf's attack. A violent explosion rang out as the 3-star dragon was transformed into a cloud of ice mist, reduced to ashes by a single blow. The Dragon Ball fell to the ground. Seeing the three-star dragon's tragic demise, the one-star dragon decided not to hide his strength any longer, launching a swift punch that struck GT Goku before he could react, sending him crashing into a building. The terrifying impact creating a large hole in the already damaged structure, causing the skyscraper to collapse. Compared to his earlier battle with GT Goku, the one-star dragon's speed had increased several times, appearing behind Goku in an instant, who was preoccupied with fighting the four-star dragon, unaware that the one-star dragon had been hiding his strength. With a backhand, the one-star dragon shot out a wave of light, allowing the attack to hit him without any effect. He kicked Goku in the abdomen and followed up with an elbow strike that sent Goku into the air. The one-star dragon commanded the four-star dragon in a commanding tone. "Kill him." The four-star dragon stood still, refusing to take advantage of Goku's moment of vulnerability, instead expressing dissatisfaction and rebutting. "This is my duel with him. I want to defeat him fairly. Do not interfere with my battle." Although the 7 Dragon Balls were corrupted into evil dragons by negative energy, perhaps due to the four-star ball's long companionship with Goku during his childhood, or perhaps because the negative energy it generated was a wish by Piccolo Daimao to regain youth, their battle allowed them to develop a mutual respect. The four-star dragon was an upright individual. He could not bring himself to harm women and children, nor could he accept winning a battle through despicable means. "Is that so? I understand now." The one-star dragon's expression changed. He had not expected this guy to refuse him. He patted the four-star dragon's shoulder to show he understood. Then he suddenly reached out with one hand, delivering a blow that pierced through the unsuspecting four-star dragon's body and extracted the black star dragon ball from him. "Then you shall die." He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the four-star ball. The four-star dragon's eyes filled with confusion as to why the one-star dragon, who was also an evil dragon, would attack him. With a large hole in his heart, the four-star dragon lost his ability to resist. Even if he wanted to fight the one-star dragon to the death, he could not. The one-star dragon waved his hand, firing a light orb that shattered the four-star dragon's body into pieces. With his mouth open wide, he began to inhale fiercely as GT Goku, having defeated the other evil dragons and collected the black star dragon balls, found them all uncontrollably flying towards the one-star dragon, being swallowed into his belly. The one-star dragon unleashed a furious display, 6 black star dragon balls embedded in his abdomen, as a terrifying aura rendered the entire city to nothingness, with the earth shrouded in negative energy. The force of the one-star dragon's rage left GT's observers, including Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Wu-Tien, in disarray. As they were blown away by his mere presence, they knew that even remaining would only be a burden. Collectively fleeing into the distance, the one-star dragon had no intention of letting them go, raising his hand to point at the few fleeing individuals. Dragon Ball Lightning. Countless pink bolts of lightning fell from the sky as GT Gohan, Wu-Tien, and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans, concentrating their power to release a protective shield to shield their families. The pink lightning was densely packed, and the combined protective shield of the three soon developed cracks, as their Super Saiyan 2 strength ultimately proved too weak to withstand the one-star dragon's casual attacks. Without the protection of the shield, the pink lightning struck down heavily on them. The outcomes for Chi-Chi and Bulma, who were hardly different from ordinary people, were unimaginable. At that moment, a figure appeared in the air, roaring as the hair on his forehead stood on end from the force, a white aura materializing above the heads of the group, single-handedly absorbing the lightning's attacks. "You scoundrel, do not lay a hand on my family." The newcomer was none other than Gohan, in his mysterious state, protecting the others, while simultaneously launching a rapid Kamehameha to disperse the gathering storm clouds. GT's Chi-Chi watched Gohan, standing in front of her, feeling emotional that her child had grown up capable of standing on his own. Young Xiaofang was somewhat confused. She had never seen the future's great special and had no understanding of the time machine, thus unable to grasp the concept of parallel universes. "Is this my dad? How can you be so strong?" Compared to the Gohan in GT, this Gohan was indeed much stronger. "Hurry and escape, this guy is very difficult to deal with." Gohan urged the others to flee, quickly turning to charge at the one-star dragon, realizing that this guy's power was immense, leaving him at a loss for how to defeat him. However, he would never sit idly by. On the other side, Goku, GT Goku, and GT Vegeta also launched their combined assault on the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon did not regard the four of them as a threat. Sometimes qualitative change could not be achieved through quantitative increase. Even with the four of them combined, they had no chance against him. In the blink of an eye, a spinning kick sent Gohan the first to approach, flying, while simultaneously delivering punches to GT Goku and Vegeta, sending them both flying. A wave of light shot towards Goku, who instantly disappeared with instant transmission. The one-star dragon, anticipating his move, swung a fist to the left, and Goku's figure appeared, almost simultaneously hit by a punch that sent him staggering backward. With terrifying power, the one-star dragon overwhelmed the four. While soaring through the air, Gohan charged up his Kamehameha, and GT Goku and GT Vegeta also assumed their stances, all three unleashing their ultimate attacks from different angles. The Turtle School Kamehameha Tenfold, Turtle School Kamehameha Wave, and Ultimate Flash are unleashed. Gohan's Blue Energy Wave, Goku's Red Turtle School Kamehameha, and Vegeta's Ultimate Flash enveloped in Golden Lightning all strike the one-star dragon Hiden. However, the one-star dragon is shielded by evil energy, and despite the full force attacks from the three fighters, they cannot even break through his protective aura. The one-star dragon roars in fury, releasing his malevolent aura, causing the three to be thrown to the ground in disarray. It's time to clear the field. Just as the three are down and out, the Super Saiyan Blue Goku delivers a kick from behind, striking the one-star dragon. Under the immense pressure of the power disparity, even a hit does not inflict any damage. The one-star dragon seizes Goku's leg, and the evil energy invades his body. Goku screams in agony as the one-star dragon delivers a kick that sends him crashing to the ground, using a single hand to unleash the prince's technique, striking the four on the ground. The force creates a massive pit, annihilating everything in a 1,000-mile radius. As the smoke dissipates, the four wounded fighters narrowly evade the attack at the last possible moment. I will destroy the entire universe, just watch. The one-star dragon howls madly, unleashing endless negative energy that spreads across the universe. The black aura swells violently, and under the powerful negative energy, Earth's gravity vanishes, causing mountains, rivers, skyscrapers, and cars to float into the air. The dimensional walls surrounding the one-star dragon begin to crack inch by inch. At this moment, he can even affect other timelines. Suddenly, the one-star dragon slides back with a kick, taking a defensive stance. A figure breaks through the heavy black mist, appearing in the blink of an eye, landing a heavy punch on the one-star dragon's face. The one-star dragon halts the expansion of his aura, staggering back as his figure flickers, rushing towards the one-star dragon, landing a kick to his abdomen. The one-star dragon steadies himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazing at the figure before him. He thought he was invincible, only to discover someone even more formidable. Impossible. I possess the complete memories of the Earth Dragon. There shouldn't be anyone like you. In the one-star dragon's mind, the strongest in the universe is only GT Son Goku, followed by GT Vegeta. He can understand Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Gohan, but he has no recollection of ancient Guian Lang. He knows of the time machine's existence and deduces they come from another parallel timeline, yet he has no impression of ancient Guian Lang at all. Seeing ancient Guian Lang finally make a move, the chat group buzzes with excitement. Chat group leader, having absorbed the power of the other 5 Black Star Dragon Balls, the one-star dragon's strength has reached the peak of Midnight Stage. With just a little more power, he can become the pinnacle of Midnight Stage. Tony is not the real rich guy. How do you think the big boss matches up against this guy? Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Midnight Stage, he might be 46 to the big boss 54. Sleeping Little Five's daughter, I think it's at most 37 to 63, no more than that. The big boss is 70 to 30. Watching the chat among the group, ancient Guian Lang made an unexpected move, taking out a 6-star ball from his pocket and tossing it directly to the one-star dragon. Eat this too, you are too weak. The one-star dragon catches the 6-star ball, opens his mouth wide, and swallows it, adding another Dragon Ball to his abdomen, thus becoming the strongest complete form. Clenching his fists, feeling the power surging within him, the one-star dragon laughs maniacally, thinking to himself, how foolish ancient Guian Lang is. Now I am the strongest in the universe. Oh, please, can you stop boasting for a second? Ancient Guian Lang cannot comprehend where this confidence comes from. According to the original GT setting, there are no destroyers in this parallel timeline, yet he senses the destroyer planet at the end of the universe, indicating that there is indeed a Beerus here. The one-star dragon's power certainly dwarfs Super Saiyan Blue, yet this power is nothing compared to Beerus, making ancient Guian Lang want to smile. Tony is not the real rich guy. Big boss, is this a sign that he's not strong enough? Hinata family's young lady, could be. Isn't it said that the stronger the opponent, the more points the big boss gains after defeating them? Chat group leader, this guy's strength is at the pinnacle of Midnight Stage now. Oh, I wonder how the big boss plans to deal with him. World Destroyer, the big boss, might be turning into golden-haired now. What do you think? Invincible Gogeta, Super Saiyan Blue. It's probably a 5050 match. As ancient Guian Lang envelopes himself in golden flames, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, the one-star dragon watches in shock. He thought all Saiyans were extinct apart from Goku and Vegeta. Where did this guy come from? It seems you know that without transforming into a Super Saiyan, you will never be my opponent. Ancient Guian Lang looks at him speechlessly, wondering who gave him this courage. Is it some kind of tranquilizer? I'm afraid if I don't transform into Super Saiyan, I might accidentally defeat you in one blow. Goku and Gohan supporting each other look at ancient Guian Lang in the sky, unable to help but smile wryly, realizing that in the end, he is the one left to clean up the mess. GT Goku and Vegeta have never seen ancient Guian Lang, so they naturally do not know who he is, but they can sense the energy fluctuations in his body that make their hearts race. Seeing ancient Guian Lang in his Super Saiyan Blue form, Lin Ran, taking advantage of the chat group's once-a-day detection opportunity, decides to check his battle power again. Looking at the chat group's detection results, Lin Ran cannot help but cover her mouth. She knows ancient Guian Lang is strong, but she never expected him to be this powerful. The detection result shows that ancient Guian Lang's battle power is at the peak of Midnight Stage, truly the strongest at the same level. And this is just the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. If he becomes Super Saiyan God, or takes it a step further, how incredibly strong would he be? Ancient Guian Lang unleashes a wave of energy with one hand, the golden energy blast whistling forth, while the one-star dragon raises both hands to smash it, attempting to deflect the energy blast. Unfortunately, he underestimates this attack. Its power is beyond his capability to withstand. He can only raise his hands to block in front of him, trying to push the energy blast in another direction. With a mighty roar, he exerts all his strength, redirecting the energy blast to the side, but ancient Guian Lang has already reached him, landing a punch squarely on his face, causing blood to gush from his nose. Golden light flickers as ancient Guian Lang uses the four-phase fist, splitting into four simultaneously, unleashing full-strength Kamehameha waves from four different directions. Aren't you capable of resurrection? Then I will utterly destroy you. The four energy waves seal off all his escape routes, leaving the one-star dragon with no option but to deploy a protective shield to withstand the attack. Even though divided into four, each clone possesses 70% of the original's power, which still exceeds the one-star dragon's complete form. The one-star dragon struggles in a dying effort, knowing that if he cannot withstand this strike, he will truly be obliterated with no chance of resurrection. At that moment, a white light emanates from within the one-star dragon, as an immensely powerful and righteous energy surges wildly within him. At the moment when a punch struck the one-star dragon, Guian Lang simultaneously drove the Soul Punisher into its body. The one-star dragon, which could barely hold on, was completely engulfed in light under the dual assault. The invincible Master Gogeta completed the task, achieving the full power of the Super One-Star Dragon at the mid-peak of the 9th tier, rewarding the administrator with 100 million points. The entire battle was recorded in the chat group, having replaced the battle against the God of War Zamasu. Tony is really not the richest. I'm so poor. 100 million points. How can I possibly spend that all? I wish I had that much. The coffee shop waitress who likes bunnies. I suggest sleeping during the day, or it's easier to have such dreams. Be my son. I just don't know what items the administrator wants to exchange for. Spiral Flash Hyperwheel Dance Roar 3 style. This move is too cool. Oh, let's call it the colorful Azure Inner and Outer Flash second stage. Guian Lang had not yet replied in the group, but the chat displayed that someone had messaged him privately. Chat group owner. Big Shot, I need to ask, what do you mean by being able to defeat the one-star dragon without transforming? As a professional traveler, Lin Ran knew the power classification of Dragon Ball Saiyan Super Blue is greater than Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God is greater than Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3 is greater than Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2 is greater than Super Saiyan 1, and Super Saiyan 1 is greater than the base form. How could he possibly defeat the one-star dragon in his base form? Invincible Master Gogeta. Because I can transform into the Ultra Instinct in my base form. Guian Lang did not intentionally hide this. The moment he sensed his own power, he decided not to hold back any longer. Chat group owner. What? Big Shot, you can use Ultra Instinct. Lin Ran was momentarily confused. In his timeline before traveling, Goku from Dragon Ball Super had just learned Ultra Instinct. Wasn't Gogeta only able to transform into Super Blue? How could Big Shot know Ultra Instinct as well? What was really going on? Guian Lang himself also did not understand the situation, but he figured he would seek answers later. I don't know the specifics either. It might be that Goku and Vegeta fused in the later timeline of Dragon Ball Super. Anyway, I can transform into Ultra Instinct in my base form. Lin Ran was stunned by this statement. He couldn't comprehend just how strong Guian Lang was. To illustrate, if Goku's Super Saiyan 1 form has a power level 50 times that of his base form, Super Saiyan 2 amplifies it by another 2 times, Super Saiyan 3 by 4 times, meaning Super Saiyan 3 is 400 times his base power. Super Saiyan God has absorbed divine energy, representing a different evolutionary path, essentially giving up the amplification effects of Super Saiyan with no specific setting. Let's assume Super Saiyan God has a power level 20 times that of Super Saiyan 3, meaning it has 8,000 times the base power, and transforming into Super Saiyan Blue from there means it is 50 times stronger than Super Saiyan God, equating to 40,000 times the base power. Ultra Instinct is yet another different mode. It relinquishes both the stacking effects of Super Saiyan God and the divine energy utilizing Ultra Instinct in the base form. It allows one to remain calm as still water autonomously executing attacks and defenses. To put it simply, even if he is 20 times Super Blue, that would be 8 million times Goku's base power. But the most critical point is that Guian Lang's base power is equivalent to Goku's full power in Super Blue, which is essentially Goku's power in Ultra Instinct multiplied by the state of Super Blue, equating to 40,000 times the power of Goku in Ultra Instinct. What a terrifying concept. Even the Grand Priest might not be 40,000 times stronger than Goku in Ultra Instinct. Chat group owner. Now I understand why you didn't hide this from me. I simply can't imagine what kind of enemy could defeat a monster like you. Invincible Master Gogeta. I don't even know. I haven't tested the power of the Grand Priest and the Angels. They may not necessarily be stronger than me. The strength detector in the chat group can be used among group members and also through live broadcasts to detect beings from other universes. Besides that, it requires direct contact with the target to test. Chat group owner. Then there are hardly any items in the group that could entice you. Anyway, they are of no use to you. Do you have any other pursuits? Invincible Master Gogeta. I just want to find a worthy opponent. As for points, I'll exchange for some things I like. After all, I used to be a hardcore fan of anime and have quite a few things I enjoy. Guian Lang glanced at the energy in his hand. In essence, all energies from different realms are the same. For instance, Jiren's aura is as hot as fire. At his level, his aura can transform into any energy state. Chat group owner. I'm envious. Lin Ran realized that the only purpose of this chat group for Guian Lang was to let him show off in other universes. It served no other function. Guian Lang exited the private chat and entered the chat group page, noticing a few people were still passionately discussing the 100 million points, so he left the chat. Looking at the severely injured Goku and Gohan, he took the two and left the GT timeline. GT Goku and Vegeta watched the three disappear, pondering something in their minds. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball Super timeline, Goku sighed in astonishment. I never expected the enemy to be this strong, a power level that is not even on the same level as mine. Truly a terrifying character. Gohan, on the other hand, hung his head, inwardly questioning whether he could protect his family if he ever encountered such an enemy with his power. Though he didn't want to admit it, if Guian Lang hadn't been present, the four of them would have been unable to handle the Super One-Star Dragon. He was still too weak. If he faced a stronger enemy, he would have no way to protect his family. The fear on Shishi and Vidal's faces during the GT timeline, and Gohan's sense of helplessness in failing to stop the enemy deeply pierced his heart. He could never let such a thing happen to himself. Guian Lang bid farewell and returned to the inn to sleep, as the injuries of the two weren't too severe, so he didn't need to worry excessively. Lying on his wooden bed, Guian Lang fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already the next evening, and upon waking, the chat group was filled with notifications, all tagging him. Spiral Flash Hyperwheel Dance Roar 3 style. I feel that if Big Shot doesn't wake up soon, we'll have to collect the body for Dagu. Tony is really not the richest. Not to mention those legs are quite nice, long, white, and slim. Dagu, why don't you give them a touch? For the current girlfriend beating up the ex. You just talk nonsense. With her stepping on me like that, I'm not like you, falling in love with every girl I see. Dagu was ready to curse. He had no time to care about these matters. He was almost being killed. Hinata, clan young lady. Invincible Master Gogeta, has Big Shot not woken up yet? Dagu is about to be killed. What is going on? Why does what you say feel so familiar? The more Guian Lang looked, the more he felt that this was a classic scene from his past life. When he was young, he was too busy watching Digga to pay attention to anything else. The Kyrielode people have appeared, and they want me to transform into Ultraman and fight them. The group chat has issued a task requirement. Oh, only if you accept the task can others proceed to the ancient world. Right now, the translocation function has been blocked, and using points to help is not possible. Lin Ran originally planned to go alone, but with the support of the group chat, she could handle the Kyrielode people. However, the task required Guian Lang to go. Usually, when group members encounter trouble or trigger special plot lines in this world, they can issue tasks themselves. However, tasks issued by individuals offer less ranking rewards compared to those from the group chat. Guian Lang scrolled up and finally saw the task from the group chat. Group members are required to defeat the Kyrielode people who provoked them while fighting for their current girlfriend against their ex-girlfriend. Please actively participate in the task and defeat the Kyrielode people. This task is rated as level 8 in difficulty with no additional reward points. Ratings will be based on the number of enemies defeated. There is no limit on personnel for this task. All group members can actively participate. Only after the administrator Tianxiaowudi Gogeta accepts the task can others follow. Without additional rewards, it means that at least one Kyrielode monster must be defeated to earn points in the group chat, and others truly do not have that capability. Looking at the live stream, he saw the ancient world being stepped on. Tony, who is not the richest, said, "If you want to resist, why not transform and fight them? Is it really enjoyable to be stepped on?" The one fighting for his current girlfriend against his ex-girlfriend replied, "I might as well wait for the big guy. There are more of those guys outside. How can I deal with so many monsters?" The ancient world had already opened the group live stream, and when the screen shifted, 5 fierce-looking Kyrielode people were glaring at him. "I would rather endure and wait for the big guy. There are at least 5 monsters outside, and if I transform to fight now, it would be like seeking death. These monsters want to defeat him in front of humans. As long as he does not transform and delays time, they will not achieve their goal and will not kill him." Gogeta accepted the task. The group chat administrator accepted the task. Seeing Guian Lang finally online and accepting the task, the ancient world felt invigorated and ready to counterattack, but a bloody hand suddenly appeared in his view. The female Kyrielode person who had just been looking down at the ancient world had her abdomen pierced by a hand radiating a faint blue light that kept the blood at bay. How could someone come here in a magnetic field set up by the Kyrielode? The woman in disbelief turned to see who had arrived. The blue light from the hand in her abdomen became dazzling, and a sound of flesh breaking echoed as her body turned to dust, never having seen the enemy's face. The ancient world looked at Guian Lang, who was smiling at him as if he had just crushed an ant instead of killing a person. "Go ahead, let me see how much your strength has progressed during this time." Guian Lang also wanted to know how many enemies the enhanced Diga could defeat with the group's abilities. With Guian Lang in charge, the ancient world was not afraid of defeat. The Kyrielode people were venting their anger by killing civilians. If it weren't for the concern for people's safety, he would have fought long ago despite knowing he was outmatched. Diga, the 5 Kyrielode people's phantoms, seeing Guian Lang crossing space, looked very uncomfortable. They had never heard of such a character on Earth. "Once we kill Diga, you will be next." The phantoms of the 5 slowly dissipated as they prepared to join others in facing Diga, seizing the opportunity to let humanity know that the Kyrielode people are the true guardians of humankind. Once Diga transformed and saw the cityscape, he suddenly felt that waiting for Guian Lang was the right choice. Looking around, there were at least 8 Kyrielode people, and with 5 more that had appeared, there were a total of 13 monsters over 50 meters tall. At that moment, another beam of light flashed in the sky, and a blue and white giant descended to the ground, clearly not making any movements, but radiating a strong aura of arrogance. Guian Lang looked at the blue giant and muttered, "Biwangaguru, how could he appear here?" Administrator Gogeta opened the live room. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar entered the live room. Be My Son entered the live room. Destroyer of Worlds entered the live room. The sleeping daughter of Xiao Wulong said, "Didn't they say that Earth only has Diga as a giant? How could there be another blue one?" Tony, who is not the richest, replied, "But it seems he is here to help the ancient world." The group chat administrator added, "This is me V2 form of a guru, and I need to earn some points too." Seeing the confusion of the group members, Lin Ran took the initiative to stand up, using her group chat privileges to transform into a guru with the help of the Ocean Light of Earth. The cafe waitress who likes rabbits said, "Can the group leader also transform into a giant? I just don't know who is stronger between her and the ancient world." Just judging by the aura, Agura's presence was significantly stronger than Diga's, but no one knew their actual combat strength. The 13 giant Kyrielode people were momentarily at a loss. They had lived on Earth for countless years without ever hearing of a blue giant like this. However, since he was Diga's ally, he was their enemy. 3 monsters charged at the ancient world, while 3 others attacked the guru, leaving the remaining 7 looking down at Guian Lang. Diga leaped high, kicking down one monster, and with a spinning kick, he sent another flying. The remaining monster, seizing the opportunity, punched Diga in the waist, causing sparks to fly as Diga staggered back several steps. With a single-handed wave, his blue-purple body transformed into a red-toned, powerful form, and he tightened his right fist to strike hard. A Kyrielode person also changed their physical form, swinging their fist to clash with Diga. As fists collided, Diga remained motionless, while the Kyrielode person could not help but retreat, their right arm drooping down. He never expected that Diga's power would be so immense. In order to confront Diga, they had specifically modified their bodies to transform into 3 forms: speed, strength, and a comprehensive type. His strength type was meant to surpass Diga's powerhouse form. Unfortunately, this version of Diga was enhanced. Its strength could rival that of the Supreme Gaia, revealing a misjudgment on the part of the Kyrielode people. The powerhouse form of Diga possessed an exceptionally resilient physique and outstanding defensive capabilities, managing to hold its ground even against 3 opponents. On the other side, a guru extended a hand towards the 3-headed monster, urging them to attack quickly. How could they tolerate such humiliation in a 3-on-1 situation? The 3-headed monster roared and charged forward. Aguru clasped his right hand with his left, drawing a sky blue sword of light from his left palm, its slender blade sharp, as he aimed it at the foremost Kyrielot. The Kyrielot had great confidence in his physical strength, gathering energy in his right hand to clash with the sword blade. Agura's sword shone brightly, becoming increasingly sharp and unstoppable, piercing through the protective energy of the Kyrielot's right arm, leaving a massive wound. Dark green blood flowed continuously from his right arm. With just one strike, Aguru had rendered one of his arms useless. With the sword in hand, Aguru struck and thrust, using his exquisite combat skills to press the three Kyrielot back. The V2 Aguru transformed from Lin Ran, while somewhat inferior in strength to the powerhouse form of Diga, showcased Lin Ran's exceptional fighting skills and physical prowess, proving even more dominant in the battlefield. The remaining 7 Kyrielot looked down at the ancient wolf beneath them, their bodies emanating a final ultimatum. Another blue giant had appeared. This one could not possibly transform into a giant as well. They aimed to brutally slay the ancient wolf in revenge for their fallen companion. How do you want to die for killing our people? Me. I want you to die. The ancient wolf pointed at himself, soaring into the air, without even glancing back, unleashing a shockwave that expanded in the wind. By the time it reached the Kyrielot, it had grown into a shockwave 10 meters wide, striking the open-mouthed Kyrielot. Before he could react, the overwhelming energy pierced through his body, leaving a gaping hole in his abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground. Impossible. Humans cannot possess such power. The severely injured Kyrielot placed both hands on his chest, gathering energy to unleash the Hellfire Bullet. A flame nearly 10 meters in size erupted forth as the ancient wolf hovered in the air, allowing the roaring flames to strike his body. Seeing his ultimate move hit, the Kyrielot laughed maniacally, twice his body giving way as he collapsed to the ground. The wound in his abdomen was too severe. He was already doomed, but he wished to kill this insignificant being resisting him before death. No one can resist us, Kyrielot. You are truly clueless about your own mortality. After the flames subsided, the ancient wolf remained unscathed, not even breaking his protective aura. He gazed down at the Kyrielot on the ground with disappointment. Is this all you are capable of? Your limit is merely my starting point. The ancient wolf gathered energy in one hand, aiming at the severely injured Kyrielot, while the other 6 Kyrielot stood in his way. Seeing the 6 monsters blocking his path, the ancient wolf slowly raised both hands. With a roar, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the ground, sending the 7 Kyrielot into the air. A high-pressure airflow appeared from the ground to the clouds. Regardless of whether they transformed into strength type or speed type, they could not resist this force. Meteor resonance explosion. Endless energy surged into the bodies of the 7 Kyrielot, who felt their insides filled with energy, yet this energy was beyond their control, running rampant and colliding within them. In the air, it was as if 7 dazzling fireworks had ignited. The strong light flashed within the Kyrielot's bodies, causing them to be obliterated in the rising energy. Tony, who is not the richest man, the 3-headed monster on the other side, is still not finished, yet the boss waved his hand and killed 7. Hinata, family eldest daughter, with monsters dozens of meters tall, the boss can still send them flying into the air. Boss 666, said the waitress from the cafe who loves rabbits. The Lord is about to determine the outcome. Kusin's words pulled everyone's attention back to the battlefield. The black-blue Aguru kicked one away, her hands forming an X above her head, as the energy she had accumulated converged in the energy crystal atop her head, glowing increasingly bright. Photon Crusher. A blue-purple beam shot from Agura's head. 2 Kyrielot released hellfire bullets in resistance, but the red light shattered upon contact with the blue glow. Agura's ultimate technique was immensely powerful. Executed in V2 form, its might was double that of the initial Aguru. The blue energy struck the 2 Kyrielot, and the terrifying force caused their bodies to explode instantly. Only one Kyrielot remained, watching his fallen comrades. The energy within him shot into the sky, conjuring a dark gate of hell over 100 meters in size amidst the clouds. The last remaining Kyrielot had no intention of hiding his power any longer. After summoning the gate of hell, behind that door were all his kin. Opening it would allow them all to descend upon Earth. Even if you can defeat me, the army of Kyrielot is not something you can contend with. At the same time, a dark aura suddenly emerged from the ground, enveloping this Kyrielot. As the black mist dissipated, the Kyrielot's body turned completely black, his eyes glowing blood red, and stout sharp horns sprouted from his body. Visually, he exuded even more pressure than before. While others were still stunned by his transformation, Gu Qingfeng had already flown to the gate of hell, bursting open the closed giant door with a single hand and charging alone into the Kyrielot's stronghold. The Kyrielot, now engulfed by darkness, was far stronger than before. Having used the Aguru sword for a long time, drained a significant amount of energy, and now having unleashed the Photon Crusher, most of Agurus' energy had been expended. The blue gem on his chest began to flash red lights. Each move lacked the power it had when first executed. In this ebb and flow, the Kyriolod began to press Aguru, landing another Hellfire bullet strike. Lin Ran realized that in this situation, he could no longer win. He had to revert from Agurus form back to his human shape, planning to use other abilities to deal with this Kyriolod. A hand extended from beside him, Guian Lang gazed at Lin Ran with a cheerful, knowing smile. Mind if I have a little fun with this transformation device? Puzzled by his intent, Lin Ran handed over the Eagle transformation device. Its energy is nearly depleted. Only another Ultra Warrior could confront him now. Even if you wielded it, Eagle without sufficient power would stand no chance against this Killy Lord. Tony Stark, watching the live feed, suddenly recalled something else entirely. The colossal gate of hell hovering in the sky had vanished without a trace, as though that towering mist-shrouded portal had been nothing more than an illusion. Did the administrator eradicate the entire Killy Lord race? That's entirely plausible. In his eyes, distinctions of age, gender, or status mean nothing. Behind that gate were 50 enhanced Killy Lord warriors, each as massive as Ultra Mantiga. After eliminating them, I destroyed the gate and returned. Guian Lang shook his head with a wry smile. He could never commit genocide, not even in principle. He had slain only those preparing to invade Earth, sparing the ordinary Killy Lords who posed no threat. He chose mercy. These spared Killy Lords advocated peace, unlike their militant kin who sought conquest through brute force. Though they held Earthlings in contempt, the pacifist Killy Lords intended to evacuate humanity before Gogeta's awakening. In contrast, the warmongers planned to enslave humankind. Guian Lang had already shattered the spatial conduits linking the two worlds, making any future incursion virtually impossible. Taking the Eagle transformation device, Guian Lang vanished once more, reappearing near the harbor where the battle raged. Far across, the churning sea gales howled and lightning split the sky. With a thunderous detonation, the ocean's surface erupted, parting cleanly down its center, revealing a celestial pathway stretching into the heavens. At the rift's heart blazed a radiant sapphire light. Eagle, his form a deep, majestic blend of cobalt and obsidian, crouched mid-sea, arms crossed over his chest, his core blazing anew with luminous energy. Unaware of the imminent peril, the Killy Lords, corrupted by Gogeta's dark energy, clapped their hands together and launched the prison flame blast, a searing torrent of superheated fire over 10 meters long, hurtling toward Lin Ran on the shore. A sapphire energy blade slashed horizontally, shattering the blast effortlessly. In an instant, Eagle teleported from the abyssal depths straight onto the battlefield. Eagle slowly raised his right hand and beckoned with 2 fingers. Enraged and clouded by darkness, the Killy Lord charged forward and swung a devastating punch. In the blink of an eye, a flash of azure light pierced the air. Eagle remained poised, sword retracted, while the Killy Lord staggered forward several paces before collapsing into scattered fragments. Lin Ran, watching from the shore, stood utterly stunned. Even at full power, she doubted she could best this corrupted Killy Lord. Yet before Guian Lang, he hadn't lasted a single move. Swift, decisive, flawless. One strike, one victory. Elsewhere, Daigo, empowered by overwhelming strength, had likewise vanquished the remaining 3 Killy Lords. May I ask why the Eagle transformed by the Master emerged from the sea? He is an Ultra Warrior born from Earth's oceanic will in another parallel timeline. Strictly speaking, he may operate upon Earth indefinitely, but only within his native world. Such sovereignty does not extend to other universes' Earths. This was precisely why Lin Ran had abandoned using Eagle in combat on his native Earth. As long as his human host remained capable of battle, Eagle could replenish his energy by drawing upon the ocean itself. Yet in alternate universes, Eagle seemingly lacked this ability, leaving observers to wonder how Guian Lang had managed it at all. Having reverted from his Ultra form, Guian Lang returned the transformation device to Lin Ran. He merely indulged a fleeting curiosity to test Eagle's power. While we were still spectating, the Master just earned over 1,000,000 points. I'm utterly exhausted from saying I'm jealous. Daigo rushed over to express his gratitude. Guian Lang waved it off, affirming he'd already received his due reward. With no intention to linger, Guian Lang vanished in a flicker of motion. Lin Ran, who'd hoped for further conversation, was taken aback by his sudden, resolute departure. With so many points, how do you plan to spend them, Daigo? I'd like the light energy converter from the group, or perhaps a lightsaber. But my current points fall short. Witnessing Guian Lang's combat prowess, Daigo yearned even more fiercely for weaponry. He considered himself a warrior, yet fought barehanded, finding close-quarters combat deeply unsatisfying without arms. Isn't casting abilities far more elegant? You're a mage, why obsess over melee? Daigo, strike any pose you like. I'll eat my words if you fail to unleash a single technique. Understood. Red joyful mode. Monster, take this punch. That metaphor is spot on. After completing this mission, over a week passed without the chat group issuing new assignments. Only sporadic emergency requests arose among members, none of which involved Guian Lang. More than 10 days later, the chat group welcomed 2 newcomers. Zhao Zilong, timid as a mouse, joined the group. The strongest man on earth joined the group. These 2 new members' names couldn't be more disparate. How strong could the strongest man on earth possibly be? Surely not stronger than the master. Welcome, newcomers. Feel free to introduce yourselves. The strongest man on the surface. A chat group connecting different worlds. I never expected such a wondrous thing to exist. After speaking, his profile picture changed to a selfie revealing 3 scars on his left cheek, a chiseled face, and an overwhelming aura of strength. The cafe waitress who loves rabbits, though it may not be appropriate to say the new member looks quite impressive, but has a somewhat fierce appearance. Even as a ghoul, Dongxiang was taken aback by the new member's looks. The photo exuded a powerful vibe. Guian Lang's appearance was purely invincible, not allowing for any other thoughts, while the new group member was different, seemingly strong yet equally exuding a sense of ferocity. Miss Hinata, new member, how shall we address you? The strongest man on the surface. I am called King. The group owner, he is King, the 7th member of this class in the Hero Association, known as the strongest man on the surface. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro. I truly didn't expect King's world to be so dangerous, filled with monsters and strange people. Muri Ran was frightened. Through the document uploaded by Lin Ran, she learned just how perilous King's world was. In the Earth of King's universe, most of the territory was occupied by monsters. Civilians not only had to be wary of monster attacks, but also feared humans turning into strange beings. Once an ordinary person's evil desires become too great, they will transform into strange beings. There are even cases where someone having eaten too many crabs turned into a crab monster. To protect themselves, the higher-ups of humanity formed the Hero Association, with powerful heroes ranked from D to S, with King being the 7th in class, hailed as the strongest man on the surface. Though ranked 7th in everyone's heart, King was the strongest human. Legends say that even a giant hundreds of meters tall would be defeated by him with a single move. The strongest human on the surface. Oh, so even you know about such matters. At this moment, King sat at home, living a life akin to that of a recluse. The invincible Gogeta, King, and the other one should be Zhao Yun. It was unclear whether Lin Ran genuinely didn't know King's identity or deliberately kept it from everyone. Since she didn't speak up, Guian Lang had no intention of exposing it. Her document only described King as very strong without explaining his true power. Timid as a mouse, Zhao Zilong. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Is this chat group truly real? It's unbelievable. In King's world, there were already beings beyond the ordinary, so when the chat group appeared, King was merely surprised, but not overly doubtful. Zhao Zilong was completely different. As an ancient general, he didn't even know that he was on Earth, let alone what the so-called universe was. It was difficult for him to accept a chat group from a multiverse, especially after seeing the battle between Guian Lang and Yixing Long, where they casually destroyed a radius of dozens of kilometers, far beyond Zhao Zilong's understanding. He couldn't imagine that humans could possess such destructive power or strength that could single-handedly turn the tide of war. Zhao Yun also uploaded a profile picture with the night lamp jade lion beneath him, holding a dragon spear clad in silver armor, appearing quite valiant. Tony, who is not a tycoon. This new member doesn't seem timid. He has the hero's aura of an ancient general. No matter how Tony Stark looked at it, he didn't think Zhao Yun would be the type to be timid. A person's aura cannot be faked, and Zhao Yun's first impression was that of a brave and determined warrior. Timid as a mouse, Zhao Zilong. I'm not sure, it's the name generated automatically by the chat group. Miss Hinata, I also don't think he would be a timid person. The time-devouring sprite. I think so too. He looks like a powerful man. The group owner. Perhaps the chat group is just having a bit of fun. General Zhao in the Three Kingdoms was known for his courage and strength, able to charge through armies without fear. That's right, during the entire Three Kingdoms era, the only ones who could go in and out freely were Zhao Yun, Lu Shan, and Ming Hua, those few. The group owner. Indeed, Zhao Yun 700, Lu Shan 007, Ming Hua 070. Tony, who is not a tycoon. He really is a fierce general going in and out of chaos alone. But what do you mean by that, group owner? I don't quite understand. Tony, having read this, was secretly astonished. Ordinary people wouldn't possess such courage, but if he were to face such a battlefield, he would undoubtedly be fearless. But that's because he is not an ordinary person equipped with iron armor. Such cold weapons could not harm him. Yet Zhao Yun had neither his own technology nor any miraculous abilities like Whitebeard or Minato. He fought against thousands with a mere mortal body. Such courage is beyond what ordinary people can possess. If such a fierce general is timid as a mouse, then ordinary people are even less than ants. The group owner. Zhao Yun's 7 entries and exits indicate countless enemies slain, yet he himself was hardly injured. Lu Shan being carried by him also counts as 7 entries and exits, while that fellow Meng Huo was captured 7 times and forcibly brought to the enemy camp. Timid as a mouse Zhao Zilong. If there's a chat group, I believe I can help restore the Han dynasty in the future. Zhao Yun also saw the exchange mall in the group, and he thought that if he could earn enough points he could surely help his lord restore the Han dynasty. The invincible Gogeta, you all chat by. Guian Lang exited the chat group as the Tournament of Power would likely be held soon and the battle between the Valkyrie of the End and the gods was also approaching. Both matters were quite important. Guian Lang was eagerly anticipating his meeting with the king of all gods. He wondered what level of power the bald man known as the strongest human had reached. Guian Lang originally intended to visit Bulma's house for a free meal, but before he could leave, Bulma proactively came to him, inviting him to her home for dinner and saying she wanted to introduce someone to him. Guian Lang reluctantly agreed. They arrived at Bulma's home, where a cute girl with blue long hair was elegantly sitting on the sofa. Bulma nudged Guian Lang and introduced the girl. Let me introduce you. Her name is Lan Shi. She is a friend of mine and Goku's. What do you think? She's very pretty, right? Guian Lang shook his head with a wry smile. He initially thought Bulma had some other plans, but unexpectedly, she was acting as a matchmaker, introducing him to a girlfriend. Guian Lang was not unfamiliar with Lan Shi. She had a high appearance rate in the early Dragon Ball, but she hardly appeared during the Z period. Lan Shi typically has long blue hair in this state. She is gentle, kind, and extremely ladylike, her attire being quite elegant. However, she has a dual personality. As soon as she sneezes, her hair turns yellow, and in this form, she becomes extremely violent, ready to shoot at the slightest disagreement. Her attire also transforms into that of a fiery little vixen, her every movement bold and unapologetic. The first time Tianjin Fan saw her, he decided to pursue her. Later, due to the arrival of the Scions on Earth, her combat power was too low, causing her to fade from everyone's sight, but unexpectedly he encountered her here. Hello, nice to meet you, Lan Shi. My name is Guian Lang. However, Guian Lang couldn't act too familiar as he had crossed over during the Dragon Ball Z era and had never met Lan Shi. Lan Shi shyly glanced at Guian Lang, her hands fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Hello. Bulma teased, so what do you think? She's quite beautiful, isn't she? You're not too young anymore, you should find a girlfriend. Bulma was unsure of Guian Lang's exact age. He had known him for several years, but had never heard him mention it. However, she figured he must be a bit older than Gohan. Just as they were out shopping, they ran into Lan Shi, and she thought about trying to set them up. Guian Lang was speechless. He had crossed over at the age of 17, and now he was only 21. If he remembered correctly, Lan Shi was even older than Bulma. Although she looked young, her age couldn't be ignored. This couldn't even be classified as a young woman, it had to be considered a mature woman. Besides, who could handle Lan Shi's dual personality? If he accidentally offended her during the day, she might sneeze at night and turn into her aggressive personality, potentially causing harm to him while he slept. Although he wasn't afraid, it still wasn't a good situation. He leaned in close to Bulma's ear and softly declined her good intentions. She's quite pretty, but she isn't my type. Bulma had considered that Guian Lang might refuse, but she didn't expect him to do so decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Lan Shi can cook and is very capable. She's beautiful. You don't want such a wonderful woman. Guian Lang smiled indifferently. He felt no attraction to Lan Shi, and he believed that being together wouldn't yield good results. If he wasn't sure they could last, it was better not to be together at all. He wanted to find someone he could marry, someone who liked him as much as he liked them. His view on love was to love only one person throughout his life. I don't plan to look for someone so soon, I will just go with the flow. Seeing Guian Lang's serious expression, Bulma didn't push further. Meanwhile, Lan Shi was very interested in Guian Lang, blinking her big eyes and curiously asking, "Are you also a relative of Goku? You two look so alike." "Sort of, both Goku and I are scions." Lan Shi nodded thoughtfully, standing up from the couch, moving closer to Guian Lang and carefully examining him for a moment, circling around him twice. "You really look like Little Sun, but you seem more mature than Little Sun did when he was younger, and your hairstyle is slightly different, but apart from that there are basically no differences." This comment made Guian Lang quite embarrassed. Indeed, Vegeta's appearance was quite similar to Goku's, but his facial features were more chiseled and ruggedly masculine. Moreover, being called Little Sun when Goku was already nearing grandfatherhood felt quite strange. Bulma genuinely wanted to help him find a girlfriend, or was trying to set him up for failure. Guian Lang could only feign ignorance and asked, "Little Sun, Goku is not so young anymore. You look to be about 18 or 19. Lan Shi pouted her lips. "I am quite a bit older than Little Sun, but I've used the Dragon Balls to maintain my appearance at 20 years old. Guian Lang glanced at Bulma beside him. It was evident that she had aided her with the Dragon Radar, otherwise Lan Shi would never have been able to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. One could only wonder how the once mighty Shenlong felt about being summoned merely to grant wishes for eternal youth. But thinking about it, it was quite normal. That guy Oolong once wished for women's underwear, so compared to that, this was nothing. Bulma also caught on to the implied meaning in Gu Tianlang's words and patted her chest. It's better if a woman is a bit older. Age doesn't matter as long as you have the 7 Dragon Balls. Gu Tianlang was speechless. Oh, was this what it meant to be in your 30s? This was approaching 23. Although the matchmaking didn't go as planned, Bulma was still very happy to reunite with an old friend and specially had the chef prepare a grand feast. During the meal, Lan Shi sat to Gu Tianlang's left and Bulma to his right. Lan Shi, like a curious child, would take a few bites and then glance at Gu Tianlang. This made Gu Tianlang quite uncomfortable. He could tell that Lan Shi was just curious about him without any romantic feelings. However, he didn't understand why he attracted so much attention. He was merely a bit handsome, and it shouldn't warrant such constant staring. In the middle of the meal, Lan Shi finally voiced her curiosity. After meeting Bulma today, Bulma said she wanted to introduce her to someone very powerful, and Lan Shi wanted to know just how powerful he was. To compliment Gu Tianlang indirectly, Bulma stated that he was the strongest man in the world as Goku had lost to him in their last competition. Thus, her statement wasn't a lie, as she genuinely didn't know anyone on Earth who could defeat Gu Tianlang. Are you really that powerful? Are you stronger than little son? I guess so. Goku is quite strong too. Gu Tianlang smiled. He was certainly the strongest man on Earth, but he wondered just how strong the Grand Priest and the angels were. Just as the three were enjoying light-hearted banter, a tremendous explosion rang out in the city and a massive monster began an indiscriminate attack. Bulma kicked Gu Tianlang's leg while he was still eating. What are you looking at? Go take care of him now. Gu Tianlang didn't mind brushing off the dust from his pants. He had a good relationship with Bulma, so he was unfazed by her playful hits. Why the rush? I hate when others interrupt my meal and make me do things. Let Gohan handle it. He can take care of it just fine. Having just started his meal, he was too lazy to move. Bulma couldn't argue with him and called Chi-Chi, only to be told that Gohan had gone to train and no one knew where he was. Vegeta and Goku are not here and Gohan has run off to train. You're all alone now. Bulma smiled helplessly. There was no way for Guian Lang to avoid it. Guian Lang swallowed the food in his mouth, took a big sip of his drink, and looked at the 3 presences in the sky leisurely. No need to rush. Someone has already gone. Logically, they should be fine. This was also the reason Guian Lang was not in a hurry to act. Since someone was already taking action, he could comfortably finish his last bite of food. Even from a distance, Guian Lang instantly recognized the gigantic withered yellow beetle enemy. It was indeed Hildgang from the movie. However, the movie version should not belong to the same world as Super, just like when Gogeta first appeared in Goku and Vegeta fused in Hell to confront the evil spirit wave. In that timeline, Gohan had defeated Majin Buu and Goku was not resurrected. It existed in a parallel universe. Yet how could such an enemy also arrive in this world? Bulma's eyesight wasn't as extraordinary as Guian Lang's, and she couldn't sense the presence either, puzzled about who had gone to stop the enemy. Who went? Could it be Piccolo and Krillin? Guian Lang pointed at Bulma. Your son Piccolo went, and the other 2 are Trunks and Goten. Bulma's heart tightened immediately. Why had those 2 troublemakers run out again? Didn't Trunks say he was going to stay at Goten's house for a night? How could he return to the city? This enemy shouldn't be too strong, right? Goten and Trunks should be able to deal with him. Guian Lang contemplated for a moment. He's probably about the same level as Super Saiyan 3 Goku during the Buu saga. Goku should be able to handle him, and the fusion of Goten and Trunks has the strength of Super Saiyan 3. Bulma finally felt relieved. Oh, she was just afraid those 2 troublemakers would be reckless, and if they couldn't defeat the enemy, they might accidentally get killed. That's good as long as Trunks can defeat him, he'll be at ease. Looking at Bulma, who seemed relieved, Guian Lang, though not wanting to dampen her spirits, still said, but the gap between Super Saiyans is quite large in terms of battle experience and skills. Trunks and the others are much weaker than Goku. Bulma had just relaxed when she heard this, her cheeks flushed with anger as she slapped him. Guian Lang's figure vanished in an instant, and a blue light shot into the sky, disappearing from Bulma's sight, with his words echoing in the air as he left. Alright, I'll go check it out, don't worry. At this moment, in the heart of the city, Piccolo and the 2 kids launched an attack on the appearing Hildgang. Piccolo was the first to kick out, but when he made contact with Hildgang's body, he unexpectedly passed right through it. Trunks and Goten exchanged glances, and the 2 kids simultaneously executed the prince's technique, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at Hildgang without hitting the ground. Without exception, all the energy blasts missed, creating numerous large craters in the ground. Goten and Trunks, refusing to accept defeat, both transformed into Super Saiyans and charged in for close combat. Hildgang did not defend at all, allowing the attacks from the 2 kids to land on him. Unfortunately, none of the attacks caused him any harm. Healed Gang, seemed non-existent. Seeing that their attacks were all ineffective, Trunks' eyes turned suddenly, forming a bold guess. Uncle Piccolo, this guy can't be an illusion, can he? He can't be a ghost, right? Goten shook his head, denying Trunks' claim. Impossible, a ghost would have a halo on its head, but he doesn't. But what is going on with his body? What if he doesn't even have a body? Piccolo flew into the air and shouted at the two kids. Get back. I don't understand what's going on with this guy, but he looks like a troublesome opponent. You need to distance yourselves from him quickly. What are you afraid of, Uncle Piccolo? Look, he hasn't even fought back, he might be scared. Trunks laughed heartily, completely oblivious to the fact that Healed Gang had disappeared from the ground and was now standing right above him, its enormous tail striking down fiercely at Trunks. By the time he reacted, Healed Gang's attack was almost upon him. Trunks couldn't dodge in time and was struck directly by the massive tail, crashing hard into the ground. The ground was dented in the shape of a person, and Trunks slid along the ground for over 100 meters before crashing into a shopping mall. Upon spotting Healed Gang, Piccolo immediately fired 2 energy waves for rescue. After Healed Gang knocked Trunks down, the energy waves also struck his tail. The energy waves once again passed through Healed Gang's body. Goten went down to check on Trunks' injuries, while Piccolo moved around in the air, trying to find the opponent's weakness. Just moments ago, how had Healed Gang appeared instantaneously behind Trunks? Even Piccolo, who had been observing him, had not clearly seen his movements. However, Piccolo keenly sensed that when Healed Gang appeared, there was a fluctuation in the space around Trunks. This guy likely had an ability similar to Goku's instant transmission. But unlike Goku, he didn't need to assume a specific posture to use it. Piccolo couldn't think of any good methods at the moment, only able to move rapidly to avoid being struck. Although size does not equal strength, this monster towering hundreds of meters high, even if its strength was poor, how much weaker could it be? Piccolo didn't want to use himself as an experiment. With no helpers, Piccolo found himself in a quandary and had no way to probe Healed Gang's capabilities. On a remote little street, Guian Lang emerged, a pool of green blood splattered behind him. This guy is an illusion beast. Only at the moment he attacks does his body materialize. That instant is the key to determining victory or defeat. Guian Lang gave Piccolo a hint, but whether Piccolo could defeat him was uncertain. This Healed Gang was controlled by an evil sorcerer, and he noticed the trace of the person behind him as soon as he arrived. Guian Lang immediately struck decisively. This sorcerer was very weak and was directly killed by Guian Lang with a single slap. Upon hearing Guian Lang's hint, Piccolo halted his rapidly moving body and took off his weighted training outfit. He unleashed all his strength, preparing to engage in a life-or-death battle with the illusion beast. I am neither a god nor a demon. I am just an Namekian who has forgotten his name. Piccolo wanted to prove himself through this battle. Before Buu appeared, he was only slightly weaker than Goku and Vegeta. After Buu's emergence, their powers surpassed his one by one. Originally, his strength wasn't bad back then. Aside from Goku, only Piccolo could earn a little respect from Vegeta. However, with the arrival of Beerus, Goku and Vegeta's powers skyrocketed, transitioning to Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue, and the gap between them and Piccolo grew wider. After years of training combined with the time spent in the mental time chamber and special training with Gohan, Piccolo's strength has significantly increased, surpassing the capabilities of Super Saiyan 2, though he has yet to reach Super Saiyan 3. However, the gap is not insurmountable. Yet he is unwilling to accept being distanced by Goku. Could it be that Namekians are truly inferior to Saiyans? This time he must defeat his opponent on his own. Ancient Wolf couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Piccolo's battle IQ and intellect are commendable, or else he wouldn't be known as the strategist of Earth's warriors. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between him and Herdgen is rather substantial, as Herdgen's power can easily match Super Saiyan 3 in a heated clash. With his body becoming ethereal, defeating him becomes even more challenging. Only close combat with large-scale moves might offer a chance. Piccolo's most proficient technique is the special beam cannon, a piercing skill suitable for dealing with enemies of similar size. However, with Piccolo's strength being inferior to Herdgen's and lacking an advantage in skills, his chances of victory are slim. Herdgen's enormous form vanished once more. Piccolo sensed the spatial fluctuations beside him, and without looking, unleashed a wave of energy from his right hand. The energy wave passed through Herdgen's body, and as Herdgen opened his mouth wide, a terrifying flame energy began to gather within, completing its charge in just a second. The flame shot towards Piccolo, who was preparing to dodge, but below him a ki blast was unleashed, colliding with the flames and neutralizing them. Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks radiating intense energy waves flew from the ground into the air, pointing at Herdgen. Dum Gotenks has arrived. You little monster, surrender at once. After finding the knocked out Trunks, the two realized that fighting separately would yield no chance of victory, so they immediately performed the fusion technique, confident now in their ability to defeat Herdgen. Ancient Wolf floated from the ground to the rooftop of a tall building, observing the smug Trunks with confusion, wondering why these two kids were so confident. To be honest, he felt that despite Piccolo being significantly weaker in terms of energy compared to Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, he would rather believe that Piccolo could win rather than Gotenks. These two kids are too reckless, and their inner strength is not comparable to Gohan at the same age. Of course, this is also due to Goku and Vegeta being in the forefront, preventing them from having opportunities to stand alone. When facing a strong enemy, instead of striving to train and grow stronger, they rely too heavily on the fusion technique, only to be reckless afterward. Gotenks spat out several ghosts, Super Ghost Kamikaze attack, and charged towards Herdgen with incredible speed, creating a mist of energy around his body as he moved. A punch missed Herdgen as he countered with a punch of his own. Gotenks smirked at his successful trick, raising his hands to block the incoming attack, while several ghosts collided with Herdgen. Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks withstood Herdgen's heavy blow, his body being pushed back significantly. As he aimed to counter, in the instant his body materialized, the ghosts exploded upon contact with Herdgen. Herdgen's massive form staggered from the explosion, and he expelled flames from his mouth. Gotenks quickly dodged, but he overlooked the incoming giant tail. Struck heated by the tail, he was slammed back down to the ground. Gotenks exerted all his energy to stabilize himself, preventing a hard crash as he steadied himself just before landing. Gotenks didn't expect that after fusing he would know Herdgen's weakness, yet still find himself at a disadvantage. Just as he prepared to utter some strong words, a sudden flash of light enveloped him, splitting him back into Trunks and Goten. The two boys looked at each other in bewilderment, and without saying a word fled towards Ancient Wolf's location. Ancient Wolf was at a loss for words. Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks could originally last for 5 minutes, but it seemed that Trunks had suffered significant injuries from Herdgen's full-force attack. Thus the fusion time was greatly reduced. As Herdgen was about to chase the two kids, Piccolo moved to block him. "Your opponent is me," Herdgen roared, launching a punch directly at Piccolo, who sidestepped, evading the attack and charging towards Herdgen's head. Herdgen attempted the same tactic again as his massive tail swept through the air. Piccolo had anticipated this strike, pressing his hands against the incoming tail and running steadily along it. With a burst of energy, Herdgen unleashed a powerful shockwave, forcing Piccolo to retreat. Super Giant Technique. Piccolo placed his hands at his waist, surrounded by crackling lightning. His body began to grow rapidly, becoming as enormous as Herdgen in just a few seconds. The two kids were stunned by Piccolo's display. They had no idea he possessed such an ability. Flying beside Ancient Wolf, Trunks hid behind him. Trunks' energy was noticeably weaker than Goten's. His body had sustained significant injuries. However, the Saiyan body is quite resilient. Trunks wasn't severely harmed and gasped for breath, asking Brother Wolf, "Can Uncle Piccolo transform too?" Yes, this is a technique of the Demon Clan that allows for giant transformation, greatly increasing strength with little impact on speed, though the bonus reaction speed does decrease somewhat. If Piccolo hadn't used this technique, Ancient Wolf would have almost forgotten. After all, Piccolo's enemies have always been of normal size, and giant transformation hasn't been particularly useful. However, Herdgen is a perfect match. With his enormous size and strength, to find Herdgen's flaw, one must possess the ability to withstand his attacks, to seize that fleeting opportunity. As Herdgen's figure vanished again, Piccolo held his breath and focused, scanning the area for spatial fluctuations. Piccolo moved, crouching low, to deliver a back kick as Herdgen appeared just in time. Unfortunately, he kicked nothing but air. Herdgen roared again, shooting flames from his mouth. Piccolo jumped into the air. Herdgen pursued him with a ground stomp, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Even though Piccolo used the giant technique, they were at the same size level. Piccolo was still being suppressed. However, relying on his rich battle experience, he managed to escape peril time and again. Yet after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find Herdgen's flaw. Piccolo grew a bit anxious, and in a moment of carelessness, Herdgen's giant tail ensnared his right arm. Herdgen unleashed energy, firing a massive energy blast. With his right hand restrained, Piccolo found himself in danger, but suddenly a smile crept across his face as he forcefully yanked his right arm, snapping it free. The energy blast grazed past him, shooting into the sky, and just as narrowly avoided disaster, his left hand, which had been hidden behind him, suddenly unleashed a wave of energy. Special Beam Cannon. This was the flaw he intentionally sold to Jiraiya, meant to lure him into action, and it proved to be a correct gamble. Jiraiya was ultimately a magical beast, lacking significantly in intellect. The penetrating power of the magic piercing light cannon was terrifying, easily piercing through the location of Jiraiya's heart. Jiraiya fell to the ground in response, while Bick gasped for breath. Transforming into his giant form was quite exhausting, and he had lured Jiraiya at the cost of his right arm. Having nearly exhausted most of his strength, his form gradually shrank back to normal, and with a loud roar, his right arm grew back once again. Gu Tianling shook his head. Bick had made a misjudgment, but it couldn't be blamed on him. He had to make his move now. Just as Bick was about to retrieve his weighted clothing, he suddenly furrowed his brow and shot upwards rapidly. A massive beast claw slammed down where he had just been standing. Bick was drenched in cold sweat. If it hadn't been for his quick reflexes, had he taken that slap he would probably be severely injured. Switch out your stamina is nearly depleted, right? Gu Tianlang stood in front of Bick, whose aura had diminished significantly, clearly unable to transform again. Bick unwillingly glanced at the large hole in his chest where Jiraiya was bleeding profusely. His strike had aimed for the left side of Jiraiya's heart. However, he had never seen this creature before and didn't know where its heart was, only guessing it was similar to a human's. After all, scion demons and ordinary beasts both had their hearts on the left side, but it seemed the illusory demon beast was different. You did well. If you had known where his vital spot was, that strike could have taken him down just now. Gu Tianlang also felt that Bick was quite unlucky in a situation of suppression. Winning with strategy against a stronger foe, he had just happened to encounter a being with a different body structure. However, using a wide-area energy blast might not break through Jiraiya's defenses. Only the magic piercing light cannon had 100% assurance of breaking through. Even so, Jiraiya had sustained significant injuries, his massive eyes fixated on Bick, while Gu Tianlang surveyed the ravaged city. He had no intention of engaging in a drawn-out battle. He had seen through Jiraiya's secret of phasing. His physical body was always hidden in the spatial layers, only appearing in the real world the moment he struck. Gu Tianlang no longer restrained the tyrannical power within him. Boundless energy flooded the entire city as he launched a blue energy blast at Jiraiya in the sky. Without looking back, he turned to leave. Jiraiya, who was originally untouchable, was instantly blown apart the moment he was struck by the blue energy blast. The foe that Gotenks and Bick had battled for so long was completely obliterated by Gu Tianlang with a single straightforward energy blast. Bick also sensed something was off, but he couldn't quite understand how Gu Tianlang had managed to do it. Why? How did you hit him? Oh, about that, I used my aura to seal off space, so he couldn't hide in the spatial layers. This was also the reason Gu Tianlang released energy. With his strength, as long as he could land a hit on Jiraiya, he could take him out in one blow. Bick hadn't expected it could be done this way. Had they fought longer, he might have discovered Jiraiya's abilities, but analyzing them in such a short time was unrealistic. You really are something else. Gu Tianlang instantly returned to Bulma's house, picked up the red wine on the table, and started drinking again. I dealt with him. I don't know if Trunks will return home. Bulma let out a sigh of relief, her tone noticeably more relaxed. As long as the enemy is taken care of, if Trunks doesn't want to come back, he can continue staying at Goten's place. Lan Shi stared blankly at Gu Tianlang. Just moments ago, he and Bulma had been observing the battle in the distant city through a telescope. The formidable opponent that even the Demon King Bick couldn't handle was unexpectedly taken out by him in one hit. Bulma looked at Gu Tianlang, who was holding a tall glass, swirled the red wine inside, then opened her mouth wide and downed it like it was soda. I said if you like drinking, I can send you 10 or 8 boxes. Wouldn't that be fine? Gu Tianlang shook his head like a rattle drum, rejecting Bulma's proposal. I am a person of principles. It wouldn't be right to constantly have you send me things. I detest those who take advantage of small favors. Bulma couldn't understand his way of thinking. Gu Tianlang had come over hundreds of times in the past year, and now he felt embarrassed to accept things from her. But you come over to my house for meals every day, or as soon as I see you arrive, I know it's time to eat. That's different. Besides, I don't want the wine you send me. Besides, I come here every day. Oh, I know where your wine is better than you do. There's no difference whether you send it or not. This was the main reason Gu Tianlang refused. His own room was not that big to begin with, and having more wine would take up more space. It was better to just come to Bulma's house to drink. Bulma, infuriated, didn't know what else to say and shooed him out of her house. Get out, Lan Shi and I are going to sleep. By the way, can you have the chef roast me some dinosaur meat tomorrow? I haven't eaten it in a long time. After Gu Tianlang shouted this, he quickly flew back to his inn before Bulma could start cursing. A night passed quickly, and the next morning Gu Tianlang was awakened again by the chatter from the group chat in his mind. Group member Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 Style World. The hidden figure of the Akatsuki organization Uchiha Obito's impersonator, the Masked Man, is about to hold the 4th Ninja World War at the 5 Kage Summit. The Masked Man carries large-scale destructive ninja tools intending to annihilate the 5 Kage and their trusted aides in one fell swoop. Please ensure that the randomly designated targets in the chat group will not be threatened to life. The task reward is 30,000 points. Note the personnel designated by the group to protect are random. If more than half of the designated personnel are wiped out by the Masked Man, the task will fail with no rewards, and each participating member will lose 100,000 points. The task difficulty is level 8, and the limit for group members is 3. The designated personnel from the local world is Hinata Hyuga. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 style. Abito, do we really have to do this? It's my fault I couldn't save him from the darkness back then. Watergate felt a deep sense of guilt if he had discovered before dying that the masked man was Abito. Perhaps he could have found a way to persuade him to return to Konoha. Group leader of the chat group. A person whom everyone thought was dead suddenly changes their appearance and voice, and no one would recognize them. Lin Ran didn't think it was Watergate's fault, and after all this was Madara's plan. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. No one could effectively protect everyone. Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. The task designates me, and there are 2 more members who can participate. Is anyone interested? Tony, who is not the richest man. I certainly can't go. The chat group has stated that who to protect is random after going there. My strength is simply not enough to handle it. Tony was quite self-aware. With his current strength, going to such a place would not only risk failure in the task, but could also potentially put him in danger. The administrator, Invincible and Wise, accepted the task. Lin Ran willingly gave up her spot as she was in need of a vast amount of points, not just this one. Besides, engaging the divine of the End War Goddess would also require everyone to enhance their strength. The daughter of the slumbering Kagoro said, "The world's strongest man, how about Mr. King goes? With you and the boss working together, you could surely complete the task perfectly." The world's strongest man replied, "I have an urgent matter to attend to today. I don't have time right now." At that moment, King was sitting on the sofa playing a game, nearly dropping his controller at the mention of being sent on a task. He was not the world's strongest, he was merely lucky. Each time someone else killed a monster, others mistakenly credited him, which led to him being called the strongest man. In reality, he was just an ordinary otaku, and even someone like Morlin could easily defeat him in a fight. The destroyer of worlds stated, "I have no time either. I've been busy traveling lately, and there are monsters everywhere that I can't keep up with." The time-devouring elf said, "Then I'll go as I need points too." At home, Hinata was anxiously waiting and suddenly saw a flash of white light as Guian Lang and Kurumi appeared before her. "Boss Kurumi, hello." Guian Lang nodded slightly, while Kurumi enthusiastically hugged Hinata, playfully ruffling her hair and giving her a cheeky kiss. "Let's not do this now. We should first rescue the 5 shadows. Otherwise we might run out of time as it's quite far away." Hinata's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly shifted the topic, eager to set off for the scene. Gu Qingfeng placed his hands on the shoulders of the 2 girls and ripples of space appeared, causing the 3 to vanish. Less than a minute later, a maid delivering food to Hinata entered the courtyard only to find the young lady missing. Startled, she hurried to report to the clan leader, but that was a matter for later. Guian Lang and the others arrived at a secluded street on the outskirts of the 5 Shadows meeting hall, surrounded by guards patrolling the street. The administrator's skills are truly convenient, allowing for effortless traversal across spatial distances. Kurumi glanced at Guian Lang, envious of his ability. Guian Lang remained silent. In truth, teleportation requires sensing the target's aura. However, Gu Qingfeng was simply too powerful, with perception capable of easily covering this planet. Even without teleportation, his flying speed would allow him to reach here in less than a second. Hinata looked around, suddenly troubled. This was a place for the 5 Shadows meeting, and ordinarily no one could enter without the presence of elite jonin like Kakashi. How could the 3 of them get in? "Boss, it seems we can't get in, and we can't just barge in, right?" Guian Lang smiled slightly. Forcing their way in was a fool's act, and he would never resort to such lowly tactics. "No need to worry, just walk in openly." After saying this, Gu Qingfeng stepped out of the alley and walked forward without a care for the armored warriors nearby. Kurumi, not knowing the situation, followed him out. Hinata was momentarily taken aback. Walk in? Wouldn't that lead to a conflict with the guards? However, since Guian Lang had already moved, she had no choice but to follow. Guian Lang strode towards the main courtyard, and Hinata had mentally prepared herself for guards to stop them. Yet to her astonishment, the guards completely ignored the 3, allowing them to pass freely. Upon closer inspection, Hinata realized that all the guards had frozen, as if time itself had been suspended, maintaining the same stance in place. Hinata tentatively asked, "Boss, did you freeze time?" Guian Lang waved his hand. How could he freeze time? "I solidified the space." He released his power, instantly solidifying the space where all the guards stood, thus saving himself from trouble. The 3 entered the courtyard with Guian Lang, sensing the positions of the 5 Shadows in advance, leading the others to the left side of the building. The 5 Shadows, seated in their respective places, sensed that someone had arrived. The tall Raikage glared at the door, his expression furious. It was utterly disrespectful to the 5 Shadows for someone to dare run wild here. Who dares to cause trouble here is truly an ignorant fool. The short Tsuchikage, standing just over a meter tall, remained unperturbed. As the oldest among the Shadows, he had experienced countless wars throughout his life. "Let me see who possesses such audacity." The door slowly opened, revealing a rugged, imposing face. He stood at about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a completely black battle suit, with golden accents on the shoulders. His muscular build, though not excessively large, exuded explosive strength. Hinata, in her white attire, and Kurumi in her gothic Lolita outfit, with a friendly smile, followed closely behind him. Tsunade looked at Guian Lang's physique, licked her lips, and gazed at him with affectionate eyes. Where did this handsome young man come from? You look so dashing. Are you here to oppose us? No, I'm just here to hang out for a bit. You all can go about your business as you please. Guian Lang found an empty seat and sat down naturally, seemingly oblivious to the expressions of the people in the room. The most hot-tempered the Reikage looked at Guian Lang with an unfriendly glare. Someone interrupting his conversation and sitting down so brazenly would have already been dealt with if he hadn't been unsure of Guian Lang's intentions. The Tsuchikage and the Wind Shadow were relatively composed, merely observing Guian Lang's every move. Tsunade had met Guian Lang before and knew he was a friend of Minato. However, she was unsure of Guian Lang's purpose and felt unfamiliar with him, especially since Minato was not present. The Water Shadow was fixated on Guian Lang, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, wondering what he was thinking. Suddenly their eyes met, and Guian Lang smiled warmly. The most ferocious member of the group opened a live stream session. Tony, who was not the richest, entered the live stream. Tony truly is not the richest. What's going on, Kurumi? Why did you start a live stream? Tony felt a bit perplexed. Oh, wasn't he supposed to be on a mission? How could he have time to stream? The most ferocious elf. Are there no single women in our group? Someone is flirting with the admin. The good things should stay within our circle, ladies. I have a new one. The cafe waitress who loves bunnies. I truly admire the power of the big shots, but I also have my own. I have Naruto-kun now. Tony truly is not the richest. Why isn't the group leader speaking? Don't you have a partner yet? There are many ways to insult people, yet you chose the cruelest one. Is it wrong to be single? The invincible Gogeta. Did you forget him also in the group? This makes me quite awkward. Here I am at home, and suddenly there's a live broadcast about finding partners. Why is everyone so obsessed with matchmaking? The destroyer of worlds. I must say this red-haired woman is truly beautiful, with a curvaceous figure and great taste in clothing. In this wave I stand with Lady May and Lady Tsunade, as they both have two very valid reasons. Indeed, as I grow older, I value reason more. However, as a married man, I shall refrain from commenting. In the conference room of the Five Shadows, the atmosphere became quite awkward. Guian Lang was indifferent to the scrutinizing looks from the others, sitting comfortably while glancing left and right. This can't go on. As Tsunade could only inquire about Hinata's intentions. Hinata, why have you come here? Seeing the Hokage asking, Hinata glanced at Gu Qingfeng, and noticing his lack of reaction, she began to answer. We've received news that someone is planning to attack the Five Shadows conference. We're here to protect you. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Reikage burst into laughter, questioning if the Five Shadows truly needed protection. Stop joking around. Seeking trouble here. The old man is tired of life, isn't he? Wind Shadow Gaara seemed much calmer and spoke politely to Guian Lang. How should I address you? Guian Lang dusted off his clothes, intending to tease the Five Shadows. Just call me brother. Tian Lang of friends who give me face call me that. Before Wind Shadow Gaara could speak, Reikage jumped up in a fury, exclaiming, what about those who don't give face? How do they address you? Guian Lang clapped his hands and applauded. That's a good question. There are indeed those who don't give face. Gu Qingfeng's body vanished from his seat, causing all Five Shadows present to flinch. None of them knew how Guian Lang had left. Yet in the next moment, Gu Qingfeng returned to his seat, but this time he was gripping someone's neck with his right hand. The person held by Guian Lang was Shimura Danzo, who had been revived due to Nagato's Rinnegan, but now he was in a different situation. Fully aware that his time was up and that his misdeeds had been exposed, he hid away immediately after being revived, remaining undetected. Just when he was enjoying roasted chicken in the deep mountains, he was inexplicably captured. What do you want? Can you let me go? I don't have Sharingan anymore. I haven't provoked you, so why are you targeting me? I was just enjoying some roasted chicken. I didn't offend anyone. Is he really going to kill me again? As Gu Qingfeng gradually tightened his grip, Danzo's face turned red, and he quickly formed hand signs for a last-ditch effort, only to realize he couldn't use his chakra and had to meekly await his demise. Seeing that Danzo was still alive, Minato, watching through the live stream, also changed his expression. This guy is still alive. If it weren't for the big shot discovering him, he would have truly escaped. Tsunade was torn as she couldn't persuade him, but she couldn't avoid it either. Danzo's actions deserved punishment, yet his previous identity was a concern. If Danzo were to be killed in front of everyone, Konoha's reputation would be in shambles. Let him go first, hand him over to me, and Konoha will naturally punish him. Danzo's expression grew increasingly grim. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Guian Lang suddenly exerted force, crushing Danzo's neck bones entirely. His body slumped to the ground lifeless. When Guian Lang used teleportation, he sensed Danzo's presence in a remote mountain just right for him to make an example. As for letting him go, that was impossible. Even if Tsunade was beautiful, Guian Lang wouldn't change his mind. Allowing him to return to Konoha was out of the question. Seeing that a life had been lost, the two guards beside the five shadows immediately stood on the table blocking in front of the five shadows, cautiously watching Guian Lang. His speed was terrifying, though no one in the room felt they could keep up with him. Among the five shadows and 10 guards, the most eye-catching was Anoki's female guard, his granddaughter Akatsuki. Although still young and lacking the reasoning of Tsunade and Mei, her long and fair legs were fully displayed in a defensive posture. In the live stream, Tony Stark was puzzled. Is it possible that Hinata's world is filled with beauties? Why does every woman who appears look so stunning? Tony truly is not the richest. To be honest, I think this little beauty has her reasons. What she says must also carry weight. My son Minato really hasn't misjudged you. Can you stop focusing so much on women and pay attention to the ninja's strength instead? It's not that I don't care. They can't fight against the big shot. If a fight breaks out with the big shot's strength, it'll be a quick defeat, so we can't see their actual strength. If both sides were evenly matched, this battle would be quite interesting. But the strength disparity is too great. Once the big shot makes a move, it's an instant kill, leaving no room for others to showcase their strength. Tsunade stepped forward to calm everyone's emotions, fearing that an accidental conflict might truly erupt. Everyone calm down. Danzo is a traitor of Konoha. He is not your enemy, so you need not worry too much. What is going on here? Sambian opened the door, intending to call the guards outside to help suppress Guian Lang. However, upon opening the door, he was met with an unbelievable sight. The gazes of the few people in the room were also drawn towards the scene. They were startled by what they saw. Dozens of guards in the Five Shadows conference courtyard were completely frozen in place, some even maintaining walking postures with not a single expression changing. Even the Five Shadows had never seen such a bizarre scene. Killing these guards would be easy. With the strength of the Five Shadows, dealing with dozens of warriors was effortless. But in this situation, even the experienced Five Shadows felt a chill running down their spines. They sensed the arrival of Guian Lang and his companions, but lacking the power of clairvoyance, they were unaware of the events unfolding outside. They assumed that Guian Lang's group had either used invisibility or some other means to evade the guards' gaze. Otherwise, an encounter with the guards would surely have stirred commotion. Zhao Meiming walked with an elegant grace, her steps resembling that of a cat, as she approached Guian Lang. What a mysterious man you are, making me increasingly curious about your identity. Could you tell your sister how you accomplished this? Guian Lang smiled provocatively, showing no intention of divulging anything. Though Zhao Meiming fit some of his criteria for a partner, she still fell short in several aspects, and Guian Lang had no desire to entangle himself with her. Never let curiosity about a man take root, for that is a sign of affection. Thus it would be best for you not to seek knowledge of my identity. Guian Lang retracted his energy, and the solidified space instantly returned to normal. The dozens of guards who had been restrained for over 10 minutes stumbled and fell to the ground. Although they could see everything in front of them during that time, their bodies were utterly immobile. Once they stood up, they collectively aimed their weapons at Guian Lang. With just a glance from him, the steel weapons in their hands shattered instantly. A deep male voice resonated from the air as a masked man appeared suspended above. What a lively scene this is. Lang was genuinely enraged. First, Guian Lang disregarded them and intruded upon the Five Shadows conference, and now a masked man had appeared. Did he truly think the Five Shadows were easy targets? Who are you? The masked man sneered disdainfully, standing atop a large tree in the courtyard. I am Uchiha Obito. Hand over the 9 tails and the 8 tails to me, and I shall refrain from making a move against you. Allow me to create a unified ninja world where I will cast my eyes upon the moon, plunging humanity into eternal slumber, living out their lives in beautiful dreams. Seeing his disciple appear once again, Minato, who was watching the live broadcast, felt a pang of regret, realizing he had to confront Obito. The cafe waitress, who loved rabbits, said, "Big shot, can you take him down? If you kill him, peace will be restored to the ninja world, right?" Indeed, it would not be difficult for me, but I see no reason to do so. The sleeping Kagoro's daughter replied, "Why not? Isn't a peaceful life good?" Mori Ran couldn't comprehend this. She believed that war brought disaster and death, so she yearned deeply for peace. The chat group leader remarked, "Peace? How can there be peace when the 5 great ninja villages dominate the ninja world? Who is truly the strongest among them? Unless there is unification, peace will remain a mere illusion." In the face of power and profit, even if the 5 Shadows did not wish to provoke war, seeing Konoha rallying the masses, their subordinate ninjas would not be content to forever remain beneath Konoha's shadow. There are indeed kind-hearted people, but ultimately the wicked outnumber them. The most vicious spirit said, "Is this the guy who killed Minato and his wife?" A cruel and heartless man. The mask obscured the boy's past, yet it could not hide his affection for the girl. Shinjutsu could hardly conceal his tears. All he saw was Lin. As a man, he dared to declare war against the entire ninja world for the sake of the woman he loved. Just to see the girl he cherished, he was a deeply emotional individual, a feat few could match. This was the allure of Obito himself. However, as a person, he is guilty of patricide and matricide simply because his beloved girl died, and he even sought to harm his teacher's son. He is deserving of 1,000 deaths. Even if there were conspiracies behind it orchestrated by Obito, it cannot absolve Obito of the heinous crimes he has committed. Guian Lang did not harbor hatred for Obito, but he certainly did not admire him. Even though he was deceived by Obito, he had indeed killed Minato and his wife who had cared for him. Let's not speak of how Minato failed to save them. At that time, Minato faced 50 elite jonin, directing them to deal with the weakest logistical support, which was a reasonable arrangement in itself. Minato could not protect them indefinitely. No one could have predicted that Obito would intervene in such a manner. Lin Ran shared a similar perspective to Guian Lang's. The five shadows looked down upon the masked man's words. How could they allow him to manipulate the very existence of the ninja world alone? Lang was the first to speak again. The Eight Tails was his brother, and he would never heed the masked man's words. Stop joking. How could I possibly hand my brother over to a guy like you? Gaara also stepped forward. A false dream is meaningless. No matter how beautiful it is, it serves no purpose. A person's future must be forged by their own hands. Certainly one could spend their life within a beautiful dream, but all of it would be an illusion. A hollow life lacks meaning. Anoki also sternly questioned, and even against an opponent like Uchiha Obito, he would no longer evade. Your words claiming to create a peaceful world are better described as creating a world under your control. The masked man murmured, uttering words that left the five shadows dumbfounded. Create my world. Since he refused to comply, I hereby announce the commencement of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Tsunade was incredulous. Could Uchiha Obito truly contend against 5 villages alone? On what grounds do you think you can face the 5 great ninja villages by yourself? Before the masked man could respond, Guian Lang answered Tsunade's question. He has collected the power of all the tailed beasts. Even 7-tailed beasts would be beyond your capability to confront individually. The masked man looked at Guian Lang in surprise. He had never seen this man in his intel before. Only the last time when Kakuzu returned did he mention encountering an extraordinarily formidable individual. That was when he first learned of Gu Qingfeng's existence. Who are you? Guian Lang said coldly. You are not worthy to know my name. However, he was taken aback to find that the Hokage of this world seemed to be out of sync with time and events. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect. Ninjas who should have died were still alive and had come to stir trouble at the Five Shadows Conference. A large white bird appeared in the sky, and a golden-haired man sat atop it, scattering countless white clay onto the ground below. Art is an explosion. Drink. Randomly designating protectors: the 5th Hokage Tsunade, the future 4th Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi, and the Wind Shadow Gaara, along with his sister Temari. For protectors, sustaining damage will also affect the final mission rating. The chat group finally released the list of protectors. Dozens of white clay bombs were hurled toward the location of the 5 shadows, exploding with a thunderous roar. No one anticipated an enemy attack from the sky. Ninjas cannot fly. The only ninja capable of flight was Anoki with his lightweight rock technique. The assault came so suddenly that most were caught off guard. Be my son. Now that the protection list has been released, it is almost impossible to protect 4 individuals in such a short time. Whitebeard felt that even Guian Lang could not accomplish this. He was unaware of Guian Lang's speed. Even if Guian Lang could save 4 people in a second, Whitebeard could see through the live broadcast that Guian Lang was standing still, not moving at all, making it impossible for him to save anyone. Tony is not the richest. A chat group, is this not making things difficult for people? Tony did not possess the strength of Whitebeard. To him, it seemed that the chat group was deliberately trying to prevent others from completing the task. The cafe waitress who loves rabbits. To announce the personnel list at the last second, no one can possibly save 4 people simultaneously. Moreover, the injuries of the 4 will affect the rating. This is clearly intended to deduct reward points. With such massive explosive damage, how could one possibly not sustain any injuries? Dongxiang felt that this task from the chat group was far too difficult. A deep, bottomless pit had been created where the 5 shadows stood, but fortunately everyone present was skilled enough to evade the direct blast damage. Guian Lang was some distance away from the 5 shadows outside the main blast area. However, the flying debris from the shockwave shot out in all directions. Any stone that entered within a 3-meter radius centered around Guian Lang would instantly turn to dust. Deidara was quite confident in being able to injure many people with his attack. He was utilizing the ability of the masked man to suddenly appear in midair for an assault, and even the five shadows would sustain some injuries at the very least. Art is an explosion. As the smoke dissipated, everyone was astonished to see that Mikage and the five shadows guards all had a faint blue shield surrounding them, completely nullifying the damage from the explosion. Deidara was stunned. What was this? How did such a thing appear? What is going on? What type of ninjutsu is this? The right eye exposed beneath the masked man's mask flashed with astonishment. Even he had not sensed anyone using ninjutsu. What exactly was going on? He could not help but turn to look at Guian Lang, wondering if it was his doing. The strongest man on the surface. Is this something similar to a protective shield? How is this even possible? King was quite puzzled. His world had many superpowered individuals, and he understood a bit about protective shields, but it was simply impossible to cover everyone in such a short time. Tony is not the richest. Big shot, did you guess who the chat group would choose? Invincible Gogeta. No, since I couldn't guess, I just protected all the five shadows and their guards. He also did not know who the chat group chose, but since it mentioned the five shadows and their guards, Guian Lang decided to cast a protective shield over all five shadows, 10 guards and Mikage when he entered the five shadows conference room. As for the guards of the Iron Country, Guian Lang did not bother with them. He was not a saint and could not protect those unrelated to him and devoid of any benefits. The daughter of the sleeping little Wugong. Sure enough, our thoughts differ from the big shots. While we were still considering how to protect several targets, the big shot simply protected them all. Hinata and Kurumi stood beside Guian Lang, having no worries at all, so Guian Lang did not impose a protective shield on them. Anoki, who was much older, observed the scene and looked at Guian Lang, whose expression was calm and seemingly aware of everything. Thank you for your assistance. If it weren't for you, I might have been injured by Deidara. Anoki, due to his age, was possibly the strongest in a direct confrontation among the five shadows. However, time was merciless and the hero's twilight was evident. His reaction to sudden situations could not compare to the other four shadows. Guian Lang waved his hand, signaling him not to mind. Then small blue lights fell from the bodies of several individuals, transforming into blue energy spheres that flew back into Guian Lang's body, except for Tsunade, Akatsuki, Temari, and Gaara, whose protective shields were not retracted. The masked man was quite dissatisfied with Guian Lang. Without him, this surprise attack plan would have yielded no results. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to make enemies of us? You do your thing, I'm just here to watch the show. Guian Lang glanced coldly at the masked man, provided they could break through the protective shield he had set. Deidara waved his hand, and 4 giant dragons made of white clay appeared in the air. C2 multiple giant dragons. This is his unique special ninjutsu, which can use explosive clay to form objects that then generate tremendous explosive power with destructive capabilities ranging from C1 to C4. Several giant dragons dove toward the ground as the five shadows guards simultaneously unleashed ninjutsu to attack the explosive dragons in the air. Slash dance, lightning release lightning dragon, water release water dragon bullet, fire release art of flame. A blue lightning dragon struck the air while countless wind blades slashed toward the sky, and a white giant dragon's body ignited into flames, colliding and exploding in midair. Akatsuki tried to persuade Deidara to return to the hidden cloud. The Akatsuki organization wanted to wage war against the 5 great ninja villages, and if Deidara continued to be so stubborn, all that awaited him was death. Don't follow the Akatsuki organization anymore. Come back quickly, Deidara, you fool. Deidara did not want to respond to Akatsuki. The moment of explosion was art, and he would sacrifice anything for art. Explosion is art. Garuda. A clone made of explosive clay the same size as Deidara fell and smashed toward the people on the ground, once again shattered by the 5 shadows guards, turning into very tiny clay particles scattered on the ground. Deidara smiled excitedly. Even if this move was broken, it didn't matter. The explosive clay, once reduced to tiny particles, could explode within the enemy's body if someone accidentally inhaled it. Obito, however, held no hope for this move. After all, he had originally sought Deidara out to impose a show of strength on the 5 shadows. Since the surprise attack had failed, it was impossible for Deidara alone to injure the 5 shadows. Explosive clay fell like rain on the ground, and the shadows present noticed the changes around them and quickly used defensive ninjutsu. Seeing that there was no chance for them to inhale it, Deidara could only shout loudly for all the explosive clay to detonate. The courtyard was entirely within the explosion range. The masked man glanced at the crowd on the ground, then deeply at Guian Lang, using his spatial ability to escape from here. The expressions of the 5 shadows varied, but without exception they were all in a bad mood. They had been attacked at their doorstep and had allowed their opponents to escape openly. At this point, in order to counter the power of the 7-tailed beasts, we can only choose to unite the 5 great ninja villages. Tsunade was the first to speak, and the other 4 shadows agreed with her proposal, planning to return to the village to gather the ninjas and form an alliance of the ninja world. The mission was completed with no injuries or deaths, and the administrator Invincible Gogeta received 10,000 points, while Hinata's eldest daughter and the fiercest spirit each earned 10,000 points. This mission received an SSS rating, and the administrator Invincible Gogeta earned an additional reward of 500,000 points. The blue aura surrounding Tsunade and the others disappeared, and the protective shield was retracted. Next to them, Terumi May exuded a mature charm with every movement. Only giving the protective shield to Princess Tsunade, and then do you think I am inferior to her? Seeing the alluring Terumi May, Jiren trembled, unable to bear it any longer. As a gentleman, he had never encountered such a scene and vanished from sight. Kurumi glanced at Terumi May and closed the live stream, leaving the Naruto world. Chat group leader. I just don't understand this art thing. Akatsuki seems to have a good impression of Deidara sitting in the Tsuchikige's office playing with his legs. Why bother messing with so-called art? As a woman, Lin Ran also appreciated Akatsuki's long and straight legs, wondering why Deidara was not interested. Tony, who is not the richest, remarked. His mind is somewhat problematic. I see he has that serious issue. Tony couldn't comprehend why someone would consider explosions as art. Jiren did not participate in their chat, but began to ponder the reward system of the chat group. He realized that not only the world's martial power level and the task difficulty were linked to points, but other factors also influenced additional reward points. For example, perhaps a level 10 enemy in Naruto is not as formidable as a level 6 or 7 enemy in Dragon Ball, yet the additional reward points for the same SSS level task are definitely higher than those for a level 6 Dragon Ball task. This mechanism is quite normal. After all, as the martial power of the world changes, the difficulty reward points will also vary, which is understandable. This mission was to randomly protect someone. Although the difficulty was not the highest, the restrictions were numerous, making the points awarded higher than those in the pirate world, which is quite normal. However, the last time he eliminated an anomalous Emperor Rider, he received 10 million points, which he simply could not understand. The only point that could explain it is that the anomalous Emperor Rider summoned villains from other Kamen Rider worlds, thus affecting the development of multiple parallel timelines, not solely due to his own strength, which warranted such a high reward. But whether it aligns completely with his speculations, Jiren wasn't entirely sure. However, he was at least 70 to 80% confident the specifics would reveal themselves through future task reward points. In the following days, Jiren resumed his monotonous life. In the group, everyone was posting tasks, and he generally did not involve himself, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Cosmic Martial Arts event. Little did he know, instead of the martial arts tournament, he received a task from the chat group. Please, Administrator Invincible Gogeta, go to the past during the Dragon Ball Z era and eliminate the ultimate life form Bu born from ancient evil thoughts. The mission rewards are 10,000 points. This mission does not categorize difficulty levels. The stronger Bu displays his power, the more additional points he earns. Jiren did not expect the chat group to issue such a task. Bu was indeed a formidable opponent during the Z era, but compared to his current self, he was far too weak. Jiren pressed the teleportation button in the chat group and arrived in a remote valley during the Dragon Ball Z era. There, a Bu with a pink lower body and wearing white training pants was sitting on a protruding rock in a light slumber. Goten and Trunks were hiding in fear beside Piccolo, and the three of them could not understand why Bu did not take the opportunity to eliminate them while they were vulnerable. Jiren concealed his aura, hiding in midair, gazing down at the three below. A man exuding a powerful aura flew in rapidly from the distance, and his energy was so immense that Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks could hardly believe such a strong being existed. It's my brother, he's here. Goten recognized the newcomer first. It was Gohan, who had unlocked his potential with the help of the old Kai. Piccolo found it hard to imagine that the boy he had once protected was now wielding such great power. Gohan, how could you be so strong? The savior had returned. Gohan stood opposite Bu and sensed the energy of the earth. All his friends and family except for Piccolo and the two others had lost their life force. Wait, Gohan sensed the presence of the Supreme Kai from a distant ruined forest. As long as he was there, the Dragon Balls still existed, and he could use them to resurrect everyone. Gohan smirked, wearing a confident smile as he walked step by step toward Bu. I'm sorry, Gohan. I am now a person from another world. Even if I came, I wouldn't be able to help. Though I would love to appreciate your power up close, it seems we will never meet again, at least not before you die. Protect the earth where we lived well. He would certainly protect the earth and safeguard his father's hometown. Gohan's overwhelming aura even made Bu restless. The two faced each other without Bu making a move. Gohan landed a punch on Bu's chin, followed by a side kick to his abdomen. Bu vanished and reappeared behind Gohan, throwing a punch at the back of his head. Gohan easily blocked it, spun around, and threw a heavy punch. Bu was sent stumbling back several steps, and Gohan pursued, launching a kick into the air, exploding in anger as he ascended. Another energy blast struck Boo's back, slamming him into the ground with a series of 3 blows. Seeing that Bu had not emerged from the ground for quite some time, Gohan stood by the pit and scoffed, "Hey, don't play dead. This level of injury wouldn't hurt you, why know that?" Several energy blasts shot out from the ground, and Gohan's right hand bulged with veins as he turned and punched, shattering the energy blasts. Bu erupted from the ground, launching a series of punches at Gohan, the force of his punches shattering the valley. Gohan confidently sidestepped, squatting slightly to dodge all attacks. His imposing aura provoked Bu into a furious roar, and Gohan quickly knocked Bu to the ground. Bu's body left trails in the earth, sliding for dozens of meters. Piccolo, watching from the sidelines, was shocked to the point of turning green, never expecting that his son not only survived but had gained such immense power. The burden of saving the earth once again rested on Gohan's shoulders. The daughter of the sleeping little Goro entered the live stream. Tony said, "I can't believe it's a fight again. Why does the boss always start a live stream with a fight?" Zhao Zilong, timid as a mouse, commented, "Finally, I can see the administrator's strength. Is this enemy also at the star exploding level?" Zhao Yun had watched the recordings in the group, where Gu Qingfeng battled the Super One-Star Dragon. The destructive power was so terrifying that it could easily devastate a city of dozens of kilometers. However, due to Guian Lang's overwhelming strength, the Super One-Star Dragon did not have the chance to destroy the Earth. Miss Hinata said, "That should be the case. It seems like the boss enemies are always at the star exploding level." Tony replied, "You should say that in our eyes a star explosion is incredibly powerful. For the boss, when they fight, it's measured by how many stars explode. A star explosion is merely a unit of measurement." The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance shouted, "But this enemy looks a bit strange. That cell is green, the One-Star Dragon is white, and this one is actually a flashy pink. Let's call it the Flashy Pink Tentacle Steam Shooter." Seeing Bu's tentacle and the steam emitted when Bu roared, Watergate immediately thought of this name. He felt like a genius for naming Bu and was quite pleased with himself. But whether Bu was satisfied or not was unknown. The Destroyer of Worlds said, "Pink is pink, but what do you mean flashy pink? Are you implying something?" The daughter of the sleeping little Goro said, "I initially wanted to assess his strength, but the chat group indicates that this task is solely for the administrator. It is not permitted to assess the target's strength this time." Just watching the battle, Maoli Lan felt as if she was reading an ancient text, completely unaware of what was happening, which was why she planned to assess Bu's strength. The group leader said, "I can't assess it either. It might be because Bu is rather special." Lin Ran was also curious, as it was the first time she couldn't assess the target's strength, and the chat group provided no explanation. Bu clumsily crawled up from the ground, his eyes fixated on Gohan, and with a loud roar unleashed a wave of destructive energy. Gohan easily deflected it with one hand, and Bu's body curled into a ball, rapidly crashing towards Gohan. Gohan extended his hands to brace for the attack, getting slammed into the mountainside. Bu attacked repeatedly, but Gohan dodged by tilting his head. Bu's tentacles shot out another beam, and Gohan jumped to avoid the attack, then delivered an uppercut that sent Bu flying, unleashing an explosive energy that propelled him into the air, where he kicked Bu's head, smashing him back to the ground. Just a second before hitting the ground, Bu stabilized himself to withstand the immense impact, his legs sinking into the ground and causing the earth to collapse around him, shattering a radius of several hundred meters. "I will not allow anyone to be stronger than me. You will die." Bu's aura rapidly surged, and as his power reached its peak, he became quite bulky. Damn it! Gohan moved swiftly, pulling Piccolo and Goten away from Bu's vicinity. The pink aura engulfed the air as Bu's body exploded, turning the surrounding area into ashes across a span of dozens of kilometers. The ground formed a bottomless crater with no edge in sight. Gohan knew very well that with Bu's strength, the self-destruction could not possibly have such little power. Bu escaped underground using the energy from the explosion. Even Gohan couldn't sense Bu's aura, so he led the others to search for Tian, wanting to ensure his safety first. Without the Dragon Balls, the deceased could never be revived. Guian Lang concealed his aura in the air, leisurely following behind the group, not in a hurry to reveal himself. Bu was near Gohan and the others, and he was waiting for the fusion cooldown time of Goten and Trunks. Actually, Guian Lang did not entirely agree with Gohan's actions. Bu was hiding his aura with the self-destruction and dared not use his power. He could only escape slowly. If he used too much power, Gohan would detect his aura. In this situation, Gohan only needed to unleash a large-scale attack to destroy everything within a radius of hundreds of miles, naturally forcing Bu to show himself so he could be dealt with at once. However, Gohan did not choose to do so. Based on Guian Lang's understanding of him, Gohan must have been afraid that there were still surviving humans nearby and did not want to kill them with a large-scale attack, which is why he refrained from launching a blanket bombardment. He was being overly kind-hearted. In any case, they would need the Dragon Balls to revive, and eliminating Beerus was the most important task. If he were in Gohan's position, he would unreservedly use any means to kill Beerus, not giving him a chance to turn the tables. However, this also aligned with Gohan's kind-hearted nature. He did not want to harm others unless absolutely necessary. The members of the chat group watched as Guian Lang flew, still not knowing what he was planning. Tony said, "Boss, you don't think that Beerus is too weak, do you? Are you waiting for him to get stronger before you kill him?" Tony Stark thought more and more that this made sense. One could not guess Guian Lang's actions with ordinary logic. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance said, "It's highly likely, but there's no way to make Beerus stronger in a short time, right? Increasing strength must be a gradual process," but of course their chat group was an exception. Even if Guian Lang didn't kill Beerus for the time being, did he intend to wait a year and a half for him to train? The invincible administrator Gogeta said, "There's no need to rush, he will soon become stronger." Guian Lang calculated the time, and logically the cooldown for the two little ones should be almost up, and Beerus should be about to appear. Just as Guian Lang was calculating the time, Beerus stood in front of Gohan, and the others pointing provocatively at the two little ones with one hand. "Those two little brats, quickly use your previous transformation to compete with me. Once I defeat you, we'll take care of this guy." Gohan was not going to give him that chance, clenching his fists to launch an attack, but Goten and Trunks stopped him. Seizing this opportunity to redeem themselves, they struck a strange fusion pose, merging their bodies into one, and Gotenks made his entrance. Upon appearing, he exploded with energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 3, intending to end the battle quickly and not give Beerus a chance to turn the tables. Seeing his brother transform into Super Saiyan 3, his aura comparable to boost, Gohan relaxed his fighting stance, intending to give his brother a chance to shine. Guian Lang observed from midair as two masses of flesh separated from behind Beerus, slowly crawling from underground towards Gotenks, while the other mass targeted Piccolo. Everything was progressing according to plan. By the time Piccolo and Gotenks reacted, they were unable to escape the fate of being assimilated, easily absorbed into Boost's body. Boost's body has also undergone a transformation, growing a nose for the first time. He wears the battle suit of the Metamorans, and due to Gotenks' Super Saiyan 3 power being far superior to both Beerus and Piccolo, Boost's appearance has taken on some resemblance to Gotenks. His aura has significantly increased, and Gohan quietly thought it was bad. Even he was not confident in defeating the current Gotenks Beerus. Even though Goten and Trunks fused do not exhibit the same outrageous enhancement as Goku and Vegeta's fusion, Gotenks' Super Saiyan 3 raw strength is undoubtedly equal to, or even stronger than the current Goku, who can only transform into the early stages of Super Saiyan 3 and still leaks energy. However, if the two were to battle, Goku would surely win, and despite their similar power levels, Goku's battle experience far exceeds that of Gotenks, making it nearly impossible for Gohan to win in a life-and-death fight. Kid Beerus is slightly weaker than Super Saiyan 3, but with the power of Gotenks fused, is definitely above the mid-stage of Super Saiyan 3. Gohan, as the appointed strongest individual of the Z era, possesses peak early-stage Super Saiyan 3 strength, and his power is certainly stronger than the Goku, who cannot yet master Super Saiyan 3. However, facing this form of Beerus, Gohan seems somewhat inadequate. As soon as the two exchanged blows, Gohan found himself at an absolute disadvantage. Not only was his strength inferior to that of Gotenks Beerus, but there was indeed a gap between them, though not an overwhelming one. The key issue is that Beerus has absorbed Piccolo, and no one understands Gohan better than Piccolo. Beerus can perfectly predict Gohan's attacks. On the distant King Kai's planet, the old Kai granted Goku 500 years of his lifespan, allowing him to assist Gohan, as he could see that Gohan was not a match for Gotenks Beerus. In a moment of crisis, Goku did not refuse. After receiving the lifespan, and with King Kai's assistance, he returned to Earth, where Gohan was kneeling and Gotenks Beerus was gathering energy to kill him. The members of the chat group watched anxiously. They did not understand why Guian Lang was still watching the show. Chat group leader: "Big guy, why aren't you making a move? Are you waiting for Beerus to absorb Gohan too?" Lin Ran vaguely guessed Guian Lang's intention. Perhaps he was not satisfied with Gotenks' boost strength and was waiting for Beerus to absorb Gohan to transform into the strongest form. Invincible Gogeta: "Yes, but it seems Goku has also arrived and Vegeta is here too." Guian Lang sensed Vegeta's arrival. His aura was departing from Hell and would soon reach Earth. Since he wanted Beerus to become stronger, he might as well let him absorb everyone. Goku launched a ki blast that deflected Gotenks' boost attack, saving the near-defeated Gohan. Father. Gohan did not expect Goku to come, but even with their combined efforts, they were not a match for Gotenks Beerus. Goku tossed an earring, but to everyone's surprise, Gohan failed to catch it. The earring fell among the rubble, and Goku, feeling frustrated, engaged Beerus alone, urging Gohan to quickly find the earring and use it to fuse. The three began a battle for the earring. Goku and Beerus clashed in the air, but the disparity in strength was too evident, and Goku was beaten brutally by Beerus. Is this what they call the strongest in the universe? You're too weak, not even my opponent. Hurry up and absorb those two. A voice echoed in Beerus' mind. Gotenks Beerus leisurely fighting Goku was startled and looked around in panic. Goku was unsure of what was happening, but also needed to stall for time until Gohan found the earring, so he did not rush to attack Gotenks Beerus. Beerus could not sense who was speaking to him. He should be the strongest in the universe. How could anyone speak to him without him noticing? Guian Lang, hiding in the atmospheric layers, observed the confused Gotenks Beerus below. He decided to let him waste a bit more time, but once the fusion time for Gotenks was up, Beerus' power would quickly decline. This was not the outcome he wanted to see, which is why he gathered energy to communicate with Gotenks Beerus. He knew someone stronger would urge him to absorb both. The members of the chat group were equally puzzled by the situation and were closely watching the live stream, not raising any other questions. Chat group leader: I just don't understand why can Gohan catch bullets with his eyes closed, but this time, he can't even catch a mere earring. This was also one of Lin Ran's biggest confusions about Dragon Ball. The setting was absurd, and no matter how one thought about it, Gohan should not have missed it. Invincible Gogeta: if he catches it, they will fuse. What will happen to Shishi and Videl? Gohan was seriously injured, and with Goku throwing the earring without a heads-up, it was normal for Gohan, who was prepared to die, to be unable to catch it at that moment. Moreover, Gohan fusing with Goku would not be as strong as Vegeta fusing with Goku. An example is East Kai and Jebet, who also fused using earrings, while both possessed power around Super Saiyan level. However, after their fusion, their power did not even reach Super Saiyan 2. In contrast, Goku and Vegeta's fusion, one at Super Saiyan 3 and the other at Super Saiyan 2, could suppress Beerus after absorbing Gohan, even in their base forms, indicating that Vegeta's base form far exceeds Goku's Super Saiyan 3 power. The two who fused are inherently strong, and their combined strength is naturally greater, but it is not absolute. Goku and Vegeta are both rivals and close friends, and under the dual bond, the enhancement effect is exceptionally strong. Guian Lang's words stumped Lin Ran. If Gohan had caught it, who knows if they could separate half an hour after fusing during this period. After all, except for gods, the earring fusion can only last for half an hour according to Dragon Ball Super setting. No one knows if it can be undone during the Z era, and fusing is indeed a troublesome matter. Below, Beerus became restless and anxious, just as Guian Lang expected. He could not accept that someone was stronger than him. He was the strongest in the universe. Taking advantage of Goku's moment of inattention, Beerus absorbed him into his body. Gohan, holding the earring he had just found, was at a loss for what to do. Beerus' power increased again as he dove down, quickly injuring Gohan severely and absorbing him into his body. Since Gohan's power was stronger than Gotenks, and Beerus' physique underwent another transformation. His upper body donned an orange martial arts uniform with arm guards at his wrists, and his antennae had grown several centimeters longer. The stronger Beerus became, the longer his antennae grew. Beerus laughed maniacally as pink lightning struck down from the clouds. His laughter alone caused the mountains below to shatter, and the seas churned into towering waves. At this moment, Beerus descended to earth. Vegeta arrived late, looking at this powerful opponent before him, knowing in his heart that he would be killed and that he had no chance of defeating him. But Vegeta would never flee. He is the proud prince of the Saiyans, and even in death, he would not be frightened into fleeing. Beerus cast a glance at Vegeta, his figure disappearing from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Vegeta, pressing a purple energy sphere against Vegeta's face. Before Vegeta could react, he was struck and severely injured, with Beerus subsequently absorbing him into his body. Seeing that the time was ripe, Guian Lang also emerged from the spatial layer, flying before Beerus. Beerus did not even glance at Guian Lang, lost in the powerful energy within himself. Guian Lang threw a punch, and the fierce punch wind crossed the 100-meter distance between the two, leaving a cut on Beerus' face. The wound on Beerus' face healed instantly, and only then did he look at Guian Lang with a serious expression as the two armies clashed. Beerus gathered his energy significantly, increasing his power, and a pink aura formed an energy sphere that radiated outward. Golden aura shimmered around Guian Lang's body, also forming a massive golden energy sphere. The two forces collided and compressed against each other, causing the pink energy sphere to burst apart, and Beerus was sent flying thousands of meters by Guian Lang's aura. Although the collision of the two energies was quick, the aftermath scattered the nearby clouds, and the trees and buildings below had completely vanished, transforming into a desolate wilderness with the space continually shaking. The people in the chat group, though not new to witnessing Guian Lang's attacks, were still shocked each time. Timid Zhao Zilong exclaimed, "Is this the power of the administrator? Truly incredible, such power is absolutely world-destroying." As a military general, Zhao Yun found it hard to believe that humanity could achieve such a power beyond human limits. Tony, who is not really a billionaire, said, "Administrator, everyone step aside, I'm about to show off." The cafe waitress who loves rabbits remarked the boss is either crushing his opponent or on his way to crush his opponent. Dong Xiang had long anticipated the outcome of the battle, no longer believing anyone could defeat Gu Qingfeng. She only wanted to know if anyone could make Gu Qingfeng take the battle seriously. The chat group leader said, "In the world of Dragon Ball, inquiring about who is the boss. According to the Dragon Ball rules, whenever Gogeta and Vegeta appeared, they would definitely crush their opponents. Winning was uncertain, but they could certainly overpower their foes. You were the one who said I was too weak and I must kill you." Gohan Bu could not believe that despite absorbing so many, he had become so powerful, yet was still no match for Gu Tianlong charging at him in a high-speed attack. However, his aggressive attacks were all evaded, unable to touch Gu Tianlang at all. Gohan Bu unleashed the prince's combat style, releasing countless waves of light. Gu Tianlang's body transformed into numerous afterimages, moving freely amidst the thousands of light waves. Gohan Bu, furious and embarrassed, unleashed a massive energy wave that shot towards Gu Tianlang, with incredible speed, hitting him squarely. "Ha ha ha, that's what you get for mocking me. I am the strongest." A smug smile appeared at the corner of Gohan Bu's mouth, convinced that this guy who had ridiculed him would definitely be severely injured by his attack. As the dust settled, Gu Tianlang stood in midair, his expression as calm as ever. The previous energy wave had done him no harm, not even tearing the corners of his clothes. Gohan Bu's expression grew increasingly grim. He had not expected this guy to be so abnormal. Without waiting for Gohan Bu to react, Gu Tianlang appeared before him, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Gohan Bu's body was pounded down, his pink back protruding with several fist-shaped lumps. Gu Tianlang placed one hand on Bu's waist and fired an energy blast, sending Gohan Bu into the air. As the smoke cleared, Gohan Bu's lower body was obliterated, leaving only his upper half gasping for breath, caught in a state of utter despair. Gohan Bu's body instantly recovered, and he struck out with a knife hand, but Gu Tianlang sidestepped it. Following up with a roundhouse kick, he missed again. As the two brushed past each other, Gohan Bu opened his mouth wide, gathering energy to shoot out a shockwave. Gu Tianlang remained calm under pressure, extending his right hand to press against the pink energy blast forcefully, pushing it back into Gohan Bu's mouth. The energy blast exploded within Bu's body, emitting steam, and white smoke continuously poured from his mouth. Unable to win in a straightforward manner, Gohan Bu resorted to trickery. Small holes in his body released white smoke, attempting to obscure Gu Tianlang's vision. Gu Tianlang chuckled lightly, not expecting Bu to make such a rookie mistake. Charging into the mist, Gohan Bu unleashed a flurry of attacks, spitting out small ghost-like figures resembling children toward Gu Tianlang. This was a technique of Gotenks, and the small ghosts would explode upon contact with the enemy. Before the small ghosts could reach Gu Tianlang, they were shattered by the overwhelming aura. Gohan Bu's eyes shifted, and he slowly walked up to Gu Tianlang, who did not continue to attack. "Do you like chocolate?" After saying this, Gohan Bu shot out long tentacles that emitted a transforming beam. Gu Tianlang stood still, not bothering to defend, allowing the beam to hit him. In an instant, Gu Tianlang transformed into a chocolate ball about 2 to 3 centimeters in size. Gohan Bu looked at Gu Tianlang, who had been turned into chocolate by his magic, and burst into laughter, rolling in the air while holding his stomach. The chat group members were astonished at how quickly the situation changed. The once dominant Gu Tianlang had unexpectedly turned into a chocolate ball. How could a chocolate ball possibly defeat an enemy? Tony, who is not really a billionaire, said, "Boss, this isn't some kind of trick, right? What do we do now? Is there anyone who can save the boss?" Tony Stark was dumbfounded, never expecting the invincible boss to be transformed into a chocolate. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Howl 3 style said, "To be honest, this guy is above me. If we all attack together, we might have a chance." Watergate also knew that he was no match for Bu, but Gu Tianlang rarely acted arrogantly in the group and was quite good to everyone, which is one of the reasons why the members respected Gu Qingfeng. Even if he couldn't defeat Bu, he couldn't just watch Gu Tianlang get killed. "Count me in, wait for me to transform, and then we'll go together. I want to go too, many hands make light work. What are you panicking for?" Don't underestimate the administrator. He can completely dodge that level of attack, yet he didn't. This shows he isn't afraid of this move, so just watch carefully. Lin Ran was not worried about Gu Qingfeng's safety. Even if he absorbed Goku and Vegeta, more than normal boost strength would at most be Super Saiyan 3 at full power. Even Super Saiyan Vegeta can ignore magical attacks, so Gu Tianlang would have no issues. The unrivaled Wakita remarked, "Calm down, isn't it just turning into a chocolate? It's no big deal." Tony, who is not the richest man, replied, "Seriously, I've been turned into chocolate. Can I still talk in the group?" Tony never expected that Guian Lang could still speak, and judging by his tone, he seemed completely unfazed by Boo's attack. Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, said, "The boss has a big heart. Can you still move? Why not retreat for now and find a way to break this magic? You can deal with him later." Hinata couldn't fathom how a chocolate ball could defeat an enemy. The unrivaled Gogeta exclaimed, "The sky brings 5 words. This is nothing to worry about." Guian Lang moved his body slightly. He intentionally got hit just to see what effect Boo's attack had. All his senses remained intact. However, his body had been structurally altered from within, and its molecular form had changed. Now his body was this chocolate ball devoid of limbs. Gohan finally stopped laughing. He reached out with one hand to grab the chocolate ball and swallow it. As the chocolate ball moved, it evaded Gohan's grasp, and Guian Lang's voice echoed out. "Hey, you don't seriously think that such a small trick can defeat me, do you?" Gohan scoffed. "Humph, no matter how strong you are right now, you are just a chocolate ball. How could you possibly be my opponent?" Gohan was dismissive, thinking, what threat could a chocolate possibly pose? If he couldn't even defeat a chocolate, he would have no face left to continue living. The chocolate ball swiftly dodged Boo's attacks, launching rapid strikes against Gohan's body to the point where Gohan could hardly fend for himself. He couldn't comprehend why Guian Lang still possessed such terrifying power. Moreover, with his body shrunk, it became even harder for Gohan to hit him, leading him to develop a psychological fear of the chocolate. "As long as I catch you, I will eat you immediately." Gohan unleashed a shockwave. The black chocolate ball twisted and turned, using the light wave as cover. He finally succeeded in grabbing the chocolate ball, feeling the victory was assured. Once captured, no matter how strong it was, it could only be consumed by him. "You're done for." "Oh, is that really the case?" The chocolate ball pierced through Gohan's palm, exiting from the shoulder blade at his back, hitting him from behind. "Your opponent is the strongest chocolate in the universe." The people in the chat group were dumbfounded, never expecting it could be played this way. It seemed that as long as one was strong enough, the physical form truly didn't matter. Tony, who is not the richest man, said, "Wow, aside from humans, it seems I can't even defeat chocolate." The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 style. "This is somewhat absurd, but since this chocolate is the strongest in the universe, why not call it the Dark Dimension Shattering Chocolate?" The group leader said, "But how do you plan to turn back? Are you waiting for Gohan to remove it for you?" The unrivaled Gogeta responded, "Turn back. I can change back myself." The group leader asked, "Then why don't you change?" The unrivaled Gogeta replied, "Oh, I mean, let's see how the chocolate body feels." Guian Lang erupted with energy, unleashing boundless power from within the chocolate. However, this move had its limits. If the enemy was too strong, it wouldn't work. After all, could hitting the Omni King really turn him into chocolate? It would definitely be useless, otherwise Boo's move would have long been invincible. In the blinding golden light, the chocolate ball changed shape. Guian Lang reappeared before Gohan, not continuing the attack, but crossing his arms and observing him. Bu smiled wickedly. Behind Guian Lang, a part of his body was slowly approaching. It was the flesh that had fallen off when Guian Lang transformed it into chocolate. Unaware of the impending danger, the flesh wrapped around Guian Lang and returned to Gohan's body. The scene shifted to inside Gohan's body, where Guian Lang stood unharmed, probing the surrounding energy. He found the locations of Goku and the others. He couldn't let himself accidentally kill Goku along with Bu. After all, Boo's strongest form was only at this level. There was no need to waste time. He headed straight for Goku's location, shattering countless organs of Boo's body along the way. Successfully locating them, he used instant transmission to send Goku, Gohan, and Fat Bu to the Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin and East Kaioshin were lamenting that no one could defeat Bu anymore unless they awakened the sleeping Beerus. However, with his temper, it was possible that waking him could pose an even greater threat than Bu. Then they saw Gu Qingfeng tossing Goku and the others over before turning back to Earth. With the absence of Fat Bu, the original Small Bu appeared, the purest and most evil existence, roaring so loudly that it seemed like space was going to shatter. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to unleash a shockwave to destroy the Earth. Guian Lang swatted the attack away with a palm and punched Small Bu's head off. He unleashed a large shockwave, completely annihilating Small Bu, leaving not a single cell behind. Even with Small Bu's extremely abnormal recovery ability, this situation meant only one path to death. Administrator Gogeta completed the mission and received a reward of 5 million points. Gohan Bu was the strongest Bu in current power, while Small Bu's strength lay in its abnormal recovery ability and endless stamina. In terms of pure strength, he had no comparison with Gohan Bu. For instance, in the original plot, when facing Gotenks, Bu's Super Saiyan 3 Goku had no confidence in battling, knowing he was completely outmatched, not to mention the strongest Gohan Bu. However, in the face of Small Bu, Goku felt that as long as he had a minute to gather energy, he could definitely defeat Small Bu. But later he found that while alive, the Super Saiyan 3 form constantly leaked energy, making it impossible to fully charge. This also indirectly proved that Gohan Bu was far stronger than Small Bu. Looking at this world, he wondered if his presence would cause new changes in this timeline, but he was too lazy to dwell on such matters. Guian Lang instantly returned to the 7th universe, collapsing onto the large bed in the inn and falling into a deep sleep. Waking up early the next day, he stepped out of the inn just in time for Valentine's Day, where couples filled the streets, leaving Guian Lang as the only solitary figure. Watching the throngs of people come and go, Guian Lang felt that reality was far too cruel and unfriendly to single individuals. In public, hugging and cuddling is utterly shameless. Don't you have any sense of propriety? Don't you realize that some might envy you? It's truly disgraceful. Hastily arriving at Bulma's house for my usual free meal, I was pondering what to do in the afternoon when the chat group issued a new task. In the area where the group leader resides, the world-destroying python is about to descend and numerous corpses have been revived by evil forces. The task is to eliminate the world-destroying python and assist the group leader in finding a safe refuge with a reward of 60,000 points. The task difficulty is rated at level 10 hellish difficulty. The number of group members is limited to 3. The daughter of the sleeping little Wulong exclaimed, "Group leader, didn't you say your universe is very safe? How can such a thing exist?" Muri Ran recalled that Lin Ran had once mentioned her planet was safe, devoid of powerful monsters, where people lived peacefully. Yet hearing the name world-destroying python alone instilled a sense of foreboding. The group leader replied, "I don't know, I've never heard of this thing either." Lin Ran was also confused. The planet she had traversed to was quite peaceful, not an apocalyptic world, nor one of spiritual energy revival. Since her arrival, she had been living alone in a small cabin in the wilderness, occasionally traveling to distant cities for supplies, never hearing of any monsters. This planet was almost identical to the blue star she had left behind, with technology levels that were also quite similar. The time-devouring fairy remarked, the group leader is in danger. Is there anyone available to help her?" Kong Sen had a good impression of everyone in the group. To kill the origin fairy, she had slaughtered countless humans just to absorb enough time to return to the past and eliminate the origin fairy. This had resulted in her having almost no friends in this world. After joining the chat group, she found that the group members were her only remaining friends, as the rules prohibited members from harming others, otherwise they would be immediately eliminated by the chat group. As she gradually interacted with the group members over time, her relationships improved, and they became her few remaining friends. Tony Stark remarked, "Level 10 hellish difficulty, this enemy is no joke. But the group leader should not fear it, right?" Lin Ran had once transformed into a guru possessing immense power that should suffice against ordinary monsters. However, Lin Ran did not share the same confidence. She could utilize various abilities from the chat group's marketplace, but there were significant limitations. Not only was there a restriction on usage frequency, but not all items in the marketplace could be freely utilized. This was due to her immortal body, which due to a twist of fate had been given to Guian Lang as compensation benefits from the chat group. The most crucial point was that the group leader benefits feature could not be used in the universe she inhabited. Lin Ran, due to her desire to exchange for a particularly favored item, had accumulated points without utilizing them to enhance her own strength. Her current capabilities were still the same as before. Her martial arts were decent enough to deal with a few ordinary people, but against opponents with firearms, she would be at a loss. Fortunately, the chat group had released a task. Otherwise, she would have had to use her points to exchange for abilities just to survive here. Administrator Gogeta accepted the task. Group member Tony, who is not a billionaire, accepted the task. Group member who beat up his ex-girlfriend for his current girlfriend accepted the task. Just as Lin Ran was about to speak, a flash of white light appeared before her, and the figure of Guian Lang emerged. Administrator Gogeta completed the task and earned 20,000 points as a reward. Group member Tony, who is not a billionaire, and the group member who beat up his ex-girlfriend each received 20,000 points. The task took 1 second with an SSS rating. Administrator Gogeta received an additional reward of 300,000 points. Group member Tony, who is not a billionaire, and the group member who beat up his ex-girlfriend each received an extra reward of 10,000 points. At that moment, next to Guian Lang and Lin Ran, another flash of white light appeared, and Gu and Tony had just arrived. Tony Stark's expression was quite peculiar, a mix of discomfort and happiness, giving off a sense of being constrained. "Why am I here? Wouldn't it be better for me to just stay at home? I haven't even teleported yet, and I get notified that the task is complete while I'm still en route. There's no sense of participation at all." Guian Lang chuckled helplessly. Such tasks should ideally be completed as quickly as possible to avoid affecting the final task rating. Gu had a similar expression. They both understood that they had come to reap the rewards effortlessly. With Guian Lang around, the task could be completed with ease, but they hadn't anticipated it would be so simple. What's the situation with these corpses being invaded? Aren't we supposed to find a safe refuge? Guian Lang pointed at the small wooden cabin where Lin Ran lived. I've added a protective shield to her dwelling. Within a 50-meter radius, no evil can enter. As for the corpses being revived, I suspect they might be zombies or similar creatures. Lin Ran was startled, her feet trembling involuntarily. Being a girl, she had a natural fear of such things. Zombies, please don't scare me, big shot. Who's scaring you? About 10 miles to your left, a corpse has already broken the ground. From the aura, it should be a zombie, not the kind that's a regular undead. Don't worry, with my protective shield no one can get in. As he spoke, Guian Lang sensed a change in the aura nearby. According to his speculation, it was likely the evil power emitted by the world-destroying python that had activated the corpse's energy, causing them to resurrect. However, the protective shield he had cast near Lin Ran's cabin was very strong. Any creature with evil energy would be unable to enter. Tony Stark looked around curiously for quite some time, but couldn't find what he was looking for. Can you tell me where the world-destroying python is? There are no giant pythons around here. Guian Lang pointed straight ahead. Tony was indeed lucky. There was a world-destroying python still alive, but whether it could actually destroy the world was another question. In a moment you'll see it. If you two are bored, there's a world-destroying python over there. You can take care of it. Tony shot forth flames from his feet, flying straight ahead. Dagu considered for a moment, but did not rush to follow. Instead, he walked slowly towards that direction, with Guian Lang and Lin Ran. Tony flew several miles before he finally located the world-destroying python that Guian Lang had mentioned. Looking at the 10-meter-long giant python before him, Tony's first reaction was disbelief. Was this just a mutated giant python? The giant python also spotted Tony in the air, coiling itself around a towering tree, searching for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Tony directed his palm towards the giant python as the iron shell shed away to reveal a small disperser within, unleashing a tremendous ultrasonic attack. Countless birds flew away into the distance and numerous small animals scurried for their lives. The giant python, startled, coiled its body into a ball, its cold serpent-like eyes fixated on Tony. From the armored section of his left hand, 3 syringes were shot out, filled with anesthetic. He intended to capture the giant python for research. Although it was not as successful as anticipated, its massive size still held significant research value. Under the continuous ultrasonic suppression, the syringes successfully struck the giant python's body. However, things did not go as smoothly as imagined. The needle tips failed to penetrate the python's flesh, and instead broke, as if they had struck a solid steel plate. The syringes he forged from special materials could pierce through even ordinary iron sheets. How could they possibly fail against the defenses of a giant python? Tony retracted the ultrasonic waves from his right hand. The shoulder armor retracted, and 2 small cannons rose up. These were his micro-rocket launchers. Fearing he might accidentally kill his prey, Tony aimed for its tail. 3 rockets shot out, but to his surprise, the creature was incredibly fast. Without the interference of ultrasonic waves, the curled body sprang up, dodging 2 of the rockets. However, the last one was powerless, exploding against its tail. The 2 missed projectiles shattered the tall trees where the giant python had once dwelled, toppling a massive trunk that would require 2 people to embrace, sending it crashing to the ground and scattering leaves everywhere. Tick-tock. On the sandy road, covered in leaves, dark blood dripped from above. The giant python floated in midair, its tail swaying side to side, the tip becoming a bloody mess. Tony grew increasingly curious about the structure of this giant python. Could a snake really float in the air? The python opened its massive maw and spat out a glob of black liquid which Tony could not identify, but it was clearly no harmless substance. He activated his energy propulsion system to maximum power, evading the giant python's attack. A ball of red light was aimed at the giant python as the arc pulse cannon locked onto it, equipped with tracking capabilities, directly penetrating a third of the python's tail. Struck by this blow, the giant python's breath quickly became ragged, and it fell from the air into the jungle, letting out a pained wail. Guian Lang, Dagu, and Lin Ran approached. Tony looked at the struggling giant python and, feeling somewhat helpless, spoke to Guian Lang. Is this the world-destroying python? It looks just like a mutated snake. While it can spit that black liquid, it's really nothing remarkable, right, big shot? Lin Ran and Dagu's expressions changed dramatically, especially Lin Ran, whose pupils dilated in terror, as if she had encountered something horrifying. Who told you this is the world-destroying python? The true python is behind you. Guian Lang pointed behind Tony, signaling him to look back. Behind me. That small snake is right behind me. It's too injured to move. Lin Ran, what kind of expression is that? Tony did not turn around. What was there to fear about a 10-meter snake? Girls are just timid. They get scared when they see snakes. Lin Ran pointed behind Tony, and Dagu pulled out a divine light stick poised to transform at any moment. Tony suddenly felt a sense of dread. He stiffly turned his head and saw two eyes larger than his own staring back at him with a bloodthirsty, indifferent gaze. Startled, Tony quickly flew away for dozens of meters to the side of Guian Lang and the others, only to finally see what it was. A giant python completely black and sporting 3 heads was coiling around a massive mountain hundreds of meters away. Tony estimated the python's length to be at least over 200 meters. Its tail was on a mountain over 100 meters away, while its heads were right at his level with most of its vast body still not detached from the mountain. I said a 10-meter snake. How could it possibly be the world-destroying python? It should at least be this size to deserve that title. Rather than being afraid, Tony appeared quite excited. He now had another research target. He had never seen a 3-headed giant python before. It was simply too exaggerated and surely held immense research value. Dagu, let's go together and take it down. Once I make a breakthrough in my research, it'll make you a set of steel armor to play with, so you won't always be crashing. All right, Dagu replied. If he wore the steel armor, he would definitely look cooler than Tony, which would help him establish a tall and handsome image in front of Lena. The giant python also noticed the severely injured giant python on the ground, letting out a roar as its massive tongue lunged at Tony. With this enormous creature, Tony was no longer afraid of accidentally killing it. 6 micro-rocket launchers appeared on his shoulder, continuously firing 12 rounds, while his hands-arc pulse cannons also swept towards the giant python. No matter how big it was still just a snake. That 10-meter giant python was still wounded by him. The rockets struck the giant python's head, but its skin proved unexpectedly tough, rendering the attack completely ineffective. The pulse cannons in Tony's hands also failed to produce any results. They couldn't even pierce the python's skin. Fortunately, due to the giant python's immense size, Tony managed to narrowly evade its jaws using the agility of his propulsion system, while firing a few more rounds that entered the giant python's mouth. As the giant python brushed past Tony, it turned its focus on Guian Lang and Lin Ran. Just as the giant python's massive fangs drew closer to the two of them, a blue-white light flashed and a massive fist struck from below, sending the giant python's head soaring into the air. In a stylish landing, the composite Digga made a dazzling entrance. Digga assumed a combat stance, unsure of how to deal with this giant python, as the size difference was quite significant. The length of this giant python was at least 4 times his own. A body this size, once coiled around him, would yield dire consequences. Tony's micro-missiles detonated in the python's mouth, but they were merely a fleeting moment, having no effect whatsoever. Tony flew beside Digga, contemplating how to defeat this giant python. Once a creature reaches a certain size, even if it is not strong, it can still wield absolute advantage. Not to mention this creature's tough skin, the rocket launchers could not harm it, the missiles could not break its bones. Digga's 100,000 fist struck the underjaw of the serpent's head without any warning. The giant python merely recoiled slightly, showing no signs of injury. Dagu, isn't it said that you are a mage? Use your Zai Paleo Ray to attack it. Hearing Tony's words, Digga nodded slightly, crossing his arms in front of his chest, as the energy crystal above his head emitted a red glow, transforming his body into a powerful form dominated by red. Clenching his fists, he charged towards the raging python, while Tony was both surprised and angry. You're only 50 meters away, and they're 200 meters away. How can you dare to engage in close combat? Even if I beg you, can't you just use your beam? Lin Ran heard everything clearly from the ground. Tony asked Digga to use his beam, and then Digga nodded, transforming into a powerful form, and went in for hand-to-hand combat. Why did he nod in agreement to use the beam, and then go for close combat? Why is Dagu so insistent on fighting up close? He won't listen no matter what. Lin Ran's complaints were unheeded by Guian Lang. He was sure Dagu would suffer. Indeed, the facts proved it. Dagu faced the 3-headed raging python and was utterly powerless. He had never encountered such an enemy before. 2 snake heads attacked Digga, who grabbed the gigantic snake's mouth with both hands, while the 3rd head targeted Digga's opening, gathering energy and striking towards Digga's chest energy lamp with lightning speed. Digga kicked upward with his right leg, knocking away the incoming snake head. Although Digga reacted quickly, the giant snake failed to bite him. However, the energy beam from its mouth still struck Digga's right shoulder. Digga was forced to retreat, repeatedly releasing his grip on the 2 snake heads. During his retreat, Digga's right hand, enveloped in red light, unleashed an ultra-powerful fist, striking one of the snake heads of the raging python, resulting in mutual injuries from their first encounter. A blood-like glow streamed from Digga's shoulder, and the snake head struck by the powerful fist lost its initial vigor, showing signs of dizziness in its snake eyes. Digga's healing technique. Digga covered his injured body with his left hand, gathering a milky white light in his palm. After pressing on the wound for several seconds, and then releasing it, the wound had healed. Both Digga and the Raging Python refrained from recklessly attacking, searching for any weaknesses in each other. Tony also took out his strongest weapon. A micro-shockwave fireball revealed itself from his back, while two launchers emerged from the armor at his arms equipped with several missile components combining with the fireball on his back. A beam shot from Tony's chest, infusing energy into the fireball. Once everything was ready, the fireball was launched towards the lower half of the Raging Python. The Python paid no attention to this ant-like attack and kept its gaze fixed on Digga. The fireball easily hit its target, triggering a shockwave that erupted fiercely. Trees in the nearby forest were uprooted by the shockwave, while leaves from more distant but sturdier trees scattered everywhere. Amidst the shockwave, a blaze ignited into a raging fire mixed with several missiles. Despite the ferocity of the assault, the Raging Python merely continued to gaze at Digga, unaffected by this level of fire. The mountains, twisted by the shockwave, devoid of any vegetation on their peaks, had rocks falling from their heights, a consequence of being shaken by the shockwave, further bombarded by missiles, making the mountain prone to collapse. Zai Paley Ao Ray, Digga decided to finish the battle quickly, transforming back into his combined form. After crossing his arms in front of him, he spread them to the sides, collecting energy and releasing a white ultra-high temperature ray in an L shape. The central snake head of the Raging Python spat out a stream of black liquid, colliding with the ray, which easily suppressed the black liquid. The left and right snake heads of the Raging Python also opened their mouths wide, unleashing freezing rays and purple lightning. The three distinct forces merged into one, countering the Zai Paley Ao ray. Daegu attempted to increase the energy output, the timer on his chest glowing brightly. As the beam he shot became significantly thicker, maintaining a delicate balance against the Raging Python's attacks. At the center of the collision between the two energy beams, the space began to ripple, creating a powerful airflow that, under mutual pressure, ultimately exploded into countless sparks. Under the scattered rays, the ground froze into ice, and Digga staggered backward, knocked down by the impact. The mountain entangled with the Raging Python was first blasted by Tony and then shaken by the aftershock. The mountain collapsed, and the lower half of the Raging Python fell, leaving only a pile of giant stones. The residual force swept in all directions, and a protective aura formed around Guian Lang, enveloping him and Lin Ran. Digga's chest indicator light started flashing. His injuries and physical stamina were not too severe, but the 3-minute time limit was approaching. He knew that this Raging Python was not an opponent he could easily defeat. He was about to transform again, using aerial form for high-speed attacks, hoping to suppress the Raging Python, but noticed Guian Lang moving behind him. Guian Lang flew up from the ground, condensing a super-large light sphere several dozen meters in size at his fingertips. He released it towards the Raging Python. The three snakeheads of the Raging Python fired beams once again, but under Guian Lang's assault, the beams were obliterated by the energy orb. The light sphere struck the Raging Python into the ground, exploding with a dazzling light resembling an atomic bomb explosion. The ground beneath the Raging Python vanished, creating a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters where the bottom could not be seen. Daegu also reverted from his transformation. Tony looked at the Raging Python, which had been reduced to ashes with not a single hair left, and sighed. His research subject was destroyed, but fortunately, he still had a smaller one to work with. This giant snake is outrageous. It can even wield the powers of ice and lightning. Truly, it is the world-destroying Raging Python, capable of easily obliterating countless human cities. However, Tony was still astonished by the Raging Python's strength. With its impenetrable body, it could easily devastate a city by simply rampaging. Guian Lang glanced at Tony and retorted, "Who told you this is the world-destroying Raging Python? This little snake is at most a Raging Python, far from being a world destroyer." Daegu started looking around, wondering if there were any larger snakes nearby. "The one you killed, wouldn't it be larger than this one? Where is it? I can't see it." As the group conversed, the sky suddenly darkened. The sunlight seemed to be obscured by something as dark clouds gathered high in the air. Lin Ran looked up at the sky. From her position, there was signal, and her phone hadn't forecasted rain today. Is it going to rain? Once they saw what was above, everyone was left speechless in surprise. It was a snake that was hardly smaller than a planet. Guian Lang explained to the three about the world-destroying Raging Python. He had only destroyed the upper half of its body. Its lower half remained intact. This is the world-destroying Raging Python. These two are merely its offspring. When I arrived, it had just spat out hundreds of offspring scattered across this planet. A Raging Python as large as a planet. It can fly through the universe. Tony was startled. If it wasn't afraid of bullets from 10 meters away or the rocket artillery missiles from hundreds of meters, then how tough must the skin be of something the size of a planet? How did it grow to such a size? Daegu swallowed hard. Given its size, even if he unleashed his ultimate move, it would probably just tickle the creature. Lin Ran also secretly rejoiced. Had it not been for the task released in the chat group, she wouldn't have been able to use the group's abilities in this universe. Even if she could, she would have no chance against such a colossal world-ending python. Just because the world-ending python was instantly killed by Guian Lang doesn't mean it was weak. If Guian Lang wished, he could easily obliterate the universe. From another perspective, the ordinary form of Degas' ultimate move could probably be countered by it merely spitting, which reveals just how strong it truly is. Lin Ran suddenly recalled another statement from Guian Lang. This world-ending python had spat out hundreds of offspring onto the planet she lived on. Wait, does that mean there are hundreds of pythons on this planet? Guian Lang nodded. Indeed, there were pythons in every region of the planet. Some had not yet attacked, while others had already engaged in combat with humans. Lin Ran's face turned a bit pale. Her greatest fear was snakes. If it were another monster, she wouldn't be afraid, even if she couldn't defeat it, but just the sight of a snake made her tremble. Guian Lang noticed Lin Ran's discomfort and gently reassured her. Don't worry, within a radius of 200 miles, there are only these 2 pythons. You can go to the city to gather some supplies and return to your cabin. Once you earn enough points, you can exchange for a natural-type devil fruit, and you won't have to fear them anymore. Lin Ran nodded. She had no choice but to give up on obtaining what she originally wanted and instead exchange for a devil fruit to avoid being ambushed. Dagu wiped his hands and walked over to Tony's side. About that steel battle armor we discussed earlier, look at the situation now. A set of steel battle armor wouldn't be a problem for Tony. He just wanted to tease Dagu. The python is nothing but bones now. How can I study it if you didn't help me catch it? Dagu recognized Tony's teasing and put on a fierce expression. I recognize the armor, not the person. Give me the armor, and I'll help you. Tony replied flatly, I'm just buying insurance, hoping to resolve this without bothering you. Dagu's tone was quite fierce, entirely unlike his usual amiable self. It's not my business. Since you came to me, you need to provide it, and remember, if the armor is missing a piece, I won't let you off the hook. Tony burst into laughter, patting Dagu on the shoulder, saying he was such a good actor, he should try becoming one. Dagu explained that he indeed participated in auditions for singers and actors, but was not selected, later joining the victory team to deliver goods. With matters resolved, Guian Lang didn't intend to linger and left Lin Ran's universe, returning to the Dragon Ball Super Universe. Early the next morning, Goku found Guian Lang and without a word dragged him to Bulma's house, where Vegeta and Beerus were present. Even Krillin and others had come. Nearly everyone Guian Lang knew was there. Beerus let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Guian Lang. If he had to intervene, he wouldn't have to worry too much about being erased by the King of All, as he highly recognized Guian Lang's strength. The first Universe Martial Arts Conference is about to be held. Do you want to participate? Guian Lang glanced at Goku, who was full of anticipation, while others' gazes were also fixed on him. Is it finally here? Sure, I will go. That once renowned invincible bald head, just how strong is he? Can he make me take it a bit more seriously? In this conference gathering countless powerful beings from various universes, would there be anyone who piqued his interest? The God of Destruction, Angel, and Grand Priest. Now that he knew he could also use the ultimate instinct, it was time to meet them. Beerus took a big gulp of wine, smacked his lips, and glanced at Gohan. Then ITLLBU Vegeta and Goku. 3 of you. Goku's son should join too. His strength isn't that much less than Goku's. Through this period of intense training, Gohan's strength has increased tremendously compared to his previous self. He will undoubtedly be their strongest ally. For the first time, Vegeta firmly rejected Beerus' request, looking very determined. He couldn't abandon his wife to attend the martial arts conference. Although he wanted to fight against beings from other universes, he couldn't leave Bulma alone at home. I'm not going. Bulma is about to give birth. The Universe Martial Arts Conference will be left to them. Upon hearing this, the piece of meat Beerus was eating lodged in his throat stuck, and unable to go down, his eyes nearly bulging out. It was still Whis who brought a glass of juice for Beerus to wash it down, allowing him to swallow the food. Damn, I almost choked on a piece of meat. Vegeta, you have to go. I'm not going unless Bulma gives birth. Vegeta looked at Beerus without a hint of compromise. He had long decided not to participate in the martial arts conference, and nothing anyone said could change that. Guian Lang was also taken aback. Vegeta was this fierce. Bulma was already pregnant. This timeline was progressing too quickly. Not only had Goku and Vegeta's training on Beerus' planet started earlier, but Bulma's pregnancy had advanced as well. Seeing the tension rising between Vegeta and Beerus, Whis stepped in to mediate. Don't worry, I can take the child out early, sparing Bulma the dangers of childbirth. With a wave of Whis' staff, a gentle white light emanated from Bulma's abdomen, and a baby girl emerged from her womb. Whis attentively conjured a piece of clothing and dressed the girl. Bulma hadn't even reacted when the child came out, as she felt no pain. Upon seeing the birth of the child, Vegeta was relieved that Bulma was safe and didn't have to worry about the dangers of childbirth. Besides, Bulma was also persuading him to participate in the Tournament of Power. Knowing Vegeta's nature, Bulma understood he loved fighting the most. Such large-scale inter-universal battles were rare. If he really didn't go, he would probably regret it. She could say that staying home with her and not participating in the Tournament of Power would satisfy her, but she didn't want to be the reason Vegeta missed out on a fight he loved. Only then did Vegeta agree, while Guian Lang didn't pay close attention to their conversation, but looked at Bulma's belly. He came to mooch food every day, yet he hadn't noticed Bulma's belly looking pregnant, she still looked so slim. He thought the slightly bulging abdomen was just due to Bulma overeating and gaining weight. Beerus scanned the few people around, pondering whom to send into battle. Since that's the case, we have 4 people, but still need 6 more. At that moment, Piccolo stepped up. He was not very reassured about Gohan going alone, especially since among those present his strength ranked just below Goku, making it impossible for him to remain uninvolved. Piccolo's participation was within Ancient Wolf's expectations, but he did not expect him to directly express concern for Gohan. This was definitely a paternal instinct. Regardless of strength, he needed to protect Gohan. Then the strongest human on Earth stepped forward, the shining bald Krillin, who stood up from the dining table. I'll go too. Although I may not be of much help, I want to do my part. Krillin volunteered. His child had just been born and could not be left to face danger alone. He wanted to protect his wife and child, contributing his strength for his family and the Earth. Beerus did not hesitate and readily agreed. Among the Earthlings present, Krillin was undoubtedly the strongest. Android 18's gaze was tender as she tossed her hair and embraced Krillin's arm, her tone carrying a rare warmth. It's really unavoidable. Since my man is going, I'll follow him as well. Android 18 could guess Krillin's thoughts. It was clearly for their safety that he wished to participate in the perilous martial arts tournament. Ancient Wolf once again felt that Krillin was truly a winner in life. He had the strongest brother, the most alluring master, and the most beautiful wife, who was both cool and charming without the aging flaws of ordinary women, forever maintaining the image of a youthful beauty. Speaking of which, Ancient Wolf suddenly recalled a statement made by Vegeta: scions are naturally inclined to prefer strong wives. Thus, both Goku and Vegeta were under the thumb of their wives. What about his 2 scion fusions in the future? What kind of partner would they find? Beerus frowned. This number was still insufficient. Ancient Wolf's son, Goku's son, Gohan, Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and Android 18. This makes 7, but we still need 3 more fighters. How about the pudgy one who fought me for pudding last time? Satan cautiously stepped forward to explain to his friend. Bu has entered hibernation and probably won't wake up anytime soon, so he can't participate in the battle. Beerus' expression darkened. If the number of participants was insufficient, they would not be allowed to enter the Tournament of Power. He couldn't just randomly find some weaklings to fill spots. Damn it, of all times to hibernate. If we lack participants, we won't be allowed to compete. Rashi, sitting on the other side, stood up and decided to join the competition. He hadn't been idle these years and had been secretly training, making significant progress in strength. I'll join too. I've never seen other universes. Since my disciples are participating, I suppose this old body should move a bit. Goku scratched his head and thought of 2 candidates. Isn't there Minato? Let's bring him in, and I'll also go fetch Frieza. Beerus was once again caught off guard. Minato was just a weakling he had made up. How could he be sent into battle? He would just be cannon fodder. Minato is currently training and won't be able to fight for a while, so he doesn't need to be counted among the participants. Yamcha stood up from the table and started circling near Goku. He was an old friend of Goku, and in such a situation it was impossible for Goku not to invite him. He was also among the top 5 humans on Earth. Just when they needed one more person, how could they not call him? Ancient Wolf quietly watched Yamcha perform. If he wanted to join, he just had to say so. Goku would definitely agree. If you want something, you have to fight for it. Clearly he wanted to go, but had to wait for Goku to invite him, which was unrealistic. With Goku's personality, it was unlikely he would take the initiative to call him. Vegeta's expression turned strange. A flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. You actually want to invite Frieza? He's a villain who has done nothing but evil. Goku hurriedly comforted Vegeta, explaining that Frieza's power was quite impressive. They sensed his aura when he came to Earth and fought Gohan last time, and Goku and Vegeta understood that he would be a valuable ally. Reluctantly, Vegeta said no more as it concerned the safety of the Earth and Bulma. He couldn't afford to be too rash. Minato couldn't participate, but Goku didn't dwell on it too much. He thought of another man. How about we invite Tien? I heard he's been teaching people to train in a remote place, and he's probably improved a lot. However, it seems he's not too keen on participating in such tournaments anymore. Since the Bu incident, Tien had rarely interacted with them. Including the last time at Bulma's birthday, he had only spent a few moments with everyone. Due to the vast difference in strength, Tien understood that even if he participated, he wouldn't be able to help much. Krillin was the first to agree with Goku's suggestion. That works, Tien is a good candidate. Yamcha was really anxious. He was standing right there, and Goku didn't call him. He was just inches away from Goku, and Krillin was also being unreasonable. If Goku couldn't see him, how could Krillin miss him? Well, actually, I can participate in the tournament. Goku turned to Yamcha and readily agreed. Yamcha, if you can participate, that would be perfect, and we wouldn't need to bother Tien. Yamcha also relaxed. His strength had significantly increased, and he would definitely impress everyone at this martial arts tournament. Ancient Wolf calculated the participants. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta were undoubtedly the three main forces. Frieza could be considered the fourth strongest, having shown strength comparable to Super Saiyan Blue in his last encounter with Gohan. However, Gohan's strength had surged recently, likely surpassing Frieza. As for comparing with Goku and Vegeta, Ancient Wolf felt they were not in the same tier. Both Vegeta and Goku were already at full power with Super Saiyan Blue, making it easy for them to overpower the early-stage Frieza. Piccolo ranked just below them, with Super Saiyan 3 strength definitely solidly within the top 5. As for Android 17's specific strength, Ancient Wolf couldn't discern it. She was an android, and without a burst of energy, it was hard to know her true power. Krillin and Yamcha should possess strength surpassing Super Saiyan Goku's first level. As for Roshi and Ancient Wolf, he didn't know. Rose's fighting power might be the lowest, but his martial arts skill was undoubtedly the highest. However, the power of Krillin at Super 1 level is not comparable to that of Bik at Super 3 level. It's not merely a difference in combat power between Super 3 and Super 1, but rather that Krillin is 8 times stronger. Bik's Super 3 strength is comparable to Goku's Super 3 in the current period, and Goku's normal state has long surpassed 100 million, far stronger than the initial Super Saiyan. Krillin's strength beyond Super 1 is reminiscent of the time when Goku first transformed on Namek, when Goku's battle power was only 150 million. The stronger one's normal state, the stronger their Super Saiyan form. It mainly depends on one's inherent power. At that moment, Ancient Wolf was lost in thought when a hand suddenly swiped from the side, prompting Ancient Wolf to instinctively shift left by 5 centimeters to avoid the incoming hand. Beerus watched Ancient Wolf's familiar movements with a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. The tournament of power will commence tomorrow. Today, let's spar a bit, shall we? He only knew that Ancient Wolf was strong the moment he blocked Beerus' destructive energy. Beerus understood, though he still had no idea just how strong Ancient Wolf truly was. A task exclusive to the chat group has been posted: a warm-up match for the Universe Martial Arts Tournament against the God of Destruction Beerus. The stronger Beerus displayed combat power, the more points the host can earn. Ancient Wolf happily accepted Beerus' invitation. Even without the chat group's task, he would have agreed. Being able to witness the God of Destruction's power firsthand was an opportunity too good to pass up. This is the real world, not a novel from his past life. Beerus' strength could not be exaggerated time and again. Initially, it was said that the Super Saiyan God was only 70% of his strength. Later, it was claimed that Super Blue could barely make him serious, and eventually full-power Super Blue Vegeta was swatted back to his normal state with a single slap. By the time of the Tournament of Power, it was said that one contestant had strength surpassing that of the God of Destruction. Even if this God of Destruction was the weakest, the power gap among gods of destruction could not be vast. This person undoubtedly referred to Jiren, yet Jiren had an even match with Goku using Ultra Instinct, and by the time of the Moro Saga, Beerus claimed that even Goku's Ultra Instinct could be resolved with a single move. This power was fundamentally broken. The combat power in Dragon Ball Super was thoroughly disrupted, and Ancient Wolf had long wanted to know just how strong Beerus was in this universe. The two slowly flew into the air. Beerus had long sensed that Ancient Wolf was extraordinary, and this was the perfect opportunity to gauge his strength. As they ascended above the atmosphere, Ancient Wolf took the initiative to attack, disappearing and reappearing at Beerus' back, displaying extraordinary strength. Beerus countered with a punch, and the two exchanged blows. Seizing the moment, Ancient Wolf unleashed a ki blast, sending Beerus flying into outer space. Beerus' expression remained calm. Their previous skirmish was merely a tentative strike. Yet, even such a non-lethal practice attack astonished the onlookers on the ground, who never expected that Ancient Wolf could actually clash with Beerus. Goku, do you think Ancient Wolf stands a chance against Beerus? It seems like Lord Beerus isn't even serious yet. Krillin couldn't grasp just how strong Ancient Wolf was, but Beerus had long established an image of overwhelming strength in his mind, causing Krillin to subconsciously feel no one could surpass him. Goku was also eager to see their clash. Ancient Wolf had hidden his strength too well, and he had yet to witness him fight at full capacity. I'm not sure Ancient Wolf hasn't shown his full power yet, so I also don't know how strong he is. Are you afraid of accidentally destroying the Earth by unleashing your full power on me? Beerus had already seen through Ancient Wolf's intentions. He patted his body, loosened his muscles, and with a smile fading assumed an offensive stance. Ancient Wolf chuckled, realizing that hiding his strength against this opponent was impossible. With a roar, his aura erupted, electricity crackling around him, and a golden energy enveloped the space, powerful energy waves shattering nearby asteroids, dazzling golden light flashing. The crowd on Earth watching the battle through Whis' crystal ball couldn't help but close their eyes, unable to directly face the blinding brilliance. The Super Saiyan made his entrance. Beerus was not surprised by Ancient Wolf's transformation, but he didn't expect him to be this strong after transforming. Beerus felt an overwhelming excitement at meeting a formidable opponent. His right fist slammed towards Ancient Wolf, who blocked it with his left palm. Ancient Wolf retaliated with a punch of his own, which Beerus deflected with his left hand. The battle quickly escalated to a fierce confrontation, with both their auras pressing against each other, golden and purple energies intertwining, neither able to gain the upper hand. Beerus' tail moved behind him, wrapping around Ancient Wolf's neck, causing him to struggle for breath. As they grappled, Ancient Wolf bit down on Beerus, who winced in pain and momentarily lost focus. Seizing the opportunity, Ancient Wolf exerted his strength to suppress Beerus, kicking him away with force. Ancient Wolf swiftly flew in, unleashing a golden energy sphere aimed at Beerus' abdomen. Beerus likewise extended his left hand, firing a purple energy blast back at close range, resulting in a clash of energies. When gods fight, mortals suffer. The two energy blasts detonated simultaneously, transforming into countless small energy bursts that shot off in all directions, causing numerous small planets to explode. Beerus was astonished to discover that he was slightly weaker than Ancient Wolf. With a roar, his aura surged intensely. The purple flames even took on a dragon form, roaring and glaring at Ancient Wolf as Beerus' body was enveloped in destructive energy. Once again, Beerus charged towards Ancient Wolf, and they engaged in a heated exchange of attacks, neither holding back nor willing to concede. The martial arts duel was indecisive, leading them to unleash their energy in a furious clash. On the ground, Goku and Vegeta did not use Whis' energy ball to observe the battle, but simply looked up at their clash. Goku nudged Vegeta, awkwardly asking, "Their power is too strong, far exceeding ours. Do you think Ancient Wolf can win?" Vegeta scoffed and did not answer Goku's question. He could barely catch sight of their movements, unable to discern who was stronger. Krillin and the others were even more astonished by Ancient Wolf's immense power, capable of matching Beerus, which was a terrifying strength far surpassing Super Blue. Beerus gathered ultra-high-density destructive energy in his right hand and struck towards Ancient Wolf. Ancient Wolf's golden aura surged, and his body transformed into a meteor, crashing into the energy blast. He forcefully shattered the destructive energy and quickly formed a Kamehameha with both hands. Beerus clenched his hands together, striking the incoming blue energy blast with full force, sending it flying away. Despite their battle being far removed from Earth, the residual shockwaves still caused turmoil on the planet. With the potential for destruction at any moment, Whis lightly tapped the ground with his staff, and a soft green protective shield appeared, safeguarding the entire Earth. Beerus charged in and delivered an elbow strike to Ancient Wolf's abdomen, immediately following up with a headbutt, while a close-range destructive energy blast erupted from his right hand. Guian Lang was hurled backward, shattering several planets before finally halting his flight. He surged with renewed power. Golden light erupted violently from his body as he shot back toward Beerus in an instant. His fist struck out, but Beerus tilted his head just in time to evade. Guian Lang twisted his body at an unnatural angle and delivered a rising kick from below. Beerus caught it effortlessly with one hand. As Beerus's tail lashed out again from behind, Guian Lang preemptively unleashed a point-blank energy blast, forcing Beerus to retreat. They clashed once more in furious exchange. Cosmic-scale assaults reduced nearby planets to ruin. Across a radius of trillions of miles, celestial bodies were utterly obliterated, neither gained the upper hand, their offense and defense perfectly matched. Beerus unleashed his full power, a colossal sphere of pure destructive energy, hurtling toward Guian Lang. Meanwhile, Guian Lang drew his hands to his waist, forming a blossoming petal-like stance. His entire aura converged, blazing with brilliant cerulean light at his palms. Kamehameha, a sapphire energy wave, soared skyward, colliding head-on with the violet sphere. Neither warrior yielded an inch. The searing clash between azure radiance and amethyst fury fractured space itself, the rift widening steadily at its epicenter. Both continued escalating their output, energy surging inexhaustibly, pushed to absolute limits. The shattered void coalesced into a nascent black hole, voraciously devouring all matter in its vicinity. Enough. Whis materialized at the heart of the cataclysm, tapped his staff once to nullify both beams, then waved it gently to restore the torn fabric of space. Beerus wore a faint scowl, but said nothing. Guian Lang likewise settled into calm composure. From this battle, he had gauged Beerus's true strength. The chat group's assessment registered him at Tier 9, late-stage peak, assuming no deliberate concealment. This outcome aligned precisely with his expectations. This was clearly the enhanced version of Beerus from the Dragon Ball Super continuity, capable of casually knocking out Ultra Blue at full power with a single slap. He also confirmed his own baseline strength unenhanced. He stood at Tier 9, early stage peak equivalent to Ultra Blue at maximum output. When unleashing his full might, his power surged over tenfold beyond that threshold. Whether this body originated from the Moro Saga fusion or the Granola Saga merger remained unclear, but even in its default state, it possessed extraordinary might. That Beerus could match him blow for blow implied a combat capacity of at least 500 times Ultra Blue at peak, a feat explaining how effortlessly he had overwhelmed Goku's autonomous Ultra Instinct form. Indeed, Beerus possessed 500 times the power of Ultra Blue at full output, confirming he was the same being who could instantly defeat autonomous Ultra Instinct Goku. Though such annihilation applied only to Goku's base autonomous Ultra Instinct transformation, by the saga's climax, Goku had begun integrating Ultra Saiyan forms with autonomous Ultra Instinct, an evolution whose feasibility for Guian Lang remained unknown. With their duel abruptly halted, both warriors returned to Earth, agreeing to settle their rivalry at a later date. "I will surpass you. I refuse to yield so easily." Bulma watched Guian Lang unwind unruffled and couldn't resist another jab. Guian Lang took no offense. Bulma's bluntness was simply his nature. Once truly acquainted, he proved remarkably decent, though perhaps familiarity had simply grown too deep over the years. After the group meal, Son Goku rushed off to the afterlife to retrieve Frieza, while Guian Lang returned to his and eagerly anticipating the imminent Universal Tournament. A ping from the chat group snapped Guian Lang back to attention. Tony claimed he'd discovered something extraordinary within it. "Tony Stark, there's a bottle of mineral water priced at 18,000 credits per unit. The bottle alone exudes luxury. This reeks of hidden mechanics, possibly even a chat group exploit." Tony remained convinced the water held profound significance, likely disguised by the chat group as mundane to obscure its true nature. Filigo Premium Drinking Water, exclusive hydration for elite users. Price 18000 credits. Minato Namikaze, the chat group explicitly labeled it mineral water. What novelty could water possibly hold? Please stop overthinking it. Minato shook his head in bewilderment. How could anyone imagine ordinary water harboring mystery? Tony Stark, no, it's definitely extraordinary. Would ordinary water command 18,000 credits? This ordinary designation is almost certainly a smokescreen engineered by the chat group. Cafe server who loves rabbits. You're not seriously planning to buy it, are you? Tony Stark, yes, I will. After all, fate governs life and death. Fortune rests in heaven's hands. 3 parts destiny, 7 parts relentless effort. Tony believed his ascension was imminent. Such a miraculous beverage might well bestow him with extraordinary abilities upon consumption. Hinata Hyuga, Uncle Tony, please reconsider. Credits are hard-earned. The World Destroyer, what if it's a scam? It's literally labeled water. Drop this nonsense. Tony Stark, impossible. Utterly impossible. No, ordinary water commands 18,000 credits. Not when I, Iron Man, stand before it. Such petty tricks cannot deceive the world's wealthiest man. Tony immediately purchased the bottle. Filigo Premium Drinking Water, crafted from ultra-purified aqua of peerless refinement. Tony Stark, stand by. I'm going live now to broadcast the moment I drink it. Perhaps I'll emerge stronger than Minato himself. Tony remained certain this was a chat group loophole. The deceptively banal description masked extraordinary properties. Tony Stark has launched a live stream. Become My Son enters the stream. Chat group owner enters the stream. Time-devouring sprite enters the stream. Daughter of the slumbering Kagoro enters the stream. On screen, Tony sat regally in his executive chair, producing 2 opulent crystal flutes. With practiced elegance, he poured the Filigo Premium Drinking Water into both glasses. I refuse to believe it's mere mineral water. Would the chat group dare price plain water at 18,000 credits? That would be insulting. There must be latent potency beneath this facade. He took a delicate sip, savoring it thoughtfully. Saitama, any physical sensations yet? Any changes in your body? Cafe server who loves rabbits. Kingsama, given your overwhelming strength, why take interest in such trivialities? After all, according to Lin Ran, King was universally acknowledged across Earth as its strongest human. Why would such a paragon concern himself with trivial novelties? Saitama, just idle curiosity. Seated on his recliner, King maintained his invincible persona. His modest cultivation level and naturally cautious disposition left little room for bold experimentation. He had never undertaken missions with others, quietly accumulating points instead, intending first to exchange them for a skill before finally confessing to everyone that he was in truth a complete novice. Tony's expression turned oddly strained in the live stream, his voice low and somber. The prelude is one of loss followed by emptiness and bitter resentment, and culminating in exhilaration, the thrilling absurdity of a handsome man losing his senses and spending a fortune on plain water. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Roar Technique, third form, ha ha ha. I told you it was just a bottle of water. You refuse to believe me. Look at you now, smug and speechless. Minato couldn't hold back his laughter. When heaven pours rain and mothers remarry, no force on earth can stop Tony from becoming the ultimate sucker. Tony is not actually the richest man. Is he really exploiting an honest person? A single bottle of water, 18,000 credits. Tony felt like dying, not least because he'd opened a live stream. This was pure social annihilation. He'd have no face left to show in the chat group. Rabbit-loving cafe server, what dazzling extravagance. Well done, Tony. Hyuga family's eldest daughter, Uncle Tony, don't be too upset. You've actually uncovered a rare glitch in the chat group system. After all, items in the chat group's marketplace were never deceptive, except this one singularly egregious case, which of course Tony had just purchased. Tony is not actually the richest man, has ended the live stream. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Roar Technique, third form. Tony, don't rush to end the stream. Let everyone enjoy the spectacle a little longer. Invincible Ultra Saiyan Goku Vegeta, I'm fighting tomorrow. Would anyone care to watch? Chat group owner, has the chat group assigned you another exclusive mission? Lin Ran instinctively surmised this must be another personalized assignment from the chat group. After all, Guian Lang had already traveled back in time to battle Majin Buu. Encountering a new adversary was hardly surprising. Invincible Ultra Saiyan Goku Vegeta, no. It's simply that the tournament of power is about to begin. Guian Lang reclined lazily on the sofa, contemplating his entrance tomorrow. Should he unleash unrestrained devastation or feign weakness to ambush his foes? Chat group owner Jiren may not stand a chance against you, but the tournament itself remains deeply compelling given it unites warriors from 8 distinct universes. Sleeping Kagoro's daughter, a tournament across 8 universes. Could other realms harbor cultivators as formidable as our seniors? I've yet to witness one of them unleashing their full power. Mao Lilan, herself a master of karate, longed intensely for such high-stakes confrontations. The Inter-Universal Martial Arts Summit was precisely the kind of spectacle she dreamed of. Invincible Ultra Saiyan Goku Vegeta, there are indeed several worthy opponents. I find myself mildly intrigued, hoping for an entertaining match. World Destroyer, understood. Beating my ex-girlfriend for my current girlfriend, an event of this magnitude must be orchestrated by someone truly extraordinary. Daigo had never ventured beyond his own universe, so the prospect of a battle gathering champions from countless realms filled him with quiet wonder. Invincible Ultra Saiyan Goku Vegeta, well, you'll find out tomorrow. Guian Lang secretly wondered what expressions they'd wear upon seeing the Eggman. That night passed without sleep, and at dawn everyone gathered at Bulma's residence, where Whis transported them to the Null Realm, the arena of the Tournament of Power. Chi-Chi and Bulma cheered on their respective husbands. This being a matter of cosmic survival, Chi-Chi held her tongue about Goku's recklessness. Goku, Gohan, give it your all. Krillin and Android 18's daughter stood on the balcony waving vigorously toward her parents. Dad, Mom, go for it. Oolong stood atop a nearby ledge shouting encouragement to Yamcha. Lord Yamcha, you will prevail. Bulma, far more direct, stepped before Vegeta and kissed him gently. Vegeta, return safely. Your daughter and I will be waiting at home. Trunks, watching his parents, almost interjected. Was he perhaps not their biological son after all? Vegeta turned his head away, his tone stiff and awkward. Why bother with such unnecessary sentiment? Victory is inevitable. A gentle breeze stirred Guian Lang's black hair. He felt strangely superfluous, until glancing beside him at Piccolo, whose quiet presence brought unexpected comfort. Piccolo had only one son, Gohan, who also competed in the tournament, yet no one had come to bid him farewell. A flash of light appeared, and Whis materialized before them, raising his staff to envelop the group in a soft emerald radiance. Time has come, we depart. In moments, over a dozen figures shot skyward into the cosmic depths, while those remaining on Earth shouted after them. Go for it, everyone. En route, Goku drifted beside Guian Lang with a playful grin. Tian Lang, I heard Universe 11 has an exceptionally powerful warrior. Mind if I take him on? Having already participated in the preliminary matches and fought Toppo, Goku had learned directly from him of Jiren. Universe 11's ace. Goku had no desire to miss facing Jiren himself, especially if Guian Lang defeated him first, robbing Goku of the thrill of battle. Vegeta bristled. Certainly not everything would fall to Kakarot. What nonsense is this, Kakarot? That foe belongs to me alone. Guian Lang merely shrugged, indifferent to the rivalry. Let Goku test the waters first, it suited him well. Goku laughed carefree. Knowing even Beerus had fallen before Guian Lang, he felt no burden of saving Earth. At last he could savor combat purely for its own sake. Whoever seizes the opportunity first claims the prize. Frieza glared at Guian Lang, his countenance dark. His last visit to Earth, confident in vengeance against Goku, had ended with Gohan blocking his assault. Then, like Refuse, he'd been instantly obliterated by Guian Lang, a humiliation that festered deep within him. If I catch my chance, I'll show no mercy. I'll hurl you from the arena without hesitation. The others stared blankly at Frieza. Did he truly not know Beerus had already lost to Guian Lang? Was he always this fearless, or merely oblivious? Then again, it made sense during Beerus' duel with Guian Lang. Frieza had still been confined to hell, utterly unaware of what transpired. To Frieza's threat, Guian Lang offered only silent indifference. Frieza served a vital purpose in this tournament, the ultimate meat shield capable of enduring Broly's onslaught for a full hour. Guided by Whis, the group, over a dozen strong, reached the Null Realm in short order. They stood together in the spectator gallery. Arriving unusually early, they found the arena empty of other universes' representatives. At its center loomed a colossal circular arena nearly 500 meters in diameter, already fully prepared. Below stretched an unfathomable void. The platform floated suspended midair, where two figures stood, one purple drenched in blood, Beerus, and a yellow-furred destroyer of worlds. The remaining 10 destroyers lay motionless upon the arena floor. Klin stared blankly at the arena. Only Beerus and the mouse god of destruction could still stand, while the other 10 were severely injured. What's going on? Isn't this the Universe Martial Arts Tournament? Why are Lord Beerus and the others already in the arena? Whis, not in a hurry to assist Beerus, explained calmly. Lord Zeno has requested the 12 gods of destruction to engage in a grand battle as a warm-up for the power tournament, but it seems the gods of destruction are fighting with all their might. Piccolo and the others have never witnessed such an intense battle up close. The arena was filled with destructive energy, and any ordinary person stepping in would be obliterated by the residual energy. Above the void realm, Lord Zeno sat high on his platform. Due to the intervention of Gu Qingfeng, Goku did not use Lord Zenos button during the Zamasu era, so the future Lord Zeno did not come here. 2 guards sat beside him, and the Grand Priest loudly ordered the current match to be halted. Lord Zeno is quite satisfied with everyone's performance. You may all exit the arena. Whis flew onto the arena, helping Beerus back up and using his angelic abilities to heal Beerus' injuries. Lord Beerus, you have sustained serious injuries. Beerus snorted coldly. This battle had indeed left him in a quite sorry state, with his upper garments nearly torn apart and various injuries scattered across his body. Gohan was astonished by Beerus' strength. He already knew Beerus was formidable, but he didn't expect that in the chaotic battle Beerus would also survive until the end. A grand battle indeed. Oh, Lord Beerus truly deserves his reputation, being able to stand alongside that mouse god of destruction until the end. Aside from that mouse, the other 10 gods of destruction were all down and seemingly struggling to stand. Yamcha also did not expect Beerus to be this strong. Though it's a grand battle, and there is some luck involved, Lord Beerus' strength should rank among the top 3 gods of destruction. Vegeta pointed at the other gods of destruction. Even though they all wield destructive energy, each god has a different form. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that nearly every god had been injured by Beerus. You are mistaken. Beerus is the strongest god of destruction. If you look closely, you will see that the 10 fallen gods of destruction were all injured by Beerus. Beerus raised his head proudly, quite pleased to assert that he was the strongest god of destruction. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled, explaining to everyone. This is because Lord Beerus doesn't get along with others, so whenever he is present, he becomes the target of everyone's attacks. Whis' words left everyone a bit perplexed. They had thought the discord was simply due to Beerus and Kampa's personalities. Having a poor relationship with one person might be that person's fault, but if one has a bad relationship with everyone, then one must look for reasons within oneself. Klin scratched his head, somewhat confused by the situation. When he first met Beerus, he indeed thought Beerus was quite villainous. However, over time, Beerus' relationship with them improved, and sometimes he would even offer pointers on their martial arts. Klin thought Beerus was quite nice. But I think Lord Beerus has a good personality. He is quite a nice person. Hearing this, Frieza let out a cold laugh. If even a god of destruction could be called good, then there were no bad people in the world. Then Frieza wouldn't need to call himself the Emperor of Evil in the universe. He might as well change his title to Chairman of the Universe Real Estate Company. Guian Lang shared Klin's view. He believed it was not necessarily Beerus' fault. All gods of destruction have similar strength. Oh, why should Beerus be stronger than us? If not him, who else would they attack? They would definitely target the strongest. Whis nodded. Indeed, part of the reason was that. However, that alone wouldn't escalate to this level. The key issue is that many years ago, Lord Zeno initiated a hide-and-seek game across the universe, and the other gods of destruction were easily found by him. Lord Beerus hid very well and accidentally fell asleep. When he finally woke up, 50 years had passed. This caused Lord Zeno, who had been looking forward to the game, to grow unhappy due to not being able to find Lord Beerus, who had yet to appear. This became the catalyst for the breakdown of his relationships with the other gods of destruction, ultimately leading to the current situation. As Weiss explained, everyone understood that with Lord Zena's childlike personality, not being able to find Beerus could have made him erase the entire universe out of anger. The other gods of destruction certainly feared such an occurrence, but they could not afford to provoke Lord Zeno, so they could only blame Beerus for it. Although Lord Zeno ultimately did not erase the universe out of anger, this only intensified the animosity of the other gods of destruction towards Beerus. Guian Lang gave Beerus a thumbs up. Well done playing games with Lord Zeno, and then sleeping. That's so very Beerus. Upon having his reasons exposed by Weiss, Beerus' expression turned quite awkward. Could he be blamed for this? As a mighty god of destruction, playing hide and seek was so dull that he naturally fell asleep. Kampa also arrived at the viewing platform, glaring at Beerus with displeasure. If I was careless today, otherwise I would have definitely turned you into a pig's head. Beerus couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. If not for the fact that he had to consider that they were brothers, he would have had no qualms using force against Kampa. With Kampa's middling strength among the gods of destruction, how could they always end up in a tie? The 12th universe god of destruction, resembling a sea monster, also turned his gaze towards Beerus' position, locking eyes with Guian Lang, neither willing to look away first. Jiren had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Beerus. Even with 11 against 1, he had gained no advantage. Already quite furious upon seeing Guian Lang daring to look at him like that, he instantly found an outlet for his anger. Human, how dare you be rude to a god of destruction? It seems you are also a participant. Once the tournament is over, if you are still alive, I will personally destroy you. Guian Lang was not intimidated. What are you staring at? Come out for a onion, and do you think I'm afraid of you? Have you ever killed someone? Have you ever seen a dead person? The 12th universe god of destruction named Jiren was currently being brought back to the viewing platform by his angel undergoing treatment. Back in the day, I held 2 destructive bombs and destroyed my way from the west of the universe to the east, killing for 3 days and nights without blinking an eye. You ask me if I have seen a dead person. Yamcha, not knowing what he was thinking, blankly replied, with such a long time without blinking, won't your eyes dry out? Originally, there was a fearless Guian Lang daring to provoke a god of destruction, which already displeased Jiren, and now another naive Yamcha had appeared. Don't you dare ask me whether my eyes are dry or not. Do you think I'm talking about the dryness of my eyes? Guian Lang squinted slightly. He despised seafood the most, especially such ugly seafood. The leader of the 12 universes. I, Guian Lang of the 7th universe, have never regarded you as anything. Jinchi Ji Fan smiled, turning to look at Beerus. Your people do not show the proper reverence towards the gods. After the power tournament, I will destroy him. You have no objections, right? Guian Lang is ultimately from the 7th universe. Jiren has no right to take action against Guian Lang without Beerus' consent. Beerus smiled kindly, expressing his goodwill towards the annoying Jiren for the first time. Fine, if you have the ability, go ahead and kill him. I promise I won't interfere. Even if one of you ends up dead, I will definitely pretend I didn't see anything. Jiren was stunned. He never thought that Beerus would really disregard Guian Lang. After all, they never got along, and it was perfectly normal for Beerus not to give him face. He didn't expect Beerus to agree so readily. Could it be that this human has a bad relationship with Beerus? Did you hear that? Beerus has abandoned you. No matter who wins in the power tournament, you cannot escape the fate of death. Idiot, Guian Lang glanced at him, too lazy to pay attention to this fool. Beerus was clearly sending him to his death. This was a case of using a knife to kill someone. Beerus turned his head, smirking in a way that Jiren could not see. He couldn't even defeat Guian Lang, let alone Jiren. It was obvious he would be beaten up. Anyway, this was his request to not interfere. Even if Guian Lang were to kill him, he couldn't take responsibility. The Grand Priest waved his hand, and the arena, which had been almost destroyed, instantly restored to its original state. Gradually, people from various universes arrived one by one, and Guian Lang, along with Sun Wukong and the others, jumped onto the stage. Gohan, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Yamcha formed a small team. If a strong enemy appeared, Gohan would face them, as the strength of the other 3 was too low to do anything but clear out weaklings. Taking advantage of the fact that the match had not yet begun, Android 18 strolled around, while Piccolo observed the arena's environment, contemplating their tactics for the upcoming battle. Although Gohan was appointed as captain before departure, he knew very well that his father Vegeta and Guian Lang would never listen to him. Gab from the 6th universe walked up to Vegeta and bowed deeply. Master, we meet again. After this tournament ends, if our universe wins, we will use the Super Dragon Balls to bring you back. I will take you to meet our scion, King, a man of lofty dignity like yourself. Don't get too carried away, the one who will win is me. However, I will resurrect you. Vegeta reprimanded, as the ultimate victor would obviously be him, the Scion Prince Vegeta. Sun Wukong stepped closer to Toppo, greeting him amicably, only to see Jiren surrounded by the Pride Troopers. Despite making no movements, he radiated the aura of a supreme being. "Hi, I'm Sun Wukong." As soon as Wukong finished speaking, Jiren's figure vanished from his sight, only to reappear right behind him. A cold, indifferent voice came forth. Jiren's gaze towards Wukong was chilling. "Get lost." Wukong's expression changed. He didn't expect this guy to move so quickly. He hadn't even seen his actions before Jiren was already behind him. Vegeta, who was closely watching Kakarot, also squinted, slightly taken aback by Jiren's speed. At this moment, Guian Lang also opened the live stream. The invincible administrator Gogeta started the live stream. The chat group leader entered the live stream. The time-devouring sprite entered the live stream. The destroyer of worlds entered the live stream. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Howl 3 Style entered the live stream. Miss Hinata entered the live stream. Tony is really not the richest. Is this a survival game, boss? So many people. Yesterday, Guian Lang simply said there would be a grand brawl without explaining much about the other aspects. Chat group leader. The winning universe will get a wish, no matter what kind of wish it is. The sleeping daughter of Little Five. Can any wish be granted? Can it restore Shinichi to his original body? Chat group leader. That might be a bit of an overstatement. There are medicines in the group that can cure his ailments, but once cured, his enemies will come knocking. Miss Hinata. Exactly, so the most important thing for Sister Ran is to deal with the enemies. Otherwise, even if your boyfriend can be cured, he won't dare to return to his original body. Hinata and Lin Ran thought the same. Restoring Idagawa Konan to Shinichi wouldn't be difficult, but the key issue was what to do about the enemies. Although the chat group has the ability to traverse universes, it has its preconditions. That is, one cannot intervene in the normal development of history. Only when the chat group issues a task, or the members themselves meet the conditions of the task, can others help that member. Without any reason to interfere with the normal historical development of other members' universes, the chat group does not allow such behavior, and doing so will result in annihilation by the chat group. Tony is really not the richest. Then can I have him turn me into the strongest in the universe? If that's the case, wouldn't I be able to punch the internet version of Ultron and kick the cosmic purple sweet potato essence? Invincible Gogeta. You're dreaming, how could something like that be possible? Guian Lang remembered that even Cronock had to compress his lifespan to gain power and still fell far short of invincibility. Tony is really not the richest. Then it seems like this isn't that great. If that doesn't work, what can he do? Invincible Gogeta. He can restore 8 destroyed universes in an instant, bring back lost civilizations, grant you a lifespan of billions of years, or even grant you immortality. The coffee shop waitress who loves rabbits. 666. It seems the reward for the winner is quite generous. But what penalties will there be if they lose the match? Dongxiang thought about the consequences of failure. Oh, everything has two sides. When you accept certain benefits, you must also bear the corresponding downsides. It's impossible to have only benefits. Destroyer of worlds. Perhaps the participants from the losing universe will all perish. The sleeping daughter of Little Five. What? That's too cruel. There are so many people here. Does that mean all the contestants from the other universes will die except for the winning universe? The world destroyer. I suppose that's how it is. Become my son. Administrator is the truth, truly, as Dorm Master sure claimed. Invincible Ultra Vegeto, he got half of it right. Not only do defeated contestants perish, but their entire universes are erased. Hinata clan's eldest daughter. Regardless, this is unbearably cruel. How many lives exist in a single universe? Hundreds of trillions. Or even thousands. Hinata felt the reality before her. Utterly merciless was an entire universe truly doomed to annihilation merely for losing a tournament. The world destroyer. Master who exactly carries out the destruction of universes, and who ultimately is hosting this martial arts tournament. Guian Lang pointed upward toward Zeno. Zeno, the one who convened the tournament, is also the one who eradicates the losing universes. Tony Stark is not the richest, this tiny fellow. Master, surely you're joking. Calling him Zeno is absurd. Had be better named Zeno Egg. Tony stared at the diminutive figure, barely a meter tall, with an expression of guileless silliness, and concluded Guian Lang must be jesting. It was simply inconceivable. The strongest man on earth, no. This being may very well possess such power. King affirmed that anything was possible. His friend Saitama, much like this small being, appeared comically naive and cartoonishly crude in demeanor, and both were bald. Yet Saitama was hailed as the strongest man on earth, not by merit, but by fortunate misattribution. Each time Saitama defeated a monster, onlookers mistakenly credited King, thus forging his legendary title. Whenever Saitama stood beside him, King reigned supreme, celestial and terrestrial, unrivaled and absolute. But once Saitama departed, King became nothing more than a humble, apologetic human being. Invincible Ultra Vegeto, do not underestimate him. He can erase an entire universe with a mere gesture. A cafe server who loves rabbits, so this little one is truly that formidable. Indeed, appearances can be profoundly deceiving. The slumbering detective's daughter. No wonder King stands supreme among us all. Aside from the master himself, he is unquestionably the mightiest man in the group, instantly discerning this child's true strength. Beating my ex-girlfriend for my current girlfriend, King. Truly extraordinary. Chat group administrator. Master, what is your plan? Invincible Ultra Vegeto. I have no fixed plan yet. Let Goku and Vegeta fight first. I'm in no rush to intervene. The Grand Priest soared above the arena and announced the tournament's official rules to those below. Any contestant rendered incapable of combat, or who falls from the platform, shall be disqualified. When the central pillar descends fully to the ground, the universe, whose representatives remain standing in greater number, shall be declared the victor. A colossal stone pillar, over 30 meters tall, rose at the arena's center, now slowly descending toward the earth. Instantly chaos erupted. Guian Lang gazed upon the towering column and ambled forward, unhurried and deliberate. Goku was surrounded by 3 weaklings of Vegeta, blocked by 2 lackeys, Gohan, and others, besieged by over a dozen foes. Amid deliberate provocation from other destroyers, most contestants turned their aggression toward Universe 7. The destroyer of Universe 11, Vermaud, watched Beerus with a tight, insincere smile. It seems you're in trouble. Yours may well be the first universe eliminated. Earlier during the clash among the 12 destroyers, Vermaud had feigned unconsciousness after just 2 blows, leaving him the least injured of them all. Beerus offered an enigmatic smile, utterly unmoved by Vermaud's taunt. Is that so? We shall see. In times past, Beerus might indeed have panicked, but now with Guian Lang anchoring their side, defeat was unthinkable. Meanwhile, Guian Lang, upon whom Beerus placed such high hopes, continued his leisurely stroll toward the central pillar. Several opponents attempted to strike him en route, only to find him effortlessly evading each attack. Of the Pride Troopers' 10 members, 7 had already entered battle. Only Dispo, Jiren, and Topo remained, conserving their strength for the final confrontation. Then they saw Guian Lang stride directly toward them. Dispo assumed his fighting stance, striking the iconic Pride Trooper pose, ready to engage. Jiren raised a hand to halt Dispo. He sensed Guian Lang's overwhelming power and knew Dispo stood no chance. Do not go. You cannot defeat him. Guian Lang ignored the trio entirely, passing straight through their position before leaping onto the elevated platform behind them, then gazing down upon the raging battlefield below. Next, he performed an action no one anticipated. Stepping atop the descending pillar, he fixed his gaze upon Golden, the destroyer of Universe 12, with unmistakable malice. In the arena's taut electric silence, he raised his right thumb, pointing skyward, then abruptly flipped it downward toward the ground, its contemptuous gesture blazing with unspoken disdain. Golden seethed with fury, humiliated publicly, his dignity as a destroyer shattered. Yet Zeno's decree forbade any destroyer from attacking contestants during the tournament. He choked back his rage, eyes burning with incandescent hatred, wishing he could devour Guian Lang whole. Had glances possessed lethal force, Guian Lang would long since have been riddled with wounds. Guian Lang, still perched atop the pillar, continued pushing Golden's patience to its breaking point. I love that look. The one where you despise me, yet cannot touch me. Go ahead, grow angry. There'll be plenty more time for that. Take your time. Universe 12's Angel pressed a calming hand upon Golden's shoulder, restraining his explosive wrath. Enough. Wait until the tournament ends. Should you act now, Zeno will erase you utterly. Golden gnashed his fangs in bitter resentment, knowing full well Beerus was at that very moment laughing at him. Then Guian Lang plopped down casually upon the pillar, surveying the battlefield below, where alliances had already formed across universes. Many contestants bristled at the sight of Guian Lang standing atop the pillar. Yet beneath it stood the Pride Troopers trio, vigilant and watchful, guarding all approaches. To reach Guian Lang, one would first have to overcome these 3 formidable sentinels. Jiren's reputation preceded him, Universe 11's undisputed strongest warrior, whose raw power rivaled even that of a destroyer. Several adversaries schemed to combine forces and hurl him from the arena, but without a leader to initiate the assault, none dared provoke the strongest fighter of Universe 11 first. Jiren ignored everyone else, his gaze locked solely upon Guian Lang atop the pillar. Flames of fierce anticipation burned in his eyes. Even untested, Guian Lang radiated an aura of extraordinary power. Xiangpa looked at Beerus with great pride, making a face at him. Foolish Beerus, your 7th universe is bound to lose. Beerus couldn't be bothered to respond to this brainless younger brother, wondering who gave him the courage. In the 7th universe's team, Gohan and the others found themselves in a rather dangerous situation. In the Void Realm, they couldn't use the Void Dance technique, meaning only creatures with wings could fly. Once knocked off the arena, it meant elimination, which led to Krillin and the others huddling together, nearly pushed to the edge of the stage by the onslaught of multiple attackers. Tuapa walked step by step towards the stone pillar, determined not to let Guian Lang continue watching the battle from on high, as he was always a ticking time bomb. "Your opponent is me, come and fight me." Guian Lang glanced at him and dismissively turned away. "I won't fight against the second best." Tuapa always knew he was no match for Jiren, so he didn't care about Guian Lang's mockery. With his left fingertip aimed at Guian Lang, dozens of energy bullets were shot out. Watching the incoming energy bullets, Guian Lang, who was nowhere near the stone pillar, showed no movement, and all the light bullets passed through his body as if he didn't exist at all. Tuapa's actions drew the attention of everyone present. No one could see what Guian Lang had done or why the attacks couldn't hit his body. In the chaos of the battle, many focused on Guian Lang. This guy was definitely extraordinary. No wonder he had the audacity to provoke the god of destruction. Tuapa fell into confusion, wondering why this was happening. He clearly saw that Guian Lang hadn't moved. How could he have avoided his attack? How could this be? Jiren stopped Tuapa from continuing his assault. The gap in power was too great, and it was difficult for Tuapa to defeat this guy. "This guy is moving at high speed, much faster than the full power of Tizpa. Let me handle this." Jiren, encountering a threatening opponent after many years, intended to challenge Guian Lang. The three weaklings were no match for Goku, who easily took on all three with no pressure, even able to spare some attention to observe other battle circles. Noticing Jiren step by step approaching Guian Lang, Goku felt a bit anxious. He had agreed that Jiren would be his opponent, and he couldn't just let Guian Lang have him. With a roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden flames enveloping his body. With a significant increase in speed and power, he took down one with a sweeping kick, instantly moving in front of another, unleashing a nearly point-blank energy blast. Before the overwhelming power of Goku, the enemy had no resistance, being defeated in a single blow and knocked off the arena. Goku followed up with a punch on the fallen one, tossing him down as well. The last remaining opponent saw the situation was dire and fled directly. Goku didn't chase after him, speeding towards Jiren. Vegeta was still engaged in battle with the minions and didn't care who would face Jiren first. He just wanted to observe Jiren's attacking techniques through Kakarot. Goku stood in front of Jiren, blocking his path. "I'll be your opponent." Jiren looked at Goku, his heart untouched, standing still while gazing up at Guian Lang. Guian Lang ignored him, simply watching Goku, curious if Goku could truly comprehend the Ultra Instinct. The members of the chat group through the live stream found the chaotic battle on the arena dazzling, unable to see the process of the fight. "Tony, not the richest man. Damn, why can't we detect power levels again? What's going on?" Tony was really frustrated. He couldn't tell who was stronger and thought the chat group's power detector might reveal the enemy's strength, but it turned out the chat group responded that detection was not allowed. "Sleeping little Goris daughter. Group leader, do you know what's going on?" Chat group leader: "I have some speculations that might be because there are extraordinarily powerful individuals on the field, and if we use the detector we might get discovered." In Lin Ran's view, the reason for this situation was likely due to the Great Priest and the Omni King. Those two were just too strong. They might detect the existence of the chat group, and just being able to live stream is already impressive. Invincible Goku Vegeta: "Watch the match carefully. Goku and Jiren are about to fight." The cafe waitress who loves rabbits: "I always feel like the big shots aren't really fighting in the tournament. It looks more like they're on vacation with no sense of tension at all." In fact, it wasn't just Dong Xiang. Nearly everyone in the chat group felt this way. Guian Lang stood out on the arena, neither engaging in solo battles nor forming a group. He stood alone on the stone pillar, surveying the entire battlefield. The clash between Goku and Jiren on the arena attracted everyone's attention. The power Goku displayed in the previous warm-up match shocked many. They instinctively believed that Goku was the strongest ace of the 7th universe. Thus, when gathering participants from various universes, they warned them to be cautious of Sun Wukong. Jiren was even considered a seed player, while Guian Lang, sitting on the stone pillar, was overlooked by others. In their eyes, Guian Lang might have some strength, but that was about it. Perhaps he felt hopeless about winning, knowing he would definitely be erased by the Omni King. Only someone self-destructive would dare to provoke the god of destruction. He was merely a clown. The highly anticipated showdown finally began at this moment. A drop of sweat involuntarily fell from Goku's forehead as he raised his hand to unleash the Kamehameha. Jiren remained unmoved, the aura around his body transforming into a protective shield. Just based on the energy fluctuations, he blocked Goku's full power Kamehameha in his normal state. The first round of attack was ineffective, and Goku did not hold back, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging at Jiren. He unleashed heavy punches against Jiren, his figure constantly flashing around Jiren, landing blow after blow. However, in the face of such attacks, Jiren showed no signs of dodging, allowing Goku to continue his assault, yet Jiren's body remained still. Seeing that his attacks were still ineffective, Goku stopped testing the waters. A red glow surrounded him as he transformed into Ultra Instinct, delivering close-range punches with the prince's technique, stirring up dust around them. From within the smoke, a figure shot out, crashing against the giant rock behind with Ultra Instinct, Goku being pushed back by a single punch. Goku, not believing in evil, charged into the smoke again to attack. Jiren merely used a finger to fend off Goku's assault, and Goku finally realized the vast disparity in strength between them. Ceasing the torrent of attacks, he let out a roar as the red light around him faded, bathing the entire area in blue light, with an overwhelming aura shooting up into the sky. The Super Saiyan of the Saiyan God transformation, the Super Blue form, made its debut as he took a horse stance and roared loudly to elevate his inner energy. Tenfold Kaioken. With the red and blue buffs applied, the dust raised from the ground dissipated as Goku struck at Jiren with a speed so fast it was like lightning. Jiren's gaze shifted slightly as he blocked Wukong's heavy punch with his right hand and countered with a strike from his left hand. Wukong barely managed to dodge this attack in a flurry. Jiren's attack grazed Wukong's shoulder, and the punch's force shattered the massive rock behind Wukong, making him realize Jiren's immense power. The arena built by the Void is crafted from one of the strongest metals in the universe, the Thunder Steel, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to leave a mark on it. Let alone shattering a boulder several meters in size. Jiren's punch winds alone possess such destructive power. Wukong quickly created distance, but Jiren vanished and caught up, delivering a heavy punch that sent Wukong crashing into the mountain. In an instant, they were entangled in a fierce battle, with the situation quickly turning one-sided. Everyone in the arena stood stupefied, quietly observing the divine clash. Jiren sent Wukong flying with a punch, then kicked him down while unleashing a fiery shockwave. In a rapid 3-hit combo, Wukong was brought down in less than 30 seconds. With Jiren relentlessly slamming Wukong's calf to the ground, Wukong had hardly any ability to retaliate. In desperation, he roared, and a red aura burst forth around him once more. 20-fold Kaioken. He unleashed a shockwave with one hand, forcing Jiren back. His speed increased again, shocking Jiren as they traversed the arena, dodging among the debris. However, faced with the nearly invincible Jiren, Wukong found himself at a disadvantage again, under the 20-fold Kaioken being pinned beneath Jiren's foot. Jiren grabbed Wukong's hair and delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, accompanied by a high-energy fireball. "You're finished." Jiren crossed his arms, no longer looking at the battered Wukong. "Where do you think you're going?" At the edge of the arena, Wukong grabbed the edge and jumped up from below, charging at Jiren again. Jiren's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected son Wukong to be so tenacious. His eyes became serious as he unleashed a series of rapid punches at an invisible speed, sending Wukong flying once more before he could get close. Wukong fell to the ground, helplessly clutching his chest, filled with an overwhelming sense of despair. Jiren's strength exceeded his imagination, and the 20-fold Kaioken had no effect. Nevertheless, Wukong still refused to give up. After a brief moment of recuperation, his body felt as though it might fall apart after battling Jiren, but he leaped onto a raised rock, regaining his composure and raising both hands high. "Everyone from Universe 7, lend me your energy." Several from Universe 7 sent out their power, including Frieza, who hoped for Wukong to defeat Jiren. Vegeta, however, merely watched with his arms crossed after discarding his own distractions, showing no intention of helping. "Kakarot, I'm not going to help you." Ancient Wolf on the stone pillar smirked slightly, sensing that a spirit bomb was about to come. Wukong had been pushed to this point. Lin Ran, observing the battle in the chat group, was utterly baffled by Wukong's performance. "Group leader, why is the Super Saiyan Blue Wukong amplified by the 20-fold Kaioken getting beaten like this?" She recalled that the Kaioken could double one's strength, and that the full power of Super Saiyan Blue increased strength by 20 times. Is it really that weak? That would equate to 1,000 times the strength of a Super Saiyan God. If it's only to this extent, could the Super Saiyan God of the past truly pique Beerus' interest? Invincible Wakita. No, technically this is not the Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken. Wukong has never used the Kaioken in Super Saiyan form, as his body cannot withstand it. He has now effectively enhanced his strength to 20 times that of a Super Saiyan God, meaning the Super Saiyan Blue only increased his power by 2/5 rather than doubling it. Ancient Wolf had been watching Wukong closely. His power boost wasn't particularly large, and it was precisely because the Super Saiyan God enhances the normal state with divine energy. That is why his body could withstand the 20-fold Kaioken. Don't underestimate the 2/5 increase in power. It's a truly terrifying value. When Vegeta first came to Earth with a combat power of 18,000, he couldn't surpass Wukong by much. Wukong activated the threefold Kaioken, reaching a combat power of 24,000. He was only a third stronger than Vegeta and completely dominated him. This shows just how terrifying a 2/5 increase in strength can be. Group leader. I see, but the spirit bomb shouldn't work on Jiren, right? I remember the spirit bomb only affects evil beings. Invincible Wakita, not exactly. It deals double damage to evil beings, but is also effective against ordinary enemies, just not with double the damage. Tony, not the rich tycoon. May I ask, can everyone in the group see the battle between the two? Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance. No, can't see anything, just the red and blue lights colliding. Coffee shop waitress who loves bunnies. Same here, I can't see anything at all. Tony, not the rich tycoon. Wow, everyone is missing out on the action. Wukong was quite anxious on the battlefield. Gathering energy takes time, and this gap was enough for Jiren to defeat him. Little did he know Jiren closed his eyes, quietly waiting for Wukong to gather energy, showing no intention of interrupting. In the area behind Wukong, a humanoid blue creature continuously gathered power, unleashing a light wave aimed at the unsuspecting Wukong. A figure appeared behind Wukong, extending a hand to catch the blue energy blast and crushing it with force. It was Ancient Wolf, having left the stone pillar. After blocking the ambush, he vanished again, reappearing in front of the blue creature and delivering a punch that sent it flying. Don't interfere at such a critical moment. The blue creature dropped straight down from the arena, knocked unconscious by Ancient Wolf's punch, unable to fight back. No one noticed how Ancient Wolf left the stone pillar or how he appeared before the blue creature. When people saw him again, this brief encounter had ended decisively. Wukong finally completed his spirit bomb, carrying the hopes of everyone as the enormous energy sphere, glowing like daylight, hurtled toward Jiren. Such a miraculous technique left even the watching gods of destruction astonished. They never expected a warrior from a lower universe to possess such a wondrous skill. With such power, no one on the field could withstand it. Even someone as strong as Jiren could not block this attack. The energy was simply too great. As the plot took another twist, while everyone marveled at Wukong's ultimate move, convinced Jiren was doomed, only the god of destruction from Universe 11 Vermouth wore a confident smile. Jiren couldn't even be bothered to dodge, raising one hand to meet the descending spirit bomb. Not only did he feel no pressure, but he also pushed the spirit bomb back toward Wukong with ease. The moment of endurance had arrived. Wukong's normal state was no match for Jiren, who swiftly transformed to Super Saiyan Blue and amplified his Kaioken tenfold, yet still proved no match for Jiren. Wukong pushed his strength further, enveloped in the 20-fold Kaioken, pouring all his energy into pushing the spirit bomb towards Jiren. Jiren finally extended both arms, roaring as he suppressed Wukong, once more the spirit bomb rebounding back toward Wukong's body.